Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. They will compete against 3 invited teams and 7 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
Getting hotter inside the server today. That is because for 2 teams, qualification potentially on the cards. For another 2, unfortunately, elimination does loom. We welcome you to the Blast Premier World Finals 2023. By we, I mean myself, host Piers, and of course, Mary Snake down here on the show floor. Man, we had some crazy CS going down yesterday. All 4 2-0s. You don't see that on a 4 best-of-3 day basically ever, right?
That's pretty rare, Freya, but that means the seeding was good. Seeding worked out here, so...
Shout out League Ops.
We had the favorites from every matchup actually make it through, and we didn't really see anything too crazy. There were a couple overtimes, actually, a couple close calls for some of the favorites, but all in all, at least in Group A, I don't think that any of the favorites were in too much danger.
Yeah, I'm glad that Cloud9 did it cleanly versus ENCE. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Of course, map number 2 got a little bit more complicated, but great to see some real red-hot form coming out of Electronic Hobbit as well, and actually Big Man Boomage too.
Oh yeah, definitely. We saw some heroics from Boomich on map number 1. Map number 2, we saw Electronic just destroying everybody. He just ran through the server. It felt like every single duel that he was presented with had a dead player on the other side of it.
Group B on the other side of things. First taste of FaZe with Frozen. How satisfied, how satiated were you?
Oh, it tasted good, Freya. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. FaZe looked really good in this one. The second map was admittedly quite close between them and Heroic, but in terms of Frozen's fit on this roster, it already felt like he was playing off of teammates very well. It already actually netted him a couple clutches. He was looking so sharp overall, and the nerves of joining a bigger roster, a bigger organization like FaZe, it didn't even seem to get to him one bit.
Obviously, G2 went up against Frozen's former squad in MOUZ. How satisfied were you with G2's performance? Did it quell any nerves that maybe you had coming into this?
Not quite. Not quite. I thought they were going to be winning that game regardless. I just felt like the win conditions for them were a little bit more questionable. People like Hooksy and Nexa actually performed a little bit better than I would have expected, whereas Nico and Hunter, who I still want to look a little bit sharper, have not been such.
Yeah, they were on the lower side of the scoreboard, unfortunately. But before we do move on to today's action, we do need to recap our CS Money Play of the day, because you guys have been voting over on the Blast Premier Instagram. Who's coming up as our third best play, Maui?
We got Tessus, and he is using that new CS2 smoke mechanic to great effect. You're going to see him playing on the long side here, defending on Ancient, and look at this, just making these little sight lines through the smoke, able to get a multi-frag.
Wonderful, coming in as our second best play of day number 1 of the World Finals. Now, unfortunately, Navi unable to get a map off Vitality, but Wonderful was really trying a great 3K, ending up in a 1v2 to be closing out the round.
And we have Monacy, of course. This one was stealing the show. The flash strikes once again. Quick shot there, and what is it? I mean, it's a headshot? What? Like, this guy is just so fast, it's unbelievable.
It's crazy. You blink, you literally miss it. Like, what? It's insane.
He is, I don't think there's just still anyone to this day that is just faster crosshair to opponent in quicker time. His time to kill is just amazing when it's really on like that.
Absolute insanity. We will be seeing G2 playing later on today, as we can take a look at the schedule once again. Once more, we have 4 best of 3s, obviously ending up with G2 taking on FaZe. That's a spot at the playoffs on the line. Heroic taking on MOUZ to be opening up the Group B side of things. Unfortunately, elimination in that game. But first, we're going to be diving into our Group A matches. Vitality versus Cloud9, but not before ENCE versus NAVI.
ENCE emerges as a roster with a lot to prove. They made waves by claiming the title at IEM Dallas 2023 and second place finishes at IEM Cologne 2023 and Gamers 8. Having recently bid farewell to Snappy and Saw, the pillars of their core identity have dramatically changed. With the entrance of a strategic mastermind at the helm, the IGL maestro, Glaive. Can he measure up to the standard set by his predecessor? The stage is set for a team that's not just aiming to compete, but to dominate. The kings of a once black and yellow dynasty of Counter-Strike, Natus Vincier returned to Abu Dhabi to prove that they have what it takes to claim the crown once more. But the tales of said dynasty have seemingly turned to myth. A team who was once feared in the server has had to battle their way through 2023 to show that they are still the heavyweights they once were. With Simple no longer there to fight alongside them, can the addition of a new star prove to the world that they still have what it takes to achieve greatness?
Elimination looms, but only one squad will avoid the knife's edge. We're talking about Navi taking on ENCE, and we're talking about what could potentially be the end of the line and the end of the year for one of these two squads. And both of these teams coming into the end of the year, not exactly with the rosters that they intended. First, we talk about Navi, and fair play to Alexi B. He's been trying his best to integrate Wonderful into the squad after Simple has left, for now, a gaping hole on the black and yellow squad. But then we switch on over to ENCE, and things get a fair bit more complicated, because we're talking about a team that very suddenly lost their in-game leader, very suddenly lost their coach. Now Glaive returns, Maui, to try and fill that gap, and it's not been plain sailing, to say the very least, for them.
It has not been to great effect thus far. ENCE, of course, were really right there at the precipice of finding themselves as a trophy lifting roster. We obviously saw them win in IEM Dallas earlier this year with their old lineup, but when Glaives come in, We saw them at Elisa coming in the semifinals, losing to Apex, who were eventually it wasn't even the team that won the whole tournament. And for a team like ENCE, when they go into an event like that, they probably actually think that they should be one of the ones lifting the trophy. They shouldn't be actually just having a top 4 finish, because it's just a 1-for-1 change. You're changing out an in-game leader, but the thing is that Snappy was the core of ENCE. We would look at what he was able to accomplish with this roster, and he was consistently making this team greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, he was the glue that kind of held everybody together. So I'm curious to hear from Madden exactly how he feels like the team is gelling now that they've lost him.
Are you guys on the same page of how you want to play, or is it still kind of confusing?
I would say it's at the moment very confusing for us, obviously, because Glaive is trying to fit our playstyle, but also he's trying to bring some new things that he likes to do and stuff. But overall, I don't think we are yet on the same page. And as I said, it just takes a lot of time, especially when you change 2 key roles, coach and IGL. Yeah.
And in terms of that, Cuban mentioned in the interview I did with him off the back of your first game yesterday that sometimes when they're putting ideas out there, you guys aren't executing it or don't want to execute it. Is there communication problems in this?
I mean, I don't think it was communication problems. I think the Cloud9 on first map Ancient, they played really good. And also we were just not focused. We were not there for some reason. I don't know why, but execution and the plan and everything, I think it was clear for everyone. It was just the way we played and the individuals were not sharp. But I would say coming into second map, we showed that we can still play good and win. Obviously, we had 2 match points on 12-10, but we couldn't convert it. And I feel like it would be much closer on third map if we went there.
Now for today against NAVI, it looks like a couple of maps in there say the Ancient, the Anubis is very strong for you guys, at least normally. How well ready do you feel though? Because your Anubis, at least under Glaive, was a bit up and down.
I mean, obviously, Glaive, before coming to ENCE, he never played Anubis. He was perma-ban, so he didn't feel confident, but I think now he feels a little bit better because we had some talks about Anubis and also we had a few days of preparation for it. So at the moment it feels better, but it's still not there where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, complicated is a very fair way to put it, I'd say, particularly when we were looking at the first map in this series yesterday. It was so damn disjointed from ENCE.
Yeah, and that's kind of been a key theme for everything that's surrounding this team. And, you know, I'm one that pushes a lot of narratives in this space, and people get kind of upset because sometimes I'll come to a conclusion that not everybody else is going to come to. So I just want to present some information here, and the viewers can decide what they think of that information and what it means to them. We see that ENCE have 3 players that are being targeted by Heroic right now, right? They might be leaving the team. They might already be in talks with them. As of right now, they have the worst T side at this event. At Elisa, they had the worst 5v4 percentage win rate on the T side, and that's with playing under Glaive. And we wanted to hype up Glaive, his return, his majestic chance to capture some glory once again. And there's 3 players on this ENCE team that seem like they want to go to a team that doesn't even have an in-game leader. So what does that say about their opinions of what Glaive's calling is like right now? I'm not going to say, but everybody else can connect the dots.
Yeah, I think it's the overall trust in the system, which is evidently, you know, just not there, and things just looking incredibly complicated as a result for that. But when we switch on over to the NAVI camp, you kind of have a totally flipped 180 take on that, right? Because yeah, they're also in a complicated situation with Simple's departure, but totally different attitude, right?
I actually think that NAVI have their heads on straight. I think that this NAVI team has seemed like a zero-problem roster. Everybody in interviews is just looking towards the future. Everybody in interviews is talking about how they're still trying to figure out what the way that everybody's going to fit together. In Alexi B's interviews, when we talk to him and try to get something, it's like, oh, do you miss Simple? Did this blindside you? He says, no, I'm going to just work with what I have in front of me. And that is what a leader should be doing. That is how a team is brought together. And it just shows that the culture for NAVI is in such a better position than it is for ENCE. We see some of the results that Alexi B has had, and some of those are with relatively underpowered lineups. The fact that he got OG to 6 at one point, an NIP roster that seemed like it was floundering to 8th in the HLTV rankings, that's impressive stuff. And I think that Alexi B has proven over time, even though there's been some disappointments overall, that he has proven that he is a leader and that he can get everybody on the same page along with Blade behind him.
It's kind of crazy that, you know, now we're revisiting and he's going up against the organization that kind of started this whole career for him, right? ENCE were the reason why he was put on the map as, you know, being such a solid in-game leader, managing to take them to second highest ranked in the world. I want to get some thoughts quickly on the maps that we're going to be jumping into. We see Anubis and Ancient. What are your thoughts generally on Na'Vi bringing that Anubis into the pool?
Well, it didn't obviously work yesterday versus Vitality, but Vitality are probably one of the teams that everybody needs to look out for even how to play Anubis. So that's holding them to a standard that I don't think Na'Vi are even holding themselves to. And it has been a map that in some ways Na'Vi have really been trying to move towards. I think that JL towards middle, for example, really just understands the meta of that one. He was so good on his past lineup. He's still good on this one. And the thing is that Ema actually had some really nice pop-off moments himself yesterday on Anubis too. And so it feels like this is one of the few maps right now in Na'Vi's pool that they can rely on.
It sounds like logic would dictate that you're then going to be siding with Na'Vi in this series.
For this series, yes. For Anubis, definitely, actually, for Na'Vi's side.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the action very shortly, Indy, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, elimination for one of these two teams at the end of 2023. It's all starting on Anubis.
Good morning, Counter-Strike fans. You are watching Day 2 of the World Finals live and direct from Abu Dhabi. My name is Henry G. This is Anders B. Loom, and we are about to bring you a banger of a series here. ENCE take on Navi in the lower bracket, and I can't believe it, Anders, is happening. We're kicking things on Anubis. It was pretty woeful from ENCE yesterday. They got the lowest percentage T rounds in the entire tournament, and now playing a map that Glaive is not well versed in, to say the very least, to kick off the series against a hungry Navi.
This could be a very, very awkward match, but I am looking forward to. We don't really know enough about ENCE yet. It's turned into an interesting project, to say the least, and they're going to be facing off against Navi, like you said. So I think it's going to be some fun Counter-Strike regardless. We got some players playing up against Wonderful, so it could be some fire in the server here. We're going to find out. It'll be ENCE starting on that T side with NAVI on the CT side.
I haven't been this intrigued about a Counter-Strike game in some time. The fact it's Anubis is really exciting for me. Let's get into it, though. Wonderful patrolling towards that dark room here. In terms of the T-buy, they've got one smoke, a single flashbang, and a P250 in the hands of Nerds. Known to be a bit of a menace with that pistol. As JL plays a more defensive angle, there is going to be a lot of pressure towards middle. Oof. That's a good way to kick things off.
He got away with it somehow, just throwing a couple of bullets through. Shots, oh, some pious. He's able to see through. That's great use of that smoke mechanic. We talked about it just on the desk now. D-Hut's going to be taking down Alexi. It's a 3 versus 3. Oh, JL, he's ready for more. He's looking for one more headshot. He'll get it. Deletes Glaive from the server and leaves D-Hut in a 1 versus 3. No bomb plant here. We've talked about it so many times, how important it is in the pistol round to get the bomb planted, and they're not going to be allowed to. That was JL just absolutely sounding off at the start of the game.
Yeah, really nice. Crisp headshots there from JL. A statement round, to be honest with you. It looked like a good start there. They're getting some decent map territory, ENCE that is, but all of a sudden, getting absolutely destroyed piece by piece here by JL up there in heaven, striking down like a god. And yeah, it's not the start ENCE were looking for. We saw the body language yesterday. Let's not beat around the bush. They looked tilted. It looked like they were disjointed. The team wasn't really come together. Sure, they got to map point against Cloud9, but they couldn't convert the game. Lost in overtime.
I know, Henry, that's why you're intrigued. Is the potential for drama.
No,
you
exactly.
know?
Yeah, that's it. And the fact it's Anubis is just like the chef kiss. It's the cherry on the top of the cake here. I'm very excited to see how this goes down. Yo, they force-bought in the second round, even though they didn't plan. So not to say this is like a bad decision. It's just like off meta, but a lot more teams seem to be doing this right now. On a map like Anubis, maybe they can make it work. They go to the tightest choke point on the map. They go for those Tech Knights towards Darkroom. Maybe just a flash in, hope for the best here. And they've been spotted. Lexi B to defend. Oh, good little smoke, but it might not bloom in time. He will get the first kill, but now the T's have to try and take him down. But it's going to be the double kill. Nice follow-up grenade as well. Lots of damage inflicted. And it looks like ENCE have been locked out once again. Oh, the desperation. The Madden play through the smoke. Does nothing for him. And yeah, this call... There were a few questionable calls yesterday, like on their full investment rounds, their partial buys. It is quite simple approaches. Like they didn't go for the set pieces, like they were just rushing B on Ancient, for example. And now it is left for some pious. One of the few players that did perform yesterday for ENCE. Like He still looked like his usual self, although he did look frustrated. He was playing very well. So not the start they were looking for. That's 2-0. Bear in mind, this is the most T-sided map in the pool. Going down like this, early stages, it's going to be difficult to recover now. You've got a full eco coming up next. That's 3-0 locked in. This was perfectly played from Alexi B.
It really was.
But still, like it does look a bit messy out there. I'm not going to lie to you. That seemed like a call off the fly, out of spawn, not something they prepared.
And nobody even dies on the CT side, right? Like they can't even walk away from that rounds and say, oh, well, at least we got 3 kills. We made it a bit expensive for them too. It's like they just get nothing.
It's getting rough up there.
JL's getting warmed up.
He's looking so sick.
That last round, he had the 1 bullet shot onto Sun Pius. I mean, it was in the end of the round, they were going to win it no matter what. But still, it makes you sort of feel a bit uneasy if you're on the ENCE side of things. You're thinking, wow, he's having a game already.
Yeah, he really is. He's had some very impressive rounds here. Mechanical skill looks on point. So, pushing those smokes. Probably got a kill hit, to be honest, but wonderful. The bodyguard protecting Bit from the line of fire. Alexi B continues to stack them racks. With the MP9, should be a frag hit for Glaive. Bear in mind, it's a map he doesn't have much experience in. The fact that they can't have 2 perma vetoes here, Anders. They have to get rid of something. Anubis will creep in every now and then. This is a punish pick from Navi for sure. And they've got the dream started. They've got a bonus round. And this is kind of the bonus round encapsulated right now. You've got MP9s. No one's actually died, really, in the first 3 rounds. So what have we got? We've got a wonderful AWP, a FAMAS, an Alexi B MP9.
So much money.
They've got so much cash. And we'll see if ENCE can show us what kind of game plan they're bringing today, whether it's going to be set-piece heavy, calling out a spawn, or whether they'll be running the defaults here and trying to fend off CT aggression. We'll get into it. We'll have a look.
Yeah, this is so interesting, right? And again, because we're playing MR12, and it's a T-sided map, the fact that Navi have this kind of a lead already, they have the money, it's just looking really, really good. ENCE absolutely need to put a stop to this right away. This can't be like a long, we're going to figure it out eventually kind of half. Like, they really need to shut this down early.
Yeah, bear in mind, just to reiterate, this is an elimination game. The series goes away from you, you're out the tournament. And bear in mind, I understand it's a change in the roster, but it is just one player and one of the most storied in-game leaders of all time, one of the most successful. Like, if anything, maybe you should be boosting the team. Like, new ideas coming through and a kind of like a honeymoon period of sorts, and like a chance for Glaive to prove himself. We'll see if they can get something done. 1 minute on the clock. Not much map control as of yet. They've got a main control, to be fair. Smoked off. And wonderful that AWP Glaive. Oh, down he goes. That's the in-game leader luck. That didn't really work out for them. Now they're going to be ready towards A. This is quite telegraphed.
Yes, you're right, especially with the time that's left once the grenades are coming in. You know what's coming next. Some counter flashes are coming out, I believe, but Bit still going to get traded. That's actually an important kill for Diha. Might be opening up for a bomb plant. Smoke is up towards Camso, and they're going to re-smoke it. That's a brilliant grenade. That should buy a little bit of time. Okay, then. We've got the bomb planted. Sure, it's a 4 versus 3, but they have got the skill to win these sort of rounds. These are the players you want alive in this sort of situation. JL getting boosted behind the smoke here. The bomb ticking at some pace there. Of course, they do have a kit, but it's in the back of Alexi B. They're waiting for Imma to arrive in towards A main. Then the retake will be initiated. Nice shot from D-High. Keeps it going. Looking for a third part. It's JL and Imma combining for a little bit. And Sunpai's on his own. Good headshot as he takes down Imma and leaves JL on the other side. And he's playing for time. Nice. He's smart. It's everything he should have done. Ooh. Okay, then. It's down to Sunpai's. As we mentioned, Anders, like, he was one of the few players that looked himself yesterday against Cloud9. Although the whole team looked a little bit discombobulated, he was turning up and delivering time and time again. The problem is, though, Anders, that was against the the bonus round, I should say. The MP9's in there, the famous, and it was a 5 versus 4. That was just a nice clutch coming in from Sunpai's. He always plays them well. He always gets the absolute most out of his situation. So very well played to Sunpai's, but a sigh of relief for ENCE. They get their first round over the line. Can't tell if he's being serious. Right then. Fake it to make it kind of thing, you know, like just... So now you can see, even after winning the previous round, Anders got a Mac 10. Galil's out there against his strong buy of Na'Vi. Fast pacing behind this one, though. It's going to be JL to defend. It is a nice opening frag from Madden. Here we go. ENCE starting to wake up here. Yes, and if you're going to have the Mac 10, that's how you want to use it. I'd love a reload out of Madden, though. He's in the middle still, just looking for somebody to maybe pounce on him. Smoke set up, but you can look right over that, and Diha will. Good kill on Bit. This is amazing. What a great start. This is what Diha's known for, working the A main position. He's a one-man army in that spot, so even though, sure, like, you got an in-game leader not very experienced on the map, this was one of ENCE's absolute best in their pool over the last year. So, yes, we know they can play it. Like, we know they have the philosophies here. I think the team is, of course, with the rumors flying around and the fact they've got a new in-game leader that you might not necessarily believe in compared to Snappy's system, I'm not sure. But this is looking much better. That was a nice, fast approach there. They're taking advantage of the fact they had that Mac 10. JL goes down, and there's no choice but for Na'Vi to save their weapons. 3 of them, to be exact. Wonderful's Orb, Alexi B, and Imma with M4s, and a decent utility belt as well. Going to be recovering as much as they possibly can here, but nice work from ENCE. That's how we like to do it. Let's keep it nice and simple. I think those are the sort of rounds you need to call. Set up positions where you can take initial duels. You've got a stacked lineup on ENCE. Like, a lot of skilled players here. Madden, good opening frag. Diha, he knows all the tricks on this side of the map. Took down Bit towards heaven. And JL, maybe should have got one out of that. He heard the sound cues. He knew they were coming, but the Mac 10 took him down at range. So ENCE, that's what they needed. Consecutive rounds. They didn't get fully reset after winning one. Man, the context of this being an elimination game, and you're going to get knocked out, go into the player break with all of the doubt and, you know, just sort of like the confusion if you're ENCE here. I feel like for them especially, it's going to be so critical to get more maps under you to try and sort of, you know, like, at least you want to leave and say, you know what, there's something to build on here, like regain a little bit of confidence. This looks really sick. Like, you know, maybe Glaive has got some really cool stuff that we've never heard of, you know, obviously, because the problem is, like you said, with Snappy, things just looked like they were so well drilled. Like, they looked like such a strong team that it is going to be hard no matter what. You have to rediscover that confidence. You're going to have to, like, Glaive, in a sense, will have to prove that he can, you know, that he can really do this. It's a tough battle, Anders. It's finding the faith of your teammates, proving you can keep up with today's game. Still a lot of work to be done, but for now, 2 rounds in a row. They'll take that all day long. Still focusing towards the A side of the map are ENCE. You can see 3 players rotating over with the bomb. Glaive
holding towards those B pushes. Still a nice strong buy here from Na'Vi, but the money is being chipped away up. Some Pyres with Flash to enable him to get some basic canals control here. Just trying to see if anyone's exploring that position, but more of a flat default for now. You can just see them just jostling for mid control if possible. Deploying their mid utility. First objective, take those double doors. Push the CDs back to defensive lines. They've actually got a bit of a 3-man stack towards A.
Yeah, leaves middle quite open.
Yeah, that's JL just patrolling that from a very defensive angle. Playing more for information than for frags. He'll call if they can possibly get over towards that temple position. But like I said, Dhab may be one of the best players towards A main on the T side. Yeah. Very, very good at getting those opening frags. A one-man army to say the least. Here's Glaive with the Galil. A brave peek to take.
Very, very exposed in this position.
Yeah. Defensive smoke deployed, 30 seconds, and it will be a B finish. There's Dhab opening things up.
Yeah, doing a great job. He will get traded right away. We're down to 25 seconds, so there's not a lot more to guess here. They are going to be going for the B-bomb site, and they need to do it quickly here to try and secure the site and get the bomb planted. Imma going to be taking down Nerds. That's on the one side. Grenade going up, and it lands right on top of Madden. Wonderful landing a shot, and it's 10 seconds now to try and find this bomb plant. On Pius, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to use the Molotov, but
nice
it's a great play for JL. He sacrifices himself nearly. He does live, but even if he died, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have won the round.
No, it was a really well-played call there. The fact that JL realized that the clock's running low, even if I do die into the flames, I know I'm going to stop that plant going down, secure the round, and there we have it. Na'Vi back to their winning ways, ladies and gentlemen. It all started with Dhab kill, like I said. Bit of a master of this position. He got that opening frag, but just locked out. You can see 15 seconds, bit of a scramble there to try and get the plant through. Doesn't really work out for them. The money's going to be in a problematic spot. JL's loving it. Yeah, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. Anything could have happened there, but I liked it. That was the perfect call.
He's 9-1 at the moment. So.
Yo, okay. Didn't notice that. All right, wonderful. Back towards middle. Bit willing to challenge Dhab, even after going down the previous round. This time gets the better of him. This time it's Na'Vi with the opening frag. Great follow-up smoke as well. Nerds can do nothing about it. There's no way he can push that. Some Pius with the AWP, though. One of the absolute masters with this weapon.
I'm kind of happy to see Bit try and do that, because I was really disappointed in him yesterday. I thought he didn't, really live up to the hype at all. And we know he's a really strong player, but it just didn't seem like he was feeling it that much. So yeah, sometimes maybe just try and let yourself loose a little bit and get some fights in there to recover a little bit of confidence in that sense. Looks like they want to try and see if they can breach the main of B bomb site here. Sneaky here in his Madden, and that's a nice entry, a double kill, taking down Alexi and Imma both. And they're going to get the bomb plant behind it. That is a sick round for Madden so far.
That nade might catch him, not quite. Just trying to blow open the smoke here. And it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Might even initiate the save already. Nerds is on the hunt. He's on the lurk. Player available towards middle. Wonderful here at Temple. That's a guaranteed frag. He did turn. Could have been a bit of a disaster there for Nerds, but I don't think the round's back on necessarily. 3 versus 2. I think they're just going to let this one slip by the wayside. Recovering the AWP. They've got an AK-47 as well. That's all down to Madden. And as he just hits them with the perfect 90-degree flick up towards that platform after finding the initial entry. Really nice stuff. You can see a bit of a sigh of relief there. He's just like, yeah, well, we got it over the line. And it took quite a lot, but that individual prowess shining through.
It's such a cool round to demonstrate the difference between having a set piece and having this kind of contact play where you're just walking in. There are no flashbangs, there are no smokes. They have no idea that you're really showing up. I mean, it just works perfectly. It's pretty sick. Nerds even making it expensive towards the end. They absolutely need this. I think they need to shut this down. Just make this an 8-4 half if you can at this point. If you're ENCE, you have to be thinking about locking everything down. Because even at 8-4, Na'Vi can still win the map. Like, they're still in the position to do that. Just
to send that point home, like it's considered to be a very two-sided map right now. So, sure, even if it's like a 6-6 half, you'd still be thinking, oh, this is going to be difficult for them to close it out. But either way, they're winning rounds right now. They're keeping it close. We'll let them cook. As the Deagle is challenged, and it's rising to the occasion. Imma with the first, trying to recover the rifle. What a rifle it is as well. AK-47 didn't take any damage for his troubles. So they've got the opening kill, and now another rifle in the ranks. That's going to be a second AK-47. JL has had a fantastic showing, but this mid position has been up and down for him. It's going to be Glaive to challenge next, and does he have the presence of mind to detect him on the other side. Now, Glaive has the advantage. He's seen the barrel landers.
Yeah, he definitely knows it, and he's going to be good for it. That's a nice bit of timing there. Like you said, seeing the gun barrel, plenty enough to get that done. Back into a 4 versus 4. The bit is showing up. Really feeling quite confident that he can outduel Glaive. He should be feeling confident. Not quite going to go searching for him, though. Under 50 seconds. Nerds is 1-7, and he looked a bit desperate trying to push that smoke there against the Deagle. Did get him killed early in the round. Bit is going to win that fight and trying to push through. Like you said, DR, bit of an expert at that position, but the flash came in right after he died, so I don't know if there's some mistiming there.
Madden looks fired up in more ways than one, but especially in the fragging department here at the B-bomb site, as he hits an absolute fantastic shot once again. That's another double kill. Bomb going to be planted here. He's brought it right back into a 2-on-2. Next frag is incredibly important. Who will be getting it? It's Madden with the hat trick as he looks to close up the round. Wonderful on the retake with the AWP. Doesn't look promising at all.
He is cooking in this round, isn't he? A triple in this one. He had the double opening in the previous round. Now, wonderful to try and see if he can do anything at all. He doesn't have a kit on him either, so going to be really quick. What a shot to take down Sunpius. And he has to do this right now. He has to run in and find him, otherwise he's going to run out of time. Oh! He gets the shot off, takes down Madden. It is an unbelievable clutch for Wonderful.
Oh, that is sensational. A show-stopping clutch there from Wonderful. He won a 2v1 exactly like that yesterday, and he does it again. An absolute gut punch to ENCE. They worked so hard, or at least Madden did, in terms of his opening frags, and it was all for nothing. They give that round up, and he has a 10-second defuse as well. If they could just survive another couple of seconds, the round was over. Look at the shots he had to hit to make this round possible, Anders. A hat trick. The round was down and out, and then he locked it in, but Wonderful somehow makes it work. It's Madden to go down at the end as well, and Wonderful showing his star power here in the elimination game in World Finals 2023. What a turn of events that was.
You saw...
Blade can't believe it.
Yeah, Blade is fired up.
He's got nothing to say.
Well, there's nothing you can say. You saw Madden as well at the end, just had his chin rested on his hands. Like, I did everything I could have done.
He couldn't have done more. And the round looked like it was already lost.
Yes.
There's a huge advantage for NAVI, but he was fighting tooth and nail to get them back into it. Really impressive shots. Like, he in an individual standpoint, he is looking world-class right now, Madden, but...
And that's, that's one of the criticisms of Wonderful that comes up every once in a while. People will say, well, he's really good when you're sort of walking in front of his crosshair, but, you want the clutch factor as well.
Yo, he's got it.
That's really sick.
All right, then. It is going to be the 4 spy from ENCE. A pretty decent one. They still have 3 AKs. A Tech 9 for Glaive. Some Pius on the Galil. Very versatile player. Like, he is very good with rifles as well.
Look at the money across the board here. Like, nobody on either side really has anything.
Exactly. A swing round for sure. You're right. And we're seeing a bit of information gathered.
I love this.
Outside of B, and it has to be the A execution right now, and they don't really have... They can smoke heaven and flash in, Anders. That is literally it. If they're going for an A set piece, if you want to call it that, yeah, that's all they can do. They're juggling the utility around. Some Pius can smoke heaven. He can double flash. Okay, we're doing the electronic smokes. So... once you do this, there's just not going to be that much follow-up utility. The bomb might get planted. They might get some good trades here, but how do you hold them off? So there's the smoke. Here comes the flash. It doesn't catch bits. Oh, that's a devastating smoke. Got to go through it. You have to. There's no time.
Absolutely no time. And they have no control on the other side because the CT's already pushed out of the B-bomb side, so they know what's coming. Grenade.
They're getting wrecked.
What a Molotov. How did it bounce? Like, I need a slow motion of that. What did it hit to bounce into the air?
I think this sort of round, when you have no utility... you can't just say we're to do one smoking towards A with 30 seconds left and flash in. I just don't think that's ever going to be an idea. You need to come up with something like a pocket strat at that point.
It doesn't sound good when you say it either, Henry.
Don't bring out the rifles. Like, take out... if you're going to force spy, let's go Tech 9s and have utilities. You just saw what happened there. They didn't bait out the smokes. You've got to be like calculating how many smokes have been used by the CTs this round. Can we actually pull this one off? If it's not up to 3 or 4, there's a chance you get smoked out just like that. The round is already over. My point of view, that round was done. As soon as that smoke's deployed, there's no way they're doing anything with it. They're all locked out. And that's going to be another frustrating round for them because the star players aren't even getting a look in. They're getting locked out because they just don't have enough resources. They didn't have a utility. I think... maybe the timeout should have led them to a more kind of utility-based approach, but still, 6-3. A few more rounds left to be played. This is an eco, unfortunately. Blocks, Eagle or 2. And if you think back to the rounds they've won, it was like the Sun Pious clutch, the Madden 3 kills on entry.
Yes.
Like they're not sustainable rounds, right? So it's difficult to think of a world where they're gonna make a dent here. But you've got players like D-Hap with his deadly Desert Eagle. This is more like it. These are the pocket strats you want to see on these sort of rounds. At least what we should have seen in the previous round, perhaps, with that Force Spy. But here we go. Imma's opened things up, but some defense spacing, but a sound cue heard by Imma. He looked very sharp yesterday on Anubis, to be honest with you. He's had a lot of criticism regarding his individual form. Was one of the absolute stars of the Paris Major in terms of stats. Haven't really seen those numbers realized. And Madden, he gets a knife. I like that. They need the cash.
And it's against JL, who otherwise was 11-2, now 11-3. Yeah, need the cash, need really anything. Probably need somebody to change the mood over in the ENCE camp at the moment. It's got to be a little bit...
He might have guaranteed the Sun Pious Orb, right? Just, I guess, $1,500 for the knife. Yeah, he could, but he'd be sacrificing his own helmet. So maybe he won't do that. I'm not sure. That's the only way they're getting the orb, though.
JL, she's still laughing. He's still having a good time.
And I thought they heard him get on the platform, but apparently not.
Yeah, it looked like Imma saw the jump up there. That's what I thought as well. But maybe not.
Well.
If you can stab someone, it would be great.
What did he say?
He said if you can stab someone, it'll be great.
Okay. I thought, okay, fair enough. And he did. They don't get the AWP, but they did need the extra cash. We are going to have AK-47s out in full force here. The AWP of wonderful 7-3, round number 11, Anders. As we see another pretty lackluster buy in terms of utility. Galil's around once again. A couple of AKs in the mix. Next maneuver coming through. Bit takes quite a significant grenade. Spam damage coming through. As Madden, he's been the sledgehammer of this map so far, using brute force to make their way in towards the bomb sites. Smoke down towards camera. And wonderful defending at A main here. Teammate is back up. Battered and bruised his bits. And a missed shot. A rare miss from Wonderful. We normally say those are the kind of shots he always delivers on, right?
That really creates a big opportunity right now. They still have the double stack going on at the bomb site. And in the middle, Alexi's holding, but a good trade for Sun Pious. He was the one getting spammed down through the doors earlier, so potentially a dangerous fight for him to take there. But they are going to bring the bomb towards the B bomb site. It's wide open at the moment, so probably going to be fine to get the bomb planted. Whether or not they can defend it is a little bit of a different matter. Nertz and Glaive back there, and they're going to go for it. Don't have any real needs to slow down the incoming retake.
Well then, Nertz, this one's on you.
They have 4 kills between them, Henry.
Oh, I feel like Nertz can deliver. Good grenade. Pitt's taking so much damage via utility this round. Finally, he gets dropped. JL with the trade, and now Glaive. If you can pull this one off, it might save the day. They need this round desperately. First kill comes through, but JL, yeah, he's not going to miss that sort of trade, is he? Perfectly done. And a close round, decent effort there from ENCE, but unfortunately this one's still unraveling for them. Some close rounds, to be fair, but you can see that this team is struggling right now on the T side. And that's probably got a new in-game leader and a T side, so I've never looked this bad. Sure, I get it, they need time, Anders.
Yeah.
You're bringing in one of the best in-game leaders of all time. Like, you expect like maybe a little bit more on this T side at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the excuses are kind of ready-made.
Body language as well. I know I'm focusing on them a lot, but it's the body language. It's like, it's difficult to ignore.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, like, in a way, like you said, that this is one of the reasons why this particular matchup is exciting at the moment is because ENCE are in this weird state. Like, we are interested to see what's going to happen. And so far, they're definitely in some trouble. You can tell. Diha doing what he needs to over on this side once again. They try and come for him. He's just going to get flashed out and killed, though. That's a
sick
really nice flashback.
Yeah. You'd say Diha knows he has to take matters into his own hands. He's taking those duels. This is a good response, though. I like this call from ENCE. You know you've got them weak towards A. Let's start pressuring in towards middle. Madden, this time not finding the same sort of success. Final round of the half here, Anders. 4-on-3, but Nertz did have the advantage and will maintain it.
Yeah, they're so deep in towards CT spawn. It's really hard to stop. That is the bomb, you're right. Emma able to get that kill, but finally, too many angles for him to hold, really, and Glaive will take him down. 2 versus 2. A lot of noise being made on the other side here. Nert's going to be able to pick up the kill onto JL, leaving Bit on his own. He's been playing a pretty good game. Him and Wonderful and JL. I guess Immer's up there as well, in fact. 8-4 scoreline. It could be happening. We wanted 8-4 the other way. We wanted ENCE to get 8 rounds just to sort of have a reasonable shot at it.
Yeah. But I don't know, this should be their round. Of course, it's the last one. Bit's going to be going for it, and he's got to deal with Glaive first. And it doesn't look like he'll be checking his position, so I think we might be done here. It was a scrappy half. It was a little bit messy, but ENCE have done enough to get 4 on the board here in the lower bracket final.
Someone wants to go back.
No.
All right. Look at the blind fire battle that's coming up. That means monitors are no more.
Excuse me?
You can't see what you're shooting at. Now, I'm not going to lie.
What do you do?
Maniac, for some of these players, that might not make a big difference. But
Is it just about intuition?
it's just about intuition.
Other
I imagine
senses?
Scrawny might be better with no monitor. This might be where
there's a case to be
he's
made.
playing at home.
We're leveling the playing field. Out of memory, you can kind of say, okay, I need to go to my right-hand side, then I can get to middle. Let's see, Jason is trying... I think Jason is trying a strategy. What is Jason doing? What is Moses doing?
He's trying to play with another monitor. Is he just trying to relocate himself?
Oh my God! He's cracked the code!
The man is a genius.
Jason has just... Well, you're looking at yourself, buddy, now. I don't think that's going to help you.
Maybe genius was too swift. All right.
Oh my God, he's done it.
He's moving in the
I
right
think he's cracked the
direction.
code.
Now, it seems to be lagging a little bit. I'm guessing the wireless connection is just, you know, you can see it slipping in and out, but it doesn't matter. He's got the vision. If you're playing
got all
by
the answers.
rules, oh my
How is he down 50 HP?
If he loses while cheating,
Wait, what is he doing now? What is he doing? Is that WWE? Why is he moved away?
he's got the bomb back.
Oh my God, no!
James is trying to stop him. The other coach is in.
No, he's trying to plant the bomb!
We got all that.
Oh my God, it's a brawl!
In as well. They're battling each other both in and out of the server. Has
What
he found the
happened?
way? He's
He's
right
made
there.
it. He's planted it.
Yes, they can't ever find it. He's looking for it.
Come on, Jason!
Oh, is this what American exceptionalism has become? Jason has found a way to play around the system.
Wait.
And it's working for
He's got
him
a bullet?
right now.
No, he's got 3 more bullets.
Yeah, but that bomb is going to do everything they're trying to find it. The rest of them are running around like headless chickens, but
Londer's just been on B this whole time.
how can he be so bad when he's the only one with a monitor? There we go. Second kill. And the bomb is going to go up and consume probably half the team at this point. You got to give it up.
That's what they mean when they say,
I
don't work harder, work smarter.
Everything on the line, everything to play for. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast Premier World Finals 2023. You're watching ENCE take on NAVI here as we enter the second half. A desperate-looking ENCE do manage to get one last round on the board there, taking their total on the T side up to 4. It's going to be an incredibly difficult battle to get themselves back into it. They are down but not out, Anders. They can win this pistol. They've got the star power to bring this one back to life, but it all starts here.
They've got Diha and Madden playing really, really well at the moment. So you're right. They're definitely not out of it yet. But my God, do they need a bit of a turnaround in the pistol round? That'd be sick.
They've got the individuals, especially Sampaius, Madden, Diha. They can make this one work. Nerds is being quiet. 4 and 10. He's also a world-class talent. If he can turn up in the second half, there's always a chance. It's the T side that'll look rough for this team. The CT side, the calls don't need to be spot on. Everyone knows how to play their positions and utilize their role effectively. But let's see how this one goes down. It's a little double stack with the Julies in towards Dark and JL willing to take that challenge.
They're using the same skins just to really, really be in position. It feels like it. All right. That's a lot of pistols in a really close quarters combat here.
Oh, you're right. It's double Julies.
Yeah, they're so set up for it.
Okay.
How are you going to get through this one? Was JL going to try and see if he could do it? But that's half the arm of the attack here. That might just be wiped out. They're going to get some grenades down. A little bit of a flashbang hit up Jail. You know what? Fair play. He did get the kill. Glaive in the back. Nice headshot at range, and Bit will take down NERTZ. It's still a 3 versus 3. Even if Bit is a little bit low on health, he's going to keep it going. He's stolen the dualies in the meantime, and that should open up for a bomb plant.
They don't even have to stay at B, but they are going to maintain this position. A fake plant comes in from Imma. The smoke going to be dissipating at this stage as he finds the penultimate frag. It's up to D-Hap, and the pistol round slips out of their grasp. It was back and forth, a nice idea, but a very effective flashbang deployed towards Dark. Shut down that double stack setup, leaving just one player with the dualies there. Piece by piece, limb by limb, they get torn apart, and it will be NAVI picking up the pistol that ENCE desperately needed here. They did force buy in the second round in the first half without getting the bomb down. Maybe they'll give that another go. Most teams take the full eco here, but they don't really have the buffer to maybe let this one slip by. There could be a call to force buy here. JL's in a great spot. He's had a fantastic showing. It is going to be the full eco, so not much to report here, I'm afraid. Just those USPs, a PT-1000 for some players. That is about it. No utility either. So just a 5-man stack towards middle. 9-4 should be converted to double digits.
He's really enjoying the victories here, isn't he, JL? You can tell.
14-5, yeah. He is... the whole team's looking quite nice. Like Alexi B, in-game leader.
Well, look,
he doesn't have to have a ton of frags.
Bit playing much better than he did yesterday. That makes me a little bit excited. Again, he definitely has the caliber to be able to step it up in the right moments. Some hires and NERTZ left. Well, I say that, but they are getting hunted down rather quickly. Very hard to imagine a world in which they're going to be able to survive losing that pistol round. I feel like it's a good shot, but they're on the CT side of Anubis. It's just, yeah, this is an uphill battle.
Well, this next round will be indicative as to where we're going with this one. It doesn't look good, friends, but bear in mind, it's Anubis. It's a whole thing for them right now. It's a map Glaive just doesn't have much experience on in general.
Yeah.
Like, it was like barely a map when he was still playing. I don't think he ever really got to call him that much. We'll move on to Ancient next. Another specialist map for ENCE. Like, Anubis used to be one of their absolute best with Snappy at the helm. Ancient, I'm sure Glaive will be a lot more comfortable. And we'll see. Time will tell. Because this don't look good. But they have got the AKs out this time. Galil's as well, but aggression from the CTs here. Stifling aggression, Anders. You can see him has been pushed all the way back in towards T-spawn. A decent grenade in response, at least.
I really like it. I like those pushes out of the B-bomb side. Lately, we've been seeing more of them out of the A-bomb side, too, where people sometimes push 3 people out of A and just try to see if they can surprise the Ts. I think either way, when you're this far behind on the CT side, you've got to try something. You've got to try and take the game back into your hands a little bit. Some nice shots, and actually they find D-Hard. That's unbelievable. It's because you're shooting at the top of the smoke there. It just disperses a lot more, and you can sometimes see people. Doesn't matter. Sunpires, oh my god, he was ready for a third player. Madden will help him out, but Sunpires might have saved the round.
Yeah, well, they took that full eco to bring the rifles out in the third. It seems to be working quite effectively for now, but not out of the woods just yet. We're going into a 2-on-2. Glaive and Madden with 45 seconds on the clock. That's a huge kill for Wonderful. He picks it up towards the fountain, and Glaive thrust it into another clutch. But one that's possible. Problem is, like I said, plenty of time remaining. He has a smoke. No kit to work with here. Imma is low. Wonderful is in one-tap potential at least. And we'll see what he's made of. Bomb will be planted momentarily in towards A. You can see they've got full A main control right now. And Glaive's in the right spot at least. He's holding towards middle. He'll have access towards the bomb side, but you can see a distinct lack of information, but starting to transition over. The timings might actually work in his favor. He takes a peek now, Anders. He might be able to catch one off guard. Imma, hopefully.
He definitely knows where they are now. Grenade not going to do anything at all. He's sneaking out. You're right. He's got the element of surprise. Bomb is planted, but he's right there. All he needs is a look. It's Imma to go down. Doesn't really know where Wonderful is, and he steps out from behind the pillar and takes down Glaive. Nice attempt. He certainly had the right intuition for what was coming, but couldn't find that second player.
Yeah, decent attempt there from Glaive. He found some good spacing on the bomb side there. Brought it down to the 1 versus 1. Just didn't have any information as to where the second player could be. After some pious magic as well. A double kill through the smoke, Anders.
Yeah.
You'd hope that would be enough, but they lose out in the 2-on-2. Disappointing finish, unfortunately. That was the third round full buy from the CTs as well. They have to take another eco here. They're going to take the partial buy at the very least. Eagles, Kevlar, as NAVI are hunting for map point. Bear in mind, it is Ancient next, but ENCE did play that map yesterday against Cloud9. And as you know, the score was?
Tell me.
13-4 in favor of Cloud9. So,
yeah.
In terms of like, sure, it's
That's
their,
where they got rizzed on by.
Yeah, they got boomaged for sure. I don't know. It doesn't bode well, but let's see. Maybe they can find something here. This team is fantastically skilled. The individuals are off the charts in ENCE.
Yeah, there's no question about that. But you know, they all sort of have to believe in the project, and they all have to, you know, they all have to come together as a team. And they've been thrown in here with absolutely no time to put anything together. It's not an easy problem to solve. That's in a way why it'd be so sick if they did solve it, and they have just no time at all to do it with. Right, this is an elimination game, so it's on this map or the next. That's it. Or the year is going to be done for them. Bit putting some pressure on here. The Deagles not connecting on the CT side. They're not doing any damage on this one. Hunted down inside of the bomb side of Sunpius, and it's going to be a quick one. 12 on the side now of Navi.
We all saw what happened. You don't need me to break it down, do you?
No.
We all saw. We all saw it. The partial buy doesn't work out. Very effective here from Navi. Taking positional control, converting their shots. Just another day of the races here. And one more will do it. 12-4, yet to post around in the second half. ENCE on their CT side at least have the AWP now. Let's hope to find a few rounds. It's just like, let's start to wake up, and it's like, if we can get it to like 6 or 7, I would consider that a real positive. Just think, wow, we didn't get completely blown out the water here.
We've really rescaled back the expectations.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe they could surprise us and win Anubis, and now we're down to, what if they just don't get completely blown out? Wouldn't that be cool?
It actually would be for this series, I think. We need them to have some signs of life. Very fast call coming in from the likes of Navi. Bit with a show-stopping entry, but it will be Sunpius to react. 4-4 still does technically favor the T side, but Alexi B taking more and more ground. Let's go for that early plant. Needs to be careful. The smoke is popped open, and Madden chomping at the bit to get involved.
Sunpius going to be careful as well. He's got, I think, double grenaded so far. Speaking of nades, that's a nice one, and Sunpius good for another kill. Takes down Wonderful. Alexi fighting for his life, and he's not going to be living very long. But JL, what an incredible turnaround. Takes down Glaven Sunpius, and Nerds is going to be dropped. It'll be Navi to pick up the opening map.
Well, what can you say about that one, ladies and gentlemen? We knew it was going to be a rough ride here for ENCE on Anubis. It was a bumpy road, but they got absolutely destroyed there, not picking up a single round in their second half. Anubis has slipped by the wayside. The team didn't really show up, but Navi look like they're in 5th gear right now. It's Ancient up next.
Yeah, Navi Nation, total domination. We're talking about basically every single individual stepping up when they needed to, and a clinical 13-4 scoreline. Great stuff from Navi to be opening up this elimination series.
Excellent team effort from Navi. You could see that the cohesion was clearly there on their T side. Anytime, we're standing right near this, and so we can kind of sort of see the game as we're seeing what's unfolding, and we can sort of hear the comms. Anytime anybody had an idea on Navi, everybody committed to the idea. Everybody is working together. There is trust in that roster right now, and you can see, based off of their scorelines, everybody is eating because of it.
Yeah, and just look at the disparity between the two camps as well, right? We were really hyping up Madden in the initial stages of the game. Yes. Henry said it very perfectly. He said, you know, he's looking fired up, he's looking furious. Then it stops after Wonderful pulls off that incredible clutch.
Right. There was a slew of impact frags coming out from Modern pretty early on in this one, but if it wasn't just some X-factor moment from an individual from ENCE, it really felt like they didn't have anything left in the tank. There was not always even a plan B, and yeah, we're going to see that Modern moment. This is really one of those times when he was going to put another round seemingly on the board for ENCE, and he gets the 1 kill there, posturing on the site itself, smoke out. They're going to clear things out. Great shot onto Ema, but now 2-on-2. This is actually looking pretty good now for ENCE.
Yeah, and the fact that Madden manages to really flip the moment on its head, and then obviously Bit falls, and then what happens, Maui?
And what's great about this is that if we've been watching the development of Wonderful on this team, in these kind of clutch moments, he saves a lot. He doesn't always go for these. In fact, in the green room, we were kind of thinking, is he really going to actually commit to this one? And he does. And look at what happens when he does. Look at what happens when he actually imposes himself on his opponents, when he puts his mechanics on display. He wins a 1v2 that not many operas in the world are capable
with
of.
a 10-second defuse MOUZ as well, like timing everything perfectly. And it was something that we were discussing yesterday with obviously, the departure of Simple for now from the NAVI roster. And the fact that you were saying, like, obviously huge shoes to fill. And it seemed like Wonderful just didn't have that kind of natural killer instinct. Yes, I love that we get to see him kind of developing that in that particular clutch as well.
Right. James Binks, big NAVI fan, guy that wants everybody on NAVI to play at their absolute peak of their powers. He was screaming when this happened. He saw probably for a second there a glimmer, a shimmer of what could be with Wonderful. He got excited for the future. I got excited for the future. And anybody that's a NAVI fan should now recognize that Wonderful, not just always that static opera that's going to hit the shots presented to him. He can create for himself.
Just to contextualize that as well in terms of the round distribution, one solitary round after that, ENCE were able to post. It really stopped their momentum. But going back to the beginning of this game as well, JL was on fire. Like, man wanted to start off looking so informed, particularly, even in the first round, right? He was really, really starting this game off strong.
If I have to look at this NAVI roster right now and pick out who the best player is, it was between Bit and JL with this map. I'm like constantly, there's like a pendulum. Who's it? Bit, JL. This one was JL. JL was fantastic in the beginning of this game. He was getting, his rotations were so strong. His utility usage was good. Ignore that Molly. But everything else was so good for JL. It always felt like he was in the right place at the right time. That's exactly how you want your rotator players to be. And we know that JL, but beyond that, is such a positive influence on this roster in terms of mentality.
Yeah, the amount of nice things he was screaming.
Nice.
It was great. Yeah, that's the hype man that you want.
Yeah.
You said Bit's name. Obviously, we have to give him some credit as well during kind of the later stages of the game. Really instrumental in terms of, locking down the bomb site. I love how he was playing this position as well. He sometimes goes a little bit more aggressive. Some great utility obviously helping him out there as well.
With Bit and his development as an individual, before Navi put him into some of those action positions, I think of maybe a spot like A overpass, where you're going to really have to kind of think about your spots, take some good fights, and they've actually really swapped him out with Ema and with JL and made Bit into more of an anchor. But what's great is that he still imposes his natural talent on his opponents. He is still going to push in their faces, tell his opponents right in their faces, I'm better at aiming than you, and so I'm going to take this duel. And when they give him that dance, he is ready to tango.
We've been praising Navi, rightly so. They looked incredible on this map, but on the flip side, ENCE, man, obviously we know that their T-sides are an issue. The fact that they couldn't even get anything together coming into that second half as well, it just goes to the disjointed nature that we were highlighting coming into this series.
It's rare that the performance of a team so similarly mirrors the narrative surrounding the team, and that was fully on display here for ENCE. Disjointed, they couldn't play off of each other very well in micro situations. Sometimes people were just jumping through smokes by themselves.
Yeah.
This was a really, really bad look for ENCE, and it makes the team feel like it's just on its last legs.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, and potentially a chance for ENCE to be redeeming themselves, but not until we head things to a quick break. When we're back, potentially the final map of this elimination series. It's Ancient, the pick of ENCE, coming up next. Ancient next up on the cards, and potentially last chance saloon for ENCE. Of course, it is their map pick coming into things, but there's some context behind this, Maui, because we saw ENCE going up against Cloud9 yesterday. It was dire straits, to say the least. Again, a really, really poor T side, another 13-4 scoreline, and a very disjointed looking ENCE yesterday.
It's these T sides just haven't been kind to ENCE whatsoever. It's probably why there's so many rumors circulating about this team. But it actually, on the flip side, and to give a little bright spot here, is something that NAVI can look at. NAVI can look at why it was so hard for the ENCE side.
You were going to bring a bright spot for ENCE, but
I'm not
no?
sure about that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can after watching what I did yesterday.
Yeah, because obviously we contextualize it that some players had literally just arrived, he just got off the plane. We could see that within his gameplay in the earlier stages as well. He wasn't looking cohesive with the rest of the pack. Obviously, that did improve later on during the series, but I think it was just going to show exactly the disjointed nature that we've talked about ENCE. That map was kind of the epitome of that yesterday, right?
The way that Cloud9 played against them made it very hard for ENCE to find themselves as a unit. It was so disruptive on the Cloud9 side. There were so many pushes from them, and because of that, ENCE never really got to enact their game plan. You would expect that a tier 1 team like ENCE in the past would have found a way to still connect, to still find some good execs on the bomb side, but that just was never the case. They never ever found an answer in the mid game, and that's something that you would expect when you have a leader like Glaive, when you have a strong core like ENCE has had for now a year, that they should have been able to make those mid-game adaptations, but they just weren't there. They were completely missing.
So something that NAVI and ENCE have in common on this map is they've both played Cloud9, and that's where the similarities stop, because NAVI did manage to take down Cloud9 on this very map back at the fall finals. So what do you think is kind of key for NAVI to, or not only they did manage to take down Cloud9, who battered ENCE yesterday, how do you think they should be then approaching ENCE as opponents today?
Well, if they did their homework, and I'm sure that they did with the staff that NAVI do have, they would have seen that Boomich and Hobbit were responsible for wreaking absolute havoc on ENCE. And so when it comes to the players on NAVI that are trying to replicate that performance, that's Alexi, who's going to be in the cave. That's JL, who's going to be on the B bomb site. Those mirror the positions of the Cloud9 players. And if they're able to be as disruptive as the players on Cloud9 were yesterday, I don't think there is a chance in hell for ENCE in this map.
And JL, when he played Cloud9 on this very map, he had a 1.4 rating. He was an absolute beast. So where exactly do you see the impact coming out from him, considering he had, such a dominant showing on the first map as well?
Well, I mean, the thing with JL is that in some games, when NAVI feels like they're clicking, JL's been such a great player in terms of rotations, in terms of being a point man. If they go into a man deficit sort of situation, I've seen that JL has been putting the responsibility on his own shoulders to try to find some back into the round. And so I feel like in this game, that's not exactly going to be the case. I think he's going to be more of a starter for this team. I think he's going to be involved in a lot of the early fights or early control towards the lane, but it's just that he's going to be active. He's going to be on the move all the time. If he's kind of backed up into the bomb site, shrinking away, turtling, that probably means that ENCE is going to come out on top, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, we're framing this obviously as, a positive map for NAVI coming into things, but let's remember that this is ENCE's map pick, so why? Give me some rationale as to why ENCE picked into this series Ancient once again.
Well, watching how they've played this map so far, I feel like not Astralis, wow. Just because I see Glaive, my bad. That's my bad. I think that Glaive at least has an idea of what some of the options are for openers for T sides, and I think that's instilled him with a confidence that is actually fairly unjustified because it just hasn't been working. So maybe things in practice are going better for this team. And I will say one thing about Ancient that's great about it is that it's not really that hard to mid-round on it, and if you study enough footage, you can see enough openers, enough executes into sites, and so the playbook doesn't really feel too complicated through and through. It's just that hasn't really manifested in ENCE putting forward any significant victories.
Obviously, ENCE had to deal with a lot of aggression, a lot of proactivity from Cloud9 yesterday. So, they've got at least a little bit of practice in terms of having to not necessarily deal with it, but just experience the wave. So is there anything that you'd be hoping ENCE have kind of changed up? Anybody that you're particularly looking towards going, hey, you need to be stepping up on this map?
I would actually hope that Sunpius does a little bit better. For a couple of reasons. One, if you're getting your ish push in by CTs, it's up to your opper on the T side to stop those sort of aggressions, because those CT aggressions, there's going to be some holes in them. You're going to have some opportunities to get an op shot off, get a kill, even things out for your team. And also, on top of that, the narrative reason. Sunpius was a little bit jet lagged. He just landed, and he probably was a little bit shaky in terms of just mentality there. He's had a day to rest. There's no more excuses there. This is where Sunpius needs to show that his T-side rating, which has been so fantastic for the last 6 months, needs to come into play here.
Yeah, and it really is do or die time because unfortunately one more map loss for ENCE does spell elimination here at the World Finals. So Henry, I know you're a bit of a Glaive fan. Is it over for him here in Abu Dhabi?
These are the questions, Freya, and only one team has the answer. It's going to be ENCE, and the setup doesn't look great. They contextualize that very well. The fact that we've seen Ancient be played by ENCE already, they got absolutely dominated by Cloud9 yesterday. It doesn't look good. NAVI look like they're a very cohesive unit. Everything's coming together. They're winning their clutches. The body language is better over there, though, for ENCE right now, but they need some momentum. They need some star power to shine through. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The pick of ENCE. Ancient will decide their fate here at the World Finals. Are they going home? Or will they stand tall and fight back and take us to Nuke? Maui said there's not a chance in hell. I tend to agree, but I would love to be proven wrong here.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's really hitting the nail on the head here. We would all love to be wrong about this. It'd be so sick to see ENCE.
No one wants to see
around.
them like this, right?
No, no one's enjoying it in that sense, right? You want to see the miracle story of ENCE sort of putting it together right in front of our eyes, but it's not going to be easy. Emma, oh my god, headshots all across the board, 3 kills! And it's Sunpius left alone. They've been decimated in the middle.
Oh, what can you say about that one?
Just...
They've been obliterated.
Blown up.
Destroyed. Wrecked. Whatever you want to call it. That happened. They didn't even fire off a bullet, I don't think. So whatever call they were going for that mid-split, Sunpius is like, boys, did everyone get disconnected from the server? What just went down? No real damage inflicted. Might as well just throw a smoke. If you can get a bomb plant out of this, I guess that would be something, but the bomb's down.
What's so sick, if you look at the little X's on the minimap about where they died, is they're actually pincering the middle, right? So all of the pressure is supposed to be on the CTs in that moment. It's very hard, right? You're sort of flicking left and right, trying to make sure you're not getting shot at the back at any moment, but Imma just comes up with 3 headshots, bit in there to help him out.
They should just run him. Don't let him get any kills. Don't even kill him. Run that clock down so he gets no money.
Oh.
That would be the play right now. If you really wanted to put your foot on the throat of ENCE, you bleed out Sunpius, but it looks like he will be, farming money instead. That's not bad, actually. The fact he's got himself $600 does set them up for the future somewhat. It wasn't just a complete whitewash here. Maybe he can still do something with it. It's only 15 seconds. I would say that's the very top end of what was possible in that sort of round, though.
Oh, yeah.
But he gets an extra $600, so that's pretty massive, honestly. So it wasn't a complete embarrassment there because I don't even know how you get wrecked that quickly. Let's have a look from the POV of the likes of Imma. Aggressive, of course, and he does get a lovely hat trick there. That is fantastic. Closing things out as well. 4 kills in total. Smiles all round. And we will see ENCE. No force bite this time. We'll have to take the full eco. Bear in mind, it's another map considered to be T-sided. Not as heavy as Anubis. Not as heavy as in CSGO. But still, the fact remains. And we will see him up. The confidence is oozing out of him right now. After that brilliant pistol display. What a sequence that was. One of the plays of the tournament, honestly. Like, in the context of this game,
so insane.
Not that massive because it looks like this is an open shut case, but still, in terms of individual form, that was really quite impressive.
Yeah. And you brought it up on the first map, right? Imma's performance yesterday was pretty disappointing. So
I think throughout his tenure within NAVI, I think we've been underwhelmed because we saw the potential of the Paris major, right? We saw him could be like a top 5 player at the event. Haven't seen that form since. These things take time. This is like different. It's not a change in one player. Like NAVI did a complete rebuild, right?
Yes,
and they're still kind of fitting the pieces together after losing Simple as well. So yeah, we'll give him that. But sure, it's nice to see him fragging. Speaking of fraggers, JL known to be one of them, and it's Alexa B, and it's all SMG kills as well. So they've just farmed a ton of cash. But bear in mind, on Anubis, they did manage to best this force by ENCE, that is. So they'll be bringing out the AK-47s. We've got the likes of Nerds. The best mid player on Ancient for my money. He had a really rough game though on the first map. He was 5-15. But his T-side of Ancient, he is an absolute master.
Yeah, an expert, really, which is so critical on the map, right? You get them in control on the T-side, you're in a good position.
You don't really need a flashy call here. Just the basic utility to start around. Let Nerds find a pick. And we'll see if they can do something against 3 MP9s, bear in mind. That's important context there. There are 3 SMGs up against AK-47s, but a distinct lack of utility on the T side. They're taking A little bit of utility at the start, but no damage inflicted. Imma, once again, taking the jewels. Adam not feeling safe, and we pushing the smoke, actually. He's feeling fine as he bravely joins Glaive. Not as aggressive as I thought from Navi with his MP9s. I thought that'd be more of like a set-piece push. But for now, pretty standard stuff.
That does happen a lot. You're right. When you've got the SMGs, you want to get a little bit closer. You want to try and take some of the initiative away from the T side. And I guess Alexi is in the right spot.
I didn't think that gap existed anymore. He was just trying to look for it. I think they changed that.
Yeah. Well, he gave it up pretty quickly, so probably remembered in the moment. Oh, there's a bit of a jump, and Imma, good for the kill.
Nice nade.
A lot of damage on the other side, too. There's the grenade, like you talked about, taking down Madden. 2 versus 3, a burst, and a long fight for JL. He almost came out on top.
Yeah, that will take it, though. It's a 2-on-2. It's winnable for ENCE. It's going to be hard still with some Pius being the walking dead. 4 HP. Nerds will have to do the heavy lifting here. They've got a single smoke between them, and up against the MP9s, that could actually be a bit of a problem here. Alexi B, he'll be guaranteed that first kill on Cave if some Pius peaks. 25 seconds remaining. CT's Sega. It'll be a nice 1v1 if they can trade him out, but this is a guaranteed frag for Alexi.
Yeah, it really will be. Some Pius going down, leaving Nerds in an unenviable position. 10 seconds.
He can do this. He can do it. He just needs the kill.
Yeah, but Wonderful's getting kind of close as well. He has to get the swing in. He can't even fake the bomb anymore. He's out of time. He's lost around here. As long as they stay away, they're getting a bit close. Oh my God.
Hell.
They almost slipped up. They almost slipped up on that one.
Almost being the operative word. It didn't happen. That was the bonus round. The fact they get it over the line.
Yeah, that's sick.
Still massive. It doesn't matter how close it was or how scary it became. The body language really is saying, I know that they're trying their best not to let it like kind of shine from the cameras, but we can all see it. Like, Nerds, they did everything they could here. Fantastic effort. Like I said, this is one of his main maps and a name for himself over the last couple of years. Yeah, exactly. Sigh of relief there. That one could have fallen apart, but Wonderful just about keeps it together. Partial buy here as the maximum loss bonus is coming in next round. So, Deagles, barely a partial buy. I call this one an eco-Anders, actually. They've got no Kevlar.
Nerds has got $50.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. He died after the time. Oh, no. Wait, he's got armor?
He's got armor,
and a Glock.
Did he?
Oh, it's because, okay, I see what happened there. He died after the time, but he got 2 kills, so he's still got like $600. So he's got himself some Kevlar, so he can pick up one of the pistols from his fallen comrades. But yeah, that's really put things in a strange spot.
It really has. All right, there we go, Glaive. Yeah, get the M4, do some damage, do anything at this point just to try and revitalize this team even a little bit. Got the right idea. He's doing some good damage here. This is actually pretty impressive.
Might not mean too much, though. If he gets a kill and then gets traded out, maybe it's something, but we'll see what some Pius can make of it. 50 seconds, Madden finding some space here. Sneaks out of the cave. He's one of the players with a helmet, with a Tech 9. Some individual form is one of the few players that really did turn up on Anubis.
CT spawn, but
there's a kill.
I can't.
There's that form.
Alexi was so deep in that angle. It's very hard to clear that out if you're coming through.
It's an off angle, but a lot of players will position themselves there. Nerds, unfortunately, dropped. Try and get that bomb planted. Okay, there's actually a fighting chance here.
There is. Madden's got the M4 stolen, picked up in the back line.
Yeah, you know he can.
Right idea.
This is his ballpark. He can actually make this one work.
The clock is ticking. There is a defuse kit on Wonderful, but they are running this very, very low. Sun Pius going to be going down. It's Wonderful to pick up the shot and leaves Madden alone. 1 versus 3, and locked in is that one. Wonderful hitting some banging shots towards the end of it. I mean, that was more expensive and a little bit more tense than you would have expected, but again, it is Navi winning the round.
Yep. I mean, we've all seen it. The CS2 economy, you can get 5-6 rounds in a row, but if they're close rounds like this, you lose one and the money spirals. Yeah. So the fact they're getting the bomb down, they're making them uncomfortable. Sure, it's a rough start, but it's early days here on the T side for ENCE, so we'll give them that. They are finding some pressure. They are getting these plants down. It's not as bad as the scoreline suggests right now. So do you think it's mandatory to have a cuddly toy on the Navi desk? Every single one of them seem to have some sort of teddy bear there.
Like, you bring like a little avatar?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Like,
for the metaverse, yeah.
Talisman, like if they were on Countdown or something like
that. Countdown, that's a good reference. They do that, don't they?
Well, round number 5 is in, Henry. We've got it Still, no AWPs in play. Nobody could really afford them.
No, certainly not. Nerds will have to make do with the Galil. You can see this kind of a lot looser now. Madden just trying to help himself to some opening kills when they're lining up. JL will be more than happy to oblige as he knocks them down. That's 2 opening frags with no real damage inflicted, and now Glaive. It's not making me feel like he's going to find a lot of damage here. No, there's the third, and you can see there's no trade potential. The spacing's bad. Like, the wheels are falling off. I think they already did. And that's just a loose call, so I'm just going to do a contact play towards being killed them. And
I do kind of, I mean, I actually do like it because, again,
there's no smoke deployed, Andy. So long's not smoked, right? So, of course that's going to happen. You can't check every position. You've seen one towards Cave. You're just doing, right, I'm just going to have to try and kill him. If you're not smoking or flashing at all, like, it just suggests someone's just called, I'm going to go and try and kill here. And it's like, they're not coordinated at all.
Well, to be honest, that's what won them some of the rounds on Anubis.
Sure, but like Madden can't do this by himself.
No, he can't.
They need Glaive to step up, like, and actually bring some calls to the tables. What was that?
Yeah, I think a deep Molotov or two there would have.
JL can't believe his luck. He just got 3 kills with no one looking at it because there's no smoke. They didn't even use utility there. That's your first real gun round, and that's what you're putting down. It's like, come on, guys.
It is definitely not ideal.
No one's even looking at him. It's nothing. No flashes, nothing.
He's having the time of his life back here.
I know I sound critical, but come on. We can all see that that's just not the way you're going to win a round. Like, that's a very common position. You normally going to have 2-3 players on the B bomb side. Why would you assume no one's towards long?
Yeah, and you know they're all grenades that everyone knows how to throw back there, right? Like you can get it done. I think even just a deep Molotov, just to make it uncomfortable, if nothing else, right? Make sure that JL isn't just standing.
Looks like they maybe lost faith in Glaive's calling. I think that's Madden to say I'm just going to go do this and B. That's what it looks like to me. I know I'm speculating wildly there, but weird round to watch. Needs to pull it together here. Cuban needs to inspire them as well. It's not all on Glaive. They've got a coach behind them.
You like to play under pressure?
Yeah.
Then if we lose this, we are out of the tournament, so let's win.
Yeah, that's true. Let's fucking go.
Don't even know what to say about that. Doesn't really inspire me.
Oh, sick. Oh, that's actually sick. You like to play under pressure, then let me just remind you.
I'm very aware of the gravitas of this situation. Him will find the opening kill. It's 5-0. Okay, I was giving them...
That's brutal.
Giving them a bit of space in terms of it being the early stages here, but these T sides are going from bad to worse. Bit up on the ledge. We'll dismount for now. Good incendiary to just diffuse the situation for a second.
Do you like to play under pressure?
Yes. Okay, well, you're about to lose, so go win is basically what he said.
I just had it in the call.
At least
your parents are watching and they're disappointed.
At least they're quite jovial. At least they're not like snapping at each other, you know? Like, at least there's that. Like,
I don't know what else you're supposed to do. This is so rough. 4 on 5 on this one.
Glaive is the only one finding the openers, to be fair.
Yeah. But even look at the kills. I mean, they have the top fragger is Glaive with 3 and Nerds with 3. They're not doing anything in terms of that output.
All right, they can win this round, Anders. In terms of, like, all jokes aside, they can actually make this one work. The thing is, they've heard the scope clip of some Pyres there, so they're on high alert, Alexi B especially. Time is of the essence. They've got 30 seconds. Ball making its way towards B ramp. Some Pyres has to commit soon, and I think he just gets dropped because he'll have to commit. Alexi should find him, no problem. JL continues to show his fantastic form. Madden's got something to speak of here as he goes towards long. But where is that bomb? It's down. 20 now. There's the frag he needed. It's a 3 versus 2. Still possible. Glaive needs to find this kill. Madden, he's a bit of a clutch master, but doesn't get the bomb planted here. That makes things very uncomfortable. Has to just go for the plant. One player can be sacrificed to try and challenge him. That's going to be Alexi. Let him bleed him out, boys. 6-0. And another quite uninspired T-side round.
They absolutely... for Glaive's position in the middle, it makes sense. They needed to get the bomb down before everyone died. And obviously, as soon as that isn't happening, Glaive has to sacrifice his position to move forward. He dies in CT spawn, and that's pretty much it.
Nerds is trying all of his moves there. That's unfortunate. Like, they've, of course, the demos, and Nerds is the danger man. If I'm aware of it, like, Blade will be very aware of it as well. You know, his sort of... his approach, his tendencies, and you can see that spam coming through. I think him has been told to watch out for that sort of maneuver.
Yeah.
And it's another partial buy. They're not getting these plants down. It's 6-0. It's about as rough as it can possibly get for a Counter-Strike team right now. All this speculation around the lineup. the way they're performing, it seems like they've lost faith in their leader. Yeah, this looks like it's done, Anders. I hate to say it. I know I'm often cynical, but
I love it. Alexi is gonna get the kill there. Bit of an A down. It blows up D-High. Took some extra damage from Jail on the other side, so he's gonna be dead in the round. 3 versus 5 here. Snuck through the back line is nuts. If they get the bomb planted, maybe go for a really long flank. There's a lot of maybes, but you know, it could be the element of surprise. They blow open the smoke, and Sunfires, he is under pressure once again. Shots ringing through. Nertz is kind of close now.
Some damage being
almost
done.
Activate. He maybe gets the rifle and keeps it going. There's the first shot, but I almost feel like that was too soon. I feel like maybe you wait, you make sure you can get the multi-spray down, because they're going to go straight for the retake now. They're going to be already on that defuse. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop them here. Nertz, some great kills. A lot of impact here, but the round is still lost.
7-0. Bear in mind, just to reiterate, often considered to be a T-sided map. This is an elimination game here at the Blast Premier World Finals. ENCE, I think it's just back to...
You've been so good with the spin, with the PR spin.
I'm trying.
So far. Like, can you give us like what's it for ENCE at the moment?
In terms of what has to happen for this game to be turned around, or
just
I would say, if anything, it's probably for the best is get 2-0'd here. Like they've obviously got some troubles in this camp. I think let's just get it over with. Let's get them out of this hell.
Like ripping off a band-aid.
Yeah, let's just get it. I think let's get them out of here. Like everyone knows that like there's some question marks right now. Like they're not enjoying themselves at the tournament. That's evident from the body language. The results are getting worse. I think just get him out of it. I don't think I want to see a third map. If they somehow had a miracle run now, won every single round, I don't think I'd want to see it.
It's so tough, isn't it? It's obviously super uninspiring.
This T sides is the problem. Like, I know it's harsh, but these T sides have just been terrible all tournament long.
Yeah. Well, we can. I mean, again, we have the some of the ready-made excuses, right? Of the lack of practice coming into this.
Definitely. But like, you've got one of the world's best teams to change one player. I get it. It's the in-game leader. But like, the others should be able to kind of pick up the extra weight there.
Yeah.
And work it out.
Yeah, it's been like a huge fall from grace.
Right. Let's see what they can do. I think just going for set pieces, if you ask me right now, let's just call set pieces out of spawn. Let's get clutch scenarios set up, because these defaults, mid-round calls are not their forte right now. It ain't working. And that smoke is so brutal as well. I don't think they can even consider going. So what's the plan now? You're leaving A. Are you going to run back towards B? I don't think you have that time either. Like, you're stuck in no man's land here. Nertz is definitely being dropped. Bit's got a freebie on Glaive. I don't think this is the sort of challenge he'll be winning. No, certainly not.
God, you just pre-fired it. That's sick.
Now you've got to save. You can't win this round.
That was low-key a really cool second kill that Bit got there. Yeah, they're just completely out of time, unfortunately. See the bomb in the middle with 14 seconds. Can't go anywhere. It's not going to be possible. So, 8-0.
Oh, you can see him in Sunfire's movement. He's trying to hold it in. The rage.
Did say that they like playing under pressure. So.
I think the pressure's already alleviated. I think we all know where this is going. I think the pressure's gone. Yeah. So you got 30 seconds. You once again, Anders, aim of the game in CS, Counter-Strike in general, you've got to bait out the smokes. You've got to apply pressure on these choke points. Make sure you can't be smoked out of the 30-second mark. There's no pressure anywhere.
Nice, boys!
There's no pressure being applied. They're not taking jewels. Like, no one's even suggesting they'll be causing damage anywhere on the map. We've got Bits who's just absolutely destroying them towards middle. Like, he was just more than willing to take those jewels. Just, yep, I'm going to take you down. You've got no time. Even if you drop me here, what would be your next play anyway? They get smoked out of A. They just have to go back in towards basically what's T-spawn, elbow, and start the round again. That's one of the protocols at the start of each round in Ancient. Get the mid control. Push the CTs back. Smoking red, smoking donut. Make them fight to come and reclaim territory. And that hasn't happened once. Glaive, what have you got for us, my friend? Because, yeah, this ain't it. We're going to get into, like, just do the set pieces out of spawn. That would be my only protocol right now if I'm the coach. It's like, let's just get, we know that there'll be execution. Let's just get one bomb plan and a clutch scenario going.
You're right. Like, if you could get some of these rounds into a 3v3 or a 2v2, it's down to the individuals, right? And we know ENCE have that, so then at least it would be somewhat doable. There'd be something that could inspire the team to say, all right, we're fighting for something here. Some of these rounds, they're so dead in the water, right? They're not even close to winning them. They're not even getting the bomb plants down. They're just getting locked out before they even get close to it. And it's kind of hard to rally a team behind that kind of situation.
One of the teams of the year as well, ENCE. Like, what a disappointing way to close out 2023.
Yeah, I really think, because I personally just think ENCE have a really long history of building insane teams from almost nothing. Like
so many playoff runs, so many memorable moments, so many individual highlights. Like, what a great journey it's been. And this is just a rough way to close things down. It's not over yet. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. If they can find 2 or 3, I suppose it's a chance. 1 minute remaining here. Again, no pressure applied towards middle. They have not got any territory on the map. We've got 3 players still in T spawn, Anders. Well, what's the next stage of the plan? The flashbang comes through in towards the cave maybe, and he can get Alexi B. He's going to swing on this.
Whoa, but he's so close. The Molotov lands behind him. He's ready to catch Glaive, and no more pressure on that side. Some shots.
Okay, I kill.
Okay.
All right, we'll take it. You got to go on this now, boys, though.
Yeah, like right now, Spray is in, and Bit, that's nearly a double. We're down to 25 seconds.
Okay, this is the best looking round we've seen yet, and it's a 3 versus 3. Sampayas is incredibly low. Molotov towards default. His vision's been removed, but the Molotov's not quite deep enough. They might assume this is clear. Bomb's going to go down. No, Madden, great shot, some individual form. They might be onto something here. The first time in this half, they've got an advantage. A 3 versus 2, but 2 players very low indeed. That's Madden and Sampayas. The flank's coming through, and it's Alexi B timing it perfectly. Takes down the Danger Man. Thrusted into the clutch. Diha. With the Galil in hand, they have no further utility. He kind of has to do it by himself because Sampayas is so desperately low.
He's got 0 kills, Diha. He hasn't fragged anything so far in the half. That might be his opening right there, taking down Alexi. And wonderful on his own. He's got the kit, obviously, but very hard to find these 2 players. He's looking deep in Donut to try and find Sunpie. He's finally going to be able to. And he's going to run straight for it. Surely you don't fake this. You just hold it down and hope that Diha's rattled. But he will find it. The first 2 frags coming out here from the Polish player. And it's finally going to be a round that goes the way of ENCE. That took a lot. That really was a battle.
It was laboured for sure, but they get it done. It wasn't looking great. Again, they're taking initial mid control, Anders, with 30 seconds remaining. Like there was no pressure again, and it's well played from Dia. Like you said, he didn't even have a kill coming into this one. Wonderful. That's pretty much all he could do is go for that full defuse. JL, he knows he needed one there. Like, if he gets the 1 kill, which he should have got, to be honest with you, they win that round. But the problem is, there's still a ton of money for NAVI, and now, even after winning the round, because it's a 1v1, you've got Galil's out on 3 players. You've got, 1 smoke remaining? Good trade from Glaive. We needed that. There's Nuts, the master of mid. Keeping the dream alive here. This is more like it. We've got pep in the step, Anders. Taking some challenges, applying pressure, finally.
Do it for your own dignity's sake, right? Like you said, don't just exit the year getting absolutely spanked by NAVI. Just try and hold your heads up high here towards the end. You absolutely need that. Good spray coming through, though. Glaive dropping quite low. Alexi's realizing, they're going to be taking the bomb site. Smoke us up, though. Actually wants to fight for it. This is pretty risky, but he does find Glaive and Bit on the other side, dropping very low as Diha, and he's going to get hunted down. Alexi, what a play.
Really sick.
I thought he was going to put out that smoke just to buy a little bit of time, but he actually uses it as a station to try and get the first kill. Then he pushes through his own smoke to get the next one.
A real cerebral moment there for Alexia, dropping that smoke in front, the jump up into the box. He kind of planned that in his head. He was 3 steps ahead of that entire play, and he couldn't have played it any better. Sampayas, he's locked out. The bomb's down towards the temple side. He can win these rounds. Like I said, he's still a world-class rifler. He can make these shots work. But wonderful. The AWP here probably going to take him down. Clips the wings. And it will be Alexi B. Really nice play there. Like, hasn't had the best tournament in terms of stats, but that sort of play just shows you the value he brings. He understands how to win rounds and what he has to do, not to take too much of a risk, guarantee some kills. This jump up, he dropped that smoke himself.
Yes.
No one saw that coming. That's the bomb going down, and then Bit managing to secure the round here. Nothing Sampayas can do, and the money was already pretty bad in the round after the round they won. So it's going to be not partial by territory here. And yes, Tech9's add some utility. Let's just see a set piece. Let's do a B set piece. Let's just do like a B execution right now. That's all we need to see.
Sure. This can work. I mean, you get 1 good entry. That's all you need. But they run through the Molotov instead. They get absolutely toasted.
They did this against Cloud9 yesterday. They said B rushes with Tech9. I don't think that will work anymore.
I think at least what you need is a smoke and a couple of flashes to try and get through.
Just to go for the protocol now on the CD sides is so good. Like, I don't think a B rush Tech9s and a couple of flashes will ever work. But again, 5 on 3. And we've got no nades left. That was everything they had. The round's done. Sorry. It's over.
It's ice cold, Henry. But
it's just like, there's nothing to be said about this round. They know it as well. So what you're hoping for CT mistake. You're hoping that the ego push will come through right now.
Sure. Yeah, and again, I mean, obviously,
And Blade ain't about that life, so he's not going to let them do that.
Yeah. No, Blade, you're right. Like, he's going to be there in the back. All right, that was JL in the back. I thought that was a different player getting the kill. Nuts. Yeah, you can throw some bullets. You can try. Play for the highlights. Going to be not happening. And nobody dies on the CT side. They're absolutely bringing them down. Alexis saying, close the book on them right now. Kill them.
Yeah, like, don't take your foot off the gas. Sure, they're having fun out there, but this is it's still dangerous, right? Like, even if you get one round towards the end, if you give them that last round, you're just like, okay, guys, like, who got too aggressive? Who was having too much fun? Who went for that over peak?
I mean, Navi in the past have not looked like mentally the strongest team either. So yeah, you just want to end this right now. Don't even give them a chance ever to come back in this game.
Like I said, I think the boys just want to get out of here at this point. It looks like the map's done. It's been the most disappointing in recent memory for ENCE. And that flashbang, pretty meta. He's got so much time to find the frag. Imma doesn't quite connect it. It's Glaive, though, to be fair, finding the opening picks. He might have been the best player of this half, to be honest, in terms of the ENCE performances. That's trying to make a play through the smoke. Doesn't quite work out for them. They've got the man advantage, though. It's the final round of this first half. 4-on-3. Madden playing with some confidence here, and rightly so. Takes down JL. They can find 2 rounds on the board, or at least double their efforts they've got right now. That's the sad reality here.
Yeah.
So
I really feel like just trying to get a little bit of a spark at the end. I mean, you said they probably realized that this is not going to be working out, but it would be sad to see ENCE just get blown out like this right at the end of it. Wonderful, trying for a very tricky, if not almost impossible clutch here. They're playing really far back. He's going to have a hard time finding all these players, but at least he gets the first one. It is a 10-2 half finish in the opening here on Ancient.
Terrorists win.
Oh, okay, this one will be interesting. Who is your 2023 player of the year? I'll start with you, Shush.
I mean, obviously, Robs has been playing for insane.
I was going to say this. I think this guy gets my vote.
It's quite obvious.
Yeah.
But usually it's an all player, so it's quite interesting.
That's kind of what I was going with the question earlier. It's like, it feels like riflers are getting a lot more of the conversation in terms of the star players right now. Do you think that's because of the kind of swinging mechanic, or the fact the AWP has been nerfed, like, or a mixture of the two? Like, is there anything or any insight you think as to why that might be?
I don't think there's one specific thing. It's definitely just everything in which adds up to it. I think like the map design, first of all, and like the new grenades, smoke grenades, and there's like a lot of flashes which were set in CSGO, which were, getting AWPers off the angles, are now like removed.
2023, who's the best player this year?
I think the best rifle for me, Robson. Best player, I think, Sibo.
Yep, solid answers. That's what everyone's saying.
For me, it's Robs, I think.
Robs, I think, like in CS2, I think that's hands down. It's difficult to say maybe the whole year, because FaZe had a very downward period for about 3 or 4 months towards into CSGO. So I think it's definitely not a lock-in, but CS2 for me, Robs for sure. Like, absolutely killing it right now.
This year?
Yeah.
Overall?
Yeah.
Both games?
Both games.
I mean, Sabu hasn't played much of CS2 yet, but I mean, I still have to say Sabu.
You like
just
Sabu, don't you?
CSGO and won the major and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. Good answer. Blame F?
Yeah, I think it's easy. It has to be Sabu, even though like Robs is playing good right now. And
I would say if it's just CS2, we would say Robs.
Yeah,
right?
maybe, but it's too short of, like, Sabu hasn't played those tournaments.
I think it's like 8 maps or 4 maps or something
so
in CS2.
You cannot count that in. I think Sabu for sure has been the best player of the week. Like, I don't even think it's close.
Sabu, for sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean,
it's a good lad, isn't he? He's pretty decent.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, hasn't had a bad run either.
Yeah, honestly, don't really have a clue. Like, I guess, are we talking CS2 or just CSGO?
If it was a game show, I would say just 2023 full stop. So both. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would say probably Sabu as well, actually.
In CS2, you'd probably maybe the argument of Robs would be up there, but it's
exactly.
If it's CSGO,
but it's also such
a
small sample size, and they've been winning, right? So
yeah.
And I don't think you guys have been in a lot of the tournaments.
No.
So
I mean,
it's hard to say.
So yeah,
it's like
up there. Just like it is IWU, but like it's difficult to say.
Yes,
that's what we've come up with there. Not the hottest take, but we'll take it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what could be the last few rounds of the tournament for ENCE. Only posting 2 rounds on their T side of Ancient. Their map pick. This team seems disjointed, but at least some smiles in the camp. Not all is lost. We've seen comebacks like this before. Ancient seems to have something about it. We've seen some massive comebacks over the years, the last few months in CS2 especially on this map. But it all starts here. I think we all know they need to win this pistol.
Supposedly, Wonderful is 19 today. It's his
He
birthday.
is.
So,
birthday boy.
What a way to celebrate.
Yeah.
He's been playing very well, and he's 11-2 going into the second half. Here we go. Navi now on the T side, and all they need is 3 rounds to lock it out. NAVI, that's a beautiful shot. Begin with Emma, who was highlighting the first half pistol. It's taken down right away. Jalen Wonderful, though, trying to bring it back a little bit. It's a 3 versus 3 now, and they've cleaved open the map here. They're right in the middle. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done still, though. It's an awkward position to be in. You can see they're being surrounded by the CTs right now. NAVI holding towards Red Room, trying to lock them in. The problem is there's so much time available. Next move is going to be absolutely everything. This is a nice position, though. You might not necessarily check this portion of the cubby. Bit spotted him, though. They're going to wait, try and challenge him together. NAVI has done well. There's no trade from JL, and they've done it. I think that's enough to win the pistol, as Wonderful's only got 27 HP. The bomb planted, though, that's a masterstroke. The fact he's done that means they can force bind the next round, and he actually might be able to win this, even with low HP. This guy has got some clutch potential, the X factor, and if you can find a couple of headshots, you never know. But still, the fact he gets the plant in 3 versus 1 Anders, that's pretty massive. And some fist bumps coming through, down but not out. ENCE trying to keep Glave's head in the game. Like, he knows he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny after this tournament. Like, for better or for worse, like it's going to be a conversation.
Yeah, I wish we had a camera on him just the whole time, you know, like a full...
Couldn't do that to him.
Just because it's so interesting to see how they look. Even from the start, like, you can kind of tell that they didn't look particularly fired up.
So, as mentioned, the bomb being planted does yield a nice buy in the second round for Navi. Galil's be brought out. Some good utility as well, as Bit and Alexi be opting for the pistols, so they have the smokes. And not going for initial mid control. It's NAVI to full vision. Plays their T and CT side. Understands everything that can be thrown in his direction. And it looks to be an A set piece. We've got JL on the other side of the map. Just making sure they don't have B lane control. They don't get free information. His teammates will get ready. I assume they'll just be doing the standard, like, one-man execution maybe. Maybe not. The smoke's actually coming through. So this could be like more of a surprise attack. That looks to be a smoke towards CT spawn. Maybe a flash over and just trying to brute force the entry here. But Dihab, nice position with the MP9. Commonly pre-fired, of course, but he's got a good weapon for the job.
Does take down the first Tech9 there. Good spray. He follows it up. He almost makes it out, but found by Wonderful's Deagle. It's an opening, but the grenades are already down, so you might as well keep it going. He actually will find the shot, taking down Sampais as well. 2 versus 3. They shouldn't be winning this round, especially now the jail's gone down on the other side, but another bomb plant here might be interesting. Maybe do a little bit more damage if you can. Emma going to be found through the smoke, unfortunately, so just Wonderful again, trying to see if he can put together another clutch here. It's unlikely, but that first kill on NAVI, I don't know why NAVI is that aggressive. There's no bomb plant yet. You don't need to. He's moved straight in. He's going to fake the bomb once. Doesn't get the bite. Oh, maybe he does. They're so aggressive on the ENCE side. Surely they can find a way to work together. Madden will take him out eventually, so that's something.
So far, so good. Bear in mind, it's the T side that are the real problem, friends. They can make these CT forces work. It's looking rough, but they can still bring it back. I know that sounds crazy to say after what we've seen, but it's only the T side that are really struggling. So that's the biggest round yet for them to pick up. It's all down to Diha, like we said. It's a commonly pre-fired position with the MP9, though. High rate of fire, a lot of damage output, close range, and gets the job done. They deny the plant as well, so it has to be the full eco coming in next. Just Glocks, some Deagles, and should be a bit of a walk in the park here. They're the easiest round they've had this series, I would say.
Yeah. And they'll take it at this point, surely. Just farm up some kills. Dodge a couple of Deagles that are in play. But yeah, this should be one of the few chances for ENCE to really just have a relaxing round.
So we hope.
Yeah, so we hope. Say it, I'm trying to manifest that into just for their sake, you know? They deserve it at this point.
Good smoke. I can't see a world they lose this one. It doesn't look like there's anything that could
Don't
go
say
wrong,
that.
honestly.
Why are you
I'm gonna say it. It looks absolutely fine. They've got a nice swing here. Madden's getting it done. Really nice mechanics. Good individual form throughout. Does get punished in the end. And it's only 1 kill given away. That's absolutely fine. So they've got 3 in a row here on the CT side. Some Pyre still believing they can do this. The money will be pretty decent now. But here comes the all-important gun round. Can't really afford to give anything away. Need to continue with this momentum they've garnered here in the second half. Nuke being the third map. Long way to go toward there, but the first signs of life, to be honest, throughout this series, we've just witnessed here. Initial stages of the second half. 10-5. AKs across the board here. NAVI looking to make some moves in towards middle. Some Pyres for the AWP. This is a guy that can carry CT halves for you. This is the first shot.
Yeah, but a warning shot as well to anyone on the T side.
Shot across the bow.
Yeah, that AWP is out, and maybe they can get rid of D-Hub once again. This time he's got the MP7 up on top, and a little bit distracted from the grenade. Maybe he thought there was going to be a flash to follow it up, but either way, that's going to get him killed. It's wonderful on the entry. 3 versus 5 here. NAVI, good little bullet tapping onto Alexi, but he's still going to go down, losing the fight. 5 versus 3. The bomb is going to be planted. And look at how deep they are on the map right now. The rest of NAVI, it's going to be hard to even escape this bomb site and save the rifles.
Good discipline from Wonderful as well. Understanding there's still an AWP in play. Doesn't jump in towards Temple. Doesn't take any risks here. And right now they're trying to get the absolute maximum out of this round. You can see this is discipline from NAVI.
Yeah.
You got JL watching the extremities. He'll go for a little hunt towards the end. If he can do some financial damage here, that would be great. But it's the first gun round, and it will be 11 rounds on the board, courtesy of Alexi P. Great shot towards that donut position. Speaking of great shots, there's another. JL, as mentioned, on the lurk right now. Gets the first of 3. Some Pius is the high-value target. If they can find him, that would be fantastic in terms of denting the economy, but it looks like they've done enough to hold on to the weapons at least. A couple more rounds, though, and NAVI are out of here. Good start. Perfectly maneuvered A play. It was D-Hub that went down with nothing. The MP7 in the ledge once again. Brave to get back up there after having success in that previous round, but it's Alexi B. When he hits that shot, a really nice shot to be fair to Nerds. The round's over at that stage. A was wide open. So there we have it. NAVI, this could be a tactical timeout. Might be beneficial for either side, to be honest, knowing that the AWP's still in play. And the money will be questionable for both teams. This is a huge swing round, of course. Both teams will be pretty much fully invested. 1 round away from series point, elimination point for ENCE.
They got such a huge buffer to work with here, and it's going to be a long time before NAVI really start to feel the pressure, but if it ever gets close, I mean, then they really are going to be pressured, because in the back of NAVI's minds, obviously, they're going to be thinking, we should have won this game already. So if it gets up to like 10 or 11 rounds for ENCE, this will be a very wild game all of a sudden. I'm kind of hoping for it a little bit here. JL in the corner. Executes D-Hub trying to walk in. They're all there on the other side. I can't believe he lives. Why did he not die then? Oh, my missed shot from some Pyres there. Glaive. Good in the middle. He's been playing a little bit better this time.
Yeah, Glaive actually looks like he's got a good understanding here on Ancient. Like he's hit the shots. He's won most of his duels, to be honest with you. You can't poke too many holes in his individual form. That's not the reason that they've lost. Well, losing. Nerds to be challenged next. If you can get at least 1, that's fine. Keeps it at 3-on-3. Now the pace is on. Some Pyres doesn't start hitting some shots now. He's starting to deliver.
Thought he was going to get that one.
I thought he did get it. So I was trying to, why didn't that come through? It looked like he absolutely got it, but good flash. CTs might be able to shut this one down right here, right now. Wonderful drop. JL thrown into a 2 versus 1. He can't convert it. ENCE had to win that round and get it over the line in a pretty convincing manner, to be honest with you. So there we have it. 11-6. Bomb planted. Should be another partial buy here for NAVI as they try and close things out here as quickly as possible. Can't find elimination point just yet. Closely contested rounds, but some Pyres, after missing that first one, makes up for it here, taking down Bits. Clean finish from the likes of Madden. And they've recovered the AWP as well for good measure. As mentioned, I'm assuming this is a partial buy. There's no real reason to force this one. And we've got, okay, the money must be much stronger than I anticipated, Anders. They've still got
for it.
AKs and the AWP. It's absolutely fine.
They're going to go for it. Running through the flames. It's wonderful. Hoping to take up this position. And I'm probably hoping to catch someone here because it is a fair bit of damage to take just to try and get the position. See if he's going to be rewarded for it. A little bit of a shoulder peeking in there, but he doesn't get the timing right. That's 4 people right now in the bomb site with Diha alone covering the entirety of the A side of the map. So if somehow Navi were to get hint to this, they could really go for it.
Here we go then. 11-6. Navi, Galil for bits. AK's otherwise, utilities looking pretty healthy. 1 minute on the clock. In terms of territory, you can see they've already completed an objective. They've got cave control at the start of the round, right? That's what that's kind of what we were pointing out for ENCE. They just weren't taking key parts of the map. There didn't seem to be protocols in place to apply some pressure, bait out those smokes at the start of the round. They still had 3 players at T-spawn around the 40-second mark. Well, transitioning over back to the A bomb site. JL with a bomb on his back. They've had success here. The one round they've picked up so far was on that side. Wonderful. Bravely peeks, and he gets another opportunity there. One he cannot convert. It's Diha with the SMGs. I don't think I've seen him with a rifle yet. As he holds towards Donut.
He's just been playing with the MP9 or the MP7. Here we go. Down to 14 seconds, so they can't really delay and take these long fights. They have to go through, and it's just going to get decimated. Okay. No casualties on the ENCE side. No bomb plant either.
Much better. Like we said, it's only been the T side that have been a real issue here. They're back in this game now. They've got a fighting chance. Very convincing round there as well. That was a strong buy as well from Navi. Good work from Nerds. Good movement. Managing to shut them down on that A assault. JL looking like he's the one who's a bit frustrated there. Wonderful. Had to leap for a smoke with the AWP. Didn't really get a chance. Had 2 opportunities at a shot. Very difficult shots, but ones he could not quite convert. Here's the partial buy. As we will see a mid-take coming through. It's going to be somehow a double kill.
Okay.
With the MAC-10.
Yeah, he just got overwhelmed, overworked in the middle. The AK picked up by him, and not going to be able to do anything there, unfortunately for them. Glaive taken down, Jail. Nice shot with the Deagle. 2 versus 2. And there was a chance for a kill right there. Smoke's going to be going up, but there might have been just a slight... No, not really. Waiting for it, hoping to deny the bomb plant or at least do a little bit of damage. There's the Molotov on top, but the bomb's still planted.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, JL knows he's up against the AWP, but Pius always one step ahead of his opposition. He knows their tendencies. He knows what's up their sleeve, and he's read it so well. 2 versus 1 for Bit. Possible to win it, but very unlikely.
Yeah, they have smokes. They even have a Molotov, so they could throw it. I think they just picked it up in transit, so...
That's a perfect incendiary. I think he knows he might as well hold on to the Deagle. There's no way of winning this, unfortunately, now.
Can you imagine how painful it would be to Navi if we end up playing a 3rd map here? Just the feeling of basically having won it already.
We said that Ancient seems to be... There's something about it. Like, in terms of CS2 at least, like these huge score lines, they can be converted. We saw it a lot of IAM Sydney especially. But there was a double kill with this MAC-10. And looked like that was the opportunity to find elimination points. But not yet finding it. So at least playing with some dignity here. This is much better. It's the squad's coming to life. They're fending them off. They only posed 2 rounds in that first half. But the team's coming together. It's at XCB that's looking slightly flat. Now you can see that's their first timeout on the Navi side. Suggests that things are starting to get a little bit more problematic for them. Still in this game are ENCE fighting for their tournament life. Bear in mind, it's just 1 round Navi need to find that all-important elimination point. That was the partial buy before. Managed to farm some cash for that MAC-10. Bongo planted. A nice strong buy here.
I'm getting some real weird vibes now all of a sudden. Navi, where's that closing instinct at? You're so close to doing it. Elimination on the line here. ENCE look like they themselves were ready to pull the plug on the game and just like very uninspiring in the first half. Just looked like they were ready to call it quits, but...
Oh, they're back, baby. T-side's been a problem, sure, but nothing wrong with this. They've got to poke any holes in the defense so far. Navi jostling for mid-control. Smoke down towards red. division away from D-Hart. He's finally got a rifle in his hands now. AK-47. As we set up for another A play. Got the bomb making its way over, courtesy of Wonderful. 3 players in towards the A main position. 2 in towards Donuts, some Pious and Nerds. A defensive setup here, Anders. Very defensive. 1 smoke and they are kind of eliminated from the bomb site. We'll have to retake.
Yeah, but again, they could play the same way they did last time. You know, you try and do damage to the bomb planter. You're just trying to maybe delay the bomb plant, get some shots through. 40 seconds. Speaking of shots through, it's Alexi nearly going down. Sunpire's just sneaking in a kill and up close. He's going to take down Bit as well. This is beautiful. The defense is absolutely working. You're right. Wonderful Anima here trying to bring it back, but it's a 2 versus 5, and they only have about 20 seconds left. Sunpire's, he's started the warm-up. He's come alive a little bit more now. 3 kills in this one. Oh, dear.
They do like playing under pressure, it seems.
That's all they needed the whole time.
2 rounds on the board on their T side. They're bringing this one back to life. Some Pious dragging them to nuke, kicking and screaming as he finds himself 3 huge kills in the round. There we go. That's the first time we've seen some signs of elation from Madden. Like, it's under believe now. Another timeout being used. They're on the ropes. They can't find the call that's going to deliver that knockout blow. A competitive game from ENCE. Bear in mind, they managed to take it to overtime on overpass against Cloud9 yesterday. They had a 12-10 lead.
Yeah.
They can get rounds on the board. We know that. But unfortunately, they gave that lead up, lost in overtime. I think they've done enough here to just to save their dignity on this first map. That's for sure. They should actually still win it. That's the crazy thing now. Like, it didn't look like this team was even in a position to do anything with Ancient. But here we are, just 2 rounds away from tying things up. Just a single round posted for NAVI. And we'll see whether they can work this one out. Oh, that's Emma in a very rough position, taking a lot of damage en route towards middle, but he has broken through. Some Pious, he seems to be everywhere right now, starting to hit some brutal shots. This is much more like it.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. He's so mobile. They have no idea where they're going to run into him at the moment. This time he was in the Jaguar cave, but previous rounds he's been playing over by Donut as well. Towards CT spawn, he is just a very elusive figure at the moment. JL going to be going down as top of everything else. It's a 5 versus 3. Bomb picked up now, recovered once again, but can't believe what I'm seeing. NAVI just, again, it's a 10-2 first half, right? So they were so close to winning it, and now all of that is in the past. Nice wall bang from him. That's pretty good.
Nice here, though. He ain't missing much right now, Anders. Another beautiful shot. Can't find the follow-up. No hat-trick found. 3 versus 2 here. Glaive needs to be careful. Can't go down with nothing here. The bomb does get planted. The first bit of success we've already seen here for NAVI on their T-side campaign. Glaive in trouble, but sticks the landing. Oh, he's got to reload in the corner as well. That's going to be the kill for Wonderful. He knows. Oh, my God.
He jumped into the shot. I can't believe it. He could have died right then and there, but he's recovered the AWP. And now he's looking for it. 1 versus 1. He misses the chance. Nert's on the other side.
Diffuser.
He doesn't have the kit. It's a 10-second defuse. He's going to be running straight in there. And now he's got it. Nice shot from Nertz. Nice bait out there.
Oh,
he almost jumped into certain death. That would have been one hell of a way to go down. But ENCE keep the dream alive. They are on fire now. They've won 5 in a row. This game is back online.
Wonderful. He had the AWP. The shot was available. He could have alleviated so much pressure if he hits that shot, but it doesn't come through. It's all about Sun Pious right now. What an absolute monster. This is the ENCE we know and love. This is the ENCE that's been missing. Wonderful did very well. He gets dinked on route here. I think that's what decided his fate. He didn't really quite trust himself. He thought it was going to be a full defuse there. And yeah, I can see he's frustrated at that one. All he had to do was slow it down, not leap himself into that one. All right, 1 round away from tying things up. I can't believe we're saying that. Now they're starting to show some confidence, some aggression. This is more like it. Caught off guard is Imma. He won't be getting that frag. And is they going to have the full reverse sweep here?
That's what it feels like. That's where we're going at the moment. Glaive, yeah, just keep the gun out. Don't think about throwing any nades right now. We're going to get double peek, but that is exactly what it feels like, Henry. I can't believe I'm saying it, but this could end up a 13-11 almost type scoreline here. NAVI They've disappeared in the second half. They've been disappeared by ENCE, and most especially by Madden and Sunpius here. Actually, NAVI has been playing really well, but he was from the start. He was kind of the only one of the first half that was doing anything. I think he had about 10 kills going into the second half, so he was playing quite well. Sunpius with some backup from Madden, and it's just a bit on his own. No bomb plant going to be possible here, I'm afraid. Swings just to take a little bit of a peek. Oh, maybe with the Molotov, he could. All right, that actually, I mean, whatever it takes, just... They have the loss bonus. They need the bomb plant.
Yeah, you're right. They can just get the plant down. At least they'll have something to work in the follow-up round. Bomb goes down. He won't be winning this, that's for sure. But like we said, there's something about Ancient and CS2, Anders. That's why I didn't write them off. You wanted to.
Yeah, I've obviously, like... It's not even just there's a scoreline. It's just more like the flatness of it.
No, exactly. No, it's totally fair. But it's like, there's something about Ancient. I don't know what it is in CS2. Like, when you get those huge blowout scorelines, like, nothing is safe. Nothing is guaranteed. And this is ENCE, like, when all bets are off, it looks like everything's done. They're finally showing up to this tournament. This is the ENCE we know and love. This is the team that's been dominating 2023, making the playoff runs. And they've got NAVI on the ropes here. One final timeout used. They went from a 10-2 scoreline, having the most fun you can possibly have, to now sweating. Feeling the pressure. Nuke is a reality right now. Blade can't bloody believe it.
I don't think anyone can at the moment.
No, this is...
That Cuban comment about them playing under pressure is going to be legendary if they pull the sweep up, and especially if they win the third map, you know.
Could you imagine?
Do you like playing under pressure? You're going to get eliminated if we lose this. And then they go on to pull the entire sweep back. It'd be so sick, wouldn't it? Oh my god, it's 11-11. We're all tied up here. And it's 2 rounds away. I think they've won 6 in a row now. And they are not looking to stop, surely. No bomb plant. Well, there was a bomb plant last round, so they are just able to put together a bit of a buy in this one. It's not going to be amazing, but they do have the AKs out. No real grenades to speak of on that T side. They are running them very low already. Nerds close to it here as Imma gets a bullet to the face. Wonderful sent packing as well.
They're actually going to take the lead. Nerds, the master of mid. The legend continues. And he's got a 5-on-3. Sunpius is hitting this shot. JL.
You've seen the gun barrel.
I can't believe this. I don't think anyone can.
This is so wild. A clean sweep in this one, 12-11. Somehow ENCE are back in a position now. They're 1 round away from pulling an insane reverse sweep, taking down NAVI on the map, putting into a third map. NAVI, they're going to be devastated going into the third map. I can't imagine what the mental state will be like on the team.
This is one of the most impressive comebacks we've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just down to Sunpius, his dynamic nature. He's everywhere on the ramp right now. He's like, everywhere they go, he's always 1 step ahead. Madden showing some form. Nerds is fired up. And they've got map point after a 10-2 deficit. This is unbelievable scenes. Finally, Sunpius misses a shot, a chance for an entry here with the Mac 10. You can see they're desperate here. Galil's barely any utility. As we do see Imma make his way through. I think Glade might have done enough here. Looking for the triple kill! And he's back, baby! The in-game leader might have just guaranteed Ancient. It was a 10-2 deficit, and now they've got a 4-2 lead on map points. How have they done this? How have NAVI let this slip away?
That is going to be a huge topic of conversation. They had this one in the bag. It was supposed to be the gift for Wonderful's birthday. They were supposed to be easy celebrations. And now instead, it looks like they're going to be forced to play a third map. And with a revitalized ENCE on top of everything else, D with a nice shot. And that will be it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a third map. ENCE, the revenge is complete. What a sick reverse it was.
It was unbelievable, Anders. No one saw it coming. An absolute gut punch to NAVI. What in God's name just happened to them? It's Sunpius leading the charge for one of the most tremendous comebacks in CS2 history.
What an incredible reverse sweep. And talk about the fashion that ENCE were able to do that in. Sure, we know they have issues on the T side. Wasn't really surprised to see them really struggling in that first half. But Maui, I was not expecting such a commanding force coming into that second half. We're talking 11 CT rounds for ENCE compared to a solitary 1 on the side of NAVI.
It's brutal. Brutal way to lose. If you're Navi there, you felt like you had this game in the palm of your hands and they weren't able to close it out. Great performances from some of the individuals on ENCE. Obviously, we saw Sunpius really come to life. The master of middle, as Henry dubbed him, in Nerds, able to find a key multi-frag to try to close that one out as well. And Modern 2, it felt like he was everywhere he needed to be for this team. And man, Navi, they gotta be leaving this one just scratching their heads. How did they let it slip away?
That's the question that I'm posing right now, because let's contextualize this. This was an 8-0 start for Navi. They were looking so formidable in that first half on that CT side. There were so many issues coming out of the ENCE camp, and I thought, you know, there was no way that ENCE were going to turn this around. We were here. We heard that they weren't talking at halftime.
That's it. That's it. They weren't even saying a word. I feel ENCE was done. ENCE were out of this completely, but they played themselves back into it. A couple key kills from individuals brought them back in, and sometimes that's what it takes for these teams, where we painted the narrative perfectly. Like, this is a team that knows that they might not even have a future together, and so the only way you're going to motivate your team isn't through some impassioned speech, because everybody knows you're just waffling. But if you put it down in the server, if you lay it down, if you find those kills, if you bring your team back into it, then there's a spark, and we saw that it actually sent the whole server ablaze.
You were demanding that Sunpius was going to be showing up on this particular map, and he certainly did coming into that second half. Talk about a redemption arc for him on this ground of Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what he did on T side, there wasn't a lot to be happy about, not much to speak of, really, for anybody for that matter. But when it came to the CT side, Sunpius doing what he does best. He was doing this back in the Movistar days, you know, just being active, being mobile. He's everywhere. He's making his thing so difficult, and every little bit of missed utility from Navi that went his direction, he was able to capitalize on top of it. There were some moments here where it didn't feel like even Sunpius in a normal default should have been presented some of these kills, but he was able to find openers because there were slip-ups on the side of Navi. This wasn't just in terms of just individual performances, people popping off, but right there, that Sunpius kill in Cave right there, that Molly's supposed to Molly him back. Not that is to say, he shot everybody that was on his screen, though. Like, every single person dead and instantly, but there were a few more opportunities than he probably should have been allotted.
Yeah, there were obviously, you know, errors on the side of Navi, I think it's fair to say, but well played for Sunpius to be capitalizing on those. And we've got to bring one round into an instance where obviously Sunpius had huge impact. It's round number 20, just one of the slew of CT rounds that ENCE managed to put back to back to back.
This was such a strange round for Navi. They have no utility other than this smoke towards CT, and Sunpius, again, he's just going to capitalize. The utility was used earlier towards some kind of fake, and at this point, there's no flashes to support this hit. There's no more mollies. That one smoke and a double cave setup is all that ENCE needed to put this one away. This felt like a key moment where at this point, Navi, they just felt stuffed. There was no hope if they're not going to throw the proper utility to take this bomb site.
Yeah, it felt like it was, I don't know, just the approach from Navi. It wasn't as well drilled as I anticipated that it would be, because in that first half, they looked incredible unison between all members of the squad. So that's what I was expecting going into the second, and then it just fell apart.
There was no misdirection at any point in that half, it felt like, for the side of Navi. Every time they wanted to go somewhere, the whole map was completely silent, and it was a one-dimensional approach. There were some times when they found that map control. I think Henry and Anders were highlighting those kinds of moments, but instead of actually trying to keep pressure on those areas, what I noticed is that this is actually sometimes reminiscent of how Alexi B likes to call in the mid-round, where he just kind of macros everybody, and one problem with Alexi throughout his entire career, he doesn't always use lurkers to the fullest extent, and so there's not always that pressure on other sides of the map, because he wants so badly to just get everybody together and just deathball a bomb site, and then there's no real confusion for the defense.
To round off the ENCE side of things, man like Madden, he was showing up. Just to throw it back to the first map of this best of 3 series, obviously Anubis, he had such a hot start. Then that clutch from Wonderful comes in, and he goes absolutely quiet, but boy, was he on a redemption arc here on Ancient.
Modern was doing such a fantastic job at just moving around middle, moving around A, and making sure that whatever needed to be supported was. I mean, look at all the frags and the variety of positions that he's in for all of these. I mean, he's generally speaking fighting in cave, but there was actually a multitude of different positions that he found himself in, and in those he was continuously finding success. And I think that ENCE kind of took a page out of, well, for one, Cloud9's book, and two, actually NAVI's book, in terms of just throwing different looks at their opponent when they were on the defense. And I do think that when there were the pop-offs coming in for the side of ENCE, everybody just started calling their own number. We saw a bunch of players moving into different spots repeatedly.
I just want to zoom out of the context of this map as well, because obviously it is a W netted for ENCE in the literal sense of things, but is this more of a loss for Navi in your eyes, or a win for Glaive and his squad?
I mean, the woes of Glaive's calling isn't what saved ENCE in this game. I mean, they won because of a CT side where everybody was finding multi-frags, even unsupported sometimes. So this is more of a Navi loss to me than it is actually an ENCE win, which is kind of seems a little bitter in some ways, but it really is. It wasn't like this was a team effort necessarily always from ENCE. It's just that a few individuals caught fire at the right time.
Yeah, and of course that does bring us to the third and final map of the series, but not before a quick break. When we're back, we're going to be diving into the grounds of Nuke and potentially a chance for one of these two teams to keep their heads above water. We'll see you in a few.
Come with me, shot. Come. Yeah. We can walk together. I'm close on side.
Side one. Go.
Nice.
Nice. Wait. Go.
You hit
hit
him. Yeah, but I think he's going long maybe. Long or short. It's not planted for him. He's long or short. Long or short. Hit.
Hit on the right.
Nice! But you have time.
Watch that, boys.
An unholy comeback from ENCE leaves us awaiting the third and final deciding map of Nuke. Now, when we come into this particular ground, Maui, let's start big picture. Where's ENCE standing? Where's NAVI standing in terms of their kind of a tape, their stats, their record coming into Nuke?
Well, ENCE, with this 5-man lineup, have only played it twice. They beat Gamer Legion at Elisa, and they lost to Havu. And so, you know, 50-50, that's okay. But for the side of NAVI in CS2, they've only played this once and lost to Complexity. So neither of these teams really have the most reps in for CS2. And we know that when it comes to Nuke and CS2, the meta has probably changed the most of any map on this one here. So for me, in a lot of ways, I almost feel like this is going to be more difficult for NAVI. They've never won a game yet on this map in CS2. And ENCE right now, one, they're feeling completely powered up. And two, they just have more reps in now this new meta of the game now.
Okay, so you're in the mind of Alexi B. You're coming into a map where, yeah, as you said, you haven't had the most success, albeit haven't played it that many times, but you're also coming in with the mentality of you just lost a map that you really should have closed out. You had ample opportunity, ample rounds to be doing so. How are you then kind of resetting, approaching, and setting out your game plan for Nuke?
So what a lot of experienced IGLs I've seen in the past do is when you take this kind of just mental blow, you make things really simple for your players. You don't actually even default as much as you would, but I don't think that just going into A execs, which is a common strat for teams in this kind of position, is going to work. But I think there is one weakness on the ENCE defense, and that's the fact that Glaive is the sole ramp defender. Glaive obviously had a pop-off moment there in the very last round of Ancient, but when it comes to his actual ramp holds, they're not necessarily world-class. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, I think when we look at Glaive in isolation, obviously he is potentially going to be an issue on this map, but where does the whole other ENCE camp stand? Because obviously, to contextualize things, he's the only new addition alongside with the coach coming into it. How are the other players going to be kind of manning the fort, if you will?
That's simply what's terrifying for you. If you're in Navi's position right now, this is a formidable ENCE core four that have put together so many wins over the course of their history with just that defense. They were okay with Snappy sometimes not doing the best work at ramp. They had ways to mitigate the fact that sometimes he would just die and not even get a kill. And so even if you do find that game plan, even if you find the 5v4s, this ENCE team is actually seasoned. And actually, after seeing that turnaround that they brought together on that CT side of Ancient, I feel like they're motivated too.
So the knife has just concluded. Production have informed me that NAVI will be starting on the CT side of things. So where does that set up the offensive half for ENCE coming into this map?
Well, I mean, I hope that Glaive is just well versed with the ENCE playbook, because I mean, what he was able to do at Elisa, I mean, losing to Havu is not a great look. Beating Gamer Legion, sure, that's okay, but Glaive was such a mastermind at finding out in the mid-round how he wants to move his players around, but that wasn't always really ENCE's forte. They were so good at set pieces and then working off of how that set piece put him into some positions. And so I feel like this is where there's a little bit of a style clash between Glaive and the rest of the team. That being said, I think he's going to call much better than he did on Ancient.
And the opportunity for NAVI to, go, hey, we're going to put the ghost of Ancient in the bin. We're going to forget about them. Is it going to be any easier for them to actually put this series to bed here?
It was playing out so well for it. Every narrative was working out. The stats were working out. Everything looked like it was in order. But I think that ENCE are alive now. To me, this is looking like much more of a coin flip. I still will slightly side with NAVI in this one, but I'm gonna say this: it could easily be ENCE's day to upset.
And when we look at this NAVI squad as well, who is kind of maybe one of the highlights for you, maybe on the CT side, because we're going to be seeing that go down first. Where are the key areas of the map that Alexi and his men are going to have to be locking down? Man,
I'm a little worried about Alexi himself, because he's going to be fighting outside as a rifler, and I just don't always love all of his moves. I don't love all of the mechanics sometimes aren't always there to serve him. So I need some support from Wonderful. I need Wonderful and him to work together to take some space to make the T side of ENCE uncomfortable.
Yeah, of course, an incredible comeback coming out of ENCE on that second map of Ancient. So Henry, Anders, do you feel like ENCE have what it takes, have the mental to push this one over the line?
They might do now, Freya. Like, you saw a complete shift in their character almost after picking up that map. It looked like they were done and dusted in this tournament. One of the most historic comebacks in CS2 history. Sure, we haven't got much CS2 history, Anders, but still, the point stands. No one believed in this team. No one thought they'd do anything, especially after going down 10-2. We said that Ancient and CS2 has something about it. It does happen, but ENCE used to be one of the most formidable teams on the T side of Nuke. Their T sides have been poor this tournament. They're known for chaos. They're known going for rushes. I'll see if Glaive is well versed with the strap hook, as Maui mentioned, as we get into the final map here. One of these teams make their way to the quarterfinals, the other goes home. ENCE given a second chance of life here as we enter the third map.
They should be feeling good about this. We'll see if they get a strong start. D has got the right pistol for the job here. The P250 at range out in the yard. See if he can get himself warmed up a little bit. He's a little bit hesitant to try and fire off the shots, and wonderful. Just jiggling him on the other side. A flashbang to try and set it. Another shot rings out, but no connection yet there. It's wonderful to begin with. And he does get taken down right away. D-Hard's going to be finding him as well. 4 versus 3 now. And they have still plenty of time. So there's a big problem for NAVI right now. They are stretched out across the map defensively. Where did he even go here? Bit taking a huge risk. There is someone right above him, so if he wasn't going to be dead that way, he's probably going to be shot down somewhere else. D-Hard keeps it going. Beautiful round for him. 3 kills. Alexi, I think there's anything he could do right now. He's just too far away.
A T-side pistol on Nuke. Elimination on the line. You've tilted the hell out of your opposition. They fumbled that previously, let's be honest. Like,
yeah.
I think Maui's very good points in their deaths, but that was more of a NAVI loss than an ENCE win, it felt like. You know what I mean? Like, there's I can't even imagine a world. I think you ask 99% of people, they would say, yep, this one's over. We just saw what they put down on that T side. There ain't no way they're coming back into this one. But my God, did they ever. And Glaive, actually up there in terms of one of the more impressive players. He got that nice 3-man spray down. He was influential. The couple of rounds they got, he was finding the picks. And yeah, they might be back. And like that's going to light the fire beneath them. This is a team that looked dejected. They were tilted throughout the tournament. And now was winning that one map. It could save their tournament.
I feel like just to avoid the cringe.
The smiles now.
Yeah, we were laughing our way through the first half just to not make it awkward, right? Because it was awkward. They were just getting blown up.
Yeah.
And getting eliminated from the tournament. That's what was happening right up until the point when they got on that second half and they completely reinvented themselves. Yeah. Really sick.
Sampaio's proving his worth with his squad. Like,
oh, absolutely.
For my money, one of the best snipers we have in the game right now.
So he has to be, right? In terms of impact, especially, like just not getting the kills on the board, but he's just changing some of these rounds.
It's one thing. He's only like, oh, he's a super clutch specialist, or he can always find the openers. Like, this seems like every facet of the sniping responsibility he seems to have under lock and key. Here we go then. It is a second round. 4 spy from the CT side, Anders. It's a scout. His Deagle's not connecting. Bit. He gets dropped, and it's wonderful. It's in a lot of trouble. No damage inflicted. Easy street here right now for ENCE. Want to make sure they have that trade potential still. Diaz down the vents. Nerds will be setting up that trade for Diha. And this is looking good. They are off to the races. JL, last player remaining. 4 spy on Nuke. Can work out. So can the Desert Eagle as he lands his first headshot of the round. 3 versus 1, but it looks like Sampaio's got his number. Perfect position to take him down. Nothing more can be done. And it has to be the full eco coming up next. 3-0 is locked in. That's just as many rounds as they got on their T side of Ancient. Already in the first 2.
Yeah, that's... you're not wrong.
So, if it all goes wrong now, we still know they have enough rounds to win. Right, 2 is all they need. 2 will do, is the famous saying. 2 will do.
Do you like playing under pressure? What a line. What a line to drop at a point of elimination. And then you do the reverse sweep. Now you're playing a third map. And we'll see if there's anything in NAVI to be done in this round. Any kind of damage that can be inflicted. They've got a single flashbang, so I'm assuming they're going to try and set something up in the yard. It's Alexi. But he needs a cue, a time to throw the flash, and it might have already passed there. It's going to be coming out, but it's too late. There's nobody else here. Diha's in mini, taking care of business.
Oh, Diha's getting in the zone.
Yeah.
Nuke is his map as well. It's normally Anubis, but he does devastating things on Nuke, as we just saw the Mac 10 master, Diha. And we're going to see the first gun round come through, but 3 rounds, 3-0.
Let me ask you a question, Henry.
Oh, please.
How would you spend your birthday if you ended up getting knocked out after being up that much?
I actually don't know. Like, I don't think it was on anyone's mind. I don't think even the players considered a possibility. Like, Blade stood behind him and was like, yep, just close this one out, boys. It'll come eventually. That round's coming. It never did. I'm not sure. I'm lost for words, Anders. Like, it's been one of the most confusing series I've ever commentated. I'm here for it. It's going to be up to Wonderful to try and salvage the situation. As he only finds that one kill, it's Glaive with the Mac 10 that trades him out. That's going to be a trade you'll take all day long.
Absolutely. The mobility of the Mac 10. Oh, it's nuts. He is a specialist with the MP7. He's one of the few people that will routinely pick it up and sometimes even over other rifles. He had plenty of money, right? If he wanted to buy an AK, he absolutely could have, but he is really strong with that weapon. 3 versus 4. And another kill. Like you said, Diha started to get warmed up. He's 8-2 right now.
Well, now they've shaken off the bad vibes. You know, like they're looking like a different team.
Dear God, what have we witnessed?
I felt like they lost faith in their leader, and it looked like they were frustrated.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, like we can only speculate, but the body language was saying it all. And now they've just got that map win, and such a remarkable one. Like I said, historic comeback. I think that's fair to say. They look like everything's changed. They're feeding themselves now. And Nuke is famously an ENCE map. Like they thrive in the chaos of this one when they're under snappy leadership. As we get into a 2 versus 1, Dihad doing all the heavy lifting here. It's down to bits, but nothing can be done. The win streak continues here, doubling their total of rounds they got on the T side of Ancient, up to 4 now. It's maximum loss bonus for the CTs, but that's the operative word there. The fact that it's on the CT side, max loss bonus, not really enough. You're kind of still in half-by territory.
I really think this is worth highlighting as well. We're talking about a team that had no real time to prep coming into this. You changed the most important role in the game. You have to rediscover and reinvent the team right here in front of everyone's eyes, and it was obviously not working in any way whatsoever.
It wasn't.
If it's solved within basically one map, it's so, like that's something you're never going to witness again. That's so rare in Counter-Strike. Normally, it's going to take months and months to solve these kind of problems, and it's, you know, in this current scene where everyone's changing players every other week, you might never get to solve it with this lineup. It's possible, right? That things just change before you even get a chance. So yeah, we are witnessing something really, really interesting right now with ENCE that I don't think I've ever seen before. Somehow is going to be taking down Alexi, and it's a 4 versus 4. And they're down below with the bomb. They're ready.
Looking for that 5-0 here. Bear in mind, they're up against just the pistols. They've got themselves down in towards lower. There is no CT presence there whatsoever. CTs with just one following smoke and no defuse kits, of course. Wonderful without Kevlar. Just the highlights, the fact he'll be very squishy indeed. Sampire starts to negate the lower halls, exploring the options, making sure there's no presence down here. CTs now have rotated 2 players down, but it's a bit of a lurk. Great shot from Glaive. Like I said, he's back, baby. The individual form's looking much better. The T-side calling, like so far this tournament, sure, underwhelming, but this series, like in the way he's playing individually, like way higher than you might have expected, just given the context of how ENCE have been faring in this tournament. Sampires closes things out with a lovely shot there. A stylish shot. Nice to see Glaive smiling. He certainly wasn't in that first half. Like, looked like his life was flashing before his eyes.
We should do a compilation of reaction shots from the, first map, and maybe even the first half of the second map, and then till now, like their faces are going to be completely different. I guarantee it. A timeout being called here by Alexi just to maybe take a deep breath and get people back online, because Navi are in a lot of trouble right now. They were meant to have already been celebrating. This should already been it. Like, fine, we've knocked out ENCE, like, on to the next. And instead, they're stuck here fighting to stay alive now.
They've given away, like, 1 round in the last 15. You know, like, it's... What a return to form this has been.
I've rarely seen anything like it.
I don't think I ever have. Like, CS2, like, bear in mind, we're still in, like, the kind of fledgling stages of the game. Sure. That's why I think that these comebacks are so common. I guess that answers my question as to why, like, in CS2 we're seeing so many of these. But, yeah, like, this is baffling to see this. As we see Wonderful trying to find the first round with the CT. Sampires having none of it, though. Cracks open the upper bomb site, giving Nerds some open runway here. Can't convert the second kill. JL sets at the blockade. Splave with a little bit of space, though, trying to thread the needle. Could still save the day here. Tucks himself in towards the ramp room. It would be a hell of a return if he could somehow find a couple of kills here. First one up for debate, but it will be Bit that comes out on top.
Yeah, certainly had the right idea. If there was going to be a way back into the round, it probably would have been Glaive trying to get that one. But, all right, it's Madden. Good news for Navi if they can win this round and survive with 4 people, but Madden's already trying to make it a little bit more expensive. Another kill here would actually be devastating to Navi, but they're going to be able to solve that problem. All right, they're on the board. They finally get it right, and it's after a bit of a timeout there. So a conversation and a bit of a change for Navi. They need it so badly. I mean, the conversation's going to be flipped on its head now in that sense. Now the topic will be, how did Navi stop themselves from getting eliminated and ending the year in an absolutely god-awful way? You know, like it'd be so hard going into the player break, having this in your back pocket if you're an RV. Don't want that.
ENCE have already got enough rounds to this first half. This is serviceable already.
Right.
A 7-5 scoreline, nothing to be sneezed at, to be honest with you, as we go towards an outside play here. So plenty of money for ENCE, even if this round falls awry. Good nade to blow things open. Shot not converted by Wonderful. You can see he was in that second half. He didn't look himself. There were a lot of missed shots there. Most notably that 1v1 clutch against NAVI on the B bomb side, where he could have found elimination point there. That was his shot. That was the moment.
At least they would have played overtime, right? Like at a minimum. So yeah, you're right.
It was a 3 versus 1. He did so well to find the first 2. Maybe I'm being a little unfair, but the missed AWP shots were notable, is my point.
They got a bit of a crossfire here, but it's a shallow one. Alexi gets one of the kills. He's going to fall back. Yeah, close that door behind you. Try and relocate. D-Hus dropped very, very low on health. 50 seconds for a 4 versus 4. Are they really going to try and see if they get out the vent? They need somebody to help them out. I guess they do have Nerds playing up here, so once the smoke fades, maybe he could be the man to try and get them up out of the vent. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. JL, he's actually very much alone, and he's overworked up here. Wonderful, just in time, showing up, and they don't even know about JL. They finally discover him, but it might be a little bit too late here. 25 seconds. The bomb only faked the one time there. Bit getting awfully close right now, and that should be the round. Nothing really that Nerds could do at the end here. They probably could have had a bomb plan there. Might have been overthinking some of that round a little bit there on the T side, but good job on Navi.
Oh, Navi needed that, of course. After going 5-0 down, starting to show a bit of form here. Need to establish their own finances. Nice idea from ENCE, like I said, calling those set pieces from spawn. I think that's going to be the best way to operate with this squad, just considering how lackluster the T sides have been this tournament. But there's Navi. Picking up their second. Blade trying to rally the troops here. He needs to get them all online. They've now got their money sorted. They've got a nice strong buy. AK-47s in their ranks as well. It's wonderful. Managed to hit a couple of shots in the previous. Comes D-Had though. One of the deadliest riflers on the server. They're doing for a very same approach, I think, Anders. They successfully managed to navigate their way down, and it's Glaive hitting some bangers right now. Rolling back the years as we see a 5-on-4 initiated, but some pious will soon drop. Alexi B patrolling those vents. He will be challenged. The Molotov makes things a little uncomfortable in there. Nice and sweaty in those vents. He actually does come out on top with JL. Yeah, mowing him down. 3 versus 2 advantage ENCE. Alexi B still alive and well. Imma will join him, trying to pin these T's down towards the lower bomb side, lock them in.
See how complicated Glaives wants to make this. He's given a little bit of time to sweat at the moment, but eventually he's going to have to make up his mind. Diaz in a lot of trouble here, and he's going to go down, and that might be what changes their mind, and they say, all right, let's go. But Imma is holding him on the upside. He's only got 1 kill, Imma, so he has to come up big right now. They know that no one can rotate to really help him out. 30 seconds, Alexi. He's back in a great position right now. What a movement from him here. Imma gets the first spray down, and Nerds, he's in trouble. He's boxed in. Does pick up the bomb. He probably wants to go down below, but Alexi, he just moved all the way back. What a sick round from him.
Well, there we go. It will be 3 rounds in a row for Navi. Yeah, Alexi B doing so well there. I've always appreciated his new plays, to be honest with you, but what an opening kill that was. Glaive showing some great individual form in the last couple of maps. Definitely been a rough tournament for him, but this is looking much better. Imma and Alexi B working in tandem to close things out against Nerds, who just didn't have the time or space to work with there. Locked in towards the squeaky door. They try to come back up those vents. Doesn't quite work out for them. It has to be the tactical timeout at this point. It's going to be ENCE to call it after giving up 3 in a row. Like we said, though, they've kind of already done the job on the T side. Anything else will be a luxury at this point. If you can find 6-6, even on the T side of Nuke, you're in a great spot. Of course, you always want more. Like, no one's saying that would be ideal, but just to kind of put into context, like, they haven't had many good starts so far. And this is one of the rare occurrences where they've actually got some decent rounds on the boards on their T side already. Even if nothing else comes in, they are absolutely fine to still take this game. We just saw them recover a 10-2 deficit. They're going to force buy it. I don't mind it. Keep applying that pressure. You can see if they can get this one over the line, Anders, they completely ruin the finances of the CT. So, yeah, don't mind it. Thinking. Down towards lower we go. Is that the bomb that's made it? No, just Madden. But still a great bit of pressure applied. They're going to have to respect that fact.
I love the fact that he turns around in case one of the CTs is hunting him. It's a good move. Immer taking quite a bit of damage. I think they realize that someone's out here. They have the idea at any rate. Now they definitely know. It's Glaive again with a MAC-10 opening it up.
Another rifle, Anders. All of a sudden, they've got the advantage and the firepower.
Look at Madden just holding that vent forever. He's so sure that someone's going to be following him. But for the minute, nobody is. Every time they seem to be slow playing when they're in this position. I'd be interested to see if they want to change the pace at some point here and just sort of go for a quick bomb plant. But they are really slow playing some of these rounds. Bit powerful position if they're coming down the ramp, but if they're all around you, maybe not so much. At range, gonna get traded on, and this is looking real good. The economy for Na'Vi hangs in the balance.
And okay, Wonderful going down is actually a massive issue, and everyone has been dropped. Now, that's a great call. Whoever came up with the force buy there, keep punishing that lower bomb so they get Madden down in towards the vents. He manages to get that, use that good spawn, get himself in a really problematic position with the CTs. They had to respect it, send some presence down there, and piece by piece they get torn apart. And it's Glaive. Look at this great flash that's set up for him on that MAC-10. D-Hab, I think Glaive even threw the flash, so that's actually kind of huge. And then they managed to close it out with beautiful style because that was a force buy with some MAC-10s, Tech-9s, couple of rifles, and now they've reset the money. The loss bonus is just not there for them. They can't really even partially buy into this one. It's going to be upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no nades, 6-3. So they've already got 50% of the rounds available in the first half, and this one should be a lock-in as well. They're going to be winning this half on the T side of Nuke on a team that didn't look like they could even operate on the T side going into this tournament.
Yeah, an incredibly dysfunctional team, really, hence the way that they were coming into this game. It looked so disappointing, and the turnaround has been spectacular. I'm still in shock just even thinking about it. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the whole world is. And now, like, bear in mind, like, ENCE are synonymous with Nuke. You and I have commentated them plenty of times, and we talk about the chaotic upper rushes. We haven't seen many of those yet, but that was the snappy playbook, right? Like, run these defaults, the outside smoke, then just throw in those upper rushes, like, every few rounds. And haven't had to rely on that yet. Maybe they pull out. This is the round to pull out. If you're going to do an upper rush, Anders, like a trademark ENCE upper rush, this would be the round to do it.
That's true. I forgot about that. They did love doing that.
Yeah, that was kind of their whole thing.
Almost sometimes detrimental to their T sides on
but it was always, always a lot of fun. I think that if you're ever going to do it, this would be the round. You know they don't necessarily have all the utility. Like, they've got a weak buy here. This is the round you do the upper rush, if you ask me. Would love to see that, but they don't have a MAC-10, but let's see what they've got in store. Probably just business as usual, but we'll get into it. Looks like it will be just a standard round here. It's working, so they'll keep it up. AWP this time for Wonderful. Does best some Pius. A key duel goes in Navi's favor. JL will find the second kill towards that upper bomb site hut. They've got a 5 versus 3 here. Last couple of rounds of this first half.
Bit of a weird duel there. It looked like there was a second and, before anyone shot, both Wonderful and some Pius. Maybe the Molotov fire just making it very hard to see anything through the scope. It's Glaive to try and bring it back. He looks for the double opening, and it's not far off. He could have had that one. That might have been the bomb plant right then and there, but it'll be Na'Vi instead to recover it. Wonderful hitting some good shots in this one. Important round as Na'Vi try to recover themselves. They absolutely need whatever they can get here in the final half or in the first half. They need it so badly.
Oh, absolutely. Like, these are necessary rounds on the CT side. This one pretty convincing, though. Immer with the double spray down through the smoke there towards the squeaky door.
Let's go!
Yeah, they need to pick it up now. Final round of this first half. Na'Vi Another strong buy available, 7-5. Considering how this started, that'd be absolutely fine. Wonderful going with the same pick. They were successful in the previous round, taking significant damage though. He's gonna burn alive, Anders! He's gonna burn alive. I don't think he realized there was a second Molotov there.
He definitely didn't. He thought he was walking out, but you could just hear the burns continue. Alexei going down.
The hissing of the flames.
Yeah, disastrous way to begin the final round of the half, and they're getting picked apart and blown up. Jail in a 1 versus 5. There's nothing you do here.
Nothing he can do at all.
The recovery from ENCE is so ridiculous. It's the equivalent of dropping all the puzzle pieces on the floor and they just assemble into the puzzle. Like that obviously can't happen. There's no world in which that can happen, but for ENCE it did. Somehow they have. It's so stupid.
Here it comes, the last few moments for JL. And the thought of a third map was remarkable. The fact they might be eliminating Na'Vi would be unthinkable. Stay tuned, we'll be back for the second half.
I cannot kill him, bro.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice, boys.
Nice, nice.
Sick, boys. Nice.
Lucas. Wherever we go, they will die. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Exactly.
Drop hungry.
You like that, Anders? Wherever they go, wherever we go, they will die. That is quite the statement, and one that's not inaccurate. They absolutely ran away with that first half, 8-4.
Henry, I've said for a while that we're not living in reality.
This isn't real. The real world.
It can't be. There's no way.
Like after everything we've been through, after everything we've seen, It's ENCE that are on the precipice now of knocking out NAVI at the tournament. I can't believe I'm saying that. It looked like they were done. They were out. NAVI had this one in the bag. But they fumbled that bag.
Clave is wrecking them. He's 11-4. He gets the opening kill on the pistol round here in the second half. It's ENCE now on the CT side, looking to see if they can send NAVI packing. Madden, wherever we go, they die. It doesn't matter, and he gets the shot outside. Wonderful. It's his birthday. He's trying to fight his way back. He just wants to keep the dream alive. 2 versus 4 on this one. The pistol is critical here for NAVI. It's looking unlikely, if not impossible here. Sampaya spins around and he's ready. Too good. And taking down in the end. Wonderful. My God.
When he's on, he's my favorite player to watch, I think. Sampaya, what an absolute beast. And yeah, that is significant. The fact we're even on Nuke is a bit of a miracle in itself.
It should have never happened. It shouldn't have happened.
Absolutely. Like, I can't even imagine who would be saying, yeah. Like, we speculated, we said, yeah, it's possible. Comebacks do happen in CS2. This will be the map to do it on. History suggests it's always ancient. And I know we're still talking about the second map because it's just blown everyone's mind. And now it looks like they've actually got this one like all tied up. It's a full eco from the T side here as we look for double digits on the CT side of Newcanders. They've got nothing to bring to the table. Not $1 was invested into this round. Glocks, 0 Kevlar. 0 utility and nothing but headshots so far as D-Hart starting to mow them down. Gio will pull one back, maybe can get a second, but no. The round is guaranteed. ENCE have actually done it. So now they're the ones with the huge scoreline. They're the ones who can give this game up. And then on the CT side, where they've played, honestly, they played pretty good CT sides. That's not been a problem. It's been the T sides, and they've managed to have a good one.
It's the T side. Yeah, that's been the reigning criticism. CT sides have been pretty respectable. 10-4. NAVI deep in the hole right now. But ENCE, I mean, yeah, they got to be careful they don't get overtaken by the same kind of feeling, right? Like, just keep the focus here. You're 3 rounds away from doing it. You're so close to the finishing line. Just this way you want to see some leadership out of Glaive to keep the troops in line so that they don't just take it for granted here because nothing is done. I mean, if they should know better than anyone. It's not over until it's over.
Good point. A bonus round, though. I can't believe I'm saying that for ENCE. Oh, wow. After such a smashing on the first map, Anubis, we know Glaive hasn't got much experience on it. We expected that, right? That's not a huge deal.
But that's how we started laughing just because of that. It was so ridiculous that they had to play Anubis as the first map. Obviously, it was going to go wrong, and it did.
Yeah. And then it looked like Ancient was absolutely over. And here they are on the third map, proving everyone, including us, wrong.
I've never been more happy to be wrong.
Absolutely. What a story. What a narrative. NAVI, if we get a losers interview, I'd love to hear at G2 Esports on this. Of course, they haven't lost yet, but like my mind is just whirring right now with how we got here.
Yeah.
What happened? Some hires happened, I'll tell you that much.
Some hires happened, but Glaive happened as well. He individually really has come alive in the last couple of halves here. It's been a different player. Good shot from Alexi to take down Nerds. This is looking good. NAVI answering back. I like this. You actually don't, obviously, you don't want to see NAVI just get sent packing all of a sudden. It'd be nice to see them try to recover this and keep the dream alive. That's something that they've been struggling with in the past as well. They've had the same kind of body language issues, the same kind of stuff where you can sort of tell that they're just not feeling really good. And once the team collapses, it seems to be really hard to recover the mental on the NAVI side. So it'd be cool to see them try and see if they can follow in ENCE's footsteps here. Obviously, the round is done, but D-Har's trying to make it a little bit more expensive. Bombs and planted, so no chance for Dia to do anything here. Wow. Great news for NAVI.
Absolutely, but again, Anders, this is the bonus round. You know, like sure they've got it done, but they kind of had to win this one. To be honest with you, but there we go. It's going to be bits closing things out. There are the mascots on the NAVI table. Need them to rally the troops for sure.
What's the equivalent here for NAVI, like the real world? Because it's worse than crashing your jet ski for sure, Henry. Like
definitely. Like I don't know. It cost me about the same amount of money. They won't be received. Like 1,000 euros, and it's gone out of my pocket. It's just gone for nothing down the toilet. Just a scratch on a jet ski. Can you believe it? Anyway,
having too much fun.
Way too much.
Not like NAVI at the moment. They were riding high on the second map of Ancient in the first half. It just a 10-2 first half. I know we're retreading old ground here, but it's just so absurd.
Madden's going for an old classic, the knife in the vents.
He lost his damn mind.
Oh, please work, please work. Someone think about it. Someone consider going down. Doesn't look like his wish will be granted.
All right. 5-7 is out. He comes barely through. He gets a headshot. Takes down him. Picks up the AK. He keeps it going. Nearly the triple. He's finally taken down, but that might be the difference here. The bomb is planted, but it's a 2-on-4, Henry. How could they dream of holding on to this one? Grenades raining down, a devastating smoke inside of the squeaky door. D-Has gone down, but Glaive gets a shot, and now they're on the defuse. They got the kit as well. 1 more second left. He can't find the shot through and steal the round back.
It's an absolute heist of a round. Madden with a world-class play from the vents. He plays it to perfection. Even he can't believe it. The swing out, the perfect pre-aim, the recovery of the AK-47. So much pressure from every facet of the bomb site. Look at this maneuver. This is what's saving the day for ENCE. The individual shining bright as we go 11-5.
Easily peasily lemon squeezily.
Easily peasily, lemonly squeezily. That is how the saying goes. And it is looking easy for ENCE right now as we get into what could be elimination point. Imma to open things up, keeping the dream alive, but it's quickly traded out by Madden. What a series this is turning out to be. This one will be talked about for years to come, Anders.
Oh, no question. No question about it. On both sides. The ENCE recovery, Glaive finding his individual form again, the team rallying around him on the second map, and then coming into the third one and just blowing Navi out the water. But for Navi as well, conversation's going to be, what on earth happened? That is the one question that people are going to want to know. They're going to want an answer to behind this game. 4-on-4 in this one. A chance for Navi to slow this down, put a little bit of a break on to ENCE, who are just now 2 rounds away from knocking Navi out of the World Finals. 40 seconds here, just about. Alexi making a bit of noise, running under the bomb site, so if anyone's in the area, they might just know the bomb is going to get planted here. And for ENCE, the question is, I suppose, with the money that's in the bank, how much do you want to go for this? Even in a 4-on-4, this happens on Nuke more often than you'd imagine.
I would say, with all the hype of that previous round, is this is hold on to the weapons. It's not required. You've got such a nice buffer, some breathing room. It's not necessarily required, and it only takes 1 kill from Imma to secure that upper bomb site. It looks like they've done enough here to keep their head above water because they are drowning right now, Navi. They're the ones with the self-doubt. And what felt like one of the most locked-in games we've ever commentated.
Yeah. So done, just from every angle of it. All the individuals on Navi firing off.
We've got to get a losers interview if it does come through. We've got to. If it comes through, we need a losers interview. I'm going to say it.
We'll do an unofficial one. We'll hunt him down ourselves the whole way.
We'll be the journalists if we have to be. Because I need
paparazzi running after the thing. Alexi!
Can Anders just get 2 minutes of your time, please? Please. He needs it. All right. Oh, my God. 11-6. Navi keeping themselves in the tournament. They're the ones now. Their backs to the wall. 1 round away from elimination points.
It's been a ridiculous meme game as well. What do we got? You like playing under pressure? Wherever we go, they die.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, we got knives coming out. Jail is ready. Oh, God.
What the hell? Was it going for the knife or just trying to get down quickly? I think it's maybe a bit of both. Hoping to catch him on the ladder, perhaps.
Possessed by the spirit of config in a moment there. It's too much.
Okay, well, that's the opening frag Navi were looking for, desperate for. Glaive. It's actually quite a nice position, Anders. Bit, though, 1 step ahead of it. Continues to find the advantages here. 1 last line of defense, but the Spaniard could deliver on all fronts. He is in position. Fit to continue that strong individual form, and that's another round in the bag. We're not done yet.
Oh, we're definitely not done yet. And it puts a bit of a smile on my face seeing not just jail, but Bit as well. Having a bit of pep in their step in this particular round. Not going to be shut down. 11-7 going to be the scoreline after this one. Navi showing some signs of life. Oh, all right. A little bit of a ladder play coming out, but it's not going to be working out. The money will be a big question for ENCE going forward. That could easily be the deciding difference between how much of a chance they're going to have and whether or not NAVI can make the full comeback here. Obviously,
we've had a few. Look, so he went down the vents. Nerds chased after him, knife out.
Yeah.
He was going for the knife kill, I suppose. I guess he thought he'd...
Oh, no.
I guess he just assumed he'd like be holding the ladder itself or something. Like he could have ran down with the gun and gone for the old bayonet spray down as he's there, but oof. Interesting one. Not sure that was the maneuver he was looking for, unfortunately.
The aftermath of him sitting in the chair. Just, you can
it's
tell.
A moment of madness, I think, Anders. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it does.
So
what did you say? Easily, peasily, lemonly, squeezily.
Lemonly, squeezily. That's another iconic line. We've had a.
That's what it seemed like. We've got like 3 different memes just in a single game.
Easily, pleasily, lemonly, squeezily.
It's unbelievable.
Almost as iconic as EZ, PZ, Liquid Squeeze.
That's the original, obviously.
That was the original.
Okay, well, we're down to the M4. Saved in the previous round, and then not much else to really work with here at the moment. 4-round gap. ENCE remain 2 rounds away from winning the series, knocking out NAVI. The individuals on NAVI look like they're finally coming alive a little bit here. It's an interesting position. A boost to look over the crane in the middle.
Yeah, we've seen it on the other side of the rafters a couple of times, but this is super interesting, you're right.
You've seen the gun barrel, but he just needs...
Just give me a bit more.
Needs him to step forward. Oh, no. He didn't even realize it was a boost, I think. He's
true, at least I get a kill from it. It still works. I guess,
That's
yeah,
funny.
he's just... What the hell? He gets 3 kills, not a big deal against the Eco. A nice idea, but one that is not finding too much. You're right, NAVI on the comeback trail now. Still yet to find match and series point here in the 3rd and final map. If you are just joining us, you've missed a hell of a show. The carnage that has been this lower bracket final in Group A. I don't have time to get into all the details. Go look back at the maps, the scoreboard, and it's unreal. Like, seldom am I lost for words, but here we are. One of the most entertaining series you're likely to ever see in CS2. And it's Zimmer cracking things wide open towards outside once again. Emphatic pace on Bit here, applying pressure to Sun Pius. Isolated in those locker rooms right now, but still more than willing to fight. One of the smartest, most cerebral players you'll ever see in Counter-Strike. Continuing to find unbelievable shots. Anders, I have no words again. What is that shot? What is that kill? It's supposed to be unbreakable.
I have no idea. What are we witnessing? We're definitely no longer in reality. I can tell you that much. 2 versus 4.
How does he know? How does he read that?
I don't know. He manifested that kill. He just wanted it. He just picked it out of nowhere. Absolutely wild scenes unfolding. Glaive's gone down. The bomb is planted. It's not done yet. The round is still on. Emma and Wonderful, they need to hold on. They can't let go of this one. ENCE will be a map point, a series point. They got 1 foot in the grave already, NAVI. They didn't want to take another step in that direction. Emma, huge off angle. Very hard to predict, and they're going to get the kills. I can't believe it either. Madden goes down. They bring it back. That's a 2 versus 3 with a bomb plant, and they turn it around.
After Sun Pius hits one of the shots of the year through Unbreakable. Like I said, he was isolated. They knew he was in towards lockers. Takes the pick, gets the wallbang headshot. We've got to see that again. Look at that shot. It's an amazing first shot. I have no idea how he's pulling that one off. Honestly, I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know you could get kills in that manner through that box. That's
well, now we know.
Now we know. Now NAVI know, but it didn't seem to be anything but a bump in the road. They still convert the round. ENCE can't find elimination point just yet. And we're going the whole distance, baby. We wouldn't have it any other way. ENCE will use their final timeout now as the pressure is mounting. Both coaches with an opportunity to chime in and inspire their players, because it's not clear either way who will be taking this right now. NAVI are in some rare form. The individuals firing on all cylinders here as they try and find double digits. That's 4 rounds in a row on their T-side campaign right now.
And it's been so aggressive. The early challenges here for Na'Vi are so impressive. You can just, it's like they just had a conversation and said, we're better, we can fight them and win. And then that's exactly what they went and did. It's really interesting. You can just tell that they look revitalized themselves. Imagine how humiliating it would be for Na'Vi to get knocked out after this game. They don't want to face that humiliation. They're trying to fend it off at the moment. They're doing everything they can to make sure that they don't end the year getting one of the most ridiculous comebacks on over to ENCE.
This would be the very definition of a reverse sweep.
Yes,
right?
It would. 10-2 on the first half of Ancient, and then you turn it around and you win. For ENCE, that'd be such a headline, and for Na'Vi, it'd be just absolutely devastating. Let's see how this plays out. Pistols are out. ENCE, very unlikely to be doing anything in this one.
I don't know, I've got that weird feeling, Anders. A tingling feeling where some absolute bullshit's about to be delivered. We'll see. It's Bit to open things up. Nice shot towards Glade. Bit's actually been carrying this T-side campaign as he continues to find kill after kill. So precise, so aggressive as he leads the charge. Down towards lower they go. A 5-on-3. Madden, the last line of defense here. He's had some ridiculous moments with this 5-7. If he could find another one now, it would be incredible, but it looks like their chances are fleeting. And it's the first kill. Not going to find much more than that. Job done. Na'Vi have got double digits here. It's anyone's game. It's wide open. What seemed to be a scoreline that would be impossible to give up. It's ENCE now with 5 rounds in a row against them on their CT campaign. And him to close things out. Blade, a sigh of relief there. Yeah, you can see this is getting to everyone. I think everyone's aged playing on the server right now. What an up and down game. What a roller coaster of emotions. ENCE, a team that looked like they had nothing to put down after the first map. The tournament seemed over for them. We didn't want to see more, but God, am I so glad it continued. 1 round in it. Na'Vi with 5 in a row. Full buy from ENCE after a partial buy in the previous. They have got the Sun Pius AWP.
What a spectacle. We're 11-10. JL going for the vent dive. They should have heard it. They should be aware. Yeah, Glaive is being called in. I'm ready for it, and he should win this fight as well. Bit of an advantage for him crouching into that one. And JL goes down. Remember, ENCE just need a couple of rounds here. They line up. It's a missed shot for Sun Pius. A rare one, and a follow-up as well. I can't believe it. They actually could have been double. It could have been a 2-for-1. Bit will take him down just when they needed him.
Wow.
He was missing left and right on that one.
First couple of misses he's had. Can Glade pick up the pieces? No, he cannot. No real damage inflicted. He might be considering the save, but Nerds fancies his chances here. First kill. Very important to the context of the round, and yeah, I think that might be it.
Holy hell.
Tied things up. 11-11. Make a wish, ENCE.
Imagine if you did a round-for-round analysis of the T side of Na'Vi versus the T side of ENCE on this map. Every time ENCE had an advantage, they slowed it down. Not that it was bad, it worked really well, but they slowed it down. Na'Vi, on the other hand, as soon as they see a crack open, they just power through. There's no chance for ENCE to really rotate or anything. It's down to the individuals. They're just running them down.
So much to talk about, so much to break down. And we're going the distance.
Madden, he's thinking about it. He wants the defuse. He's got the kit. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Tries to run in there. He wanted to crack it open. I don't think it would have been possible, but he had the dream then.
Can you imagine?
That would have been sick.
Yeah, why not, I suppose. Blade, thank God for that. He's thinking, this one looked like they'd completely fumbled the series. It's Bit, though. It's kept that dream alive, you're right. Sun Pius with a couple of misses here. Okay, that's the one, you're right. He, if I hit the way he's been playing today, his tournament this year, he knows that shot was his. It looked like it was dead on to me, but it's another round in the bag. Na'Vi will continue to post success here. And yeah, oh God. Look away now if you're an ENCE fan. This could be a rough one. 5-7s, MP9s, and an M4 to keep the tournament alive here. Loss bonus. Oh, they've actually, so it's not a full investment, in fact.
Yeah.
So they've gone for a partial buy And it's okay.
They said at least we want overtime. At least we want to be able to fight for overtime. Diha goes down. He's been lights out, but we're putting his lights out on this one. 21 kills on him, but he's put away. A 4 versus 5. I don't know. Like, either way, 5 of these players coming out of this one, they're going to remember this game for a really, really long time. This is one of those games that you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night just thinking about every little thing you might have done wrong, every chance you had where you missed a shot, and that could have changed absolutely everything. That's what's on the line right now more than anything else.
Back and forth we go. And it's Na'Vi with the advantage here in round number 23, looking to force the first elimination point on Nuke after a huge deficit. They were 11-5 down at it. And here they are on the precipice. I've taken this round, no problem. Huge kill. Imma looking to double down, can't quite do it. Blade will answer back. Great awareness once again from Beard. Perfectly timed drop down from main entrance. Some Pious maybe can do something with this, Anders. There was a chance of a triple kill. No one was watching main. If he had an M4, maybe. But there it is. Guaranteed. Glaive will not be winning this round. I can tell you that much for free. It will be 12-11.
Suddenly, Na'Vi with a one chance to close it out, to claim what should have been theirs on Ancient. Should have already been a victory. And now they have either that or overtime to play.
7 rounds in a row. T-side Nuke.
That's so impressive. What a wild run. Bit coming alive. The calls, and I think more than that, the follow-through. Every time they had an opening Na'Vi in the second half, they didn't hesitate even for a second. They just went for it.
11-5 to 12-11. Oh, man.
Spectacular, isn't it?
Oh, man. I don't know. I just don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. Like, sure, I've seen comebacks on maps, but there's a series to be like, just like this, so back and forth. One team looking like they're down and out, and then all of a sudden they come back to life, and they're the ones dominating their opposition. And this fairy tale run could be coming to a crashing halt here. But bear in mind, the resources are there. You said they're playing for overtime, right?
Yeah, that's what they did. I mean, they structured it this way, right? They made sure they had enough money to have a reasonable shot at getting into overtime. The question is, how do you do it? How do you stop Na'Vi from just running the whole team down? Because that's what they've done for the last 7 rounds.
Well, Blade doesn't want to fumble this round. After 7 in a row, to go overtime now, I don't know, overtime probably is happening. Like, we need it, Anders.
We deserve it.
I think, yeah, the whole world wants to see overtime here. Push these guys to the very limit. Timeout was called by double timeout.
It's a double timeout.
Double timeout after winning 7 rounds in a row.
Let's go.
This has had it all. This is my favorite CS2 game I've ever commentated. This is so good.
It's because the stakes are so high. Like, there's so many storylines coming into it.
Absolutely. Just the whole, like, kind of the rumors circulating regarding ENCE, the T side.
It's got the drama.
The T side performances from them as well.
It's got a little bit of personal spice coming in, like Wonderful's birthday for some reason. Exactly. Like, it's just everything.
We've had
it's on the line. It's unreasonable
moments. We've had the 10-2 comeback. We've had the 11-5 fumble from ENCE now. One more round will do it. 7 rounds in a row. Can they make it 8? Na'Vi, 1 round away once again from eliminating ENCE from the tournament. Alexi B taking matters into his own hands. Does he want to push the smoke? Considering he has got a slight gap to work with there. Diha taking down to 29 points of health. Double timeout. Call before this round. The pacing, a little bit slower than what we've seen in previous rounds. Madden taking matters into his own hand, and it's wonderful. More than happy to oblige. I think they've done it, Anders. 3 kills are found. Some Pious has dropped as well. And Diha with 30 points of health. It would take something unbelievable, unfathomable, to think he can actually do something with this one. And they've done it. Na'Vi will be posting 8 rounds in a row, kicking ENCE out of the tournament as Diha fights for his life. Surely there's nothing that can be done.
Absolutely not. They know exactly where he is. They're going to go look at the bomb planted. Wonderful. Giving himself the best gift possible. Getting that double kill as they walk through. And Na'Vi, I can't believe they managed to mount the comeback themselves. What a wild game this has been. There's nothing Diha can do from the high ground. He doesn't have the kit. He's got nothing to work with here. No teammates left either. Na'Vi, it took everything they had to make this work, but they will power through and knock ENCE out of the tournament.
I love this game. Navi, a sigh of relief to say the very least after giving up a 10-2 lead in the second map. They recover an 11-5 deficit. An amazing game of Counter-Strike, and it's a sign of things to come. That was our first best of 3 of the day. We've got much more action coming up with Cloud9 and Vitality facing off after this.
Holy hell, to call that an emotional roller coaster would be the understatement of the century, but unfortunately it's one that leaves ENCE in the dust. It requires 8 T rounds in a row from Navi to do what they should have and some say could have done on Ancient to close out this series with a victory. But talk about the mental fortitude, the tenacity to bring this one back to an ENCE that almost looked like they could do this one, Maui.
I thought they were going to do it. That was an inspired performance in that first half from ENCE. The defaults, the way that Modern, we heard in the mic'd up moment, that he was saying that everywhere we go, they die. That's how it felt. It felt like nothing could go wrong for ENCE. But then we saw the calling on the T side. Alexi was in his bag. Blade behind him in his bag too. The way that they were able to manipulate the defense, the way they were able to find some of those openers there. What a great performance. And if you actually look at the kill count right there, it actually looks like ENCE won this game in a few ways just by KD, but no, Navi, they actually were able to take it down. Man, Bit also just so many impactful kills.
My God.
His kills towards ramp were just magnificent.
Yeah, it's crazy to see, particularly when we look at that first half, and that was the second best T side we've ever seen this iteration of ENCE bolster. And I thought, there it is. They've unlocked the keys to the castle. They've found their form, which makes this loss all the extra better for them.
I want to even just make sure I hammer that point home, Freya. I don't know if the viewers are listening, listen again closely. This is the second best T side that ENCE has ever mustered across all of the tournaments with this 5-man roster and all of the halves that they've played, and yet they still weren't able to get it done. Great comeback there from Navi, and all in all, just very polished T side. Like, this is what I wanted to see more of when it came to seeing the brains of Blade and Alexi B coming together. The way that they were able to just use every single person to their maximum ability in that second half was fantastic.
Yeah, and unfortunately for ENCE, that does mean the end of the line and their final official of 2023. So let's get a few closing words courtesy of Nats.
ENCE will be the first team eliminated here at the World Final. And, okay, we can ignore Anubis, right? Because we know the struggles you guys are having on it. This Ancient, though, was one hell of a comeback and super impressive. What I did notice, though, when it came to Anubis, communication from you guys was quite low. So what was the talk between the maps before you went into the second?
I mean, we are not playing really good on Anubis. In Ancient, we have really good confidence. On this side, we just force fight that we should not take. On City side, we took control on everything.
And in terms of that, right, we've been looking at your T sides. We expect, I guess, with Glavers, the IGL, things to be better, things to be improving. It at least looked like you had a chance here, right? We look at this, come in and we see this half on Nuke and we think, okay, there's a chance here for you guys. But what is still not clicking? What's still not coming together?
I think it's not about anyone, it's about the team. We are not clicking right now and we are trying to understand what is happening. I feel like there is something outside the server that affects us and I hope it's gonna be fixed soon.
I guess you mean like the rumors on the roster possible stuff?
Maybe.
And in terms of that, right, do you still believe though in the core, this team you have?
Yeah, of course. I think Lucas is insane. Like, he's a legend of the game, and for 3 of these players, we made a lot of impact, a lot of damage in 2023. So everyone are insane player, and we are believing in each other.
And you have some incredibly talented players on this team. So what do you want for 2024? Because ENCE was riding high.
In 2024, we want less choke, more wins. I would say, yeah, this is what we want.
I think that's the same for most players. Fair enough. Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, eloquent words coming out of Nerds, because we've all heard those rumors circulating of maybe a roster trying to poach the core of the ENCE lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing coming into, emerging 2024 that this roster is entirely different going forward.
Very possible. The fact that Nerds even acknowledges that it is stuff outside the server that is making it harder to play in the server. I think that is as much as he can probably even legally say, because you're contractually obliged to not say anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a crazy series, and that was just beginning off our day. We've got 3 more games for you. Of course, we're going to be diving into Group B later on today to find out who else is going to be eliminated. But now we continue on the Group A train to see which is going to be the first team to make it through to the semi-finals. Cloud9 versus Vitality after this.
Storms wage strong from within Cloud9, who despite their best efforts could not show up on the server when it mattered most at the start of the 2023 season. Now, after shaking up the roster from the ground up and calling upon 3 of the most renowned players of recent years, exchanging their black and yellow allegiances to fight side by side under the blue and white banner they have created, what could just be an unstoppable force. Having yet to showcase their full potential, MOUZat and the team will be looking to decimate their competition, here to show the world that the sky truly is the limit for Cloud9. Vitality secured their place at the World Final by clinching the Blast TV Paris Major, an achievement made even more remarkable on their home turf. While this year has already been marked as a triumph, Vitality's hunger for victory knows no bounds. Despite facing some turbulence and roster instability, they continue to bolster their trophy cabinet, most notably with their recent victory at the Blast Fall Final. Buoyed by newfound confidence and navigating what could be a new era, Vitality is poised for even greater heights. The potential is tangible, and they stand on the brink of being crowned Blast Premier World Champions, cementing their status as a force to be reckoned with in the world of competitive Counter-Strike.
Semi-finals on the horizon and an opportunity for either Cloud9 or Vitality to make it straight on through to them. Funnily enough, semi-finals was the last time that these two teams faced off back in Copenhagen, where Vitality were the ones to be victorious and take home the trophy. The first time we saw MOUZ stepping in for this lineup and the biggest trophy he has lifted to date. Conversely, for Cloud9, it's been a story of getting their identity together, particularly when we're looking at the new in-game leader coming back into the fray and the AWPing equation. And I want to bring up a quote from Young Boomage, because he said the results at BetBoom were not down to the AWP. Everything is good now. Is that true, or is man lying to us, Maui?
I don't buy that, Freya. The thing is with Cloud9, we are harping on it consistently, the fact that it is a revolving door of opping responsibility for this roster. And when we look at actually how they lost at BetBoom, they had the best T side at the entire event, but their CT side was the 4th worst. And that's because there's no significant op presence. We have seen so far at this tournament that the op has changed hands once again, that on Ancient at least, that Perfecto's picking the op up. And so it's still obviously a problem for this team, and I think Boomich is probably just saying, we're trying not to worry about it. I think it's just kind of indicating that, yeah, we know it's a problem, but we have to kind of work with what we've got.
Okay, AWPing issues aside, Axel's been stepping up. He is truly back in business so far this tournament.
Axel has looked good in the one series that they've played, but I want to even just talk about the greater trend here. In CS2 in general, Sydney wasn't a great outing for him, but if you look at every consecutive event, he's getting better, he's getting more comfortable, and he's not touching the op, Freya.
Yeah, we don't ever want to see that happen. Please don't be listening to us right now. I mean, the only other player that's topping him in terms of the stats so far here at World Finals is, of course, Electronic. And funnily enough, he had a few words to say to James Banks.
I want to say also, though, with Axel, it seems like he is more comfortable in the team. Do you feel like he's warmed up to the way Boomich wants to play?
I mean, we used to play a lot with him, you know, it's like 5 months or maybe more that we played together, and now he understood much more that we want to do in some situations, you know. And of course, I think it's much easier for him to understand Boomich because of his leadership abilities, you know. So yeah, I think he will prove even more. I mean, he's beast, and everybody knows that.
So that's going to be a very deadly Cloud9 as everyone's starting to come together. Now, last time you faced Vitality back at the full finals, and you almost had them. It was such a close game. Do you feel like you guys have a good understanding of how they play and what to expect?
I mean, we met with Vitality a lot of times from my career, at least, you know. So I understand what they're gonna do on the map or what play style they have. So yeah, it's a bit not easy to play against them, but I mean, it's kind of okay.
And when you say it's kind of okay to play against them, right now they seem to be the team who's in the best shape here, but do you feel like you're the team that can match them closest?
Yeah, why not? Because we want to prove for ourselves, for our team, you know, that we capable of win some tournaments. Not some tournaments, win tournaments.
Let's see if we get it done here then. Thank you very much, Electronic.
Yeah, and that shape for Vitality yesterday was looking almost impeccable because, you know, other than Flamesy, it was incredibly consistent across the board. It wasn't like we were relying on a Spink show or a Zyru show, which I would argue that we were back in Copenhagen. I would like to see this trajectory continue for Vitality.
When it comes to Vitality and 4 of their players being all within 5 kills of each other, it was definitely a team effort. It wasn't just the heavy hitter of Zywu or maybe a Spink's hard carry that got them through that. They were playing off each other incredibly well, and I hope to see more from them because they just seem like the most stable team right now.
Yeah, speaking of Spinks, let's get a few words from him ahead of the series.
How much stronger is this Vitality today compared to when you faced them last time?
It's definitely stronger. I think after fall finals, we practice a lot, we worked a lot also to make MOUZ comfortable as possible because we have a lot of new positions and a lot of new roles and it's a new team and it's a lot of stuff to adapt. So we worked also to make him comfortable as possible. And I think he's doing just fine, even if sometimes the scoreboard might not be like top of the scoreboard, it doesn't mean he's doing his job not so good. It's sometimes it could be hard on playing monster overpass. No one expected to have a 1.4 rating, but I think he's doing just fine.
And for you guys going up against Cloud9 today, obviously last game was so close, so it was almost a way they could win it. You fought back on Inferno. Why is Cloud9 still such a strong team, even without like a dedicated AWPer? And do you feel like you understand and know what you need to do to play against them?
I think we do understand what we need to do to play against them, and they are a strong team. They are a strong team because everyone in their team is really strong. Also individually, they are also really smart players. They know what they are doing. They have a lot of experience behind them. So they have all the key factors to be a strong team. And of course they don't have the AVP, which is kind of a small weakness, but they're also aware of it. So they're trying to do other stuff to overcome this weakness. So yes, I think Cloud9 is just a strong team overall.
But you're getting the win today?
I think so, yes.
Thank you very much, Spinks.
Thank you.
Confident words. And you know what? There's reason for Vitality to be confident. They did take down Cloud9 last time around in front of a crowd at that. But last time it was Mirage, Nuke, and Inferno, the map pool. Now we see Cloud9 bringing in Anubis. What's your take on that? Do you like it?
I think there's a lot of footage for Cloud9 to look at Vitality, but Vitality has been nearly impervious on this map. I have a pretty bold pred with how this series is actually going to go.
Okay.
I actually think that this is going to go 3 maps. I do think Vitality is going to win, but I think both of these teams are going to win each other's map picks. It's kind of a rare call, but it's just that the Inferno pick from Vitality I find just slightly puzzling when it's a map that doesn't really rely on operas too much anyways, and Cloud9, they know what they're doing on that map on the defense.
I love that you bring up the AWPing conversation again because obviously we brought up the Boomage quote where he says, you know, AWPing's not too much of an issue for us, all it's good now, yada, yada, yada. AWPing is going to be an issue here because you're going up against the best in the business in Zywu. You have to be bolstering something against him, right?
If he is left unmatched in this series in the op head-to-head, he's just going to eat up everybody. It would be a shock to me if he is not by the end of the series the highest fragger. I mean, usually you can say that just because he's Zywu, but here's another reason because there's no real op opponent that is going to be taking him down on those sight lines.
Okay, so you've said conversely they're going to win each other's map pick, so logic would dictate that Vitality will win Anubis. Why is that? Have you been really impressed with their form on this map?
It's just the fact that when they play that T side, so many teams have tried to throw out little puzzles, little aggressions, and because you can't just play back on the bomb sites, but when you actually play aggressively versus Vitality, it feels like they're airtight. It feels like that default is the strongest. Every single person knows of the options that are allotted to the opposing players on the other team on the side of Vitality, and really when they just see those, they just eat it up. They have good mid rounds. They always seem to have canal control, and so they can always rotate between bomb sites so quickly, and they don't even necessarily need to fight for mid too much because they just feel like that if we have canal, that's all you need on this map, and I feel like they've unlocked it in a different way than others.
And this is where I'm really curious as to exactly why the Inferno pick was brought in from Vitality, because that was one of, you know, the biggest holes for my money that I saw from just departing the team, right? Because he was kind of the Prince of Pit, if you will.
Yeah.
Mezzi slotted into that, and it's a tricky position to hold, and we saw teams really exploiting that from the side of Vitality back at full finals.
It does seem like people are trying to pick on Mezzi in Pit when it gets to Inferno, but he's doing a pretty solid job overall. He's not
a liability. Like I think that's fair to say.
He's been getting actually a couple multi-frags here and there, but I generally see him do the best when he plays on the balcony and not in the pit itself. When he's kind of playing a slightly more active defense, doing a little push on the porch side or something like that. Though that's when I've actually seen him do better. But when he's just stuck in the pit, which does happen, and it's gonna happen in this game today against Cloud9, that's when I sometimes just see him come up with 0 kills. kills.
Okay, the British TS distracted me for a minute. I'm sorry. Back to Anubis, circling back around. Why did Cloud9 pick it then? If you're saying Vitality, you know, have all the tools in their arsenal to be closing this one out, what strengths do you see from the side of Cloud9 that maybe means they might take their own map pick?
That's a tough one, Freya. I don't actually... I feel like when I see Cloud9 connect on bomb sites, the cohesion between their players has been very difficult for other teams to deal with. And I feel like in terms of breaking down micro situations, they're very, very capable of doing that, even against world-class opponents. And what's nice about Anubis is that you can frequently just get on bomb sites. You can just, if you want to just go for a B or an A exec, it's well within their wheelhouse. I mean, the way that Cloud9 like to play Ancient, for example, they love to throw a lot of execs at their opponents. Anubis, fairly similar. You don't need to be going through this long, drawn-out process of map control. You can just hit the site, get on it, and then play off of each other with just good fundamentals and mechanics. And I think that's where Cloud9 just want to make things a little bit scrappy.
Well, we are ready to be getting this series underway. A spot at the semi-finals on the line. And I'm curious, Henry, Anders, do you smell some revenge in the waters for Cloud9?
I don't know what I think anymore. After that first game, I think all bets are off. Everything we know about Counter-Strike is not true. All I do know is we've got another tasty morsel for you, as this game is set up to be another banger. Cloud9 taking on Vitality. This time, it's the upper bracket final, Anders, just to be clear. So no one's going home at this point, but you do get the point in the semi-finals if you take the take the victory here today. So favorites Vitality for sure. I love that angle though from Maui, the fact that they'll be taking each other's picks, and honestly I think I agree. The fact it's Inferno picked by Vitality, we know that's a Boomage special, right? That's why they do some devastating work. Like, he could be onto something there. We'll get into it. I hope you enjoy yourselves, and we'll try and deliver the fun as it unfolds. It surely can't beat the last series, but we'll hope it gets pretty close.
That one was just one hell of a game. If you missed it, you need to go back and watch it at some point. But for now, we've got Vitality starting on the T side, Cloud9 on the CT side, and look at this. Already moving out aggressively. It's a three-man push, but Spinks, they're ready. And it's not the first time that I've seen it either, so I think more teams are starting to get aware that it could be a real strategy in a pistol round, but they're still winning it. Hobbit and Axel getting a kill each. The bomb has been planted. And now a lot of trouble here for Cloud9. The recovery is not going to be easy.
Yeah, but they have got the man advantage, even more so now as Hobbit chimes in from that temple position, and it might be Vitality praying at this stage. Mezzi fighting back with the Glock. We're down to the 2 versus 1, and it will be a clean finish from the in-game leader, Apex. The bomb planted, beautiful headshots delivered. A chaotic round, but Vitality do come out on top. Beautiful shot as well from Spinks to open things up, and he actually got the information. 2 more players are pushing towards A main. You'd think it'd be a walk in the park, but Hobbit setting up a decent defense there, and it will be 1-0 for Vitality. Apex that PT50 to close things out. So you can see he spotted 2 players. That's why they make a quick pounce into the B bomb site. They thought it'd be easy pickings, but apparently not. It gets a lot closer than you might think. Sets the tone for this game, as we'll see if there's a force buy. It's actually not. I thought they might go for it. They've actually gone for a full eco and a 5-man stack over toward the A side of the map here. It's unlikely they do anything too detrimental towards Vitality, but it's an interesting setup. You have to say that, Anders.
Yeah, I love it.
Setting up the pyramid on Anubis.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes a lot of sense.
More people should have done it, but
just need one more player.
So it's one of those things, if you're a little bit careless coming into a peak like this, maybe you just walk into it and you get fine bullets, but it looks like they're going to be dodging all of it.
It is the strongest structure you can build, the pyramid. So it makes sense.
Yeah, that's what they're worried about, the integrity.
Structural integrity, yeah, exactly. Well, the round's already over, I'm afraid. Wasn't the most exciting one.
But the pyramid still stands, though.
Pyramid is, yeah. The pyramid is immortal.
All right, they've given up. They got bored eventually. That's a bit of a shame. It would have been fun to see it. But yeah, I mean, still, if you're not getting over any free kills to the MAC 10s, that's a victory of sorts, I suppose. If you're on the CT side here, just try and make sure you're not giving them the extra money, and then wait to the next round.
When it comes to pyramids, Anders, there's one word from you. Aliens or man?
Aliens,
obviously.
Gotta be.
Obviously.
Why are you even asking?
Just wanted to clarify, that's all. There they are. Oh, beautiful work. You see that? We've got the zoom in of the pyramid at the end. It all came together, and it's all coming together for Vitality as well. An absolute walk in the park there as they find an open bomb site, and we get into what should be the first gun round here. Plenty of reserve cash, though. Vitality not losing a single member there. They've got 3 MAC-10s, 2 Galils. This is a rare treat. It's all about helmet watch here. And you can see Cloud9 actually approaching this one carefully. They're making sure they get those helmets out. Didn't spend a single dollar in the previous round. That's going to be important. Like, that actually gives them a nice upper hand here. If Vitality win this, I'll be thoroughly impressed. This is a nightmare of a round to pull off. Like, actually, you kind of just be hoping we can find a few kills. Because you don't even have a single AK. It's so rare.
Did anyone die in the last round at all?
No.
Did anyone take damage in the unicorn round?
I actually wasn't keeping track of unicorns. That's normally my job, you're right.
Talking about pyramids, but
I was distracted. I'm pretty sure someone did. I'll go check. But that's an important note. You're right.
The rest. Oh, the timing is awkward, but
rare miss
Hobbit's going to be able to live through there. Yeah, Cyber could have maybe had that kill.
He had the advantage. He had the awareness as to where Hobbit was. Just couldn't land the shots. But like we said, didn't have the firepower. 4 minute on the clock. There's some execution potential there. They can smoke towards heaven, Molotov bricks in the bomb site. If they did want to go for this A finish.
You're coming into this round if you're Vitality knowing that it probably not is going to be that easy. You have a little bit of a disadvantage with the MAC-10s. But still would love to make a round out of it. Flames about to get shot in the back. Oh my god! They didn't quite check it! He's not Henry, I lied! A double kill instead. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
4 versus 3.
Okay, this is a huge round. If they give this one up, it's going to be a disaster for Cloud9. And looks like they might have done already. There's now an M4 in the hands of Flames, one of the deadliest players on the server.
He was underperforming last time Vitality played. They still ended up with a victory, but it wasn't the most impressive game out of him, if I remember. Apex was playing really well. Mezzi was playing really well, I believe, but this is one hell of a round out of him from almost just getting side-swiped into a triple instead. 2 of them with a MAC-10, yeah. Get some fist bumps in there. That's a sick round. That probably would have been it. I mean, imagine attacking the A-bomb side, but the mid-presence is gone. Like, you're just going to be walking in really awkwardly. Would have been a really awkward 5 versus 3, I think, if Flames doesn't come up with this. He keeps it going. 3 kills with a MAC-10. It's so much money as well. Disgust.
Yeah, that's a really significant round. Like, not a single AK-47. You had helmets pretty much across the board as well, and the MAC-10 found 3.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. It came down to, like, the minutiae there. It was just like you said. He should have been shot in the back, but somehow got away with it. Gets a double kill instead. I like this. That's a pretty cool approach to that. Double nade towards the double doors. 1 from canals, 1 from middle. I've got to commentate Cloud9 a few times last week on Anubis. It's a map that they're pretty good on, especially the T side. They've got some innovative T setups, some one-man executes. Watch out for Electronic deploying the utility towards the A side of the map. He's got quite a unique way of doing it. And talking over this round because it's pretty much the eco.
Yeah.
Not really much to report, I'm afraid, but Electronic making things a little bit more interesting. Speak of the devil. Just to finish the point there, he has this really interesting way of doing a one-man execute for his entire team, meaning all 4 players will be grouped up when they're ready to enter the site. So that's not going to happen this half, but something to keep track of. And for now, just waiting for this one to be concluded. The smoke completely guarantees the round, and you might as well hold on to your Kevlar and your 5.7, I suppose. Look for any wandering Ts. The money should be in a very strong position now, Vitality. They're going to have $3,500 on top of like the 6K they've got on 2 players right now, or 3 players, I should say.
Yeah.
So they are high rolling. They're going to have a lot of money going forward. I don't think you'll see an eco from Vitality in this first half.
No, it feels unlikely, because once you build up this kind of an economy, right, by the time that you've lost it, the round loss bonus is kicking in.
MR12, yes.
It takes over, like, really quickly.
This won't be enough. Like, that's if they lose like, the next 4 or 5 rounds, yeah, sure. But the way they're playing right now, I don't think that's likely. Mezzi getting it done. Maybe a tactical timeout here as we get ready for the next round. We'll see if it's called. Play will continue. No warp for Boomich. Currently on 0-3.
It's sort of a shocking way to get started for Cloud9. In terms of kills, if you look at it, they have like 6 kills across the entire team, and we're going into round number 5, right? So then, and it means it just goes by really quickly. Like, fair play, they haven't had the kind of money that they have now where they can really invest into, but it just is a little bit disappointing.
Oh, this is actually pretty cool. They actually threw an incendiary towards the T steps to allow him a bit of wiggle room here. It's a very powerful position he's now residing in.
I think last time I saw this, I said, surely no one will check it, but someone did. So we'll see if Vitality are going to be aware that something could be up.
With the lack of vision they've got towards A main, they'd probably be aware there'll be some sort of CT presence here. You can see Apex getting ready for the flash. I think they check it. Whether they can kill him is yet to be seen. They're definitely going to have a little pre-fire here. There we go. Good job, Mezzi. Axel, Perfecto chiming in, though. Axel running for his life. I think he gets the second kill, though, and indeed, he will convert it. 4-on-2. Great work here from Cloud9. Good setup. Nice and aggressive, but still the round is up for debate. 3-on-2, 45 seconds remaining. Still plenty of utility for the likes of Flames. He's got everything he could need. A full utility belt, in fact. Axel, the solo A-hold. Up against Flames. He's got 55 HP, so just a few bullets in his general direction will drop him. Does he get a chance to deploy that utility? Axel with more of a retake setup here. If he goes down and the bomb gets planted, he knows he gives the advantage up. And they don't want to let him know they're on routes. Very quiet contact play here. Axel couldn't be more defensive, which is absolutely fine. The bomb we planted, he'll call for the cavalry. Nice Molotov as well. Okay, well played.
Yeah, this is actually really sick. I mean, what
Axel's giving his position up.
Look at this. Flames moving in. They're going to double team him, and that actually works. Spinks to get that one. Got to be careful. They could come through the smoke, and he's well aware. No kid. They did have one at the start of the round. I think it might have been an Exile, actually, so they might have to go and find it, but they won't need it. They find Spinks instead, and that's maybe even more efficient. So Cloud9 are on the board. It took a little bit of work in this one, even in the 2-on-3. It wasn't necessarily going to be easy, but it's a 4-1 scoreline.
Certainly is, Anders. Well done. Absolutely fine. Axel was playing defensively there. You could see why. He just wants to make sure it's a 3-on-2, not a 2-on-2 retake. Has every chance these hard-hitting Vitality players actually find him. If he's trying to go for the solo hold, he would have been 2-on-1. But they come out on top. So, good job. Nice! Yes, indeed, Boomage. That was nice. Let's get into it. Stretch our legs. Get comfy, because this series hopefully will be going all three as well. Setting up initial utility. Sonic, bit of a master of the grenades these days. Okay, maybe not. I mean, I don't think it's exactly where he wanted this to go.
It's good comedic timing, Henry.
Why did I say that? Why did I have to say it? Why did I go for it? The one time. God.
Can somebody clip that for me, though?
I assume he was going for either steps or rugs. I don't know, but not there, that's for sure.
Betrayed by...
I can't, but I thought, you know what? Like, he's really impressed me with his grenades recently. Like, let's give him his flowers. But anyway, it is going to be the opening frag for Vitality. A two-man setup in towards A main. Trying to bait an electronic. Axel gets nothing done. They'll be checking the barrels. Mezzi cracking things wide open. Brutal shots of the AK-47. Showing why he was the man for the job to replace Magisk. Those are the sort of kills he can deliver.
Which I think most people would have said, that's an impossible job. I don't think you really can replace Meg. Certainly they even said as much, like there's probably no one in the world that's going to be able to sort of one-to-one slot in. But I've got to say, Mezzi's been doing an amazing job right now. Did it in the last game as well.
People just look at like what he does on the server. Like someone who's worked with him very closely, that being me. He's one of the most malleable, hardworking, like nice young men you're ever going to meet in your life. Like in terms of Counter-Strike, he lives and breathes it. He works hard. He understands how to work in a team, and his fragging potential speaks for itself. When he's on, he's really on. Sure, he has some inconsistencies, some quiet performances, but tell me how many players can pull off these sort of frags and look so good while doing it, so calm as he continues to deliver a strong performance here for Vitality. Yeah, let's go. That was hype. 5-1. Another partial buy here for Cloud9.
And it happens right when Cloud9 are just trying to get the economy. They're just scrambling to get anything on the board here. And it gets wiped out. They go for a little bit of a partial. You're right in this one. Grenade raining in. They explode Boomich to the back of the bomb side. He's no more. Spinks able to take him down, and it's a 4 versus 5 before Cloud9 even really get foot into the round. That's a strong start. I wonder if they almost have to take a big risk here. Either you save, you know, the FAMAS, the MP9 or the M4, or you group up. You just say, let's just, you know, try and see if you can group up and do something. I think that's what they're doing, yeah. I think that makes a lot more sense. Like, why would you try and spread out in a 4-on-5 like this? Flames might walk into it. Flash, that's fine. That's what the grouping is supposed to be about. Get maybe a little bit more on the board. Still 3 of them in the middle. See if Vitality can smell what's on the other side if they're going to try and get the bomb planted as soon as possible.
Still a fighting chance of a Cloud9. Not all said and done. They've got fantastic individuals as well. Hobbit rotating in from that temple position. I have to say his prayers here, as he is surrounded and only got the SMG. Bomb will be planted. That might signal the end of the round. That Molotov could do it.
Yeah.
Comfort plant. CTs considering their options. Bear in mind, it wasn't the full investment. They can still go for this. They'll still have money to buy going forward. But it might just be a case of throwing that M4 away, which might not be ideal.
Yeah, and it's just no defuse kit. Not enough grenades to do anything with. It's an interesting start. Hobbit at least gets the one. Actually picks up a second. They're still far away from winning this round. 10-second defuse is what they're faced with here. Oh my god, it's Apex to try and save the round. And he might have done enough here. Takes down Exile. Oh, it took the captain to bring them out of the water there. That's scary.
Yeah, like I said, you might as well go for it. Like, you've got money going forward anyway, and you've kept them modest. As mentioned, they built up so much cash in the early sectors of this game. It's going to be very difficult to knock them down to an eco, but these sort of rounds certainly helps contribute towards that fact. It does. Still quite early days here. We're just over the halfway line as it's Apex saving the day there. But you can still see Apex got $10,000 still. Spink, 6K,
Yeah.
5K elsewhere pretty much. Zywoo up against a Boomich AWP here. They haven't had to utilize one of the T-sides so far. I guess if you know your opponent's not really wielding it, you don't need it necessarily either. Speaking of Zywoo, making good progress down the canals here. Looks to be a B split, but the bomb's not with them, so don't expect any real commitment here. Just trying to take control of the dark room. Bait out those grenades, pressure that utility.
Exciting thing about the Boomich primary orb is just how all over the spectrum it is. You know, like it could be anything.
Yeah.
We saw.
That's why, like, it's difficult to imagine. Like, sure, they're going to win some games. They've got the players to do that. But in terms of having a system and relying on something that's sustainable, having a guy that is like, yeah, I feel like using the orb this round. I just don't think you're going to win like multiple championships. Like he said in a recent interview, like, I don't think it's the orb's the problem. I'm not saying it's the problem. It's just like for a team to be world class and they can have that structure and system, you do need to have defined roles. And sure, he is sometimes the AWP, but I don't know, that would make me a little bit anxious, thinking, well, if he turns up with the AWP today, maybe we can get this done, right?
Sick, but if it's one of the days where it's a little bit off, yeah, maybe not so much. Ooh, the timing is sick for Exile. Look at the spray and the control. He could have had a triple there, nearly took down Apex, but the round is still on somehow. Cybers found a headshot, sneaking that one in towards the middle, I believe, and just like that.
Work.
Electronic with the kill. Yeah, this is a lot better. 20 seconds. Very doubtful if Vitality can win this round. They shouldn't be able to, and they're going to get locked out. Even Boomich getting a chance to flex the AWP. I think the first kill of the game for him.
Yeah, there we go. Just what he needed. Apex, like we said, he had about $10,000 in the previous round. There'll be no eco yet. We said it would take a lot to get them down to the pistols. One more of those might even do it. Boomich hits the shot. Let's go, Hobbit. Right then, timeout. Even after winning the previous round, Groove wants to chime in, give his 2 cents on what's going on here. This is their map pick if you're just joining us. The second best of 3 of the day. This is the Group A upper bracket final. If you're not sure what that means, essentially the winner will go to the semis, loser goes to the quarters. No one's going home here, but still, that skips a day of play, allows you to observe your opposition, and it's still a pretty huge deal in terms of saving the team and kind of not giving so much of your strat book away, I suppose.
Yeah, that could be a very nice little boost for either one of these.
It's been a long old season as well, right?
Really, yeah.
Getting a day off in that sense would be most welcome, I guess.
Still a very open game, this one, right? 6-2. It looks a little bit bad for Cloud9, but they're on the CT side, so...
It's a very T-sided affair. We've spoken about that many times, Anders. I'm sure everyone is aware of it at this point. But the fact remains. Cloud9 can get themselves up to 4 or 5. They're cooking with gas. Still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played here. Boomich. Mobile. Call him Twinkle Toes sometimes because he seems to be everywhere. Spinks gets a taste of the AWP. Doesn't look good for Vitality as Perfecto mows him down with the AK-47, picks himself up a double kill here. Feeling the heat at the back of the platform, though. Dishes out an incendiary of his own. Self-preservation, the aim of the game right now, as Mezzi will find the first kill for Vitality.
For more, they are really in trouble here on the T side. Bomb plant be nice, you know, again, just trying to make a little bit of extra money, but they're still fighting like they want to win the round. Mezzi,
let's go.
Trying to get the pre-fire for the smoke. It's Saibu that is with him. What a teammate to have in the back of your pocket here. 55 seconds on the clock, and just like that, from a 5 versus 2 into a 2 versus 3. And they're not done yet. 50 seconds. Bomb now being planted, and CT side looking to pounce on them just as that happens. Important kill for Axel. Mezzi's on his own. Oh, they line up. He's on for the ace. He's looking for it. Axel's going to be worried on the other side. Mezzi, does he have what it takes? It's so close, Henry. He nearly did it. 17 health left on Axel.
Could have been one of the clutches of the tournament there. Mezzi's in the zone right now, and that's where he's his most dangerous. Those are the rounds he can win. He knows it as well. One bullet away, maybe, from an ace clutch.
That would have been it.
That would have been game, set, and match, I reckon. Oh my goodness. A 5-on-2, Anders. He brings it down to a 1v1.
That was sickening, wasn't it? It's still kind of devastating for Cloud9. It's so many rifles lost. The lineup here. The fact that a stray bullet just catches Boomich in the back and then... Oh, it was close. It was real close. You can tell.
Is it ever a good try? And now finally, financial implications here. It took a lot. But still they have 4 rifles. It's only Apex that's got the Desert Eagle here. Still a buy of sorts. Axel, a cheeky kill through the smoke will find flames. Happens a lot on Anubis. You'll see a lot of smoke spam towards that mid area. And it's going to be a double kill. That's Cloud9. Look to take number 10, no problem. They've got a 5 versus 3. Boomich. Actually looking pretty decent as well. Hits another shot, this time through the box, so doesn't quite find the kill.
Well, this is very interesting, though. Cloud9, they're actually about to be in a very strong position where they will have finally got rid of the Vitality economy. They're going to be up to 4 rounds, could bounce straight to 5, which again, is within striking distance. You're going to be quite happy if that is how it's going to be going down. Axel doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. And here we go. Look at how they're moving out. They're in a 5 versus 3, Henry, and they're still being aggressive outside of the A-bomb side. I absolutely love it. Saibu's going to be so pissed. He's like, what? Like, you should be playing defensively. You're the one with the advantage, but
True.
They take it away.
Well, here we go. Pick a Cloud9. Starting to pick up the pieces, actually. As Boomich hits the second shot. This time it is a kill. Mezzi got close in the 5-on-2. Would have to go above and beyond in the 5-on-1. Good flashbang to push that EWP back. Only got 10 seconds, though. And finally, they have been broken financially. It took so long, but they've done it. Mezzi probably goes down after the time as well. They got to swing on him now. Yep, he's dead. So $0 for Mezzi going into the next round. That's a nice call from Cloud9 there. Just tightening the noose.
Yeah, you might as well.
First kill, ridiculous. Axel blowing the smoke open. Electronic, very nice. Boomich hitting the shot. He'd already legged Spinks as well, so he just finishing the job there. Nice, блядь! Nice, blade. I'm going to start saying that. It's a good catchphrase.
That is actually, that works so well.
Eco, I'm afraid. Mezzi with $0. You have to operate. Could have bought a decoy, I suppose. $50. You know I'm a fan of the decoy, Anders.
Yeah?
It's a shame he didn't get brought out for this situation.
Is it the next big thing? I still think the decoy should have a slot that isn't a grenade slot. Like a separate decoy slot. I don't know why it's taken up other grenades. It doesn't make any sense.
We'll see. Maybe there's a future for the decoy yet. But for now, it's just Apex, a hero of round number 11, potentially. One more to go after this. Mezzi.
Oh my god.
Blocking. No Kevlar. The cannon fodder for Apex. He's actually given him some open runway here for a couple of kills. Maybe they can get a plan out of this. Vaults himself up towards heaven, and he gets himself a triple kill. The in-game leader, leading by example.
What a round out of Apex already.
got the bomb.
Bomb plant, yeah, it's secured. They had nothing going into it. They had one AK, but what they did have was a lot of space on the A bomb side given to them by Cloud9. No one was even watching. They just walked all the way up on the plateau before anyone even realized. And that's not acceptable if you're Cloud9. Somebody has to have an eye on the main entrance there, and nobody was even looking. So they just get the clean sweep that they needed here. 2 versus 2 now. The retake being attempted, but no kit's been picked up at the moment, so time is running against them. Finally, they get rid of Apex, and they get rid of Flames as well. All right, there's the kid on the ground. They're going to be... Oh, no. No one picked it up. Fair enough. They're going to be fine anyway. Still, that's a huge security gap in the A-bomb site that they need to fill as soon as they can.
I wasn't 100% sure he got that. I thought he got the kid as well. Like, got a bit close. Yeah. Final round coming up next, and this Apex performance, very impressive. Ultimately doesn't mean a massive amount considering it's the last round up next, but still gives him some extra cash. He invested with the Hero AK, right? He's got himself $900 through kills, and it led them to a bomb plant as well, so that AK did its job. It's not about winning the round, it's about guaranteeing a plan and getting more resources going forward. He knows he could have won the round, sure. It's still disappointing, but not all is lost. That's still pretty decent. We did say, though, Anders, if they could manage to get themselves up to 4 or 5 rounds, this game's back on. It was a really slow start, but this is quite impressive now. Cloud9 showing why they picked this map. Could tie things up at 6-6, and on a T-sided affair, you never know. This is already impressive that they brought it all the way back. They were, what, 5-1 down? Oh, 6-1 down, in fact. Yeah, 6-1 down. And they've actually posted 4 in a row. That's what it took to get an eco out of Vitality.
I'm really impressed. I really thought the start that Vitality had, the way they were fired up individually as well. Apex doing a fantastic job. Mezzi nearly with the ace clutch earlier. Like, it looked like they were about to stomp on Cloud9, but that hasn't been the case. This is actually a really nice recovery. Gotta give them some credit here. Electronic in the middle. No one on the other side to get any of that spam for the smoke. Speaking of smokes... Yeah, so just jumping to get his bearings, make sure he can throw that Molotov down right. He's very aggressive in trying to take over this part of the map. Hasn't been the most exciting first half for ZywOo yet, but kill to open up the round. It's a good start.
ZywOo opening things up, besting Hobbit in the dark room here. 5-4. First time in a while they've had an advantage. ZywOo continues to dominate this area. Gets his second kill towards that jail position. Sends Electronic down to the dumps. 3 players remaining. Max out. Is there anything left he can do? He's had some moments here. 14 kills. A rifler that's been absent, to be honest with you, the last few months, but a great performance here. Instrumental in the recovery of this CC campaign of Anubis.
Okay, flashbang worked out really well to came across that AWP for the first time, but ZywOo continuing, it's good. Triple, said he's been a bit quiet, but that's going to get the job done here. Boomich, nothing he could do here in the 1 versus 5 with the ult.
Nothing?
Absolutely nothing. He could get some highlights, I was going to say, but ZywOo's ready. That's going to close it out. A quad kill for him at the end. That's well played, and still a strong start for Vitality. Yeah, no doubt about it.
No doubt about it, indeed. 7-5 as we'll see if they can bring it back in that second half. We'll be right back.
This message is brought to you by Blast. London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights. The sounds. Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. And the pageantry.
Nah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the last CS2 tournament of the year. Everyone's talking about it. Right now, we've got the second half between Cloud9 and Vitality. 7-5. An impressive comeback, you have to say. 6-1 deficit.
Yes.
Hosting 5 rounds. Yeah, this one's wide open. Anyone could take this. All starts here with a pistol round, and it's aggressive. Spinks, with first contact, doesn't quite land the mark on the shot.
Yeah, but it's still pretty good information, right? You get a chance that the T's are there. They're not setting up for an immediate A explosion. You kind of you know a little bit of something. See if they're going to take a peek once again. What a jump out. That's so scary. He's just jumping for the rest of the team to get up behind. There's MOUZ landing a bullet to Perfecto's face. And yeah, why not quit when you're ahead? We got the 4-on-5. It's probably okay. Cybu's holding the A bomb side.
Yeah, scary prospect, isn't it?
Scary for Cloud9 in this one. Whatever you do now, it's going to feel like they probably know. This actually might be a really cool reversal if they can go through the middle and just pop out onto the bomb site. That'd be pretty sick. Might be one of the harder things to read for Vitality at the moment.
Here we go then. In toward the B side we go. Flames with a drop down. Causing a ruckus here, but he will be dropped, and it's actually not worked out whatsoever. Hobbit and Boomage finding a frag apiece. It's down to MOUZ. Trying to hold on to this B bomb site. Significant damage inflicted. Electronic pushing the smoke. Trying to slip one by them. Doesn't work out either. Man advantage, even more so now. One player remains. It's Hobbit, no chance. 3 HP. And it will be a solid hold from Vitality. After that drop down, I thought they were done for that, but MOUZ holding strong. A lot of damage output there.
He had 3 kills in the round. He's just firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, he's looking great.
Apex is so excited.
Really, really good from MOUZ. Definitely got his doubters out there.
Must say.
Rightly so, replacing Magisk is a tall order.
Oh, yeah, like there are going to be lots of questions, but you know, you see stuff like this, you think, all right, this is actually looks really, really good. Exciting to watch, no question about it.
It was like, you go. No, you go. I go.
How did he go, Henry?
I don't know. This,
unpack that particular...
He just said, you're just gunning him down as you're giving him hell.
That was a gun movement. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, they're pushing.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. They're full sending it. The bomb got planted. It's a force buy from Cloud9 here. Looking to force the issue towards A main. Thinking better of it, though. That's sort of Molotov to dissuade them.
I still like the pressure, you know, just to keep them honest out there.
You know, baits out utility, you know, like that's a Molotov kind of expended early on in the round. So a grenade pits Axel in one-tap territory for the M4s. That's some nice chip damage, we call it. And it's significant because, of course, the AK has that one-tap potential. Now, you have to consider Axel can receive the same treatment from the CTs. The execution, the split. 2 players towards dark, 3 outside. Nice set piece. Focusing on the MAC-10s rather than Galil's here, so they have these grenades and this execution potential.
Nice wall that they built with the smokes.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to see anything there. Just looking for a quick bomb plant. What they should be doing, but they've been slowed down. The bomb plant is not as quick as you would have wanted. It might not happen at all. It's just Apex charging through. He didn't get the most kills there, but he got a really significant one, stopping the bomb from going down. And they are right back online here. Vitality starting to take over the game once again.
That is wild. They didn't get a single kill. It was a beautiful execution.
Yeah.
They had everyone in position. Everything deployed. MOUZ through the smoke. Twice.
Yeah.
And Apex denying the plant as well is huge. Like, if they get the plant out of that one, you think, all right, fair enough. At least we've got the cash. Like, we'll be okay. But now it's like full eco sort of territory. As we go 9-5, Vitality pretty much guaranteed double digits here. Yeah, I like that flash. I've not seen that box utilized like that too many times. That's kind of an interesting idea. So he's throwing the Molotovs and the flashes like that just to get some initial control of A main. Teammates can swing off that. It's pretty cool. Like, Anubis is definitely one of the maps that hasn't been solved yet. Like, we're seeing so many different ideas presented each and every game.
I think that's even more true with how the new smokes are working in general.
Yeah. Not enough bullets, I'm afraid. That's where the M4A1S will let you down. Spinks picks up a rifle.
From my point of view, so little time has been spent, at least. I mean, maybe it has been spent, but nobody's just you know, really used it yet, but the way that those smokes work with the sort of drop-down function of them, like if you throw them high enough up, they will close the gap towards the ground, but only if it's not too high up. It's sort of a medium distance where they will sort of fill to expand the space. I think that mechanic itself is going to be exploited a lot at one point. Here we go.
Can anyone make a few further dents here in the defense of Vitality? Doesn't look to be the case. Very well played. Rifle recovered. Fortunately, though, probably doesn't want to save it. I'd rather have the AK going forward. Needs the cash. So just going to try and find a kill if possible. 15 seconds. Vector, that smoke will go down momentarily. There's a low HP Flames on the other side, but it's going to be Apex on the front lines, making sure that it's a clean round. Only one player goes down. Those are full eco, bear in mind. And on Cloud9's pick, they can certainly bring this one back. We recovered that 6-1 scoreline. Right back to 7-5. Really impressive performance from both teams here, I have to say. And Boomer has been delivering with the AWP as well. Won't be required here. As we get into round number 16. Very important round here. Money established once again for the CTs. Pretty clean run. Both pistols in their favor.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, surely this is where you want to start to take a bite out of the second half if you really want to crack at this one.
That's the flap. That flash is so powerful he's doing right there to clear out A main. That suggests they're going in towards A with some conviction here. Molotov towards the fountain position. Smoke towards heaven. This is the electronic utility I was talking about before.
Yeah,
there's a one-man execution allowing his teammates to actually go through. An absolute nuke is thrown towards Apex, and this is what they're known for on Anubis. These A-side attacks, you can see how effective they are. Axel finds yet another kill on the bomb site here, and I think that's it. I'm glad they dropped on that first gun round, Anders. You can see it for yourself, how exciting that little execution they've got is. And it's all down to electronic. He's got different variations of it. It's all from that same position, which allows him to flash A main at the start. So you don't need a second player doing that. They can just group up together and completely wolf pack it in towards the A side. Nice idea as well. Understanding, we've watched Apex lots of this map. He always plays behind the cake. You know, like if he's there on the bomb side, that's where he'll reside. He gets double naded. Yeah. Nothing he can do about that.
That is so sick.
So that's a nice little anti-strat. It's going to put Apex on a high alert. Really good call. Nice work, Boomich. We'll take that. Didn't even drop a kill.
That's Apex. They paint me like one of your French players.
The captain solemnly going down with the ship.
Well, I like it. You did warn us that there was going to be the one-man execute from electronic.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I think
comes up early on.
A lot of teams will be doing that. Most times you throw that smoke from outside A main, and you can only really throw the smoke towards heaven. You can flash your teammates to that position, electronic Scott. You can throw the utility all over the bomb site. It's pretty cool.
Okay. I think that was a really critical round, because again, it was getting a bit out of control. It would have been 11-5 in favor of Vitality if Cloud9 couldn't have won that round. And again, at that point, you're dangerously close to losing the map, so tempering things a little bit here.
Molotov, double doors. Zywoo forced off the angle. Good response from Apex there. Really nice response. I enjoyed that. So now he's going to be baiting in Zywoo. He wants to take a bit of aggro here. So yeah, he's done that. Needs to stay alive at this point. Allow Zywoo to swing! Electronic, though, one step ahead of it. Great frag. Drops in a flash, and he fancies a second bite of the cherry as well. Might help himself to the mid position. Trying to flush out the double doors. Could be a player on the other side, but not the case this time. 5 versus 4. One of the most powerful units of the Vitality outfit has been removed.
Looked like Zywoo was expecting more of a reload on the other side. Maybe he even heard the reload, I'm not sure, but he definitely swung like they weren't going to be ready. That is so close.
Yeah, one more bullet.
Sick.
And 17 points of health. Nice little spam attempt there from Mezzy.
There's nobody at the B-bomb side, so...
Oh, God, you're right. I guess it's what you call a gamble stack, I suppose. Yes. And if the bomb does go down towards A, they will not be going for it. And, sorry, towards B. So... Yeah, that might be the round in itself, unfortunately. Not the most exciting one, but it's a fair enough call. Keep your money strong. You've got a nice buffer of rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it many times in the past, right? But crucially, you want to save the rest of the rifles here on the CT side. It's so disappointing if you make this kind of a call and they plant the bomb and they win the round, but then also you lose 1 or 2 more players. Then you sort of feel like, well, now we might as well have just fought for it because we've not only lost the round, but we didn't even really accomplish what we wanted to do as like a secondary objective. So Cloud9 are well aware what happened, so they are getting a little bit closer. They have a couple of people that have enough money that they could try. They're thinking about it. They are really thinking about it. How many players could go down here for Cloud9 before it's no longer worth it? You got to question. Boomich and Axar could definitely try and go for it, but I guess they're going to keep it cool.
Have to, really. Axar. Okay, that's actually super worth it.
Yeah.
Double kill from Hobbit, and he survives as well. Keeps them on their toes, keeps them modest. This is where it was actually like a very promising setup. We said it was Apex taking the aggro. You would think he's just at the back by the temple. ZywOo with the close range swing. Yeah, a bit frustrated.
I feel like that's a rare sight. I've never seen ZywOo reacting at all.
I guess because it felt like it was just so beautifully set up in terms of like the idea, the concept of that play.
Was.
But it just didn't quite work out. Electronic, strong player. Gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to catch him out. Here we go then. This one will go the distance, ladies and gents. This was picked by Cloud9. First map.
You said earlier you enjoyed watching Sunpire's play, but I've got to say, I love watching Apex play. Half of it's in the server, but the other half is just watching him react to things. I just think it's fascinating.
Yeah, he's certainly a character.
I love it so much.
Protect him at all costs.
Yeah, we have to. And he's had one of the wildest careers. I love to bring this up, but it's just so crazy to imagine that he went from being probably like the least exciting player when he was an entry fragger in many ways, like outshined by the rest of his team.
And he's a saucer.
And he's a saucer. And then he
managed to make it work, even though he's a saucer.
In spite of that handicap, he still actually got there. And then, like, who goes from being an entry fragger to an in-game lead? Like, it's such a strange, thing. I just love it.
Oh, my. Right. And 7.
Do you remember how tribal that fight used to be?
Oh, I loved it.
Saucers.
I don't know why. I was a saucer. People aren't aware.
It's usually a waste of time for everyone involved, but guess that's how it is. It's a 3-round difference. Cloud9 are really keeping this an interesting game. I feel like they've had plenty of opportunities, Vitality here, to maybe run away with it, but they haven't really quite been allowed to. I gotta give some more credit to Cloud9. I think it's pretty impressive. They're up against a really tough opponent. Flash out towards the main of B. But it's been spotted. Perfecto. Good information. If they want to go to the A-bomb side, if they want to use the fact that there was a flash, they know that there are going to be 2 people there. You have to do it pretty quickly, right?
Sure.
Oh, what a smoke, though. That timing is sick.
30 seconds. It's Flames on the defense this time. This won't be the same execution we spoke of before. Running through the initial smoke, the bombs hightailing it back towards B, Anders.
I don't like this. But maybe it can work.
So, with 13 seconds, all Spinks has to do is deny the plant if possible. First kill will be the most important. Electronic's gonna go for the plant, and he's got himself in a world of trouble. Spinks with the off angle, only good for 1 here. It's gonna be Cloud9 right back in this round as Perfecto finds yet another kill. 3-on-3. Retake is possible. Kits are there.
Flames is so low to start this with, and he's the one coming through this dark position. If he gets touched by anything, he's going to be dead. That's why he's waiting. He doesn't want to be the first guy in. I can't really blame him for it either. Good trade from ZywOo. He's finally picked up that AWP, but there's the problem all along. Flames just so soft at the start of it. Good shot from ZywOo. It kind of makes him rethink, but he realizes there's no time.
For a second, he considered it. Kind of similar to the Wonderful.
Yeah.
1-on-2 earlier. Pretty much the exact same scenario.
True.
But just didn't have quite enough time. And we'll see Cloud9 post yet another, closing the gap now. Great round. What a ballsy call to make, Anders.
Very
30 seconds remain. Look, actually less than that. We had 20 seconds when they're running all the way back in towards the B site. And thankfully, they did enough. They had dragged the entirety of Vitality over. There's 1 man on the bomb site. Spinks only good for 1. And that enables the plant, and then they come out on top in the very tight clutch scenario there. We've got an AWP save for ZywOo as their lead is slowly but surely diminishing here. But a player like him, there's that flash I talked about. That's a very meta flash right now. Denies any sort of vision towards A main at the start. Applies a lot of pressure to the anchor.
It's a really good call from Cloud9 given the fact that they knew that Vitality had information that they were outside of the B bomb side of
Oh, wait. Oh, the damage. The Deagle set up here. There was a chance of a triple kill there for Apex with the Desert Eagle.
Yeah, there was.
The grenades did so much work. But I think now the priority will be holding on to the sniper. ZywOo nowhere to be seen. Bomb to be planted momentarily, courtesy of Perfecto, and here he is. Oh, starting to see a convincing Cloud9 here. Good shot from Mezzi. Gets himself an AK-47. Hobbit hand delivers it.
Okay, I mean, that's a victory in itself, right? A lot of this probably now for both teams is going to come down to the economy. Where you're getting sort of a little bit late into it here. If Vitality have too many eco rounds or too many half buys, then it's a lot easier for Cloud9 to take over and win the game.
That's smart from Mezzi, by the way. He's giving the AK to Spinks, who's got Kevlar, can actually save it, and Mezzi go, I'll just go for another kill. I'll see what I can do. You hold on to that, and I'll go cause utter destruction. Spinks will get 1 more for good luck, so that's actually quite an idyllic outcome there for Vitality. Like, Mezzi is thinking on his feet. Like, that is very impressive. Like, quite selfless of him. You won't see that too often, Anders. Like, players like offering up rifles and thinking of the bigger picture and going and actually delivering as well, continuing to find frags and actually leading to 2 more kills. That's super impressive from Mezzi. He's had a great map so far, but so are Cloud9. They're actually looking like quite a scary force here on the T side.
But just as we were talking about how much the economy could make a difference, you lose 4 players in that round if you're Cloud9. That's so expensive compared to what it could have been.
True. So we're back online. All for ZywOo still remains. Said that a couple of times here. Getting to the closing stages of this first map, 10-9. And to tie things up. Molotov to kick things off. Not before the smoke, though. Molotovs to the baskets. Just trying to guarantee A main control. CTs cannot reside in there anymore. Removed vision. Denied access. It's a nice protocol. And you can see, okay, Electronic setting himself up again. So he's got... It's all about the double flash as well. So he's got the Molotov, the smoke. So he's smoke heaven, Molotov towards either the bomb site or towards the bricks. And then he double flashes the team. So we saw this as the first gun round they presented. You can see there it is, that Molotov on the bomb site itself. Makes things very uncomfortable. But this is where ZywOo thrives. Gets himself a double kill. Can they break the streak of Cloud9 here? They've got bomb site control, but Apex will find a creeping Hobbit through the smoke.
Flames struggling to get this kill, though. Perfecto and Electronic, they should be losing this round, but a double spray down from Electronic momentarily had me wondering if that could have been working out. Great ulping from ZywOo as well. But I mean, still, you're right. Like the Molotov, if they had an HE, they didn't. But if they'd had an HE, then they could have probably killed him with that alone, and he wouldn't have had a chance. So the Molotov is still really efficient.
It's so sick from ZywOo here. Look, he's just burning alive, ducking and weaving, dropping the smoke. Hobbit trying to thread the needle. Didn't quite work out for him. Apex closing out the round. That's a significant one. Denies Cloud9 tying things up. They should still have a nice buy available to them. A little bit of residual cash as well. Electronic feeling the burn slightly more, though. To be fair, the MAC-10, 2 players over helmets, could still be deadly.
It's nice to see ZywOo. I mean, again, we said he had sort of a slow start, but there are so many ZywOo games where you look at the scoreboard at the beginning and you think, okay, this is maybe not the most... And then suddenly he's there anyway. He's just creeping back up. It happens all the time. He's up to 16 now. 2 kills behind Apex. We're still top fragging at 18. Mezzi right in between at 17, so... That's the trio that's currently powering Vitality forward. Defense falling back from the dark position. Spinks doesn't want to stick around. Oh, I like this, though. Flames and Apex. If they can take this mid-control, it's going to be very, very hard for Cloud9 to read. And you can tell exactly how hard as Axile is, well, eventually going to be dead.
Oh, key frag. Didn't mind that from Spinks. Had the information as to where Hobby was. Didn't land the shot, though. It's all by design. Hobby's trying to flush them out of that dark room for better or for worse. Apex through the smoke, gets a clean one. They've got the man advantage, but not for long. Bomb to be planted here. Mezzi looking to deny if possible, but Boomich will successfully get that C4 planted.
Oh, but it's right through the smoke. Half the fight at the bomb site's been through the smoke. No one's actually seen each other. What a ridiculous round. Hobbit getting tagged through the smoke and taken down. Is anyone going to have a reasonable fight in this one? It's finally Perfecto, but MOUZ again, one last kill for the smoke, Henry, because why not? I think there was one honest kill in that one. Otherwise, it was grenades and shots to the smoke.
An absolute slobber knocker of a round, Anders. That one had it all. It took absolutely everything here. Aggression across the board. Ridiculous kills through the smoke. Look at this from ZywOo. That's wild.
5 kills through the smoke in this one, Henry.
That's so sick. Oh, this one's heating up to be another amazing series as well. ENCE versus NAVI delivered. This one starting to heat up as well. And that's a pretty big round. You can see now, even with the plant, the money is getting to a desperate position. It's map point for Vitality. One more round will do it to take their opponent's pick here. It's Inferno coming up next. And they've got Mac 10s and Galils. A Boomich AWP. He had some great moments in the first half, but he's 7 and 15, Anders. Is he the man for the job here? 30.
He got grenaded.
Yeah, it's so much damage, down to 40 points of health. And ZywOo, he's got the intel. There's at least one player in towards A main. We can see Perfecto defending the B push. And he'd be right in thinking this could be a possibility. Spinks caught off guard, though. No quick kill away from Perfecto, but he's just going to convert it in the end. It's Spinks to keep a level playing field, though. Boomich has gone down. The AWP has been removed. They're going to have to try and recover that, and Perfecto has done just that.
Fair play to Spinks for getting anything there. He was way out of his depth. Nice grenade. Oh my god.
Damn. Okay.
A nuclear bomb.
Over 100 damage.
That is devastating. Oh, that could make it very hard to win this round.
Yeah, you don't see grenades like that anymore.
I think it landed on Chicken as well. I really want a replay of that if we can get it. Perfecto is going to be going down. It's Apex. He's still leading from the front. It's one of those games they have it every once in a while. 20 kills on Apex. And we're not even done yet. Mezzi's going to be going down. Electronic with a nice shot there of the Mac 10. And the bomb's been planted. Somehow they found a way to even a bomb plant.
Okay. They're back online here. They've got the advantage. It was an arduous task, but it looks like they might actually come out on top here. Map points has been obtained, but will not be converted just yet. It looks like the Mac 10s and Galils were just enough here, as Flames and ZywOo will have no choice but to save the weapons. Money is okay. And I say that with bated breath, because you can see there's Mezzi with $500. Same story for Spinks. Flames had to save this rifle. ZywOo can drop one. So they'll have a buy going forward, but might be worth a tactical timeout.
It's a very tricky round for Cloud9 to win. That triple nade that landed on it really is significant. It's very hard to power on beyond that, but... And they got back into the round with a double kill on the Mac 10 on Electronic. Like, it's so weird. What a weird way to get back into a round, but we'll give them the credit here. This first one, fine. Mezzi's kind of looking the other way, but this one is just a nice burst. Taking down Apex.
Yeah, the SMGs have put in absolute work today. What a game. What a series this is. Building towards, and was going over towards A, juggling the extra flash over as well. That's kind of sick. So that, oh, that's really nice. Like, I haven't seen that before. Like, I know it's possible, but like, you can juggle the flash drop, flash drop, flash drop, flash. You can take extra flash over with you. Pretty nice.
Why not? Why not do it if you get the opportunity? Flames out in front.
Oh, we got the knife out?
We did. He thought that was it. Like, I'm going to get the kill on this game.
I think he's just trying to piece the F out of there, but that's not the way he intended it to go down. Such a clean opening kill as well. If he kept the rifle out, maybe he's good for maybe just a follow-up dink. I don't think he gets a second kill, but maybe he could just do some damage to a second player. Either way, this isn't the force buy from Vitality, bear in mind. This is, they actually went for the more conservative approach, which is absolutely fine. They'll recover that rifle. One more will do it for Vitality, but Cloud9 certainly have the advantage here around number 23. We have gone the distance once again. What a day of Counter-Strike it has been so far. Like we said, the last tournament of the year, Anders, and we are being gifted some absolute treats.
We're not even halfway done with the day yet.
Yeah, we've got 2 more best of 3s coming up after this, and this is just the first map.
Well, they only have pistols on this bomb site. The AWP and the M4 are not anywhere near at the moment, so it might be very hard to hold on. If you can get a kill and make it a 4-on-3, maybe you go for the retake. ZywOo does have a kid after all. Oh, it's not perfect at all. It's anything but. He's not getting the kill. There we go.
He took significant damage, though, on the re-peak. Bomb's actually going down and towards A. So still give the advantage to Cloud9 all day long. Apex detected towards middle. It's going to be a very difficult retake. That's if they go for it. A kid is available. And even in the 4 versus 3, still giving this one to Cloud9. We'll see what happens next. Bomb ticking at some pace now. Here they come.
They want to go for it. Messi with the headshot. Boomich and Electronic. They can still win this. Even in the 2-on-4, it's possible. Electronic. Oh, no. An angle, a missed shot. Very rare you see that. ZywOo goes down. And now it's a 1 versus 1. But I think Spinks is simply out of time, even with the defuse kit. So, yeah, they're going to lose everything on the Cloud9 side, but it doesn't even matter. It's 11-12. Cloud9, 1 round away from getting us onto overtime.
ZywOo hits that shot. It's GG. It's done. They did very well.
That should have been it, right?
Yeah, we need to see it from his POV. I guess he saw a slither of him and didn't anticipate a play to be so close. He's got so many angles and positions to check there. It's all on ZywOo's back. Like I said, a rare miss, but it all started here. The knife came out. Yeah, he was trying to retreat. Now you see it from that POV. He thought there'd be 1 there. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. Spinks with the backstab. Only had 8 points of health, though. No time to even attempt the 1-on-1. He did save the AK-47, however. And bear in mind, that's a partial buy. That wasn't everything on the line there.
True.
But they did lose the AWP in the process. It's a final timeout. Impressive showing from Cloud9.
I would still love to see Vitality try and go for that mid-push they tried earlier on the CT side. I think that's an interesting approach because they tried it at A or B at different times to, flash their way out, try and get a little bit done, but if you can get some action in the middle, that'd be fun.
Double timeouts again. You can see these games, they go the distance. They're down to the wire. It's got the coaches on edge. They want to make sure that the team is listening, that everything is under lock and key. Apex and Skitaz trying to work out how they can find the coup de grace, Anders. You know what that means?
Blow at the head, I believe. Blow at the state.
I think the killing blow, but maybe direct translation. You're right. I thought it was the killing blow.
Listen,
you probably know better than me. I didn't really know.
Took English at university. If I had, it's not good for much, Henry, but every once in a while,
every now and then,
a couple of things.
Excellent.
Do you know what decimate means?
What, literally, or?
Yeah.
No.
It means to take a 10th off.
Really?
Deci,
Okay. Wow. It's kind of dark, but
well, here we go. That was nothing to do with the game whatsoever. We're back in it.
Final round of regulation. Vitality trying to utilize their strongest unit to find that first pick. A narrow miss. Does do some damage towards Axel. Looking for the boosted players towards middle as well. 3-man setup. This part of the map. It's quite subdued for now. Boomer just getting ready for the double doors Molotov. Smoke down in the hut. The boost behind that in CS2. And here we go. Remember, we've got 3 players here for the CTs. They are ready for this play. Looking to close things out in regulation. This time, Flames comes out on top. Great shot from him. Electronic. So difficult to best him in that position. We've seen them try multiple times. And now a rare advantage for Vitality. Looking for that sigh of relief. Spinks. Massive swing. Boomage fighting back here in the T steps. 4 versus 3. Time is of the essence, though, Anders. 45 seconds remaining. Utility actually very healthy on the T side. Multiple smokes, Molotovs, one of which deployed towards the bricks. Flashbang over. Trying to show presence. Keep this Flames on the A side of the map. It's going to be Spinks. Bear in mind, he's been caught with his pants down a couple of times here.
Yes.
They've taken the bait over and over with these fakes.
I do like this position from him a lot more, though. He's close enough. He doesn't have to sacrifice his life. There's a nice shot on the Boomage. That might be everything they needed there. 15 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a spray through, but this just allow for the bomb line. It's fine. They can even plant the bomb. It's still going to be a 2 versus 4. Nice spray from Axel, but he's very low on health. The bomb now getting planted on the other side. Surely Cloud9 can't steal this. Back overtime seems like a bit of a dream right now. Perfecto shut down by ZywOo at the end. And Vitality, they find a way through just barely the 13-11 scoreline.
What a great game it was, though, Anders. The Counter-Strike is delivering on all fronts today. These two titans battling it out in the upper bracket final, trying to find out who will be making their way towards the semi-final. It is going to be Vitality stealing away the pick of Cloud9.
An incredibly competitive first map, and Maui, your suspicions were correct. Vitality do seal this one up, but it requires the full 24 rounds, the entire distance of this ground of Anubis, and incredibly back and forth as well. We're talking a 6-1 start for Vitality on that T side of things. Cloud9 managed to bolster themselves coming back into that second half. That was such a good map of CS, and obviously Vitality deserved to win that one out at the very end.
It was incredibly exciting CS because it felt like both of these teams had such drastically different win conditions round to round. To me, Cloud9 in a lot of ways had sometimes better game planning, sometimes the strat calling felt really nice, but Vitality in some of those rounds just had that extra X factor. The pop-off moments from people like Mezi, from ZywOo, even Apex himself had a lot of moments where he's finding openers and even multi-frags.
Should we go into one of those rounds where Vitality managed to kind of put all the pieces together and actually come out flawlessly? We're going to be jumping into round number 14, because this is a CT side of Vitality. What happens here, Mal?
So this one, it's a little bit hectic as we see that Cloud9's going for an exec into the bomb site, and there's a couple kills just kind of randomly right there, but I love what Apex does right here. He just jumps on through. There isn't even too much utility on the side of Vitality at that point, and we just see that they love creating a little bit of extra chaos in those kinds of moments, because I was talking it and prefacing it before the game that Cloud9, when they're on those bomb sites, they can really lock it down. They can really, even in a 3v5 like that, if you give them that bomb plan for free, sometimes they'll just shore up the defense, they'll play off of each other beautifully, and they'll make a round that seems really tough on their end, very possible. So Apex says, I'm not even going to let you get set up.
Yeah, lightning fast reactions and super quick speed coming out from Vitality. But I'm curious what was going on in the team speak. So let's hear in this mic'd up moment.
I'm adding dark, maybe out. Cave, two cave. One more cave. Could be everything, guys. Mateo, I'm going close.
One of the guy dead.
Mateo, I will jump in front.
On that. One cave.
Last cave. I'm crazy, I swear, I love it.
Sick, boys.
Good job, guys.
Crazy and I love it. Words of Apex, and that's exactly why we loved watching Vitality in this particular round, right? Because they somehow managed to make magic happen in those moments, right?
Vitality just can be so active. They are so willing to sometimes throw the playbook out, the rulebook out, and they'll just go for some ridiculous plays. If they're even a little bit confused, they, to me, in a lot of ways, embody what Heroic was doing earlier in the year, where they're always just going to be the ones that are a little bit more proactive to make sure that they're fighting on their own terms. Even if it's not a perfect plan, some plan is better than no plan. And Vitality have embodied that. They've taken that from other teams, and that's why, in many ways, they look like the most stable team here, because they're always fighting in the way that they want to be.
Some really great calling coming out of Apex, but also great individual fragging ability as well, which isn't something that we're necessarily demanding from him, but we love to see it when it happens, because how ballsy is this man sometimes? Like, he is not afraid of getting down in the mud, getting dirty, and getting some frags alongside it.
Even a clutch right here. Apex really did it all in this one. He locked his sight down, he was able to rotate and find a bunch of kills, but on the T side, he has really emboldened and enabled himself. He is so frequently just charging on in, and it's the fact that in this game, in CS2, it does feel like Apex has caught a second wind in terms of his own individual ability. He has really just been popping off lately. I think that when it comes to Apex and this kind of performance, it is a luxury, but it's not, and it was weirdly kind of necessary for this one.
Yeah.
But it hasn't always been, thankfully. And it feels like sometimes he'll just kind of like throw these out here and there. He'll roll the dice with himself, and teams like Cloud9 for whatever get caught by it. I'm not actually sure exactly why that is, though.
Maybe a bit of a kryptonite for Cloud9.
Yeah,
I don't know. Mezi as well. We got to give that man some credit on his name, because yesterday, obviously, he was looking incredibly consistent. We weren't totally sure how hyped we were going to be on him. Obviously, after full finals, he did manage to lift the trophy, but it wasn't down to, a star-studded performance from him. I'd like to see him slowly but surely having more and more impact, and I think this is probably one of the best maps that we've seen from him so far since he joined Vitality.
He was taking rounds over. He almost won a 1v3 ace clutch. We see right here the couple kills that he was able to get, not able to finish it. But Mezi called his own number in this one a lot more. He was pushing a little bit more. So frequently with Mezi on past teams and even earlier on Vitality, he was kind of playing in the back, just kind of making sure he doesn't mess up. There were 4 kills through smoke. I don't see that graphic very often, but either way, that's pretty sick. Good game.
That was like basically all from one round as well, right?
Yeah.
Like that round was insane.
Yeah. So with Mezi, he's so frequently just kind of being more passive, but He does have the mechanical ability. It's something that people love to talk about with him, that he's got snappy aim, great crosshair placement, but he doesn't impose it on his opponents. This is one of the few maps I've seen where he actually was pushing it in for Cloud9.
I want to play devil's advocate here, and maybe I'm getting a little bit greedy, but should we be desiring a little bit more from Spinks and Flames? This might sound kind of dumb because they just won the map. It was their opponent's pick. But I look at them and the duality that they're able to have together, and historically the stats they were able to put up, it's been a bit slow in terms of the start for Flames to this tournament, right?
For Flames, I would say that's a fair concern, Freya. Spinks had in terms of this map performance, sure, Flames slightly outperformed Spinks, but Spinks' first series at this tournament was totally fine. Yeah. So I'm not too concerned about him. I will bring up this one thing with Flames that I think people are really, if they're watching closely, they are noticing this. His aim has been actually kind of bad at this event so far. It's been only 2 days, it's been only a few maps, but in terms of just pure mechanics, I feel like that's the one thing where I'm watching Flames. Sometimes people are flash, they're not looking at him. He takes a long time to find the kill, and he definitely needs to just like focus a little bit more on that. And we know that's capable. Like, he's capable 100%. Of that. On OG, that was never even a concern of mine, his mechanics, but if for whatever reason at this tournament, he's just been a slow starter.
Yeah, no, I think that's why we are demanding more of him, right? Because
Definitely.
we have seen so much more in the past. I do want to give some credit to Axel throughout that map. Obviously, Cloud9 losing their map pick isn't a good look, but it's been great to see him, as you were prefacing, the trajectory slowly but surely getting back to the Axel that we know he can deliver, and another map where he had some really great stats, right?
For whatever reason, Axel just seems to be able to focus a lot more on his crosshair now. Maybe the comms have really settled because in the beginning, I'm sure with the new integration of Electronic as the in-game leader, then they're swapping in-game leaders to Boomage. Even Hobbit had it briefly. Probably had to think about too much going on there. And this is, and let's just remind everybody, Axel was a monster when he was playing with NAVI, who was the same in-game leader he had for practically 3 years. Yeah. And so going through those changes probably did mess with his brain a little bit. But now that he's settled into this roster a bit more, he's playing under a really experienced in-game leader, a major winning IGL in Boomage. It does feel like Axel has regained so much of that form that he had last year.
Yeah, don't make the man think. Let the man frack.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we want to see. Might be an uphill battle, though, because we are moving on to Vitality's map pick. That is Inferno, and once again, it was 13-11 last time around in the favor of Vitality. Can Cloud9 claim revenge? We're going to see after this. as our third game of the day, we have another elimination series. It's going to be Heroic taking on MOUZ, obviously limping after the loss of Frozen. We're going to see who's going to be holding on to their tournament life, but not before we jump back into the action at hand right now. We're talking qualification, we're talking a spot at the semi-finals, and we're also talking about a map which these two teams are very familiar with each other on. It's Inferno, the pick of Vitality. Also another 24-round game last time around at the semi-finals of Fall Finals.
This one almost sent Vitality home at the Fall Finals. They almost didn't actually weather the storm that Cloud9 threw at them. So they definitely are looking back at this one, and for whatever reason think that this is a good place to take the fight. I said it in the pregame for you. I actually think that Cloud9 will be winning this one in the rematch. And so I found this pick rather curious, given that Inferno, notoriously known to be a map where the op just is not as important, and Cloud9, that's really their biggest woe.
Yeah, I think you're very apt, particularly when we're looking at the results from last time around, because the reason that it came so close and it didn't come down to a Cloud9 win was because they just had such a slow start on that T side. We saw some really good CT side starting from Vitality, but then Cloud9 were really good and very quick at adapting coming into the later stages of that half. So for the T side of Cloud9, what are you hoping off the bat to see from them?
Well, the last time that they faced off against each other, it was kind of a tale of two different players on that A bomb site. We see that Spinks and Mezzi both at the top and bottom of the scoreboard for Vitality, and they're playing that A bomb site together. And so one thing that if I want to see Cloud9 win, it's you were able to deal with Mezzi just fine in pit, but then you had to get through Spinks, and so frequently that he was picking up multi-frags off of Mezzi's positioning. They were playing off each other rather well and enabling Spinks in those moments. And so it seems kind of simple, but you really just kind of have to trade him out. He was finding so many multi-frags just because he would kind of play in an off angle somewhere around the bomb site, even when you were execing into him. So I feel like they're going to be a little bit more wary of Spinks' presence, and I feel like if that's the case, and they should be, because it was a big match that they lost, so that's going to be seared in their brain, then they have a chance to take this.
And that's the thing, they also have the potential to pivot towards the B bomb side, which notoriously has been quite an up and down defensive Vitality, because that's where we see Apex, that's where we see Flames as well. Obviously two very aggressive players towards that banana position, but speaking about Flames, if he's going to continue not being super hot on fire, that could potentially be a weakness that Cloud9 should look to exploit, right?
No doubt. And the last time again that they faced off against each other, I mean, Electronic was having a fantastic game. Oftentimes he's going to be responsible for fighting in that direction. I'm really, really keen on seeing if that clash goes more into the favor of Cloud9 as they can try to make those adjustments. And so that's why for several reasons, I really do think that Cloud9 have such a great opportunity here to flip the script on Vitality.
Do you think Vitality's kind of red hot form that they found coming into this event, though, could be a difference maker? Because we're talking about the context of, that was Mezzi's first event with them, right? Obviously, there's going to be a few teething issues. There are going to be a few things that Xtaz newly back in as the coach of Vitality as well. Do you think now they found a little bit more time, this is maybe an area that Vitality will have a strength in?
So I think if I'm just trying to really hyper-examine the micro trends we've caught so far at this event and for recent form for Cloud9, you would expect a couple things. You'd expect Mezzi's going to play a little bit better. You'd expect Flames is actually going to maybe play a little bit worse than he did at the Fall Finals. And then you would expect that Spinks is probably not going to keep up that scorching hot form that he had in the semifinals in Copenhagen. And so it's kind of like a huge equalizer there. But weirdly enough, Apex has been playing really well. So that's kind of the trump card or the ace up the sleeve for Vitality, which might tip the scales in their favor for this matchup. But I'm still going to stick with my initial prediction, Freya. I still think that Cloud9 are going to look back at that one very closely and make the necessary adjustments to
win. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It is time to be jumping into Inferno. Potentially a chance for Vitality to net a semi-final spot in 2 maps.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of good games today. Some fantastic maps of Counter-Strike. Let's hope it continues as we move over to a rare treat here. We have Inferno. We never really get to see it in CS2 these days, and there's a map that's not really presented too often. Maui's sticking to his guns. He thinks that they can pick up each other's picks here. So far, so good as Vitality just about get it over the line in that first one. Inferno now. Cloud9 are specialists on this map, though. We know they've got a unique playing style. Look out for Boomage at that banana position, presumably starting the CT side, and yes, here we go. Cloud9 with the Jawlies in the hands of Electronic. Bear in mind, this is the upper bracket final of Group A. Winners straight to the semi-finals. MOUZ is not eliminated, but down to the quarters here. Vitality looking to do it in 2 as they kick things off with a P250 in the hands of the big man himself, ZywOo. They've got one smoke, a single flashbang, as they set up for a nice default spread. Nothing given away from the initial setup.
Some shots ringing out across the map, but nobody really going down at the start of this one. Vitality giving a bit of a time here, just waiting to see if anyone else wants to take a peek. ZywOo on that P250, like you mentioned, that could be a real game changer. We know what he could do. A little bit of a lean, a huge lean, in fact, towards the A bomb side. They've left Electronic alone towards B. Not that uncommon, even in rifle rounds, do this on Inferno. If you're brand new to the game, maybe looks a bit excessive, but that's just how Inferno tends to play out.
As long as he's got a smoke, it's okay. And he'll still have that for now. It's going to be Flames, though, helping himself towards that pit position. CT's under a lot of scrutiny now. It's a three-man setup on the A side itself. Boomich with the first frag.
That's a good start. That's how you want to start this defense. Under 50 seconds now. They are so slowed down. I hate this. They're standing around out in the open. Here we go. It's the first kill going to ZywOo, but it's not going to make a difference. Hobbit and Boomich are taking care of business. Spinks, he can't do anything in this one. Hobbit will clean it out. I understand that they wanted to try and find another kill before they really went for it, but when you're just sort of stutter-stepping on the edge of the bomb site there, you're so vulnerable. Really uncomfortable moment there.
Yeah, it was quite nice to get Flames in the pit, but he's gave him nothing to work with there. He's hoping to have a duel, hoping to cause a bit of a dent in terms of damage, but yeah, they gave nothing away. A passive four-man setup onto the A side pays dividends here for Cloud9. Vitality of no bomb plant still are going to force buy. Saying that's more of a common approach to this tournament at the very least. CS2 is trending towards a full eco and a force buy in the third, but we'll see what kind of strategy Vitality can deploy here. We've got
it's Perfecto jumping at the half wall.
You're right.
Boomich is taken over.
Come on now. Come on now. We know this is where Boomich always resides. You don't often see him on the half wall, to be fair. You're right. He's normally jumping behind it. They're not giving up the information just yet. Vitality don't want to fire off a bullet. That's a nice grenade. Yep.
To be honest, I have to assume that the jumping MP9 accuracy has to be changed at one point here. Like, it feels like, especially on overpass.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
It's certainly more significant than it was in CSGO. Like, you still saw that play in CSGO, it just wasn't as consistent. Here we go, though. Damage from the grenade, but it's going to be some emphatic pace here. Oh, God. Mezzi is a monster right now. Top fragger of Anubis. An absolutely stunning shot to open things up on the A side. So much pressure being applied. Damage done in the corner. It looks like this might be enough. ZywOo steals the deal. And that's going to be it. It's all off the back of the British Desert Eagle.
He almost got the second kill. They did so much damage to the player in the corner. We'll credit him with a kill and a half on this one. Boomich and Perfecto, without any grenades and no defuse kits or anything else, they're not going to be able to penetrate this bomb site for the retake. So Vitality, that is a really fast return.
And this is like the nightmare scenario for Cloud9. This is better than winning the pistol on the T side. If the CD save a couple of MP9s, maybe I'm exaggerating. If they all went down, though, it means you only get $1,400 into the next round. You really are hamstrung going forward, so no choice but to save those two SMGs. They won't have much to work with going forward. At least that will be something. And now they've recovered 2 M4s on the T side, and we've got to see that on replay. That's an absolute drive-by from King Mezzi. Let's have a look at it. Oh, sit down, son.
Yeah. Got put to rest, didn't he? ZywOo coming in for a good headshot. Yeah. That is the, whatever the opposite of nice bliat is.
Nice bliat. That's my favorite line so far. Right then. So it has to be the force fire in response to those 2 MP9s. Still possible. Like, Cloud9, if ever there was a team to be specialists with that particular weapon, they'd probably be right up there. Now they've got Boomich within their ranks. And you know he likes to get aggressive. Like, you can see the double, that's just for Boomich.
Yes.
He goes, like, literally he'll be there every round. The one time he's not...
They're throwing anti-Boomich nades.
Yeah, exactly. Apex has found a bit of space here, trying to punish. I think he goes down. Boomich to find that first frag. Getting chaotic now, they're going to have to give it up. First frag goes in favor of Cloud9. Maybe focused a bit too much on Boomich there. Toying with them.
Yeah, I kind of like it from Apex, but obviously when it backfires, things just get really awkward now. They are up against 4 MP9s, 5-7 as well. Nothing to be scoffed at either. And losing that first player, you can tell it spreads a bit of nerves in the Vitality camp. Another smoke going down. But this one is a little bit deeper, so once the first one fades, I think ZywOo could look over that. maybe a little bit more. It's so close. He's got the right idea, but just waiting for it. Perfecto holding the God Flash, which is devastating if anyone's trying to come through.
Good Molotov. Perfecto is going to be taken from the round.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Don't think he realized how much damage he was taking. Speaking of damage, Boomich trying his best to inflict a lot of it. Does land quite a few shots, actually. I think he got off about 80 damage in total, but not enough to find a frag. Electronic considering the push here, and ZywOo one step ahead of it. Flames. That should be enough to win the round here. Hobbit, no choice but to save the AK-47. We're going to go 2-1. That was the force buy, bear in mind here. So in terms of loss bonus, they're going to be getting $1,900 into the next round. So an AK-47, yeah, might as well hold on to it. Maybe there's a chance with the little they can buy into the next round. They can bring out like maybe P250s at the top end on this.
Yeah, not a great position to be in. I must say, for Vitality, it's a lot of commitment they had to attacking the B bomb site. I think in total, 4 smokes were thrown in that little short passage on B just to keep them out, and they still stuck around. I guess the fact that Perfecto dies to the Molotov here is just devastating, right? Because he just threw out the flashbang. It's such a devastating. You brought it up many times. Because they changed that box at oranges from gold to CS2.
So now it's a flat panel. You can actually consistently throw that flash. Even when you're blind, you can guarantee it's going to go off. Before,
and it was a source thing, right? Like
it was like the source flash. Like because Inferno, when it first came over to CSGO, was a direct port of the source version. And that was just like the #1 flash you'd throw every single time. And now it's just great to see it come back. It is devastating. It's a good word for it. The AK-47 has been saved in the hands of Hobbit. He's got himself Kevlar as well. And yeah, like I said, the most they could really justify is maybe P250s. They've gone for like a smoke and a flash instead. Should be a bit of a walk in the park here for Vitality. Should being the opposite word here. USP sometimes can be problematic, and again, they're proving to be so. There's the first kill, but a trade at least.
Flames took a lot of damage there. Look at him.
Yeah, exactly. There's something about CS2 and going up against full eco seems to be one of the hardest rounds. Oh my god, here comes the swing! Hobbit was set up there. Complicated maneuver.
They saved it, but my god, you could tell there was even a chance for some team damage because they were sort of running out in between them, so you never really know. But they steal the AK back. No chance here for Perfecto to pick anything up, and obviously the round is very much secure in this moment, which will leave Vitality in a 3-1 scenario. So they're loving life for the moment. Boomich toying with them. Playing a dangerous game. It'd be nice if he could get just 2 of them are so low on health right here, but you're not going to find any one of them. 3-1. Apex looking animated once here. I'm not sure what that was about, but yeah, this is not the best fight for Apex. Oh, I guess that's why. He was a little bit upset, but it doesn't matter. They get the round. This is a brilliant start. 3-1 in their favor, Henry, and Cloud9 are going to have to struggle to build an economy now. It's going to be really tricky.
After winning the pistol, yeah, this is not a good place to be. 3-1 down. Tactical timeout called by Groove. Boomich, we're going to need your exciting MP9 play here. Does he even bring it out for the first gun round?
Why not?
He rarely is seen with an M4.
To be fair, I think at least 2 or maybe 3 out of the rounds we've seen so far, they've grenaded top banana almost instantly.
I think everyone knows it at this point.
It's so
surely it's like, it's done. We can't just go sandbags every round. Like, to be fair, like that's when he's got you in his pocket though. When you know he's going to be doing it, he'll present something else. We'll see. Hobbit, that deep smoke towards T steps. Oh, the banana. This time,
everything is smoke. No one can see anything.
Yeah, the entirety banana is engulfed in smoke right now. You're right. We are going to see a boost at the half. This is going to be a genius play. ZywOo, of course, the one leading the charge. The double kill comes through. The round's already over. Get in towards that B bomb side, lads. And for good measure, Spinks will find one towards the top and middle as well. What a great play. Thinking on their feet there. Aware of the tendencies. We know Cloud9 like to play on the front foot of that B-bomb side. And with all the chaos of the smoke, no one anticipated the T-side boost over. The second kill looked impossible. But ZywOo, of course, he'll pull it off. Like, still a world-class rifler. People will think he's synonymous with the AWP, and of course he is. But with an AK in his hands, he's still one of the world's best players.
That is really sickening. Yeah, well done. You know, I came up with the smoke on this map now that we got the new CS2 smokes coming out, Henry. If you're sitting by the half wall and you sort of look up into the arch or the bridge that's above you, there's like some...
Oh, no, you did this on YouTube, right? Or Twitter or something.
Yeah. I put it on Twitter just for the fun of it.
Yeah, like, if you... Yeah, because I watched it, right? Like, if you could make it, like, consistent, there didn't seem to be a lineup you found that was, like... Actually, you're throwing it every single time.
I think you can. I think it's possible to do it like really reliably.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that. That was actually. I was like, you know what, Anders? Like, fair play. That one is actually interesting.
Because I guarantee you this is going to be a feature of the game. Like, what's really weird is when you throw those smokes and they become really long like that.
Yeah.
The bottom of those smokes are not like the regular smokes. Like, they are somehow thinner.
Yeah, they're super thin. They're brittle, I guess.
Yeah, super brittle. Yeah, there's something really weird going on. I think that's going to be where a lot of the exploits are going to be happening.
I think that will be a bit... I don't know, because that was by design. But you're right. Like, it is an odd feature, and it's something that hasn't really been explored as of yet. Yeah. Either way, it's another difficult buy here for Cloud9 there. They need a bit of a miracle here. Hobbit's had these rifles saved each and every time. Hasn't necessarily been able to utilize them just yet. We've got a retake of banana being set up here. ZywOo to deploy a nice... Oh my goodness, you're done for, Boomich. He loves playing aggressive toward that area of the map, and it was just him towards B. So that's the opening frag, but MP9 still could be potent. They've actually managed to find success with his A stack before. If you think back to the pistol, they looked great. That's when the game kicked off. They got the 1-0 start. 4 rounds in a row. Maximum loss bonus comes up next, at least, for Cloud9. So they could afford a little partial buy here. They save the M4. And, yeah, back and towards B we go. You might just want to send one player in. Like, I think it's worth a scouting mission. Like, you don't know it's clear, but sending a player in like Mezzi, he'll be more than happy just to go and garner some information, if possible.
And it's so worth it, right? Doing it this time, he's going to discover nobody in this bomb site. And then all of the danger is sort of taken away. Flame's been holding it for a really long time. He was looking at the radar. You can, you could see. I wish if we can get a replay at that actually would be funny. You saw it on the little minicam in the middle. He just looked away. That is so unfortunate. They're still going to win the round, but
we used to call that getting CS:GO'd.
I know, it's just so frustrating, isn't it? I was looking at his face because you could see that there was going to be a peak coming. It's so funny.
Well, they won't be going for this one, but at least they picked up an AK-47. Most welcome treat on the CT side. You can hold slightly more aggressive angles. Play like Axel as well. At one point in time, considered one of the best riflers in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I would say not in 2023 by a long shot, but certainly got that potential.
Yeah, I think once the team kind of fell apart, something happened to Axel. I mean, it happens to a lot of players when when everything is thrown into question. But definitely one of the really sick players to watch. So, I don't know. I'm still kind of on that train. I think he's going to be back to that level eventually. But you know, we are in the tumultuous days of it here early on in CS2. Everything is chaos. Let's see if we can actually. So there he is looking away. It's like, that's amazing.
Of course. Well. A slight respite here from the action. Some silence. That won't last too long. It's Hobbit with the AWP. I guess the secondary AWP of this team. It's a brave peak to take on a player like ZywOo. But bear in mind, there's no AWP on the other side. It's just going to be just AKs across the board. And look at the money and the frags coming through as Spinks bravely challenges towards the end of the apartments. That was the saved AK removed early. And so you can see he wanted to take a more aggressive duel, go for those one taps, didn't quite hit the mark. He did significant damage. It's not the end of the world, but 5-on-4 on the T side of Inferno is a brutal scenario. Retake utility being set up here. An old school play. Smoke that half full. Molotov in front allows you to flash over and just guarantee. Oh, what a great response. So now you can't actually confirm that no one's on the other side. So that's actually really cool. What a great reaction. They've been full of those today. Perfecto playing on the front lines here. Going to be traded out for sure. Now there's one player remains on the B bomb site.
And they know
it's the boss man himself. Boomich. Great smoke. Gives himself a fighting chance. He needs to lose 2 frags, Anders. If he goes down with nothing, it's round over. His teammates are so far removed.
They're only halfway rotating even. Ooh, Messi not checking it. That's a little bit unfortunate. ZywOo, though, is coming for him. Apex landing the shot as well. 2 versus 3.
That's the first real mistake Messi's made. I guess maybe he was given a bad call.
Could have been.
Comms. Like, he just assumed it was clear. You definitely give it a look, though, when you go past the coffins, and it's going to be Boomich. Like we said, 2 kills will do. He's up against ZywOo and Spinks, though. Baiting out the swing, the reaction. They don't think Holly's got an AWP here. Now they certainly are aware. Spinks in the clutch, but he doesn't have the HP to make this one work. Hobbit, chill.
Range, that's a little bit scary. Don't give this one up, but there we go. He's going to find the shot. Well done. That's a hard recovery for Cloud9, but they do make it work. Bit of history for you, Henry. That peak that he went for in the middle, Hobbit, that was phased out. That was the first time that I heard anyone trying to use actual statistics to decide whether or not to go for peaks, and it was Sonic and Device who ran the stats on whether or not you were actually favored to win that fight on the CT side or not, and they decided it wasn't worth it, because Device loved taking that peak down the middle on Inferno.
Sure.
And eventually Sonic just told him, stop doing it. Like, it's not, you're going to lose that fight.
Well, like I said, the risk, even if you... Oh, okay. Well, point proven, I suppose, Anders.
There we go.
that couldn't have gone better for you. I won't even follow it up with a point. We'll just say you're right.
Just to say, obviously, in modern day Counter-Strike, doing that kind of map is super common.
Well,
like, you know,
well, now we're actually utilizing stats and data like that for the first time, and like that wasn't a thing back in our day. 1.6 and Source and like early days of CS:GO, we had none of that. Like, it's a very different landscape now. It's like comparing traditional sports in their fledgling days, like the 1930s and stuff like that. You know, like it's just, of course, things improve, and as we get more data and resources. Spinks, though.
Now we have AI algorithms running to run the stats on how some of that works. I've helped build one of those tools.
Well, watch this space, I suppose. We'll see what's coming in the future from the Anders lab.
Got the machines really taken over. Electronic and Perfecto, 2 versus 4 at the moment. Nothing that they can do on this one, unfortunately. It's such a power through. The instant bomb plant, just absolutely well played. This is going to be a 6-2 scoreline. Vitality just looking very, very convincing. I love the prediction from Maui with the sort of, you know, they're trading each other's maps. But right now, really Vitality are determined to make sure that doesn't happen.
Maui's on a roll this tournament. He's had some of the best takes of his career.
Huge cultural impact as well.
Yeah, he's getting there.
He's really building a name for himself.
Well, this is dominant to say the least. Oh, God, that's wild. That is absolutely wild, yeah. We all know what he's saying. But ZywOo opening things up. Vitality with a pretty easy conversion. Their T side is getting out of control. Cloud9. Normally the Masters of Inferno, to be honest with you, is normally Boomich dominating that banana area. He hasn't really done much. Sure, managed to hold the B bomb site when Mezzi wasn't looking at him. That round should have been Vitality, to be honest. It was just a rare mistake, right? Like the fact that he didn't even check coffins. The spacing was all off. Just a bit of a blunder, if you don't mind me saying. But let's go.
Right under the stop sign. Oh, what? How? Yeah, I can't believe it.
It's nuts.
He'd made it around the corner. But it doesn't matter.
Get over here.
6-2. We are getting into the 9th round. You are right, like that. We've seen none of the Boomich shenanigans, none of the craziness. But again, like the grenade uses on a Vitality, just that they're really trying to make sure that he can't have any freedom here. And they're boosting further back, but they've been boosting a little bit further up before. They got a lot of tricks to try and get rid of him. That's damage for you right there.
A lot of damage. Significant damage, if you don't mind me saying, Anders. And here we go, Hobbit. Yet to really shine with the AWP. This is what I'm talking about, like that sustainability. Like, difficult to think, like, if you're just moving I've seen Boomich off this map as well. It's like, difficult to think, like, how will you consistently win tournaments and build a legacy when you don't have the defined roles? Like, not saying it can't work, not saying it can't win you a lot of games, but just in terms of finding that structure of the team. Either way, we're getting into it. Nice trades coming through. It's Hobbit making the AWP work for now. He's actually repositioning quite nicely. They're going to go for a creamy banana split, potentially. And you can see Perfecto more than ready for it. What a disgusting position that is.
He's giving it up. I did like it, though. Yeah. Looking between the truck and the tree there. Going to be very hard to spot out. You might still have a huge advantage in here. Going to be finding a free kill. Mezzi's already low on health, so... yeah, proactively discovering the midst the split like you talked about. And they're going to be fine. They should be fine. 26. I don't even know why Vitality is still going for this. I feel like
they've got a load of money, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
But yeah, Apex won't be winning this one, but maybe you can find a couple of kills on routes. Not going to happen. As we're getting to the closing stages of the first half of the second map, if you are just joining us, welcome. You have missed out on an amazing day at Counter-Strike. ENCE versus NAVI, game of the tournament, maybe one of the best games of CS2, to be honest with you. That was so much fun. Like, I've never been so hyped. You and I were standing up the entirety of that third map. We just could not contain ourselves.
Sickening, it really was. Like, so much on the line, so much back and forth. But, you know, again, I mean, we just... I think, I believe Alex even said in an interview right afterwards that, like, you know, a lot of other teams would have crumbled in that moment, and he's sort of proud.
Hey, like, they got it over the line.
They should be proud, yeah.
It was like, ENCE are no joke. Like, it's still the four-man core. Like, of one of the best teams in the world.
Messi played well.
By BOOMich, another kill through the smoke. He got 4 in the previous map of Anubis. Like, so continuing that trend. See, they've got a double orb set up now.
What? But it doesn't matter. The whole
everyone's all
wiped out. Axel got the no-scope kill to start with here, but...
How often do you see Axel with an orb?
I've never. Why would you want to see it? Like, it doesn't even make any sense, does it?
Well, it was one of the most famous double orb maps we had in CSGO in the early stages. It was like the French scene that were dominating with a double orb setup. You had one towards B, one at the A side. It went out of fashion quite quickly. There were a lot of counters to it. Apex, if he fumbled that kill, maybe there was a fighting chance here for Cloud9, but he gets it. And now just Perfecto, of course, got an AWP himself. Everyone's AWPing with BOOMich now. which just doesn't make any sense, but we'll take it. ZywOo to close things out, 7-3. A couple more rounds to go.
That's so expensive. You lose the double. Oh, no.
Everyone goes down. And this is the opening frag. Oh, BOOMich. I know you like to be at the top of Banana. But it's costing some rounds there. Spinks. Some nice shots there towards the apartments.
7-3.
They've got the loss bonus. Expensive previous round, of course, but 4 rifles for now and an MP9. It's all over the shop here. Needs to get these last couple. When there's a will, there's a way. BOOMich, he refuses to give in. He wants to be the new king of Banana. And for now, they've got that opening pick. Can he get out of there? It's going to be close. That grenade might catch him. 52 HP. They've done the job. They've taken down Mezzi. The Banana control has been offered over.
That seat is open, you know? We do need a new king of Banana.
It's true. It's been a while. I guess it would be BOOMich. For better or for worse.
An erratic king, you know, like... Bad-tempered, but king nonetheless. All right. A little bit of a fight to begin with. Flames a good return. Been playing reasonably well on this Inferno game.
Yeah, it's not been the most electrifying tournament for him, but
not
bad by any stretch. But let's see how he can handle himself here. BOOMich, this is a nice position now. I think he wins the round from this one in itself. He hasn't dropped this once yet. Very difficult to flush this one out, being on top of second oranges. But I say that, it's ZywOo coming in. And it's kind of the bullshit he hits. Yep. I don't know how he does it, but he continues to just absolutely astonish the Counter-Strike world. It's like no one else should be considering that, I'll be honest with you. Like, on all that chaos, they've not been on oranges once. They're always behind sandbags, and the one time BOOMich is up there, looks like the perfect call. And ZywOo just comes and gets a double kill. We've got to see that from his POV. Was it a flick? Was it a preemptive shot? I don't know, but...
I think it was a flick. That's even more disgusting.
So sick. And they're going to go for this, I think, Cloud9. Like, desperate times call for, well, desperate measures. That will call it off.
Yeah.
ZywOo. What are you going to do?
Both those kills. Absolutely wild.
I knew I was about to say, I realized once I said it, like, oh, this is a great spot. And then I realized, oh, no, wait, it's ZywOo with the orb coming in first. Like, actually, don't forget what I just said. It probably won't be that impressive here.
I'll take it back. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad I did. Got in there in the nick of time. So yeah, it's just straight up, just one of the fastest men alive. See ya. Yeah. Straight feeling. No one else can really do that to you. It's the
ZywOo experience from the other side.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Oh, what a beast.
That was a 4-3 in favor of Cloud9, and it like the way that it changes so fast. You're like, oh, we lost the round. Like, it's just it's hard to play up against. He's 11-3. He wasn't top fragging on the first map, but he was playing really well on it. So, you know, but this is more of like a mainstream Cyber experience.
Final round of this first half. Right. Semi-finals looking incredibly likely for Apex and Co as he cracks things open towards middle. Of course, having to invest the little they have into SMGs once again. Boomich, that feels more familiar. The sandbags. Here we go. Does he get double naded? Mezzi's coming. Mezzi's coming for you.
They've been doing it so much. Oh, they're really far back. So that flashbang in itself will tell you that there's some kind of a trick waiting for you up there.
Yeah, right. 1 minute remaining. Opening frag. Knocks down Hobbit. He's trying to bleed out the utility right now. The CTs are on high alert. They need to be active.
Look at
trying to deny execution potential here. They won't be able to fend off a full set piece towards a bomb site. So they know it as well. Electronic, you can see that's why he's moving this manner. Oh, God.
He made a footstep.
Did he?
Yep.
Oh, that's a shame, because they would have had no idea.
I'm pretty sure that they heard. Like, Cyber instantly turned around. Looks like they have a bit of a clue. Exile still maybe could have been in the position there, but Electronic gonna get caught. I think Apex knew. I think they hadn't. They heard the footstep. I'm pretty sure. Wow. Apex taking down Boomich and just Perfecto left alone.
Just Perfecto, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, and his position has been given up. He's got 4 players defined, an M4, no utility, bullets being bombarded in his direction. As time ticks away, at this point, all you can do is pad your stats. Hope you get a couple of kills, because I can guarantee he will not be taking this round. As time ticks away, you can see the AI prediction has given him 1% chance, and it's an absolutely dominating performance here in the first half of Inferno. Vitality well on their way to the semi-finals.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda!
It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, Smokey in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
The
you
nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up.
He's at the ground.
He's at the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Vitality shutting down the Boomich shenanigans over at the Banana, leading them to an impressive scoreline of 9-3. Looking likely to be going straight to the semi-finals here as they switch over to their CT campaign. And it all starts here. We've seen some ridiculous comebacks today, Anders.
We have.
No one can say that this is impossible.
No, I think that given the context of today, you'd definitely be silly to do that.
Interesting. So
what's happening?
Zywoo's going to have himself a USP and Julie. So just for the initial contact, he wants the USP, and as soon as they commit and come into the bomb site, he's going to grab the Julies and mow them down.
I love it. That's going to be a lot of bullets, right? He won't even have to reload. He's
even used it. So when he thinks, I'm going to get a couple of kills long range, I'm going to fall back towards ruins,
yeah,
and then I'll be ready for the retake when the boys arrive. So I'm just going to try and find as many as I can. It's 5 players coming in his direction. We're going to see this be fully realized right here, right now. Really interesting. I've never seen this before. What an idea. What a concept. He's not even using the purchased Julies right now.
Yeah, nobody has seen this before. He's trying to body block it. He wants it, looking for the headshot.
Perfect.
There we go.
Now we'll go get his Julies.
Running back to pick them up. Yeah, right where you left them. He's throwing away the USP, just in case you need it later,
What an interesting idea.
How sick. All right, now, he isn't straight fighting because he wants to wait for the teammates.
Yep.
Obviously, he's still a very reasonable player in spite of that. What a sick idea. Well, let's see if the dualies can be put into play as well. They are coming for him. He's lined them up and they're spraying them down. Simon with the kills. It's Hobbit with the team as well, but now Exile is on his own. What a god Simon is. He saw that coming from miles away and it worked to perfection.
It was exactly as the script read. Every single step of the way. I kind of gave you like an absolute idyllic situation, but he gets it perfectly. Like nothing was wrong with that. Like no one's ever done that before, at least to my knowledge. And what an idea, what a concept. You get that one tap potential of the USP, get your one kill, you're fine with it, you've got the advantage, you let them plant, whatever. Then you pick up the Julies and they're killing each other, you're mowing them down. Oh, that's so good. I love it, Zywoo.
He is in the Matrix, just
like he knew that was coming. Like he'd already planned. He's already decided their fate in spawn.
It's so stupid. Oh my god, what a little preview of what it must be like to live in Zywoo's world when the game just conforms to whatever you want. That's pretty sick.
Hang on.
Now he does go down.
Oh no, Flames can still win this. They'll assume the bomb site's clear. Does he want to like fight on the front lines or let them plant? It's the former. And it doesn't quite work out for him. He might have been better off there, suggesting no one else is on the bomb site. But this force fight, it's actually worked out. Cloud9 have got it.
That's pretty devastating. And that was 3 people at the... I think even they might have hurt him at the end. They were really looking. Either way, it is going to be a huge round for Cloud9. This actually could change a lot. Now, the MP9 and the M4 are still going to be saved. So just like in the first half, you're not getting out completely scot-free here, but... we'll see.
Good old banana rush. Gets the job done. 4 players surviving as well. Means Vitality have no choice but to force buy in the second round. Absolute must save these 2 weapons. The M4 with a nice array of utility as well. HE flash and a smoke. Mezzy with the MP9 and a smoke as well. They'll only get $1,400 per player into this next round, so absolutely need to save that M4. But a lifeline here for Cloud9. They might need a life raft, to be honest with you, considering the scoreline. But as we mentioned, if you watch the ENCE NAVI game, a 10-2 deficit on Ancient, and ENCE brought it all the way back and took us to a 3rd map of Nuke.
It's shocking,
so
absolutely shocking.
It can be done. This is a 10-4 deficit. If anything, they've already started the journey.
Yeah, and a force up here for Vitality. They decide, saving the M4 and the MP9, they want to just go for it and try and see if they can shut down Cloud9. I can't really blame them. They have been playing a really strong game, Vitality. They probably feel really confident right now. Cyber's having a bit of a crack at it. Apex. Deep grenade. Okay, it doesn't do anything, nearly. Bit of a quiet moment. Apex setting up for a grenade. Flames flash close to the whole half wall here, but he's gone straight down.
Here comes the king. Boomich. He's seen that trick before.
Yeah.
It's part of his repertoire. Blow the smoke open. Gotta commit off this as well. They need to get past Apex. He's had his moments in this series. And it's a nice opening frag. Finds Electronic. Oh, the double kill was there. There was a chance. Boosted up. The MP9 this round is still on, but good trades coming through. They've got the man advantage. Bomb should be planted. Round should be theirs. should be in the operative word here. We've got ZywOo alive. And we've got that Desert Eagle.
As long as they don't challenge too much, they probably are going to be fine. I feel like that's the risk in a round like this one. If you're on the Cloud9 side, you maybe try and fight a little bit too early. They are staying put more or less here. Hobbit almost lining up for a bit of a double. Mez is going to get one in return, but the rest of them have escaped, and yeah, that's kind of the problem. If you could save the M4, that would be sick. Maybe he's opting to try and make it more expensive. Tap again, but no kit, so can't really defuse the bomb any longer, and I think Perfecto's kind of realized that as well. Still, Mezzi optimizing this round so badly. It's actually really sick.
He's been doing that a lot, right? Everyone knows he's a capable player, but some of the kind of plays he's presented today, one that comes to mind the most is like when they were on a partial buy on Anubis, like he managed to get a couple of kills with the Eagle, pick up a rifle, but he was the player about Kevlar. So instead of just like, oh, having the ego playing it, oh, I got this AK, I deserve it. He threw it over to Spinks. Then he had Kevlar, right? So he was able then to get another Deagle kill, recover a second rifle. Like he's really been playing like cerebral Counter-Strike today.
It's really amazing.
Yeah, no, it's been really cool just to see like the way he processes rounds and understands how to get the absolute maximum out of them.
It's frustrating to be up against too, because you don't ever have real moments to really celebrate, because you keep thinking like, man, we could have won that round with probably 2 or 3 or 4 people alive, and now instead we've had to give up almost everybody. Nade towards top banana and
okay, boom! It's revenge. Yep. Okay, love to see that. Probably gonna get another one as well. Yep, there it is.
Why not? The new king of banana. Yeah. It looks like he's
I think that's fair.
Championing that at the moment. Freiburg went somewhere probably proud, for a minute here. Saying like, all right, yeah.
He's passed on. What do they call it? There's not a staff. It's a
scepter.
Scepter. That's it. Pass the scepter on.
I've unfortunately, in the name of charity, I made a promise to read out myself the Freiburg fanfic.
Has that been recorded yet?
Oh yeah, but it is happening.
It's happening.
But it was for a good cause, So.
I think, can we get you in like a wingback chair by the fire reading it?
I thought about something like that.
That would be the best way to do it on camera. Like you're cross-legged with a book and you've got like a smoking jacket on.
I thought about no drone.
Yeah, okay, just
But enough about that. Flames will get the kill. I said too much already. Grenade going down. And it is going to be another successful top banana hit. The trade, you'll still take it on the T side. It's still pretty efficient, right? It forces the CT side to make some uncomfortable decisions about where they want to put the rest of the players here. And they can slow it down, Cloud9. They're still fighting, in spite of the fact that they're quite far behind. You've got to give them some credit here. Hobbit at 13 kills. Look at this. 2 on A, 2 on B. I hate everything about this setup for Vitality. I don't like
2 players beneath that position.
Oh, it's only 1. All right, it's actually 3-1 split. I thought there were still 2 here.
Yeah, Flames can't really do much about this. He's in CT spawn completely smoked off. And he's got an incendiary. That's why he's like able to play it alone, but like only for so long. Hoping to like send them packing. If he can delay that
huge
incendiary as long as possible, that would be great, because he's deployed it now. Enables him to reposition at least.
I think he's deployed it because he wants to make sure that Spinks can rotate. Because now the 2-2 setup, I don't hate anymore. I just don't like it if you're playing 4v4 and you're doing the
This is still a very difficult round. They're not in position to actually defend at the execution. The bomb should be going down here. You can see just trying to get one through the smoke. The retake is already on. The bomb's 100% going down. So Cloud9 definitely can still win this round. He might even give them a slight advantage if they can get it down cleanly. Taking damage en route. MP9 waiting towards the coffins here. Big frags coming through. Just one player remaining. Perfecto, though, making it challenging. 37 points of health. I know exactly where he is. Wide swing! Oh my god, it's Perfecto! Dominating the B-bomb site just when they needed him most. He's firing on all cylinders as he manages to get the double spray down from the second oranges. Like I said, they knew exactly where he was, and even ZywOo can't take him down.
That is disgusting. I can't believe it. Now, these first 2 kills are pretty damn good. This is outrageous. He should have been dead 100%.
Yeah, that's filthy. Yeah, they can't even believe that. ZywOo, you'd think he hits that all day long, but he didn't stand a chance there.
Certified nice bleed moment because...
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't believe it.
Full on.
3-round gap. That will really lighten up the team. You could tell that gets the fire underneath their feet here. Electronic at a start now, taking down Flames. They're going to have a real crack at it now.
This game is wide open once again. Vitality struggling to close out these rounds. That was the biggest advantage they've had yet. It's Perfecto saving the day. Absolutely massive round. What's Electronic up to here? He threw his gun. Okay, he's going to actually deny them having an AK going forward. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, why not? You've got the time for it. You might as well make sure. Mezzi, again, he's been playing a really respectable series here. But he's alone with the Deagle at the A-bomb site. Limit to what we can expect out of him. He's thinking about how he can find that Deagle shot. He's done a lot of damage, but probably needed the very clean one tap to make that one work. So the bomb will go, or the bomb and the round will go in favor of Cloud9 here.
Oh yeah, round's already over. Just trying to find that AK. They know there's one available on the map, but we saw Electronic with the sneaky beaky maneuver. There's an AK available now. Potentially in the hands of ZywOo. Oh, it's actually Apex to scoop it up. There's another one available. They do have a player go towards the bridge. He can maybe leave this round with 2 AKs, but... Oh! There it is. Oh, but it does end up costing him his life, that initial... Not a miss. He just assumed he'd killed him, I think.
Yeah. That... If ever I don't play Counter-Strike for like a month or something, that happens to me all the time. Like, I'll spray someone down and I just kind of... I think, oh, he must be dead. And then... It's just a bullet away. Mezzi dying to the bomb is always funny. What was not so much fun for Vitality is the fact that Cloud9 have just... They've clawed their way back in the game. This is wide open all of a sudden. He shot him right over his teammate's head. What a sick kill from ZywOo. That's actually pretty cool, but they're still going to lose a round. 10-8 now, the scoreline.
Something is in the water today. It's a wild day of Counter-Strike. We've had some ridiculous comebacks, some exciting maps in general. Feels like everything's gone right down to the wire, even with an impressive 9-3 lead.
And you know what? For the rest of the day, we still have Heroic and MOUZ, and FaZe and G2. I'll be Scrawny Launders covering both those games, but for sure they're going to be exciting as well. I can't wait for that.
This is the World Finals, Anders. There's no bad games. Everything is going to be exciting and right down to that wire as Cloud9 continue to close the gap. 5 rounds. They lost a pistol, bear in mind, then post 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
This is why Maui was saying it was an interesting pick that Vitality wanted to challenge Cloud9 and Inferno. Like, they're good on this map, you know. Like, this they cause damage. And last time they played, it was a very close game. It was 13-10 in favor of Vitality, but in the semi-finals of the full finals. But definitely a scary prospect now. They need to start showing us they can win these CT rounds, close out these advantages they're finding. Speaking of advantages, we do have full banana control. Flames, not 100% certain that's clear. Double check Zip. And I guess an advantage of sorts here. 2 players with full banana control. Axel does have the bedrooms under his remit, though.
It's nice to have that bottom banana control on the CT side, right?
It has cost you a lot of utility, right? That's the main issue with it. Like, unless you can maintain control, it's not easy to retake it, but there's certainly issues that can follow. See Apex with 1 smoke. We'll be joined by Flames. So they still have that to work with, but in terms of anything else, they have to expend quite a lot there. And now still Cloud9 they've taken it right back. Smoke down in Spawn. Did they double smoke it? Yeah. I'm not sure that was intentional.
I think one of them is for the high ground. One of them is for the boost.
Sure, I don't think that's worth, though.
Maybe not, but I've definitely seen it before. They're not committing to it, though. The bomb's on the other side, so they're faking it. They're throwing the smoke towards the coffin as well. They're really trying to sell it, but they're not buying on the other side. Mezzi, rock solid to stop them getting out of the apartments. The round is dead. There's nothing you do. There's 10 seconds left. I don't know why they're still going for this. They're just throwing away the rifles at this point. Maybe they think Mezzi's alone because they sold the fake at B, and that's why they wanted to go for it, but there was no chance. What a shutdown.
There we have it. That one, very concise. Commanding victory for Vitality. Round number 19, Mezzi gifted a couple of freebies here for the smoke. There's only 15 seconds or so. A fake, I suppose. I'm still not convinced that double smoke towards CT spawn is going to do a whole lot for you, because a player towards coffins is going to mow you down. But either way, mistake or not, it was a fake. 11-8, and you're right, giving up all those rifles, that's significant. If they give up map points here, their loss bonus will be non-existent. They'll only get $1,900 into the next round if everyone goes down, and the money is tight. Oh god, see you, Boomich. Huge grenades, 2 max damage grenades land at his front door.
They've taken down the Rizzler, and it's not ideal. Fighting to stay alive in this one. Again, like we pointed out, no one's getting knocked out here, but you are giving a significant advantage. Perfecto's taking his anger out on the chickens. Senseless violence, Henry. It's not required at all. Look at him. Lost the plot completely.
Well, they might have lost the round. God, Flames, that's brave. Does spot a couple of players towards the bottom potentially, though. Do they want to keep re-aggressing this? They've got a nice advantage here. ZywOo's going to be transferred from the A-bomb site. Set up a turret. Nice sort of smoke going to be delivered by Flames here. Going to buy them a good 15 seconds or so. Enable ZywOo to get in position. He's going to be giving over some utility. Pops the smoke. See if anyone's on the other side. No one home.
Well, the timing here is actually pretty sick. They might be able to get through. Flash is going in. They might have missed that timing, though. Now, ZywOo with a shot from the back. He's going to flick on Orbit as well.
Disgusting.
And he shuts it down. Apex is on his feet. Triple kill for ZywOo, and that's a statement right there.
What? Just amazing mid-round management on the CT defense there.
Yeah.
Like, they knew exactly what was going on. They managed to set out the perfect crossfire, the back of the bomb site. They had that advantage. Already took Boomich down with this great sequence of the grenades, calling ZywOo over. Like I said, a transfer from the A-bomb site, and he hits every goddamn shot. Completely violates Cloud9 here. And like I said, if you win that round, not only is it semi-final point, there's only $1,900 per player coming to the next round. Definitely need the tactical timeout here. Last chance for Groove to get involved. There'll be some rifles. I think they had some players with residual, like maybe 1.5, 2K.
They had a little bit, yeah.
So it won't be a complete disaster, but certainly not ideal.
Well, even the bomb plant would have made a big difference, right? The $800 bonus definitely could have helped them out on this one. They are going to have, you see there, 2 AKs, a Galil, a Mac-10, and a Tech-9. Some grenades to validate. The grenades are really important here, so...
It's enough, but that's exactly what Vitality wanted. They've got 4 opportunities now to close this one out. They can afford to lose a round before their economy shatter themselves. And ZywOo is really feeling himself, and so is Apex. Another opening advantage. This time, it's Hobbits. So that's 2 rounds in a row. They found their first opening kill of the round by virtue of HEs.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
Back
Back to back.
They were great at throwing the HEs when they themselves were on the T side. That's how they shut down Boomich quite a bit. Just nading him out of that position that he loves to play in. 4 rounds, 4 chances, like you said. And this one is looking like one of the best ones yet. 4 on 5, and see if Cloud9 can put a bit of pressure on to try and get rid of some of these grenades that are on the CT side, because Vitality have already proven they're pretty good at having just the last smoke left needed at the end. Flash into the middle. Oh, Spinks goes down.
Okay.
Playing a sick game, Spinks, but that was too much.
Yeah, maybe. It's actually made things a lot more complicated. As he walks towards the pit with ZywOo right now.
Look at how close they are to rotating out of B, though. They are very close to biting the bullet and just going for it. Smoke down behind. Can't see a thing in there. He's blind as a bat, but Mezzi is definitely not. He's taken out Electron to begin with. A jump down. ZywOo with the revenge. Takes it down and lands a flick onto Perfecto. It's just Boomich left, and he is getting run down. There we go. Vitality to pick it up and make it straight to the semifinals.
Really enjoyed that performance from Vitality. Cloud9, of course, they tested them. They're a world-class Inferno team, but they didn't really come together on that CT side. They only get 3 rounds, but an impressive performance to make it so tight. They had Vitality sweating for sure. But you're absolutely right, Anders. Our first semifinalist is Team Vitality.
Yes, Vitality once again through to the semi-finals in flawless fashion at that. Things got a little bit dicey towards the mid section of that map, but props to them for having the mental resilience to stay into it. And props to ZywOo as well, because holy hell was he on fire basically from the word go in that map.
Dare I say it, culturally impactful map for ZywOo there, doing the absolute most to make sure that his team closed it out in 2. If it weren't for some of his heroics in that first half, Cloud9 would have had some semblance of a half, because that defense was just so porous, because every single time ZywOo wanted to get into a bomb site, well, he did just that. He got in.
Should we talk about the most culturally impactful round that funnily enough involved ZywOo? Let's bring up round number 13, because what on earth was he doing in this second pistol? It was insane.
I don't think I've really seen anything like this. You juggle over the dualies to the Coffin's position. You get the first headshot. You swap to the dualies. And yeah, this is creative. This is something different. It's new and it worked. That's the main thing. It actually worked. And you know what? Cultural impact is all about, form and function, and that was both exemplified by ZywOo in this one here. The double kill he finds here, it's kind of a double kill, because obviously Hava gets the DK.
We'll give it to him.
All in all, I give it to him for that one. And man, that's just the punctuation mark. That's the exclamation point on what was an incredible map for ZywOo.
Did ZywOo have the most Riz inside the server today?
I usually want to hand this one to Boomage, Freya.
Yeah, fair enough.
Obviously, you can't give the Riz Lord award to a guy that lost. So ZywOo, yeah, he had the most Riz today.
He takes the crown today.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see the form of Vitality kind of moving forward. Obviously, just coming fresh off a trophy lift as well. The first time we see Mezzi integrated into the team. And we got to see Spinks, elevating himself, coming back into Inferno. Kind of exactly how it worked out last time around, right? But there were a few little CT side switch-ups. I know Apex was taking some credit for some of those. Obviously, it probably was his call. But it was nice to see a little bit of a fresh approach sometimes to that CT side from Vitality.
They were just mobile in the mid-round, which was really nice. It seemed like Apex had a really good beat on what the next play was. We saw that the smoke utility in late-round situations from Vitality always countered what it was that Cloud9 wanted to do next. We saw, Mezzi, the benefactor of that one round, as the players from Apartments were just dive-bombing through a smoke. Another time, Apex called for the mid-round rotation for ZywOo to go towards B, where he found a multi-frag. And so, yeah, good overall awareness from the side of Vitality. Usually, and the reason that I picked Cloud9 in this one is usually when I see a rematch like this where it's a really close game, the team that loses ends up elevating their game just enough to get it over the hump for the next time. But it actually seems like Vitality also went back and said, why was that even so close? And they won up themselves.
Yeah, Vitality once again through to the semifinals, this time here in Abu Dhabi. So let's go get a few thoughts courtesy of Flames and Banks.
Vitality are through to the semi-finals, and Flames, I want to start by just looking at this. Looked a lot more comfortable this time around going up against Cloud9. Obviously, we saw the change in video you actually pick into the Inferno, but I thought there might be a bit of a risk in there because obviously it got so close last time. What was this confidence from you guys? Where did this come from?
Well, I think Dan was calling really well, and William played insane. So it made things a bit easier. We had more preparation, we were more prepared than last time, which I think also gave us a bit more advantage. And I think we had a really good game plan coming into it. I think the coach and Dan and the assistant coach made really good plans. So we came to the game with a lot of confidence. And the plans, they didn't work as we couldn't even finish them because we would kill them before we tried to do it. So I think we had good ideas how they play and what to do against them. I think we also got lucky with some entries, but that's yes. And on Anubis it was a bit rougher when we were city side, but I think it's just fair, it's the other side. But I think we came prepared and we were in better form.
And we definitely saw you were in better form. I want to also touch on just what the mood's like in the team because, okay, you're winning, it seems good, but you're now on a 6-match win streak.
I mean, since William came, we haven't lost yet. So, it could happen against any team that we lose to. But right now we're building up confidence, and we stick to a DNA that we built for ourselves, and we know what worked for us. And we work a lot with Jack, the new psychologist, and the performance manager, coach, I don't know. And
many titles.
Many titles. But overall, I think the team is very healthy. Outside of the game, I think we have really good people, and it just works out really well. We come in game and we trust each other.
Well, the DNA has been done very well. Let's see how it continues, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, after narrowly missing out just last year of playing in front of this Abu Dhabi crowd on stage, Vitality do make it through. And of course, we do see Cloud9 going to be taking on NAVI later on to see who's going to be going through to that other semi-final spot.
Right. Just want to pick up on one little thing that Flames did say there, where he said that, they didn't have as much preparation. This time they were much more prepared. And on the other side of the coin, it's Cloud9 who had just got off the back of playing the Bet Boom event. And so they talked about the fact that in this area, it's really hard to practice. And I think that was sort of shown. And the fact that Vitality had the prep advantage, again, it just kind of goes back to the fact that CT side Vitality were just stuffing C9 every chance.
Yeah, it was looking incredible for Vitality, of course. Onwards and upwards for them as they do move on to the semis. But we continue the show as 2 more best of 3s away. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of Matthew and Jacob for an elimination series, no less. Heroic versus MOUZ after the break.
After a hard-fought second-place finish at IEM Dallas, MOUZ made a bold move, reclaiming Shui from Gamer Legion after an impressive major showing. MOUZ then seized the opportunity at ESL Pro League 18, securing victory and earning their coveted spot in the Blast World Final. Coming into the World Final following a roster shakeup, the departure of Frozen is the headline story. Joining at the age of 16, his absence marks a significant chapter in the team's history. As they gear up for the ultimate showdown, MOUZ stands ready to prove they won't fade away. Despite crashing out in the semifinals of the Paris Major, the Danish Dynamos that are heroic let nothing stand in their way to secure their place here in Abu Dhabi, following sheer domination at the Blast Spring Final. Following their victory in Washington, however, strife and distress were all that followed. With so much uncertainty within the ranks and the mastermind behind their success now a fading memory, can Heroic stand strong and claim the Etihad Arena as their own?
It is Group B time at the Blast World Final here. We are in Abu Dhabi, of course. Survival is the theme of the day, the theme of this series that we are presenting you guys at home. MOUZ, of course, after a stumbling debut against G2, unfortunately, they made it a close affair. They fought all the way to double digits, of course. A couple of clutches, we could argue. We are going to talk about them, of course. Did make life really hard for the MOUZ camp. Of course, they have to survive the loss of Frozen. Right now, it's Brolin in that jersey for an indefinite or yet to be defined time in the future as a stand-in. And against them, the Danes of Heroic, the beautiful FaZe mix that you don't like to play early morning, the one that's got all the strategies, the one that's got nothing to lose, the one that is going to cross smokes, and so they have the likes of Heroic. I have to say the second map against FaZe gives me now the hope, the feeling, the expectation that we're going to have a game on our hand and that life isn't going to be too easy for MOUZ. I have Mr. Jacob Pimp Vinicke by my side. Jacob, can I say Jacob? Jacob.
Say Jacob.
Jacob? Yeah. I was going to call you Jacob from now on.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm excited for another day of Counter-Strike. As I said, today we get to say goodbye to the noobs, and that's always my favorite part of the day. So let's have that.
Who are the noobs between these two teams? Who are you referring to?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think the guys behind me are in for a rough one, but we'll see. You know, a lot on the line, as you said. You know, this could be the final game for a lot of these players for the year. This is the final event of the year, so I think all of the guys are coming in with everything to prove and everything to lose.
Yeah, definitely. We have the Heroic camp ahead of us right there. Tesis, Shush, Dupree, Zyphon, and Salazar, who is brand new, breaking through this jersey, of course, being on loan, helping out the team. We have plenty of questions when it comes to Heroic and how they're functioning as a team, how people are getting into their new roles. And to learn a little bit of information, we had Tesis catching up with James Banks.
Tesis, I want to start by asking, first game as an in-game leader, how was it for you and obviously not being able to just focus on your own game?
I think it was very exciting and fun to try out that kind of role, and I think that on overpass we got really destroyed, but we showed what we could manage to do on the Ancient map yesterday against FaZe, and that's also what we have been showing in practice from ourselves, that we actually can play really good CS, and that I'm also feeling kind of comfortable in my role. And of course it's new, and there's a lot of things that I haven't learned yet, and it's you cannot underestimate that role.
You definitely can't. It's not an easy one at all. But I was told yesterday by Dupree that he was asked to do it, and then he said he didn't want to, he wasn't suited, but you actually said you wanted to. So why was that? What was the reason behind it? Because not many players are like, yes, I want to go on IGL.
Well, we knew that we would have stand-ins for the tournament, and it was not going to be a long-term team. So I knew that no matter what, basically, I would benefit from it in the future and learn from it. I would be more comfortable with taking initiative and controlling other players, and hopefully also get a better overview overall, and being able to focus much more on team play and getting that into my game as a future player as well. And also, if it really worked out really good, then it might be something that would be interesting for the future. But yeah, as I said, I knew it would benefit me no matter what.
Now, I know you guys are trying to have fun throughout all of this with the standings and how you're rocking with it, but for you, what is your goal with this leadership style? How do you want to do it? Because I was kind of under the impression maybe you'll try and copy a bit of what you had on old Heroic and add your own game, but what is it looking like for you?
My first thing was definitely that I want to create an environment in the team that everyone feels comfortable with and everyone is able to do their own things. It's a mixed team, so we have to take chances and we have to be able to do what we think is best and act on instinct a lot and not be afraid to take duels and chances. That was the first goal of mine, and to create that environment, and I think we have been succeeding with that. And then also like me creating the structure and being able to like still follow tactically with the other top teams, which is tough, but I think we showed that on Ancient that we can. But yeah, that's the two main goals that I had.
Obviously a huge challenge coming out of Tesis, and I just want to put it out there, we're not here to judge his IGLing abilities. That's not what's happening. No. This is not a case of a team that's ready, that's prepared, that has a game plan. What we're looking at is basically a glorified mix with some protocols that they can tap into, and a team that's probably not going to play respectful Counter-Strike. And to an extent, it worked out a little bit versus FaZe. But there is something that I wanted to point out, something I wanted to put to you, Jacob, as well, is the entry rating and some of the patterns that we've seen against FaZe. Shush has been used as cannon fodder on that first map. To an extent, I have no idea where this is coming from. I don't know if it's his vulnerability don't see his intention to do that. But do you really view this guy as the one that's going to just go in front and make the difference? To me, it's a bit puzzling.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I think it speaks into what TeSeS was talking about as well, that some of these players want to challenge themselves a bit, maybe, you know, getting out of their comfort zone. We know MOUZ can do his role to perfection. We know MOUZ is one of the best players in his role on a stabilized team. Maybe he wanted to try out a little bit different, see if he could do it, and I think so far, small sample size given against FaZe, but it wasn't looking too pretty yesterday.
No, I mean, they're going to heavily rely on individuals shooting straight. Zyphon is one that gave me a little bit of hope against FaZe Clan, and I'm just going to be straight up. I think there is a world in which Heroic can beat MOUZ. I think it is possible. I think it is thinkable. I think what we've seen on Ancient versus FaZe gives us a snapshot of what can happen when people don't necessarily respect the rules, play really fast, play maybe a little bit reckless at times. They just don't have a margin for error. You see the couple of clutches you leave away to a team that's more ready. If you actually lose these, it's over. But fight me. Do you think I'm crazy? Because I'm calling. I think there's a chance for an upset here for Heroic.
I don't think you're crazy given the fact that MOUZ are showing up with a stand-in, right? They're coming in with Brolin, and they were looking somewhat decent yesterday, but we saw them at least Masters as well, not playing too well. We saw them yesterday, not playing too well. So I'd argue there's a world where they can be beaten, but without Frozen, sure, that opens up a new pathway. However, I still consider this MOUZ lineup to be a well-rounded unit with a stand-in, whereas Heroic, it's just a mixed team. So in terms of map pool synergy, there should be enough here for MOUZ to get it done.
The synergy absolutely should be better when it comes to MOUZ. They have the game plan, they have the playbook as well with Shuhei. But I do think we might underrate and undervalue how much of a loss it is to have to replace Frozen. Brolin has been relatively modest so far, but he's going to have more opportunities to showcase what he can do. But what we do need as well, on top of two beautiful teams, are two beautiful casters. My friends Connor and Mohan are ready to bring you the action.
Maniac, beautiful. Ooh, he's buttering our biscuits to start the day today, Mohan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Buns, Maniac.
Welcome back. Day 2 of the Blast World Finals here in Abu Dhabi. Day 2, where MOUZ have to get through with this stand-in, the singular stand-in situation, and of course the rotating door that is Heroic at the moment. I think I want to run with Maniac's last point, what he just brought up, saying that he thinks there is a chance that Heroic win this today. And I know that I came into that G2 matchup yesterday really high on MOUZ, but I don't think he's insane. I think if the right individuals click for Heroic, if Dupree shows us what he has at occasion throughout this stand-in situation with Heroic, MOUZ do not look invincible at the moment.
That's uncomfortable, but it might be true. You know, he's not insane, but he's a maniac. So we'll have to see if this is a crumbling for MOUZ, because that's the only way we can frame this if Heroic wins.
Yes, small chance.
We saw that when FaZe got maybe a little bit lazy potentially on Ancient. That game got close with Heroic, so Heroic are here to be crazy and to try to win.
Nothing to lose. Everything to gain. And my eyes fall on Zyphon, posting a 1.13 rating in that loss yesterday. One of those maps was a total blowout, and he still kept his rating positive. So he's using this as a chance to be a highlight. And it's a little challenge out of Hut, but an immediate fallback. Instead, they're going to go to Jimpat. Waiting over towards ramp with Shuhei with him. He falls deep down to B. Shuhei will not get an additional kill, and Zershin, having prodded in through lobby, doubles back. So as quick as it attacked, it all falls silent.
It's nice to get ramp, but it isn't nice to get thinned out on your way back to lobby. And of course, laid smokes in front of Squeaky. It won't be a surprise to MOUZ that they've got other avenues of interest.
Holding that E-break up for as long as this has gone down is really pushing pressure in, but looks, it works. TeSeS knows. Sit back and await, and Shuhei takes maybe an unnecessary risk.
You know, it looks super unnecessary because we see TeSeS holding that angle, but you also wonder, like, there's no other map control.
Peeks in and it costs it. Oh, but before the smoke fully pops, Brolin just shaved TeSeS off the play. That's 2 in-game leaders down, one of them temporary.
This should be too slow. We have Jimpat here, control side.
Right, and deep decon from Torzi. So Heroic tried to make this happen. We get the full rotation out of the CTs. Back exposed to the double doors will be the end of Zyphon. And sure enough, this gets cleaned up by MOUZ. Despite a little back and forth, all good for the defense.
We got perfect rotations. We call them out at each juncture. And Shuhei pushes at a point where, yeah, there is some time pressure on Heroic to actually do something. So even though they are there waiting for the kill, well, Shuhei knows they got to get back to ramp if they want it. If they want to get downstairs, they got to have about 30 seconds. They don't have those two factors. And overall, very nice shots. I think it was a big wake-up call probably for MOUZ yesterday. They have to get the energy right, and like they can't play that badly.
Because Espu wasn't perfect for them either, right? They're coming off of a mid performance at an event, and then you've got the Brolin situation on top of it. You've just lost your big star. But MOUZ had to be more than just one player anyways. And maybe today is when that, that shakeup shines through. But for the moment versus Pistols, we get Torzy taking a chance outer, and Shuei's just going to tether nicely off of this. You can see the distraction served up by the bottom silo push, the money made off this SMG, and the last man running for the hills. But sorry, bud, nowhere to go. It's money made for MOUZ as all 5 stand.
The other thing about Espu is that was Frozen not playing well, and like knowing that he was going to FaZe, it made that sort of doubly bad. It was like when Twist was, about to leave FaZe, there was a magnifying glass on him. Like his performances right at the end. Oh, is it the case that he's leaving, that he's not playing well? I'm sure when you ask Frozen, he's not going to ever say that. But there's something in the back of your mind, both as a team and an individual, that like things are about to change drastically. So he might not have been very present. So that's a good thing for MOUZ though, right? Like that was a bad performance, but maybe they could say, okay, that was like Frozen, not totally there.
And you can use him as the scapegoat, but that's going to demand that I think the other players step up here in Abu Dhabi to round out the year. Even if Brolin's not here for the long term.
There is a chance he could be though, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
There is a chance. Surely it would bank on his performance.
Could be this, the resume builder. You never know.
Yesterday it was really just Jimpat as a standout performer for MOUZ. Now we've got Shuei boosted up top, so this is going to be a wonderful little 2-piece setup, you'd think. Except they lose one. They don't let their guard down, but Shuei's MP9 still rips through 2. Oh man, Heroic stuffed on the approach to ramp.
And they have locked off the jump down into lower site. Brolin's there in time to know, with pretty much certainty, that Torzy could come back up. They were quick on the rotations before, and I don't think that Heroic know they have this info, so catch-all angle here from Torzy as he can worry about Squeaky as well as Hut. And is there a molly to get him out? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nope, just a couple smokes. Time ticking.
They once again kind of look like they don't have an idea.
Yeah.
In this exact moment in the round. They're actually running out of time to even do the Squeaky play.
This will be a desperate... Oh, they bump into each other.
You got to turn and save.
Yeah. Now they throw their second smoke. This is all sunken cost. Unless, with 1 second left, Salazar's found the bomb plant. Xerxan looking for his first kill of the map. But because he was over towards ramp, it gives a little time for Salazar, who goes main with bomb planted in front of him. And Xerxan's coming in blind, has no idea.
He's coming back to check, but Salazar doesn't go to peak heaven. And Xerxan, he's got time pressure. He has a molly, but it goes to Hut. No smoke here.
Salazar just don't whiff if the time comes down to it. 5-second defuse for Xerxan. He's going to stick this. It's a little jiggle. Xerxan got off of the bomb. Salazar knows this damn well. And now the 10-second timer is ticking. And even with that fumbled smoke coming out of Squeaky, they manage to secure it with a second left on the bomb plant. Everybody's down, but Heroic's on the board.
I obviously have to regret saying they should have turned and saved, but at that point in the round, I know I could name you a number of teams that would have instantly made that choice. This was obviously a really bad screw-up from MOUZ on the upper site between Torzy, who misses this shot, and, it demanded of Brolin to get 2, obviously, but he could have even done that. So it was nice for Salazar to get that trade, but that was so desperate. They missed their smoke into Mini the first time around from Salazar. That's supposed to take all the confidence out of your attack. They just go for it, and it works. Okay.
Siphon says screw it and swings.
But not a shining moment from Torzy.
Deep angle from Garage. Brolin. Ooh,
did he even see?
The second off the play.
Did he even see him, or did he just smell him?
I think, yeah, probably just the second.
Yeah.
Sensed him. And with that, Brolin's off to the races. 6-1 is his start on Nuke. Heroic in a very tough spot. Everything invested in this. You've got a single Molotov now. Double Galil. Oh, and a minute on the clock. I mean, this is such an uninspired position, but you know what happens if you lose these rifles. So it feels like a save's coming through already.
Yeah, this, like, they didn't save last round when it was 15 seconds. This round they've got 3 alive, but because it was just known that they were about to do a split through mini with the 2 people sneaking up, I mean, everything in your bones, like fundamentally speaking, tells you, okay, don't go for this. Our money is completely ruined next round. But Heroic are sort of just playing balls to the wall right
You remember yesterday when we had MOUZ in the server and we were talking about how their Ancient just lacked any kind of aggressive T-side mid control, and we attributed that to Frozen because they kind of lost the specific piece to pull off those plays. I want to just throw a spanner in the works early on here, okay? Raise a point that in the last 6 months on Nuke particularly, Frozen has a 1.23 rating for MOUZ over 13 maps. Torzy is right there with him, actually a little higher at a 1.28. They have lost half of the impact that exists on Nuke on an individual level.
Yeah.
And, you know, we saw a glaringly obvious weak point in a T side without Frozen's presence. It's CT side for now. Everybody can play their positions. Brolin can plug and play. But we've got to see what Shuhei can do without Frozen's entry ability or lurk ability once the T-half starts.
I've seen him do a couple of interviews about it. I mean, he wasn't mincing words. He was like, they're like, okay, so what are the potential replacements for him? And he's like, you can't replace him. And it was sort of, I think it was HLTV confirmed actually. And it was sort of like the boring thing to say, the good guy response to like, oh, I love my teammate. But what other answer is there really? I mean, there actually isn't another choice. He was a really good pickup for FaZe for that exact same reason. And yeah. I actually think that Brolin is one of the coolest choices to potentially try, especially as a stand-in. So at least there's that. But he's not familiar with the system just yet.
And, you know, Frozen or not, Torsy's still going to be putting up the big ones.
Yeah, last round was a little awkward, but since they won the following and now they get the save, I think they can be quite happy.
3 health, Siphon. He gets there. 2 kills, nothing to scoff at. MOUZ will lose a little bit of money, but pick up the round regardless.
Exertion's also a really interesting story for MOUZ this year because, like, he's the kind of guy who he would never be able to, like, come out of a pub system and then get picked up for a top team because his stats are so poor from one perspective. He just dies so much, you know, like, in the Pro League tournament, I think it was Pro League where they won, and he had a negative KD at the end of it. Like, one of the most important players, but just dies so much. And they need somebody who's willing to make that sacrifice. So the character of MOUZ is, you know, the fact that all of these different players bring such different play styles to this roster. There's almost no overlap. And then Frozen was just that guy right in the middle, almost like a Stown. Very versatile. But as you pointed out, a stats carry, but not like a simple carry, you know?
In with the numbers, but maybe not the impact. Impact felt here with Jimpat's absence in round 6. It is a curious note to see Shush being more of an entry, being more aggressive on these T-sides, taking these opening kill attempts.
Yeah, they saw that segment calling him out.
Yeah, right. There's his first of the map. They concede it. Torzy posted on a deep trophy angle. Will Shuhei want to push beyond this? You know, Shuhei loves to go and gather info, take the risk, and it's looking likely. Will they catch Salazar? Yes, they will. The player waiting on ladder just doesn't have a deep enough angle. Xerxin finds his, so man advantage back, but it's a flurry of kills in lobby that leaves Shush, the opener, to also have to close it. And they find him with ease. Beautiful close here from MOUZ to get right back into winning ways.
It was all on purpose, right? They let Torzy kind of blow that op shot upper. They get the 1v2 from Salazar.
All on purpose.
Screw the money up. Ruin the first half. It was all in the plan. It was in the scripture here for MOUZ, so... Well, this round's a lot easier. They're catching off all the lurks. The lobby defaults are getting crushed. They're finding timings to go for flanks. Shuhei made one mistake earlier, but they even win that round. So...
Not the end of the world. Back into the pistols for Heroic. We got to see something from someone. Single kill for Shush. TESS, Salazar, Dupree only a second, and instantly, again with just measly pistols, it's opening kill for MOUZ. You know, Zyphon was a real standout.
He was awesome.
In that first game, specifically on Overpass, right? Because that's the map they got completely smashed, 13-3. He lost a map 13-3 and finished with a 1.47 rating, 17 and 14 on the map.
He went for it every round, and I think the only hard part to watch was literally him like hitting himself in real life.
Yeah.
You know,
actually, I shouldn't have laughed. That was actually difficult to watch.
For what it's worth, though.
But look at him go.
Yeah.
3 disgusting deagle kills, and he's still up. This would have to be an ace on the deagle.
He
does hit the next one. That's a good amount of damage and frags out of Zyphon, but no opening that really made the round possible for Heroic.
But it is nice to see, like, he's really trying to win as hard as he possibly can, despite all circumstances, and that's all you can ask for from everybody on this team right now.
I think it's the sort of situation where, like, you know, for somebody who coming from the Copenhagen Flames and watching all 4 of your other teammates get bigger opportunities than the one you get yourself, well, now you finally get what, you know, I would say this is his biggest chance, and it's in a team that's completely in the air.
At least we think about the visibility of playing in the World Finals at the end of the year. Like
the caliber of events.
There's no tournament overlapping this. There's no bigger event with the amount of teams here compared to like all the events in the year. Like, it's got to be the highest average, you know, in terms of placings. And there are a lot of teams here who have stand-ins or are losing a player who just had made a roster move. So for that reason alone, there could be a chance. Okay, why don't we try to get a win? We almost saw ENCE pick up that game versus NAVI earlier today.
Almost. And then you lose 8 rounds straight in map 3. Alexi the Soul Crusher. Torzy looking to be the backbreaker. But I was gonna say exposed to Dupree and doomed, but a deadly flick out of Torzy.
You can barely see him, man.
And that's why this guy gets the impact on Nuke. Loves it out here.
It's been the most Torzy half so far. Missed a couple easy shots, hit that.
Meanwhile, I think Shuhei also just silently racking up a kill apiece.
Oh, he's moving in
Not this
awkwardly.
time.
Yeah, that was just a very good timing to come down the steps if you're on the T side.
It's going to force Brolin to get out of back garage, but
he has some
lurk.
He has some good audibles, though.
Quick move from Xerxin. That's found TSS keeping it clean this round. Jimpat, the only CT to post anything other than that one sickening Torzy flick. And for all he knows, the threat also looms from lobby. So this is just Heroic getting across outside, getting past that op after he gets 1 kill, despite it being sexy. Nothing thereafter. Tip of the hat to TSS.
Yeah.
Trying to call this whole entire time 2 clean executions with the headshots, and it puts Heroic second on the board.
Yeah, Tess has been even more aggressive than normal, for sure, in the past couple of days. I think just trying to lead from the front, you know, show by... Wow. He even was completely off screen. Holy smokes.
Dude, I mean, that's so deep through the silo as well, right?
Yeah. It's empty. Damn.
Holy hell.
So... That's such a Torzy shot.
Yes, it is. It really
Torzy.
is. Yeah. Disgusting.
Disgusting, lad.
That's what Freya would say.
Tessus wins the round, right? He goes in to kill Shuhei into secret, and then when he gets into the site, first of all, the smoke into control room made it feel like you could rotate in, and then Tessus pushed through it so fast they didn't let any CT get comfortable lower, even though Brolin heard him crossing while he was sitting in big garage the whole time.
My favorite thing about that kill is the way Torzy looks around to see if any of his teammates saw what he did, but nobody did, right? Cyclone's not standing behind
all
him.
you guys see is the whiffs?
Yeah. He's so excited to show them that shot when this map wraps up. The excitement will be nullified if Heroic can bring back this T side, because 4 rounds up still, but Brolin pushed to the bottom of silo.
That's the second time that same play has got stuffed.
They're going to try to sprint this one at the ramp. Torzy's up in position, and of course Jimpat already scurrying down to the depths of B, so a safety net in place for MOUZ. This is feeling like, again, kind of a one-off moment. Assuming we don't get heroics from Zyphon. Remember, he got those 3 Deagle headshots with just a sidearm. See what he can do with the AK, and Salazar not far behind him.
We have a good amount of utility. You crossed a minute, and I'm just trying to look at the map right now. Going lower in this situation is just so hard because we've seen the rotations have been fast from MOUZ to take over Con. They'll take over Decon at the same time. They have enough players to be able to do that and cover upstairs. So even if they're playing with no information, they're fine to spread out. If Zyphon can you know, get a lucky kill here in control on this one shoulder spot, that would be a chance. Okay, maybe they get one more rotation, then they go back upstairs. But now I don't think you can even scare MOUZ by going downstairs.
I will say the possibility is alive just because even yesterday in their opening match versus G2, I felt like MOUZ did kind of take a shoulder peek a little too wide. Xerxin on construction, back on vertigo. Occasionally, as Shuhei walked through ramp, you know, getting caught. MOUZ haven't been perfect in not giving up small openings. This one, it's very passive. It allowed for Zyphon to get a little deeper, but now they swoop through, clear the board, and post that 7th on the scoreboard.
The scariest thing about Heroic now is just that they're willing to go at any point. Like, no matter how bad a round it's getting, they're going to give it a shot. Just kind of a fun way to play CS, and it'd be way more fun if everybody played like that, but it's obviously a little bit less responsible, a little bit less safe. Round kind of begins and ends right here when Brolin can't get traded out.
A nice secondary kill as Dupree tried to swing and trade.
Setups have been great, and apart from just like a shot or two missed, Torzy's half 10-4, and he's been in a lot of different spots every round.
Yes, sir. And Brolin's best map in a MOUZ jersey to date. Still time to even improve, but +7. Deep angle. Oh, Torzy's going to clip Salazar in the back of lobby.
That's what you want to see, just cameos every round. New spot.
New spot, new idea, and a new player popping off.
Oh, wow, what a guy.
Jimmy gets a double.
So consistent with that.
Zyphon holds the smoke, though, catches Xerxin getting a little frisky, and so it's single-man advantage, but Shuhei is right behind this. Now, it is a silent Zyphon walk through smoke, as long as nobody gives up a fight, but...
Oh, my God, he has no idea.
No way.
They can try to walk up into the site. The thing is...
What do they lose here?
Bomb
Shush
is
is stuck.
The bomb's at ramp. This is so awkward because...
Okay, hold on.
They still have to go get it back, which means they might incidentally cross Shuhei again.
Oh, poor Zyphon. In so many other situations, what he has is great.
I think this maybe ends up lower somehow because Shuhei could miss him crossing. If he doesn't keep peeking, we'll see.
No way they expected this deep. Oh, but still, Zyphon turns on a dime and takes his head off.
Brolin's walking in for his timing. He really wants to be able to find this fight.
So many corners.
He's running around. Could go back, but he's crossing.
And he's out.
He's out. Okay. The only other option, he could do Squeaky if he wanted to, but it looks like if he goes up to the upper site, surely he doesn't win this. Oh, that was close.
Man, I'm believing, though. Zyphon, you can't help but believe when the shots are that clean. The ideas are in place, but Brolin just stays silent the whole entire time, catches him on the cross out, and posts a clutch for MOUZ.
Was a nice try.
Man, I can't help but feel for Zyphon. Again, how many other rounds with walking through, crossing paths with Shuhei like that net you at least something? Nice whip around as well to not go down to Shuhei on the lobby push, but ice cold from Brolin.
Yeah, he plays it confidently, and he goes up to 10-2 himself.
That's 10 frags on 4 of the MOUZ members.
Last 2 rounds of the half already. Blink and you'll miss it.
Feels like they can't go anywhere without meeting someone in a new position.
Good old-fashioned upper exec may be coming. Now, they do these really heavy lobby defaults, and it feels like they look for a kill before they explode most of the time. So, yeah, they might not be able to organize a proper upper hit, you know? We'll see. First tier comes out.
Blind by Vent and a double. No, they don't skip steps, baby. Zyphon right in with another. And again, a top fragging performance out of Zyphon. Spam that's coming through main.
Okay,
it's they kept it on everyone, but 2 left.
They kept it a little lighter. They had no one top roof throwing in utility. They just did everything low telegraph through Hut and Squeaky, and it works out extraordinarily well. But we do find ourselves in a situation where Dupree's on 4 health. Jimpad's up top. This round is maybe not over.
Man, there's layers here. It feels like they could never just reopen this door, but by presenting 2 headshots to Brolin, you've got Shush down beneath. Jimpat comes in to clear it, and Shush will make the most of the shot.
All right, those 2 kills where it's in. That's a nice one from Heroic. I mean, they don't overcomplicate. When they have waited around too long, it's been basically Shuhei, I think, who's got the most info. but it's scary. The map is scary for Heroic because they're willing to push outside, they're willing to push ramp very often, and they're even willing to push hut. And again, a lot of it's Shuhei, some of it's Torji. But if you want to do a simple upstairs exec after the first smoke, you got to commit through the timing, and you can't work the map control. And they did just that. They made it very clean with the entries, and that's definitely their biggest strength with this lineup is the amount of good players they have to entry.
Looking to put a cherry on top of this half, but working with the worst buy we've seen out of MOUZ just yet. Oh, but the flashbang, no way. Siphon team kills, and Jimpat now with the deagle, nothing to add to the tally. Torzi at a distance with the 5-7 gets dinked, and so it feels like they are able to force their way through. And they've done it with a nice collection of utility to still use for the B commitment, leaving one player up by Hell, at least temporarily. Rolling with the deke, though. Oh, Jesus. That just sends a shiver back down. Heroic spines.
He just casted a line. Why not?
They've got a group back up. Torzi's looking to join them from the back of ramp, so he's going to be applying pressure to the back end of Heroic here.
We're talking about one smoke here for Siphon, too.
Torzi with 11 health, grabs a Mac 10, has to keep his head down, but even this pressure is going to have Salazar stressed. An additional peek coming out from the control window. Zyphon's position now known. He's got to get a kill, but the CT's just toying with them in all three separate fights. Sidearms out, Zyphon to the clutch, pressure from above, second kill, third's not his because Torzi takes it in time. And MOUZ will add a 9th to the tally with the 10-second defuse, denying Heroic their 4th. Ooh, just like that, in the pressure cooker, MOUZ thrive. back in action with the MOUZ versus Heroic elimination game. That's right. Life already on the line here in Abu Dhabi between these two squads. And it looks like MOUZ is trying to reverse a negative recent trend, Mohan. They have lost 4 of their last 5 maps on Nuke. However, all 4 of those losses versus FaZe. So they saved this map for the likes of FaZe. They get it today versus Heroic. It was Heroic who picked it. Feels like only FaZe can best MOUZ, unless, of course, this CT side from at.CEST & Co. is world-class.
Sometimes it's tough. You pick against a team that has been losing a map, but they just have learned so much. And then they take it all out on you.
You go back
FaZe walk so MOUZ could run.
When you go back to Pro League Season 18 as well, when MOUZ lifted that trophy, you know, there's big wins on this map when it was MOUZ with Frozen. You had a win versus the full-fledged Heroic, Furia, and ENCE. Those are teams that are not to be scoffed at. So, give it a chance today. Brolin also doing wonderfully, but Torzy's dead as hell. That's a clean headshot from a running Salazar. Dupree dinked, but not dead. And all that remains is the 3-man hut push. Finally, it goes down smooth for Heroic.
Heroic win like multiple pistols yesterday. I think it was like 3 out of 4 in the 2-0 that happened. So they definitely show strength on round 1 of each half.
Well,
I almost
12 rounds and a half.
Sounds rude, but they actually won both pistols and overpass and got 3 rounds in total. So.
But at least they got the pistols.
At least they got the pistols.
Come new, bro. There we go. Kicks off a CT side. Nothing feels better than just winning a pistol on a CT side of Nuke.
Yeah.
After having some openings across the first half. There's a few rounds there where in the late rounds, Zyphon's trying to make something of nothing. He is 16 and 11. No teammate with more than 6 kills, however, beyond him.
Could Dupree regret this fight? Probably not.
Probably not, but you never know.
Oh, they're being so annoying, and they're actually using so much of their ammo.
Oh, comes with like 120 bullets, those Glocks. We got to rebalance that for the record. You know, USP's 36 bullets.
Let's
Glock
talk about
120. Like, how would you even carry 120 Glock shots?
I don't know. Is it like Velcro or?
Surely, right? Yeah. Magazines in every pocket.
Okay.
Is it Velcro? Do the terrorists...
You're the gun guy.
Do they have access to Velcro? There we go. Glock's getting ripped. And at.CEST not going to fall here. He's got the support of Salazar. And he's got himself 3 easy kills versus unarmored opponents. Go next.
Go next. Come new. Come next.
Dupree's just in like disbelief. How did I end up here?
How did I end up here? 5 majors, and this is where I end up.
Where the hell did Cadian go? Just looking over his shoulder. Stop.
Man, when Cadian had to call for this mixed team, he did such a good job, too.
He did, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, they beat Astralis when they played at Fall Finals.
Yeah, they did.
That one meant something. We get the early gun round from MOUZ. And this is where maybe the Frozen absence could be felt, because Xerxin does not have a good rating on this map. 0.76 over the last 6 months versus top 20 teams. That's your entry fragger. Frozen the highest rated, Torzy second.
Oh.
Who picks up the slack today? at.CEST catches Xerxin off guard, so that's him empty-handed, but it could be a good thing for Shui.
Yeah, it is interesting for Shui because, yeah, he's readying this. Oh, had to get that, didn't he?
Slimy Salazar gets away from him.
Slippery Salazar.
Falls back a little bit. Brolin's on the chase. Good trade. Doesn't cost Brolin too much health, so this round still has legs for MOUZ. But the CTs start to press out from the bomb site. Torzy is going to find 0 resistance if he comes through hut, but if he waits too long, the flank is open.
The bomb has to come back to him unless they're going to go up through heaven, so...
He is the bomb.
He is the bomb. but he actually can just simply walk out on the site. So it depends on the timing of who goes where first. It looks like they're worried about the squeaky push, actually. And it's not being spotted at all from the CT side. Shush.
What?
Wow. Even after showing barrel, gets the frag.
Now they can plant for the back of site, and Heaven is not problematic. The CTs from down beneath split. One goes vent, the other ramp. That's another person coming in from lobby. Brolin has now been taken down to 4 HP. The ramp player does take to Heaven, but he's smoked out for the time being.
I think Siphon got flashed a little bit too. Couldn't run out.
Brolin slips behind boxes, position unbeknownst to the CTs. They stack up. The player from Heaven comes out, and it's Siphon. One shot to drop the last T. He taps it away. He gets his frag. He'll take the clutch, and a 6th for Heroic. A delayed Heaven peak, but it works.
You gotta say, thank God for Siphon in that situation, right? He has to hit a hard shot right there. Brolin does a good job of playing a headshot angle versus a Heaven fight in a 1v1. No other way that he would have a chance. But a shot or two miss here from Brolin, and Siphon is locked in. Moments like that, he's fighting so hard. I don't think he's thinking about how nervous he is, nothing. He's here to play. So somehow they nearly bring this back. But this round looks so good overall for MOUZ. The amount of options they had, the way that Shui could have picked up a kill from that player outside from Salazar coming out of hell. There were ways in which that could have been much worse for Heroic. So
I mean, for sure, that's a 3v5 for MOUZ, turned into a 1v1 post plant, and instantly into the A rush they'll go. Clean kill from Torzi, finds his second. Sershin comes out of hut, and that sheer aggression called by Shui just takes the A site off guard. They pop open the main smoke looking for some impact, but TESS is going to go down with nothing, and Siphon again in from Heaven to try and clutch out.
Yeah, and there are no
so alone.
There's no saves from Heroic. They're like, this will be one situation, 1v4 with an op in front of you. Fine, I won't try it, but they've gone for it almost every other single time. And so that's all to say that it has been expensive on these losses for Heroic. Very expensive. And these guns, they don't grow on trees.
Nope. Thank goodness. Be a public safety concern.
This ain't America.
Yeah, surely. So no op save. A few missed shots there from Siphon at the end, but just sheer aggression coming out of MOUZ in response.
I like the call from Shuhei. Don't let him get too excited. And they know they can do an upper rush every once in a while. What? After his third op shot being missed. That's funny.
Ugh, look at the buy they come out with as well. This is a force as well. Everything on the line here to keep MOUZ off 11. Maybe trying to get a little map control out the gate with the close silo play. But smokes cools everybody off. And the CTs don't stick around for too long, so not adamant about holding outer, but at least enough presence that it slowed down MOUZ, and we see it does turn them away, right? It gets them back inside, it gets them into the crossfire, it gets them into the M4, the one rifle that they're working with, and it's got a chance to shine. Salazar dives down into B. He gets his kill and gets away. Smoke towards Squeaky, but Dupree's kill first, and just like that, man advantage.
They wanted to walk back to Squeaky. They can still, but honestly, that smoke is really fresh. They're going to have to chill here for a second. Now I like the move from TESS.
Comes back up from the depths of B.
You can hear them all inside of lobby, thinking, organizing.
It's a good distance for the 5-7 to shine. A little awkward for the op to come out behind Jimpat. 5-7 won't find a second. TESS SMG sure does.
He trade.
But remember, Salazar's M4, that's the one that set all of this up. And they plant close hut. Sershin catching the vent peak. Shush, hands tied, felt so desperate. And Salazar, it's going to be a delayed walk up from Heaven.
It was overall good moves. I thought they were actually going to try to go Squeaky, and I think what Heroic did made sense, but Salazar's got a gun.
No kit. Already spotted out and down to half health, so not ideal for him. And that's a ticket to leave. That's an 11th for MOUZ, and all the money on the line for this one. Nice attempt, and again, I just love that some presence outside. They really did a good job of funneling MOUZ into the biggest threat of Salazar's M4.
Definitely. And I think Heroic, what they did actually made perfect sense. It was a little unorthodox to come through the hut on the walkout, but they decided they needed to take a risk. And Heroic are probably going to do what's most fundamentally sound in that situation when they have a man advantage. I think that was a good call from Shuhei. And he goes by Shui now, right?
Shui.
Yeah,
Yep.
Shui now.
Literally told us Shuhei for years.
Told us to our faces in person. And then went on an interview, said Shuey.
Yeah.
But I know his logic. Everyone asking him, everyone saying his name differently. He went with the easiest.
Yeah.
This is Zaiwu, basically.
Yeah.
Essentially. I don't care. Say whatever you want.
Tessus has been in the sun.
Screw us for trying to. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really help it out here.
Especially if you're Danish.
Yeah. Wonder how much they would pay for sun in December in Copenhagen.
Oh, I mean, collectively, you put all those taxes together.
Yeah, what kind of taxes would they willing to? What bracket would they like to jump up
Just
to?
5 more %.
For sun in December, I would be down.
We'll open up the skies. Oh,
Maybe it's all the thinking.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to win so bad. Force buy to the end of times here for Heroic, and why not go down swinging? Straight through Squeaky. Shush, 5v4. So much presence outside, though. Look at Heroic scrambling for lower control. But doing it with man advantage, suddenly that takes a little pressure off the situation.
Yeah, this is the right play, though. They know they're weak outside. They go for Heaven instead of Secret because vent control is still the CT side.
Dangerous place for Torzy. Missed this shot.
He's got one teammate beside him, but...
Should be a good trade from Heroic in a second. Should be. Missed shot as Zyphon catches Brolin. So, Shuhei, the single frag, the fact they doubled up down in Secret works out well.
There's someone outside. Dupree on his back. Torzy walking up, making lots of noise. Dupree going to capture this one, surely.
Yep. Nice burst off the SMG. And it's Zershin to the clutch. Having 2 players down in Squeaky like that, very essential to turning away MOUZ from that lower B bomb site. And it feels like you get that free player to play alongside you because Shush gets aggressive out of the gate, gets the Squeaky player. Both of you fall back through vent.
Yeah.
The numbers game strong for Heroic because of an aggressive 5v4.
Torte is such a high volatility player. Like, he can hit some great shots sometimes, but really, it's the easy ones that it's where we see him struggle. Is there a chance? No
no
too
bomb.
Far away.
Might kill a second if he forces the issue, but go ahead and you keep that M4, boss man. Up it.
White sauce, hot sauce, boss man?
Yeah. Tuck it in, let it go. A 7th for Heroic.
Exertion saving. That's not in his genetic code. No.
It's very difficult for him. So Shush straight to it.
This play was perfect with the outside wrap, but a kill like that from Zyphon, okay. They were pretty much out of options. There was no way to save Exertion from Secret. He had to hit his own shot, first of all.
And not a free kill for Zyphon either. Nice snap up on the Heaven door. He'll cool off Brolin for at least 1 more round and continue to be the highest performing player in the server. Dupree has found a bomb. Torzy, though, with the Krieg, answers Zershin's double kill. Brolin from downtown. And blink, you miss it. MOUZ shred flesh from bone as Heroic hit the dirt. But the bomb is still back main. And there's a slight chance here for Zyphon.
Not spotted. There's someone who could do it, who got close to 1v3 already this game.
Right. And he's in the right place.
Maybe he's
in the perfect spot to catch Brolin off guard. There we go. The first but Zershin triple kill on the round. Instant trade frag with the headshot towards Garage.
Run it back, that Brolin kill.
Yeah.
Jumping out of heaven. I think it was Shush. Didn't even let him touch the ground. That was unruly. That's an example of where, like, oh, wow, Brolin might be interesting in this team.
Yeah, Zershin just has the sight line from above.
Because, like, him being this forward at 137, that's what they need from him. So if he's comfortable in that position, that far out, that early on, then maybe he is MOUZ material. 3rd timeout for Heroic. That's doorstep.
Well, they got a second
on their map
Bohan.
pick, on
What
the first
the hell?
map. I'm just being dramatic.
Dude, let go of the guillotine, man.
My fault. Wait, you want me to let it go?
Wait. I mean, hold on to that. Not yet, not yet.
Careful what you wish for.
I do like that MOUZ just kind of, you think back to like off the tack pause that one time. Straight up A-rush, smash the economy of Heroic. We see Heroic go towards the base of Silo a couple rounds ago, and it just kind of kept MOUZ timid, right? When they fed them over towards ramp and Salazar's M4. This time, MOUZ, they don't respect that close presence. They just go for the fight, swing for the fences, and nearly knock Heroic out the park. They'll have 5 rounds to do so here on map 1. Pistol tries to push ahead of the flashbang, and it's a little awkward, but Xerxin gets his kill. Out from Squeaky comes the entry of Jinpat, turning his back to TESS, a death sentence. And it's man advantage ×2 here for MOUZ. Nice nade. Nullifies Zyphon before he even has a chance. And as Shuhei wraps around main, it's just a lobby play out of Salazar that kept it interesting, but with lesser weapons they will fall. And MOUZ back to winning ways on Nuke. Only FaZe seems to take them off this map specifically. It's an excellent place to start this series considering Heroic decide to take us here. MOUZ poised to eliminate them in one of the next 2 maps. We'll see you soon for that as MOUZ look to go on.
A first task very well handled by MOUZ. That's the least we can say. They punish Heroic for that nude peak. As our casters were mentioning, a very strong performance, Jacob. This was a MOUZ that looked to be in control and prevail not only from an individual standpoint, as I'm sure we're going to touch on a couple of these players out there, but just had protocols way tighter and way more organized than Heroic.
Yeah, we spoke about some of the win conditions coming into this game, and of course the synergy of the MOUZ players and the fact they've been a team for far longer, and they're only, you know, putting in one stand-in in Brolan coming into the team gave them an upper edge, even on a map like Nuke where Heroic picked it into them. So we can speak about the individuals, sure, but I like the pacing coming out of MOUZ. I like the calling coming out of Shuhei on that T side. I like the CT side as well, for that matter as well. They made sure that Heroic at no point in this game felt comfortable moving around, and that's a big part of the reason why they ended up winning so convincingly as they did.
I'm right there with you. We see here the round history. Round 4, MOUZ resetting Heroic, I think was such an important point in this first half, because if you're thinking about Heroic, of course, they're not going to have the most organized and detailed strategies, but they can play with pace. They can play with momentum. If they put you in the bin, if financially you're lacking in utilities, then you would think that TESS would be able to call a fast Counter-Strike the way they did against FaZe. The problem is Heroic very quickly dropped the ball, allowed MOUZ to cut them in their tracks. MOUZ built the money, and the rotations on the CT side, very well played for MOUZ. They seem to be one step ahead in the reading of what was happening on the server. Heroic could never really catch them off guard.
No, there's just no answers to it, right? And it's to be expected, right? I often use the point that when you're a team like Heroic, or a mixed team like Heroic coming into a tournament, you maybe have one idea, a plan A that you would like to execute. What happens when plan A is not working? Plan B doesn't exist, and plan C has never even been spoken about or discussed. So you're very limited in your response. You're very limited in how much you can adapt in a game like this. And at the end of the day, it was just a question of time before MOUZ could pull down plan A and make sure that the rock was swept off, you know, Heroic.
Definitely swept off. Brolan had a great performance here. He's a little bit of a story within the story, a guy that has his own journey here. If MOUZ, of course, are looking for the win, Brolan himself might even be playing for a contract. He did not like the way that's happening right there. He destroyed them most of the time. And I think he was very happy with how Heroic wanted to play in head zone. I think Brolan is a player that thrives in duels, thrives in aggressive Counter-Strike, be in your face, be out there, and he was given most of these duels, and he had a pretty good performance, if you ask me, on this map, considering his situation right now within MOUZ. That was a good performance from Brolan.
100%. It's never easy to come into a team that is as well structured as a team like MOUZ, especially replacing Frozen. Let's take that into account as well. You're coming in and you're essentially trying to replace one of the best riflers in the game right now. So for Brolan to play well, for Brolan to come in and feel somewhat comfortable on a map like Nuke, definitely a great sign. He didn't have the best showing yesterday, but if we can see more of this from Brolan, then maybe, as you said, he's playing for a potential contract within MOUZ or someone else looking at him.
There's definitely a lot at stake for Brolan. Something that MOUZ do have in the camp, which Heroic really didn't, is good executes. Protocols that are tight, that they know how to handle, and picking up the pace. And we have a couple of examples here, Jacob, as well, where Heroic just could not keep up with the rhythm that MOUZ was throwing at them.
No, we're speaking about the pace coming into the game, and I like that from Shuhei. At this point, 9-6, Heroic is mounting a bit of a comeback, and what does Shuhei do? Call a fast round, call something that's being decided within the first 10-15 seconds of the round, and he did it again. He did it as a follow-up. We go into the next round following Zyphon's, not lack of ability to it with the AWP he was even laughing about.
He tried.
You see it at 11-7 as well. Shuhei picking up the pace once more. It's a yard rush, and it's just simplifying Counter-Strike to a point where just rely on your synergy, rely on your individuals, and that was enough for MOUZ to win this game.
Definitely, yeah. I would like for people out there to identify with what's happening here. teams, and we're talking about real teams who have been together for a while, they know how to react against fast Counter-Strike. They have plans, they've practiced it, they have, as we like to call them, protocol, contingency plans, where if there is an A rush, people know how they're going to react, they know what utility they're going to use and how they're going to reposition themselves. Heroic don't have that. No. And this is where it hurts if you are a Heroic player and you're trying to keep up with some of these rounds. The amount of communication you need to have live on top spontaneously to keep up with that just means you don't. And that's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that we see Shush being caught off guard out of heaven at that moment, because at this point, they are not ready to deal with that rhythm, and they get caught off guard.
I would agree, and I want to add another layer to that as well. One thing is if you're Shush and you're being rushed at, maybe he knows what he wants to do, but the guy next to him has no idea.
Exactly.
And the guy next to him has no idea as well. So it's this ripple effect where the synergy is just non-existent. So one player can make the right decision. You even saw the Pre in that example get the first kill, but player number 2 doesn't know how to react off that. Player number 3 doesn't know how to help player number 2, etc., etc., etc. So there's no synergy, there's no cohesion, there's no understanding and synergy built up together. So it's just incredibly tough to stop something fast-paced.
Yeah, it's one of these intangibles of team play, right? That's where people usually think we use these umbrella sentences as, oh, individuals need to be strong.
Sure.
But when you don't have these plans, you need a CT being able to multi-kill. You need someone who's putting you in a position so favorable that you don't really need any other plan. I mean, Zyphon did put his best foot forward, and I think he's been a little bit of a topic of talk when it comes to Heroic, even though Copenhagen might have been a bit complicated. His numbers are up there.
Honestly, he's playing so well that he's now making a great case for any team out there looking at a player of his profile to consider him. It's a player that, for some reason he wasn't able to land on his feet after the Copenhagen Flames thing. He was the one going a little bit missing. He was the one not taking his career to the next step. The way he's been performing so far this tournament, the way he performed at the fall finals in Copenhagen as well, where he was by far their best performer and actually playing at a level that was, somewhat surprising. Then if you're a team out there right now looking at a profile like Zyphon and you lack that player in your team, he's a great case right now that you could pick him up, maybe even for the future in Heroic as well. We obviously don't know what team is going to end up signing with him or what players are going to end up coming into Heroic, but the way he's playing right now, he's making a perfect case for himself to land somewhere on his feet.
Yeah, I think if I'm a GM out there, I might be a little bit interested. And he's got a history that you can consider for half a minute as well. Copenhagen Flames, it feels like almost everybody ended up in a team that was above the prestige level that we're on, the Hooksies, the Yabi of the world or whatever. But then Zyphon kind of left behind, he played a little bit with Sprout, so good for him to get to the spotlight here in Abu Dhabi and have a better performance.
Yeah, there were some rumors circulating that he could be a bit rough to play with, maybe a bit young, immature, etc. But maybe he learned from that period, and the way he's conducting himself on the server right now, that's perfection, right? And if you can mold him outside of the server to be a better teammate, then a guy with that productivity next to Dupree, next to Shush, why not?
Well, we're going to have to see if Zyphon can get more airtime, broadcast time, or if we're going to end up after 2 months. We're going to take a quick break, about 3 minutes, and when we come back, we dive into Mirage, which is MOUZ pick coming into the series.
You had your first game with MOUZ, and I just want to see, how was it for you, kind of the first outing? I know it's not the result you wanted, and how does it compare to when you were on NIP?
I mean, it was a lot of fun to play. Obviously, like, we maybe should have won some maps yesterday, but I think it was 2 tight maps. It was a lot of fun, and like I felt really comfortable in the group and in game-wise as well, so it's really good.
And the comparisons to your old team in NIP, like, what are some of the key differences?
I mean, obviously, I think everyone knows what they're doing in their roles, and I think we had some role crashes in NIP, so it was maybe not the perfect fit. But yeah, I think that's most different, that the whole team knows what they're doing on their spot, and yeah, everyone feels like comfortable what they're doing.
And it does seem like here that they've been kind of welcoming you in the right way and giving you what you wanted. Do you feel like you kind of been given the great opportunity to shine? Yeah,
for sure. I mean, before the event, they told us like, do whatever you want, and I mean, nice. it's just a really appreciated thing to accept. And like, I mean, obviously, like Frozen is more a passive playstyle than me, I would say, and then like the team has just say like, we're gonna adapt to how you're playing and stuff. So it was really nice to see.
Now, obviously, you are a stand-in here for now, but what would you say your personal goal and objective is here at the World Finals?
Try to just do my best, I would say. Try to help the team as much as possible, and just try to improve by myself, and like find like just get some experience for this team and this event.
Would you say it's also like a bit of an audition? Maybe if MOUZ do want you, or another team's looking at you?
I mean, not sure really what's going on. But yeah, I just want to do my best and perform like at a higher level, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's good to see Brolin smiling. We haven't seen much of that in NIP. And I would like to stay on the topic for a little bit and maybe just entertain me with the following idea. There's this concept in psychology called systemic psychology, which is if one individual is having an issue, it might not just be the individual, but it might just be a systemic issue in a family or a group, and then it ends up being the behavior that you're seeing. What if Brolin, now in a functional, healthy team, could suddenly discover a different part of himself and become a better player once again? Am I waffling? Am I far from the truth? Could that happen? Do you see some possible truth in there?
I think you are waffling, but I also think it could be true. You know, I think it can be a bit of both. For Brolin, it's been a rough situation in NIP, but I think it has for all the players. I think you're right when you're saying it systematically have been a tough time to figure out what is NIP all about. We've been talking about them time and time again, and as he said, we couldn't figure out the rules. We couldn't figure out what direction they wanted to go in. So for Brolin, yes, it's perhaps, you know, a nice change of scenery for him, coming into a new team where the roles are clear defined, where the in-game leader maybe gives him responsibility, and he feels like he have a shot at making that role within MOUZ his own, for now at least. But I didn't like what he said at the very late stage of this interview, saying that, are you auditioning for this team? I would be auditioning if I were Brolin. I would do everything I could in order to secure myself, at least be considered for the future in MOUZ. If not for this team, then for someone else out there looking at roster changes. I agree. There's a lot of team coming into the meta that could use a profile like Brolin if he can revert back to what he once were. But you're right, what he was in NIP didn't look great.
No, and listen, I don't want people to misunderstand me. What I'm not taking responsibility away from him by saying just NIP is dysfunctional and that's why Brolin was struggling. That would be way too easy. That would be reductionist. Of course, he's got responsibility in it, and this is a great opportunity to showcase for him that he can do better in different slots. What I'm saying is, you might be used to a way of functioning. You might be used to frustration. You might be used to being a bit jaded. Suddenly, you end up in a different team. The structure makes a bit more sense. The ambience, the atmosphere is better, and you're like, damn, like this is how Counter-Strike is supposed to be. This is how I'm supposed to behave. This is how teammates are supposed to behave, and I can do better. Could that be something? Is there some truth to it, or have I just had too much red wine?
I think you're describing a toxic relationship with a toxic girlfriend that once you leave that, right, you get out and you feel free, you feel ignited again, you get the love for life. You know, I'm just waffling right here. Can experience that myself, but I think there's something to be said about it. You know, he is smiling a bit more, and I hope that he gets to show that on the server as well. However, the window of opportunity for Brolin is very, very small.
Is it closed? He used to be quality. He used to be quality. Is that gone? Is that too late?
Oh, if he would have had the fall finals as well, had he had 2 events, I'd be like, no, there's a window of opportunity right here. You have 2 events to showcase what you really are and what you can contribute with. You can practice with the team leading up to it, but it's just this one event. All these roster changes that we're going to see now, they happen leading into the major second now. So it has to be right here, right now, that he convinces MOUZ or someone else out there that he's still viable on a team. So the window is not closed yet, but it's very, very small and very, very short.
And I do wonder if he's got a clear idea of who he wants to be in the server. Like, what is the profile he wants to play at? Because for so long, it's been back and forth. We've talked about NIP and the roster and the roles, shuffling his positions, shuffling one day passive, one day aggressive. If you're Broline right now, do you feel like you still have a clear idea of who you want to be? What is it that actually works for you? Where do you feel confident? Because there is such thing as learned helplessness, where you just basically keep on playing, you keep on under-delivering, and you start believing yourself, like, holy hell, I don't even know what is it I want to do. Do you still think he knows who he wants to be in the server?
I'm not quite sure, because I feel like he's been in NIP for such a long period where he tried to be different things. Again, a dysfunctional team, a dysfunctional role he had within NIP, and maybe he wasn't good enough at individually stepping up and saying, I want this, and I think I should be used in this role, otherwise I'll move on, sort of. So I'm not quite sure. If I'm Broline, I'm probably hoping that Val will make another update and make the Orc and Creed good again. That's one step in the right direction. And apart from that, let's see, let's learn at this tournament. I think what we saw right here in the map that just transpired, that was a great sign for Broline, but we need to see it consistently and we need to see it more.
I cannot believe Jacob actually asked for the AUG and the Krieg meta to come back. Let's move on swiftly. We had Shui on camera here as well. I think he deserves to be talked just a little bit. A young IGL that obviously has years ahead of him in the Counter-Strike, but already now is being presented with a couple of challenges as well. You are the young IGL of a brand new team that lost his superstar. And I think as a leader, it's probably one of the moments where you have to step up just a little bit more. Not only to make sure that everyone is on the same wavelength when it comes to Counter-Strike, but you also have to be a captain. Like, how do you talk to your teammates? I know everyone retained good relationship. It's been quite clear out there. There's no bad blood. They're wishing well to each other. Frozen going his way with the MOUZ, with the FaZe jersey, that's for sure. How do you make sure everyone is still on track? That, as a captain, has to be a challenge.
It's tough. Shuey has experience, though, because he was the one player being left out from that MOUZ NXT team where it wasn't just Frozen leaving him. It was his entire team that went on, moved into the greater good, and he was stuck within Gamer Legion. He had to rebuild himself within that lineup. So you're saying he's young, he's inexperienced in that regard. I agree, but he's had experience losing the top players of his team or being left behind. So I'm not really worried for Shuey. I think he's the right man for the job.
Well, you have your confidence in Shuey. We're definitely going to keep track of this young guy's career. Now, guys, I want to thank you very much for joining us in the Waffle Club, and I will send you to two people who actually know what they're talking about, our dear casters.
Lol. Was that a lol, Pim? Because, Jacob, I was about to give him praise. His response there to Maniac's question about Shuhei and whether or not he can handle this kind of situation, it was perfect. MOUZ has banked on Shuhei throughout the NXT roster and this team as well to constantly plug and play. And he has done it with lesser pieces. He has done it with less experienced pieces. Brolin's got so much experience. So, Jacob, I was going to say great point, but instead...
Screw you, buddy. But Maniac also has a point. And I think that Brolin's not played under an IGL as good as Shuhei. I'll go out and say that, even though he's played with other ones for years. Maybe Hampus at one point was good, but I mean, Shuhei has so much more promise. He's up there in the conversation with some of the very best in today's game. And I think that this is Brolin's audition. And I think there is a world where this comes up roses for him. I mean, MOUZ would have to do a lot at this event. But what would it say if he could potentially replace Frozen and do something impressive right now? Ooh. It's a small timing miss from Salazar, who's keeping an eye on. Oh, that's so I want to say so unfortunate for him. He was spotting Cat.
Oh, just look the right way.
Yeah, look the right way for longer.
Beautiful one-tap back. At least Salazar did open this up with a critical and cleanly opening kill, but hello, dropping to the dual Berettas. Torzi doesn't give a damn. He just pops Zyphon from a distance, and into the A site they shall sweep. Now, funnily enough, second map of the series, second time MOUZ are entering a map where they've lost 4 of the last 5 outings on that map specifically. Back on Nuke, here on Mirage. And this time it's not all FaZe.
Not all FaZe.
All right, they've been losing to a multitude of teams here on Mirage, but it looks like they're trying to turn that tail upside down in back-to-back maps within this series, and a pistol on the T side sure helps.
Nice one, Torzi. Torbull came through. That was really good. Every single frag. I mean, after Salazar, what an unfortunate start from him. But look how clean this is. Every single trade. And then Shuhei gets one into CT, and he does the rest.
Guys, it's the same cameraman that farted. No way.
No way.
No way.
Okay, what we have to find out is who accused the cameraman both times. Was it Shuhei?
It was Shuhei both times.
We know who's farting.
You smelt it, you dealt it, and dealing death in the top of mid is Heroic. They just had USPs, and if Jimmy doesn't close out this clutch...
Jimmy has to stay and fight, and I think it's definitely the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Now he's got a lot of guns to camp. He has to go pick up the bomb, and he has to think, what is Shush going to do in the 1v1?
No pressure.
This is a battle of brains. I would definitely edge towards Jim Pat in the 1v1, but Shush. It's not like he can't win this.
So many guns to guard. I don't blame him for sticking around a little while.
What's your play here? Get the bomb.
Get the bomb, go B.
Get the bomb, go B. Okay. So let's see if Jim Pat will decide to go up cat. Of course, it's can be a big mind game whether or not you commit to one side or the other. But he knows that Shush was in mid some time ago.
It's the right call here.
Yeah, Shush is just hoping it upside down, backwards mind games all the way back to the A site, but instead it'll simply be...
Yeah, extra time here as well for Jimmy, so he can go ahead, clear out market, clear bench. He can do anything he damn well pleases. I think the fact that the window isn't broken is indicative that there was never a CT towards the B site to begin with.
You're supposed to stack without breaking the window, okay?
I'm just saying. He's right. Finds his bomb plant, pushes Shush into an uncomfortable clutch.
I got to run it all the way across the map.
No armor. A small chance to pull this off. Or cut your losses, grab an AK, call it quits. Honestly, that's what he's looking for here. So, I mean, I'm quite surprised, you know, MOUZ. We hear that, you know, quick little team comm. And they run into the top of middle in the fog of war. And they just get smashed by USPs. Unarmored USPs. 5 of them fighting middle. 4 deaths versus MOUZ. That's not the way you want to kick off this T side.
So it really did smell like victory after all.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Shush. Wrong 50-50.
Got to double down next round. Make your money back. Who was just getting all these USP kills? Was it Zyphon? It was everybody.
Dupree, Zyphon, and Salamander Man.
Salazar. Jimmy said, keep the comms up, boys.
Said, you're welcome.
I'll save you when you need it.
A's open for the taking. Go ahead, Brolin. Utility's already coming over top. It is Zyphon. And then 2 players towards jungle, but Salazar's going to try to wrap around. Oh, hey, Dupree from Catwalk. That's huge. Dupree just puts shots through smoke, and it works. So, blessed by Lady Luck, but a chance to get to B had Zershin not got caught by Zyphon. Connector, the death of 2 MOUZ members in separate directions.
Did MOUZ really want to play a Danish 5-stack on Mirage? That's the question. That's what we're going to find out today.
Well, too late to change their minds. CT right by ladder is going to catch Jimmy looking the wrong direction. This is perfect. This is Jimmy being the only survivor after the pistol round, and now into, by the looks of it, yes, 5 up from Heroic. Back-to-back success stories so far for the CT side. Heroic, they got a little life in them.
Definitely kicks off with Dupree right there. Again, off cat. No one inside of middle.
A little lucky.
Coming in late.
A little lucky.
Little lucky, but it was perfect coverage. His teammate got flashed. He said, suppressing fire. Why does suppressing fire make sense? Because like, normally suppressing is like quieting down, right?
That's one thing. Yes, it does quiet some. You can suppress a bullet. You can suppress a gunshot. But it's just, think about if you're peeking a window with a gun, shooting at something, and then buddy starts sending 100 bullets your way. It's not meant to hit you. It's just meant to make you duck.
Oh, okay.
It suppresses you from peeking.
Suppressing the person.
Yeah, suppress the person.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Really are the gun guy.
Too many hours of Arma. Dupree off the catwalk.
Oh, Dupree with 3 off the catwalk.
And honestly, with his little stand-in endeavor with Heroic, he's been looking sick from the get-go, right?
Yep.
First map that he stands in for Heroic, and it just looked good. Even back when they played with those MOUZ Academy players.
Does this angle work? Call it.
Yeah, I love this angle. It's my favorite spot. It works wonderfully for 2 kills. Maybe not. Deagle betrays him, and Brolin Oh, gets predicted. Ice cold out of Shush.
Not bad.
And a full house between him and Dupree. 5 frags, 3 of them off Cat with absolute excellence. Those headshots, so clean.
We get the first mile of the game here from Dupree. That was good. That was a nice display. Again, saving the day from Cat.
Look at these second and third kills. Donk.
Love that guy.
So, you know, this is the one thing, right? We question whether at.CEST is going to be able to bring much strategic elements to this whole I'm a new in-game leader situation, working with stand-ins all around me. MOUZ take you to Mirage, man. That's a plug and play, sit back, relax, and just play a little Counter-Strike type vibe. We'll see what happens once they get to the T side, but the defense is looking solid.
Yeah, we used to scrutinize teams for picking Mirage versus teams they were supposed to beat. Mirage has gotten sort of harder, I guess, over the years, people getting better, but it still remains the fact that they're going to feel kind of comfortable.
Yeah, no sweat from Shush on the initial hold. Smoke fades, bombs getting planted. And a little pressure now as Shuhei gets his paws on an AK, but they blow open the smoke themselves a second time. Salazar making the most of that opening, catching Shuhei, dropping the 1 AK that the 3 MOUZ members had in hand. And with Zershin getting flanked, it's a little too much to ask of Torzi's P250. 4 CTs, you take one with you, it's all good. But he gets exposed to at.CEST on the retake. It's a 3-2 score, and Heroic looking healthy.
Yeah, very healthy. Good
Vibrant.
Yeah, they are alive, active. Blowing open both smokes inside a connector and jungle, saying, screw your exec. We got way more money, way better guns, and we are rotating fast.
And what's crazy for me as well is like MOUZ could have taken this to Ancient. They love that map, although the T side a little lackluster yesterday. They could have taken it to Vertigo, which is something I would have thought they'd kind of favor over Mirage, or they could have straight up picked Overpass, which is where this series ends. But
yeah, Overpass I think would have been a shout.
I think I would actually have preferred to see them on Vertigo or Ancient than maybe this Mirage.
I think so. I think so too. They'll have to prove otherwise.
You know, early days.
It is Brolin's audition. Okay, this is.
Oh, he's 0-4.
MOUZ can go. Oh, we're playing with the stand-in, but for Brolin, they're trying to scout out whether or not he's really made of the material that they need. Okay.
His interview
if he's carbon fiber or if he's flimsy aluminum.
Ooh. Aluminium.
Aluminium, sure. Did you just correct me with British? That's crazy.
Yep.
Okay.
Because Mezzi had a good day.
He did have a very good day.
Oh, right in the teeth, man. Zershin gonna need a new grill. And it's an easy pushover for Shush to get the stairs frag. Dupree's deep inside of the palace. Brolin rocks his socks. And Torzi clipping the Cat player as well. Beautiful flashbangs into the deep push towards Ticket, but Shui doesn't go all the way. Doesn't matter. Everybody else is dying, and Siphon's right there with them. That one was clinical.
That was a masterclass. It was one round, but it was a good display of why they feel comfortable on Mirage. Everyone got their frag. There was a few points in which that round could have slowed down if that didn't go well. Like if Brolin didn't get his kill in Palace, then maybe that slows down the A exec. Can they take it? But, well, he can be trusted as that Halls lurker. Money should be fine, though, for Heroic. A couple of great rounds that they just won. 5 alive, 5 and 4 maybe, on the anti-eco and the rifle rounds.
You do speak truth.
So.
If I sat next to at.CEST on his right side, I would think, why doesn't this guy like me?
Why is he always looking the other way?
He's just got that leftward
That's actually,
tilt.
Can you name the American player that sat like that?
An American player?
Yeah.
From the United States of America.
United States of America.
That sat...
Famous, not, you know.
That sat sideways like that.
Yes.
I don't... Stewie?
No.
Tarek?
No.
Automatic Breeze, JDM?
No.
Who?
Skadoodle.
Skadoodle!
Remember that?
I do remember Skadoodler.
Yeah.
I'm not crying. You're crying. And we were. Fast round back in. You were dead on. The buy is good for Heroic. And it's also active. They're going to go ahead and push down ramp. That could have caught in Brolin, but nah, he'll lean back.
I love how
Communicates it quick, takes a nade, a little bit of chip damage here. Xershin's looking for some kind of space in middle, and he will find a way to just cut through the side of that smoke. Catwalk or connector looking like his avenues of attack. And how long before this forward A setup feels a little too much for Heroic to hold on to? They throw Zyphon into the bomb site as well, so there's no jungle, no window control, none of that. It is a very front-facing Heroic, but it's also a 5v4. Brolin does peel one back. Jimpat sees the player down beneath, didn't kill the default guy, but does get there. And with the second frag to Shush, they know that this one should be clear. It's Salazar back towards Murder Hole, but back-to-back squeezes into the A site looks wonderful for MOUZ.
The way that Heroic are playing that, they had to get lucky. That was ideal protocols for MOUZ, but you can't play smoking the A ramp when Palace and mid already taken versus you. Those are not spots that you want to fight connector versus. So Zyphon luckily gets the first kill, but they still have the full split coming in. 3 different prongs in that situation. So MOUZ, they would have had to blow it on multiple fronts to lose that round. It was a perfect split and another good A split. And a collection of very solid rounds. Even though Heroic have 3, MOUZ certainly looks scary.
Shuhei having a good series, actually, today. You know, we've been talking about in-game leaders that can frag. It's really space creators in CS2 feel like they've got an uptick in form.
Yeah, because...
Say it.
You gotta swing. Gotta know when to swing.
Say it. Say the words.
Say the words. What you see is what you get?
Peeker's advantage.
Peeker's advantage. Okay.
Everyone's favorite terminology.
I'm not convinced that necessarily exists on LAN in some real way. I'm not convinced. I'm gonna say it.
If you don't believe in it, it can't hurt you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if people like that take, but remember analysis about this in CSGO.
Oh, bad smoke.
Yeah.
Left a gap, but at least it does get traded in middle. Shush, it's gonna take up the same angle. Yanks back a frag. Considering that they came in with only 2 primary weapons, Heroic and a 3v3, that's fine. Oh. And Salazar's sharp shot.
Nice.
Slams Jimmy Sallo.
So that tips the scales, but there are 2 M4s inside the window. Dupree also just picked up a gun.
Actually, I don't think there's another M4. I'm pretty sure that's the M4 they started with. It was the 2 guns saved, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a world where this goes wrong from Salazar's perspective? They know he was up here.
Yeah, if Torzi's
good at these kinds of picks.
Yep. And he was up here already.
He would have to be fast.
Excuse me.
You gave him away.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was... I'm sorry. Molly to the van. Salazar, beautiful 3K. A great chance for him to showcase a little op prowess. Obviously replacing Cadian, no easy feat. And I don't feel like I had seen like a nice multi-kill op round yet out of this Heroic stand-in camp.
Yeah.
So there we go. Critical round to pick up considering lesser weapons. Nice little bonus for the CT side of Heroic.
Yeah, I think Salazar has been cool to watch, definitely. There's moments where he's not got a fully functional team, so things are going to go wrong. But there are also moments that are redeeming. So, first time out.
Surrounded by clowns. You look like one too. First time out from the MOUZ camp.
Gotta be careful with those mid smokes. Not only because of this, because the CTs can blow them up instantly as well. So if you're gonna explode mid in CS2, like you have to be ready to fight window no matter what kind of utility you're throwing in there. You can't trust a smoke these days. You know, they say never trust a fart. Same thing with a smoke.
Never know when it's going to cost you. Boosting one into the ladder room. Torzi looking for the connector peek. Not exposing to window at all. Oh, and then they go for the late swing.
That's crazy.
Unannounced as well,
Yeah,
right?
Shush just went for it.
No util. Then we get the re-peek out of Zyphon. No multi-frag for him and no trade frag from Dupree. Shuhei simultaneous over the A site. And I don't think Salazar saw that.
I don't think it was spotted. He just moves into position a little late, but he's coming to missiles. Oh, and he just misses Shuhei. But this actually means it could be B. Now they know.
Yep.
There's Salazar, and there's one guy who boosted.
And Dupree gets ahead of the frag grenade.
I think they just delay for Shuhei. He's got a massive lurk going on right now, so he's going to get to the back of B site.
Uh-oh.
Oh, spotted.
Yep.
And now they can... Okay.
Stringy fights, but Jimpat picks up 2 critical kills, right? We see this attempt to hold any kind of mid-play, and Jimpat 4 kills on the round. Despite all these fights on these fronts, it's just Jimmy who's been picking up the frags.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, he's been amazing. Like, he has been like he's been a latent story in terms of lurkers, and in this year joining MOUZ late, but he's trying to get in the conversation with the the BlameF, the Rops, the Sphinxes out there, and there has been a resurgence in the importance of lurkers in a way that we haven't really seen in modern CS. Like after the French era ended with like Happy, and before that with Get Right, and some of those earlier players, Snacks even. Lots of great lurkers. There was just nothing for a few years. Like it was only Rops getting a lot of kills, but getting criticized a lot for his lurks. BlameF getting criticized a lot for lurks. This year has been amazing for lurkers. I would say BlameF evolved a ton in his role. I would say Rops is damn near perfected. I say Sphinx is the best of the bunch. So,
do you think that's because they're all learning from each other and kind of making that role rise accumulatively again, or like what causes it?
I don't know. I think some of us thought it would die forever, and I thought so too, because of the emergence of prep. Like the way that you can use Gnosis or Starcaller to just synthesize so many rounds at once made like the timing of your flank just obvious to everybody. Like when you're solo, you want to walk up Boiler into Arch and the flank B. Like you could do that all the time back in the day. People watching one demo at a time. But now you got a whole team of analysts, sports psychologists, massage therapists. Like everyone's coming for you.
AI algorithms.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair, that's fair.
I think it's incredible, actually, how good these lurkers have gotten, how much impact they've had.
Well, talking about timings, you can always predict an all-out rush, and yet Heroic will catch Zershin pants down deep top mid. So it's a pistol for at.CEST as his teammates look to come and put some kind of a defense in position.
He could jump out. He has a smoke down.
Off Cat. Oh, he tries to squeeze it. Great distraction for the 5-7 to just slip through. Shuhei finds the kill back towards top mid. Dupree wants another one, and the Van player has already been tagged up. Despite further damage out of at.CEST, Shuhei could still draw this back.
They really wanted to keep him there. They saw the bomb.
Always operates on his own, but Shush is going to stuff him bottom con, and it's a comfortable 4v2 here for Heroic.
Yeah, this is unlikely. Oh, wait, what? Dupree jumps off. That's a big timing. I mean, he definitely could have been back by that time.
That is a gift handed over by the greatest of Danes.
This is where Jimpat starts drooling. Oh, you get me in a late round situation?
But one step too many. Just one too far. Now, you know Torzy's going to make the same mistake. Or Torzy might just fall victim to it because Shush is on such high alert. Yeah, bomb down at his feet as well. So Jimmy unknowingly just setting up Torzy for his own demise. And with 20 seconds, a potential CT pressed up close on top of bomb. This is too much to ask of the young Finn. And so we'll let it slip. Heroic tie at 5.
Nice. Nice one for Heroic. And that was with mixed guns, right? Yeah, it was like at.CEST just with a 5.7 earlier.
Yeah, but strong enough. I think it was 4 rifles plus at.CEST 5.7.
Okay.
It wasn't the worst buy we've seen out of the camp.
Keeping up to a little bit scary for MOUZ for sure here. But they got to be a better team in both halves. They have a couple rounds left to go. And I think if one thing we could say that Heroic had been surprisingly good, they took FaZe to overtime on day 1. There was nothing for Torzy there, right? That like the timing for Shush was perfect. He heard a footstep. You can't predict that angle. He plays the perfect spot. And Shush is 12 and 5.
Good for him.
This is good, yeah. He needs a better day too.
Zyphon gonna try it again. Why not? Zershin's just been bullied this half, man. Down to 2 and 11.
Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, he's usually the big threat as well on T-side Mirage, getting into connector control very fast.
But, well, can't get to connector if you can't survive top mid. Window smoke popped open, little contact at a distance, but careful now, or Jimmy's gonna slip through your window. About to pull off the break and enter. It's always the quiet types.
Watch for crowbars. Brolin and Sandwich. And he's, for some reason, good at these really hard fights where he could get cleared, but how could they expect him? How could they expect him to be at Sandwich already?
at.CEST pressured by the incendiary, but Shush does a great job of shaving the man advantage off the situation, and Jimpat will sneak in through your window. Better hide the family heirlooms.
It's going to grab you by both jewels.
.35 and the T's start to scramble. Shuhei, no cap pressure, so bomb plant's made easy. Torzy can lock in any potential ticket peek. And honestly, Jimpat, deep inside of window, this is going to have to all come in from ticket, but they've got double jungle control and a real chance for Torzy to strike the first player down. So the flash is good. He misses his chance. Shuhei gets tagged. The nade actually gets the opper out, but wonderful headshots coming out from Shuhei. It's a smoke up from Salazar to try and deny the angle. He could try to jump on this, but instead that AWP is feeling valuable. No save guaranteed at this point. It's a 6th round for MOUZ on this T side. It's a nice plant position from Shuhei and 2 clean headshots as they lose the op at the end of it and MOUZ secure their 6th.
Yeah, you foreshadowed it. It's Jimmy getting into window. And at that moment, that's literally the bomb going down. That's window control, so they know no one's in jungle. That's where it's all over pretty much. They set up Shuhei for some good fights. Torzy could have got kills. His job was basically to see if someone snuck the missiles or tell Shuhei basically, okay, there's the trap wire. They must have crossed now. You can start taking fights. And they had so many ways to win that round. Would have been difficult for Heroic to pull that retake off. And now, last round of the half, mixed by, no M4s, no ops.
Barely any nades, but maybe an opening on the ramp push. It's a trade at the very least. But there's more where that one came from. Brolin's got the bomb on ramp. Torzy's going for the deep palace peek. Zyphon just making sure there's no cap presence, but window is compromised.
Oh, they're getting into connector, it looks like. Oh, never mind.
Jumping up with Salazar very close. Could just leave Xerxin here. Ooh. Jimpat can't let his guard down, but the smoke's starting to fade, so he's nervous. Window peek about to happen. Xerxin not able to press himself in. Just waits the perfect amount of time, sliding up behind the Salamander man. Just shoot him in the back of the head. Trying to get more from it, but his teammates start to come out with the exec, so it's going to fall to at.CEST. 3 kills on the map. Grabs a FAMAS. And dies to Xerxin on the press out. So nice round from Xerxin to just put something of his name on this one. It's going to be a comeback on the T side demanded of Heroic or elimination looms.
Once you're in there, you could go anywhere. You can split both sides, but hold on. The fans have voted, and this next round will have limited gravity, but I believe they're still deadly accurate in the air. So jumping is, you're going to have a laser sight up there. You can jump and look at this. Oh no, he's so quick in there, trying to look over the map. Oh, look at it, they're all airborne, but they should be able to shoot. There we go. 2-3.
He doesn't know he's getting shot from at all. Yikinder dropped.
He thinks he's safe down there, but he's airborne above him. Dupree here to shut it down. It's so close. He missed a couple of shots, and now it's just S-Tag left. He's coming in with a ridiculous flank. Is he really going to try and throw? This flashbang is going to go to the moon. That's not even, it's too much. He's at the obelisk, getting one wall. They're trying to knife him. It's just so good. And there's the stab. The best time to do it.
All right, this one needs no explanation.
Amazing. Right in his ear.
He's got no more voice. I don't know why he wants to take away hearing as well.
He's inspired by it. Oh, it's great, Jason. Why can't we have this every match? Smooth and simple. We should send him up to our little booth next, Jason.
Get him up here in the casting booth. Or you have him just blast that the entire time behind the other team.
That could definitely put too. Kenny getting a kill.
Final round of the first half, and it's Zoomer Madness. This one should benefit the Dream Team with all the snipers they've got down the list.
Gotta give you a shot here.
No scope headshot through a smoke.
That's how it's done.
Okay, they're all leaning back as well.
God, they're having a great time. Lounging on the stage, no stress at all.
Bunch of JDMs in here.
That's exactly right. Oh, and now they're hunting for him. Rez put under pressure. It's another no-scope. Oh, in God's name. Symbol's trying to no-scope a little bit of his own. Getting hunted down by Soccer. Oh, it's Kirby instead getting the kill. So another round at the end.
Well, a tough half for the man on screen. Xertion 0-6 in opening duels throughout Mirage. In fact, Heroic won 10 opening duels throughout that half and still only finish with a measly 5 rounds.
Yeah, you know, I did my first part of my top 20 for this year, and I have Xertion in it, you know, and it's because what he does for MOUZ is something that no one else is willing to do, to be as aggressive as he is all the time. But if he was better, he would be farther up. You know what I mean? He does die a lot, and some games do come down to him. But he keeps the same energy every day.
Well, there it is again. Make him 0-7. It's a tough life, man. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Salazar, nice headshot towards the ticket push. Just secures enough sight control for the bomb plant, but this is a 2v2, right?
Okay,
third player's
Jimmy.
too far out, and it's filthy from Jimmy. Shuhei's on top of the bomb already. It's a 10-second stick, and at.CEST coming at it from the ramp. Dueling versus Jimmy. He goes down. 4 frags from the Finn to get MOUZ their 8.
He's been such a glorious player from them, coming from MOUZ NXT, and absolutely deserving the promotion. And it was definitely hard to say if he was ready at the time.
100%.
Literally the player who you could see the potential, but you don't know if he's ready. You just don't know if he's ready. But he just can't play versus noobs. He can only frag versus the best.
He's just like me.
He's also, he's so relatable too.
There you go.
That's huge. Mama. Huva hoemenda, mama. Where's my long drink?
Oh, man. What a phenom. Yeah, I think as well, right? We talk about the tale of MOUZ NXT, how everybody on this team, barring Brolin, comes from that formula, but it was Forzy, Shuey, and Xertion to do it together. Jimpat was just like the next gen. A couple steps behind. Shuey, formed him a little bit, but oh man, it's a shutdown here. This was a force buy as well out of Heroic, using that bomb plant money to at least come in with a couple Galils, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it'd be worth going back to look because Shuhei got a promotion somewhere in there while Jimpat was left, right?
Yep.
So, like you're saying, just a little bit, and definitely the least of all the players who are on the team right now got to play with him.
You know, and Finn's not known to be the most open and charismatic people, but let alone a 16-year-old Finnish person. So, okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Enough about Jimmy. Salazar wants a little life left on the round, but okay, it does go the way it should. 2 nice entry attempts, but, you know, and when I think we first saw Jimmy at the ESL Pro League when MOUZ win this event, right?
Yeah.
Even the MOUZ players, when we had them on the couch, we had them on the cast, they're like, you know, Jimmy's kind of a quiet guy. We're trying to get him into, and he's joining a team where they have real friendships, right? This core of MOUZ has played for years together on LAN.
Yes.
They've done it all. They've literally grown with one another. So yeah, he's the odd man out. But now a whatever this is, you know, this is Jimmy finding his groove. And he's another young gentleman that we're going to see kind of grow into his own, both in the server and out of it.
Yeah.
And with, I think, performance and results comes the confidence and the swagger. He's got the new gold chain, you know?
He does.
He's making moves.
I saw it shimmering through.
And versus Pistols, it's a field day towards top mid. So MOUZ, your 10th round is there for the taking. Only 3 away from eliminating Heroic.
They are kind of like FaZe NXT in the sense that like everyone gets promoted to FaZe from MOUZ. They come from MOUZ NXT. Shuhei's favorite caller is Kerrigan. He's like mini Kerrigan.
Kerrigan has said that if he were to build a dream team, he would literally replace himself with Shuhei.
And then you've got Jimmy, obviously, who's just little Rops.
Yep.
And the list goes on.
Yep.
Brokey and Torzy's a little bit sort of...
It's the FaZe
two different
clan.
guys, but...
Yeah. The FaZe clan and the MOUZ camp.
Yeah.
It's like summer camp for FaZe players.
There's something there. There's something there. Well. This went from close to dire.
Yes, sir.
Within about 5 minutes after that pistol round.
And unfortunately, despite Shush and Salazar's best efforts, it's just nobody's keeping up to this MOUZ squad at the moment. Torzy widely posted on top stairs.
Oh, he got the nade off too.
Yeah. Little chip damage here for at.CEST to have to deal with. CTs will need to scramble back around towards Ticket, but if you've got nades, you can deal with that smoke. And it does indeed keep Heroic timid. They've got to keep vision.
They're just trying to delay so they can't plant while the smokes are up. Don't fall for it, Heroic.
Yeah, they got him stuck out now. Smoke start to fade. Player from the site takes one, but Xershin's going to start to get his. His gun's empty, but his teammates aren't far off, and MOUZ smother the A site.
Yeah, it's just actually just too hard to deal with. The right timing on an HE into a smoke on top of no control. Like they smoked all 3 points off, so they also needed to decide where they wanted to push. They didn't do that, so there was, I don't even know, maybe it was a CT defensive smoke in CT spawn, but only way back in the day did we do 3 smoke execs. I guess they were looking for jungle, couldn't grab it. And another great round from Torzy.
He's thrown himself to the top of the board, but still behind Shuey.
Shuey, baby.
Having himself a good match today.
I guess if you really wanted to compare the FaZe, formula to them,
go ahead.
You could say that Kerrigan and Rain are the 2 most volatile players because they take the most opening duels. So that would be Xertion and Shuhei. So a lot could rest on them. But then how do you get the consistency of FaZe? I think the difference would be Brokey versus Torzy. They use Brokey so much more passively than Torzy.
That's fair.
Torzy's strength is the aggressive T-side op.
That's fair.
But he's also a really high volatile player when it comes to the aggressive op. So that's one major difference that they've philosophically got to figure out how to use him best. That isn't like FaZe.
Oh!
Hey, man. That's the thing. You want him to be himself. Because he just hits shots like that.
Oh, man. That's a tough one to stomach. And then a nade on the money for Dupree. Torzy. Nasty. Dupree tries to cross over before the window smoke goes down. Torzy happy to play ahead of it, with Jimmy having a deeper angle to the apps. Dwindling utility here for Heroic in a desperate half. And Shuey won't shy away from the Palace push. So he's got this one, well, call it a shoo-in.
I nose laughed. Okay. So.
Brolin is the backup plan, assuming that they do get out ramp, which in a second they're about to. Jimmy's got this one, no problem. At the very least, Zyphon can't entry.
Shuey is actually going towards B because of this one player spotting, but the T's lurking out, get caught.
Yeah, he gets there. Double kill for Brolin, who's had a much quieter map in contrast to the opening of this series, but all is good as far as MOUZ are concerned. It's the 12th on the board and an abundance of match points.
Yeah, they're looking for an easy day, no problems.
Which is what they need, I think, versus after their loss against G2 yesterday.
Yes.
I'd say particularly on this T side as well of Mirage, right? We saw some... Okay, Camille, I see you.
Yeah, they played...
They needed a rebound.
They could have played better versus G2, definitely.
You lost to a top frag in Hooksy.
Yeah, they got smacked up by Hooksy, 100%.
On Ancient, it just like
That
they
to
weren't
be
even
said, I
ready.
don't know how anyone would have stopped that, though. He decided to do something different. New gear for Hooksy yesterday.
Yes, sir. Making the most of that MP9 and the wide swing. But here we go. Guns up for Heroic at least. It's not an ideal situation for this organization at the moment. Rotating door of stand-ins. Future's uncertain. An inexperienced Salazar tries to step up, but no trade frag as Dupree falls in front of it. And a 4v5 is all that keeps them alive here in Abu Dhabi. Last potential round of Heroic's year. And unfortunately, it doesn't come with any kind of convincing fashion. That B site's getting sized up.
It's going to be the fake to B. Exertion, got to be on high alert. Oh, that's a shot missed. That destabilizes the B site too.
Yeah.
So
everybody's gone. It's an open door. Just on that alone, they bite.
Yep, one shot missed, and then they go, oops, no one's actually here.
Exertion comes back at it, misses shots, so now van control for Zyphon. That's good. One set of feet in the site already. Fast flank from Brolin through underpass. And Shush is going to be late to the party as that 1A player that got out. This could be a very critical duel. Shush is going to swing. Brolin on high alert. So now already, yes, they have the bomb site. They've got the plant, but it's going to have to be a desperate hold in a 2 versus 5. They at least get a double. at.CEST with everything to do. Knock Xertion's head off. And then the peek in the open could have been his third. But alas, we say farewell here to Heroic. Abu Dhabi is where they end. And MOUZ with an uptick in performance after their loss to G2 yesterday. A great sigh of relief, no doubt. Putting an end to this losing streak on Nuke. Putting an end to the losing streak on Mirage. And it's a delayed reaction, but Shuhei knows. Better calls, better performance, better result for MOUZ.
Congratulations. That's a win for MOUZ here that they knew they should have grabbed. It's about by how much. And they kept a meter switch between them and Heroic, which was what was very important. What a show from Jimmy. Brolin looked better today. Excited now to see what they can do versus more even-handed competition.
A good reaction from MOUZ. Indeed, they survive elimination today in Abu Dhabi and send Heroic packing home. We see the reactions are relatively moderated as well. This is what we usually refer to as a day in the office. The job has been done for MOUZ.
Yeah, that was a good performance coming out of MOUZ. You know, as Connor said, great calls coming out from Shuhei, convincing win. You never really felt that it was in danger at any point. Sure, certain points in the game, Heroic were doing all right for themselves, but as we expected coming into it, there was one clear favorite on the server, and MOUZ delivered the performance that we wanted.
Yeah, I would almost argue that they played better than what I expected after the first series.
Okay.
And this is where I'll take DL right there. I didn't really have a whole lot of trust after the series versus G2. I thought the way some of the rounds were going away from MOUZ was a little bit shaky. I wasn't exactly sure about the cohesion with Brolin instead of Frozen. I might have underestimated them. I think it's a good statement from the MOUZ camp to show to everybody that in terms of protocol, how they're playing together, how Shuhei is leading that squad with or without his superstar, that the level can still be up there.
It will be interesting to see them move on into the tournament, facing Cloud9 in that decider game tomorrow. But you know, for my money, you know, we got what we expected. However, I'm a little bit sad that we have to say goodbye to Heroic, and not necessarily goodbye to this mixed team behind me. But when you come to think of it, in CS:GO, they were probably the past 2 or 3 years the team that inspired the most or the biggest change in how you approach the game. The proactive Counter-Strike, the reactive Counter-Strike, the constantly being on the move, and all these kind of accolades that we already put towards Heroic. And this is how they end, turning up to the World Finals as a mixed team with only 2 of the 5 members that made that so, you know, entertaining and fun to watch Counter-Strike. The team that took down Astralis in Denmark, at least for my money, right? There was this whole, you know, battle back and forth between who's the best. Is it Astralis? Is it Heroic? And Heroic by far were the best team for 2 or 3 years. So it's just sad to see them go out like this without even putting on a fight.
It's a page turning for Heroic. I think there's nothing else we can say. Jacob talks about a specific DNA, a signature in Counter-Strike, and I agree. One of the integral part of that DNA as well is ENCE. He's already announced that he will be on his way looking for new challenges, and he's caught up with James Banks after this elimination.
Heroic are the next team to be eliminated here for the World Finals, and it is a sad end for Heroic, but there was little expectations with it. But I want to focus on you because it's your last ever event for Heroic right now, EXIST. And just, you have come in, I remember the first event you came in at, it was a test run, you're trialing it all, you're trying to see what happens, and then you stay the course for a lot of ups and downs across the whole time on Heroic. So what do you want to say about your whole journey here?
No, I think you nailed it pretty good. I mean, it's I started at, I think, the Stockholm Major in my home country, right? And it's just been a lot of fun. And I mean, I really enjoyed playing with these players specifically, everyone that's been on team. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. We could have won a few more events, but I'm still super proud of the boys. I mean, we basically went from onliners, if you may call us that, before, right? And we managed to play some really fucking, sorry about that, impressive CS on the big stage as well. And yeah, I'm super proud of the boys for that. And
you're staying with us. You want to continue coaching?
Yeah, definitely. I want to stay and or I want to continue coaching, right? I think it's been a lot of fun, and I think I developed pretty good into it as well, and I feel comfortable. But I'm in no rush into making a decision, so let's see what happens.
Smart way to do it. Well, I look forward to seeing you in another jersey next year, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate the departing words, of course, of Exist, and a specific character in the sense of not being the most out there, not letting us behind the curtains a lot, so we don't exactly know how much we have to put to his credit over the very specific Counter-Strike Heroic was playing, and I, for one, am interested in where he's going to go next and what kind of influence he will have then and there.
All I'll say is that if you played with Cadian for as long as a period as Exist did, you must have learned something, right? I think that whole approach to Counter-Strike, the whole success Heroic had, the way they were able to redefine your approach to Counter-Strike, I think if I'm a GM right now, I'm looking towards Exist and thinking at least make an interview with him, get to scrape the surface, see if there's something behind it, and the results speak for themselves. He's been very successful in his time in Heroic, and he deserves that praise for sure.
I'm sure he will have learned a lot in that experience as a coach. You are right. We are wrapping up Group B slowly. We still have one more game, but let's have a look at where the bracket is standing currently. FaZe versus G2 Esports is around the corner, and now we have unfortunately just sent Heroic home. The flight ticket's probably already booked, but it's for a little bit later. Let them enjoy their time here in Abu Dhabi. MOUZ still alive in the competition. You mentioned they play against Cloud9. You got me on that one. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to end up. I think you're correct. I think Cloud9 is going to be up there against them. Who cares? You can just tweet at me if there is any problem. But that's enough about this matchup. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we dive into G2 versus FaZe, the main card of the day, coming up here in Abu Dhabi.
FaZe kicked off the year with an explosive victory at ESL Pro League 17, securing their qualification for the World Final. Despite a lackluster conclusion in CSGO, FaZe embraced a transformative journey determined to solidify their legacy. Enter CS2 and an impressive 18-win match streak, showcasing their resurgence as they dominated the competitive scene with unparalleled skill and tactical brilliance. CS2 became a realm where FaZe emerged from the ashes, rewriting their narrative with an unwavering spirit and an insatiable hunger for victory. Their remarkable journey reached its pinnacle with a second-place finish at the Fall Final, leaving FaZe hungry to surpass their achievements and claim the ultimate victory in the upcoming battles ahead. It was here at the 2022 Blast World Final where G2 ended their 3-year curse without laying a finger on a trophy. The infinitely momentous force that is G2 didn't stop there, however, with a further 2 trophies secured at both IEM Katowice and IEM Cologne. It looked as if nothing could stop the G2 train. Now, 1 year on, does this indomitable powerhouse have what it takes to secure the back-to-back and claim the title of Blast World Final champions 2 years in a row?
It is time for our winners match of the Group B here in Abu Dhabi, and an exciting one at that if you just look at the name value of these organizations. On the one hand, it's FaZe Clan, a team that, although going through a very recent roster change, still has one of the strongest resume there is in CS2. You can't really argue with it. It's either trophies or grand finals, and they are still rocking in strong with Frozen on the camp. Against them is G2, a team that has been through turmoils, changes, definitely create some opinions out there, controversies possibly when it comes to the roster changes, but still we're able to get the best out of MOUZ. Initial reactions on G2 going up against FaZe Clan. Do we give them not enough chance up front?
I didn't get more confidence by watching them play yesterday.
All right.
I'll be completely honest. I know they got a win, but it wasn't as clean as I would have liked it to, and the players didn't really perform the way I would have liked them to as well. However, a win is a win, so it wasn't too bad in that regard. I look at these players, and I look at G2, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a team that is supposed to contest for trophies. They're supposed to win games. Maybe not quite in the best shape right now. A couple of question marks surrounding them, but still a team you have to fear when you're on the server.
Yeah, and you're talking about question marks and topics, debates, a name that is almost always amidst that conversation is Hooksy, and he was answering a few questions from James before the game.
Hooksy, we joke about the 2 IGLs on the team, right, and things going on inside the team, but I want to see just how much is Nex able to help you, obviously being on the opposite side of the map, and how it's working for you two.
I think it's still a bit new for him. Like, he doesn't know how I call yet completely, so like, he is definitely good at like giving information and coming up with like ideas for the practice, but still he's still trying to like figure out things, but he's definitely a help when it comes to keeping up the mood on the team and hyping up the boys. I think that's something we needed before. There was a lot only me sitting there and shouting. Now I have a dude to play around with a bit.
I'm trying to think, who's in between you guys? It's Hunter. Oh, poor Hunter. Yeah, Hunter's going to be deafened.
Yeah, it's good we have like those big headsets on. It's rough for him, but yeah.
A lot of shouting, but a positive mood. And I was going to touch on that. It did seem yesterday, okay, it's a win, but even when it was getting tough, there were some close moments. You guys had a good mode. Even Nico laughing at his own fails on Vertigo. So what is this a new thing that you guys want to try to do? Because you spoke to me about it before. You've said we need a better mood. We need to keep things positive, but it's never worked out.
I think we always wanted to have a good mood and a good like energy around the team, but I'm really the only one who had the natural like personality to keep that up. So I think with Nexa it's just easier. And yeah, I think about the Nico moment, it's a laugh or cry moment. So it's good he laughed.
You definitely want to laugh in that situation. I want to look at your individual performance, though. That was great yesterday. And I want to feel like, at the moment, when you look at Hunter and Nico, they didn't have a great game just in that particular series. In that scenario, are you now thinking, okay, I need to pick up the slack a bit more? Did you want to go a little bit more? Did it just be the game for you?
No, I think I just got off to a good start, and I'm not really worried about either of the two. Like, obviously, Nico, I think his playstyle took a hit with this CS2. Like, it's way better to just swing and not really clear angles properly, which is why pretty much all IGLs are doing better now than in CSGO. But yeah, I'm not worried for any of them.
And today, I think FaZe is going to be the real test for you guys, right? But do you feel like this is FaZe you can test now? You haven't played them yet in CS2, and also them making a change. Does it give you more of an opportunity, a chance?
Yeah, like yesterday we beat the academy team, and today we play the main team. So it's definitely an opportunity to show our worth, and they have been probably the hottest team in CS2 by far. Obviously not with Frozen, but we will see how it goes.
Quite down-to-earth answers coming out of HooXi as well. Yeah. Very clairvoyant on his situation, the Counter-Strike update, Nico's situation. But I just wanted to put it quickly out there. Amongst the professional players that we've had in the last few years, rarely has one player been called out so much as HooXi. Like, he's got so much scrutiny for people, for fans, for teams out there saying, you know, get his spot. And I feel like whenever he's had to step up, trophies have been around the corner, and he started his performance here in Abu Dhabi with a great reaction as well.
Yeah, I would agree. So I think HooXi is quite a fun case to study down the line. He seems to step up when the pressure is at the highest. We've seen that last year as well, where they ended up winning the tournament. However, they're going up against a team like FaZe with Kerrigan on the other side. So that duel in itself is quite tough for a guy like HooXi. And as we discussed coming into this tournament already, Frozen entering Kerrigan's fold of star players, it's just very interesting to see if he can be an upgrade, right? We spoke about it. Replacing Twist is not easy, but I'm still standing here thinking to myself, maybe FaZe is better off with this lineup. Maybe there's even a higher ceiling, a higher potential with Frozen on the lineup, and that in itself is crazy to say out loud, but that's how good this man is.
Yeah, let's not. I think you're probably getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, I know where your sentiments are, but I just feel like the next limit, the next test for Frozen are yet to be discovered when it comes to FaZe, right? We're talking about grand finals. We haven't seen that quite yet, but he's in a good, comfortable position to be in. He's surrounded by star. He's got a good game plan around him. He's got a leader with experience. But I will argue that this is a very sweet sort of middle ground to be in if you're Frozen, because no one is asking from you to be the immediate superstar. Nope. No one is asking for you to put 30 or 25 kills or whatever it is at the time. You can just kind of sweep into the playstyle, do what you got to do, and trust that your IGL is going to also lead you to victory.
Gun to my head, I think Frozen will have a higher output and will have a higher output than Twist that have the last couple of years in FaZe. I'm not saying Twist wasn't great in FaZe Clan. He was, but Twist is not the same player he was a couple of years ago. Frozen is the real deal, one of the best players in the world.
Wow, look at this hot take factory right there. Mr. Mohan, you're the brain of that duo. Just kidding, love you, Connor. What about this statement?
What?
You know what?
I'm with Pimp.
I actually don't.
I don't think it's that hot of a take, to be honest. We're talking about a top 3 rifle in the world.
Hot take because he's unproven, but the stats show on MOUZ that Frozen was the best player for MOUZ. Twist was the 3rd best player on FaZe, and they actually have some overlap in the way they play. So if Pimp wants to make that bet, he's actually made a couple good bets in the past couple of years, Connor.
Yep, he actually made it
with MOUZ.
He did make a great bet last year here. Yes, he did. But he also made a horrible bet at the start of the year that cost him half his profits.
What was it?
That he was going to beat me in fantasy this season.
Okay.
What an idiot.
Okay, so then you get final say. What do you...
I think he's onto something.
So you think... the thing is that Maniac's calling him crazy is because are you saying that Frozen with FaZe are going to win more, and be better than Twist?
Yes,
FaZe?
because in the last year, all they won was that Pro League to get the Grand Slam.
In the last year, because CS2 exists.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. It's early days, okay? It's early phase. It's a new phase. A phase with Frozen who's dead already alongside Rain. Brokey looking to pick up something, but it's the clearing of the flank that works out well for Nico. Bomb's down in the pit. Bomb's still down in the pit, and the CT's trying to press out beforehand. So Nico and Modesty just going to deal with that. 2 headshots clean to close it.
It was such an interesting comment from HooXi about IGLs being better because they just swing. Yeah. And Nico's playstyle. We've been talking about that off camera a lot, and it's like all the IGLs getting better, and yeah, there is something there, obviously. And I think we saw Nico in a couple moments. It was low confidence, not just not playing the way you should in CS2, but also just not even playing like Nico does. And he's not feeling it right now for sure. But if you think about it, he's positioned to be, the best player in the world in year 1 as a rifler. It's the ops that got nerfed and a certain playstyle that got nerfed. But that's something he has control over, right? He doesn't have to force an op to be good. He just has to become the better version of himself as a rifler and adapt and be malleable.
Yep.
That's his biggest challenge, but...
Adapt or die.
If you think about it, Nico, best rifler of all time in CS2, where riflers are the best, there's a chance here. But yesterday was funny. It was Hunter and Nico as the sort of heaviest players on the team, frag-wise.
Man, when Nico's just falling off vertigo, it's not his best day. But HooXi damn well picked up the slack in that matchup. HooXi versus MOUZ was just flying at them on Ancient specifically. The hiccups are back. And so is G2 back into the B site with a vengeance to get that 2-0 start on the board.
Yeah, and it's just as also like they've got on FaZe they had Rops, and I'm gonna say this flat out. Rops probably taught them so much about CS2 that they had no choice but to win. Okay? He was the guy who definitely had the most arcane knowledge about the way the game worked, on top of already being a top 10 player and now being maybe the best or second best or something in CS2 specifically. And when you go over to G2, m0NESY is that guy. When I'm talking about players I watched to learn this new game, those are the two. Okay? So m0NESY, they need to listen to him now. Okay? Nico probably taught him how to play in Tier 1. Now, in CS2, m0NESY's got to teach them.
Ooh. Headshot versus Rops to get back that mid control. It's a flurry. Look at the pressure, man. This is going to be an electric matchup. First head-to-head between these teams in CS2. So you want to talk about m0NESY teaching the old dogs what's up, and Rops doing it on the other end. Well, this is their first outing in this version of the game against one another. In the year of 2023, this head-to-head is also currently tied at 2 each.
2 each. Decide it now.
With the most recent win being G2 at IEM Cologne.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And they hadn't played against each other
that
since.
Was their biggest victory of the year. m0NESY was plus 110 KD at that Cologne.
It's just that feels like he played an entire season of like a pro league or something.
It was unreal. Unreal.
I mean, entire blast groups. So many games in contrast, but playing games right now is this Nova on Boiler. Brokey will get there, make a little bit of money. He wants to afford the op. Expensive habit, you know? But one that's worth it in the hands of Brokey. This was FaZe, of course, beating up Heroic to start their endeavor here in Abu Dhabi, but that start was red hot. Brokey and Rops, 2 highest rated players at the moment at this event, be knocked down a peg here at the start. 3-0 G2.
So G2 probably won their game yesterday because of HooXi having the game that he did, because Hunter and Nico were not there.
Correct.
And they still won because of HooXi and because of m0NESY.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you probably can't count on HooXi to have 2 days in a row that were that stellar, even if he might still be good today. So we'll just say probably. m0NESY will be the consistent carry here. What you're looking for is a higher floor, which somehow has actually been Nico and Hunter. And actually, sorry, I didn't even point out the fact that Nexa got so many entries yesterday too.
Rops gets aggressive out from apartments, but he's stuck here. Nexa creeps through. That's a second from Rops. We saw him deterred in the last round, out of the gate, dead. As he tries to press out middle, HooXi softened up by the nades, but the Molotov will get Frozen off his back. Can't be spamming with fire on your feet. So Frozen on an AWP, and ooh, Rain just clipping.
Just swing, baby.
Thought he could get back, but no sir, HooXi hits him.
At this time, it brings the round back to life.
Yeah, take a B site, get a bomb plant, but Frozen puts the AWP on the angle, and thou shalt not pass.
The frop, eh?
Frozen op?
Mm.
You can workshop that one. Frappuccino. No, never mind.
That's actually where I started.
Harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Yep.
They let him go.
And then he's going to rotate back into Nico, who's out from balcony, and they didn't know it.
One on site.
Kind of let that one slide through. Timing didn't work here for FaZe.
Back at default. It's a great spot to be in. Surely they don't expect this.
Oh, but m0NESY.
He's just going to walk around default and get this kill.
See ya. Stops the bomb plant. 15 seconds. Nico brings it back by 1. I mean, if he dives the bomb site with the bomb itself.
There's somehow a chance.
Yes, there is. Moto smoke is up.
Oh,
Frozen
the right side
could
plant
press
on.
through, and he will. 2 op frags out of Frozen as FaZe post their first.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Somehow that was close.
Yeah, somehow.
Who do you think is going to win this game today?
I think FaZe will win this game today.
Okay.
Now, the one thing that I think could throw a wrench in that prediction is just Nico having a much better performance, right? Because
Right.
G2 without Nico, from what I saw yesterday, does not beat this FaZe.
Yeah, they don't have two players that are looking uncomfortable so far in the game. So, and G2 have a lot less LAN experience in this game as well. Like FaZe has played what feels like an entire full season of CS2 tournaments and won them all. So.
80% of this team has been lifting trophies since CS2 released.
Yeah, even online somehow.
Ooh, but Monacy gonna make sure Rops goes down. No apps peak for you, Brokey. Right as the smoke fades, missed shots, and Hunter's gonna chase him down. So no retreat and a 5v3 looking great for G2 here in the 5th. Kerrigan would love some kind of duel, something to bring it back, but he's been smoked off from both ends, and you know what this means on Inferno. Time to save.
Time to save, baby.
4-1, G2 answering right back. And we didn't get to see that Monacy shot towards ult, but I mean, Rops no chump. So for him to get taken down that quickly, cue up the replay.
G2 T-side Inferno specialist at the end of CSGO. Here's that shot. Wow. Just posted up perfect.
Brokey had no help to get away.
It's always tempting with the different ways in which smokes go away, that you like stick around to see if you can get a better angle. I like how they look for sure.
Well, this is more of the same from Monacy as he tops the charts for G2, but it's also Nico and Hunter with 9 kills between them, only 5 rounds into the game. That's the win conditions for G2 in place already.
Already, yeah.
But early days.
I think the first thing, if I was new coach Taz or something, or one of his teammates, you know, to tell Nico, listen, it's in you. If you want to just let go a little bit of the way that you used to play and just be a touch more careless, you'll actually get way more frags.
Come on, Nico.
And just
swing.
Just try it for a game. Yeah, just try it. But you even saw there was that one round on Vertigo. Chev brought it up yesterday where he like swung on default and then he was like tap, 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 burst. Like he tried a whole bunch of things and just didn't get the kill. And it's like the confidence just isn't, he doesn't believe that this is his version.
It's like he had a Swiss Army knife, you know, he's like trying to pull out whatever tool he's got to.
Yeah.
It's like, knife, no, tweezer, no, just ends up stabbing himself and falling off the map.
Yeah.
No, it's been a little weird to see Nico play this version of the
What
game.
are the things in a Swiss Army knife besides
toothpick, tweezers, corkscrew, knife, other knife, another knife.
Knife, and scissors.
Scissors, yeah, all sorts of crazy stuff in there.
All right.
All sorts of crazy stuff. It's Swiss, so probably a bank card.
Some taxes.
You know.
A watch.
Yeah, no spine though. Oh! See ya! Hunter traded right back by Rops.
Kerrigan
barely gets away the 11 HP.
Kerrigan was also great yesterday. That was a big thing for FaZe.
Nico gets softened up by the nade. Come on.
We just
need someone whispering in his ear.
Swing, 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 swing,
swing, swing, swing. But he won't. And if he does, it's frozen. And Rain behind him, ready to receive. Next time. Frozen though. It's got a smoke to hang around with. Ooh, dodges the bullets on the fallback.
One take of the molly down to 3 health.
Holy hell.
These two guys are so low.
Yeah, Rops and Frozen.
They know he's low too. And Brokey's got to be on full alert for the lurks because they've been using halls late. But this time it looks like it's going to be a delayed B split. Lots of emphasis on the entry players, but 3 players on the CT side waiting. Okay, nope, they find the right call. They come back. I mean, this is round winning. There's 3v1. Brokey only has a mag 7. Okay,
you say only like
only
that's not
mag
the solution.
7. I mean,
only? What do you mean?
Just tear through it. I mean, it should be easy.
Just watch this. Uh-oh, not ideal. Well, he hit a headshot.
He did.
Brokey did hit a headshot.
For how much?
10 damage.
10 damage.
You know, it's
Oh, he max 7 over the top of default.
The box eats. Oh, hold on. Oh,
calm down, Rain.
All right, 2 kills through smoke. Just cracks this one back open. But we know Nexa was putting up entries yesterday.
3 and 11 HP on Frozen and Rops.
Seems easy, doesn't it?
They could go down with a gust of wind.
But instead, he's got a blast of Kalashnikov ready and primed. 2 from the right, 1 to the left. It's all about target selection. An unnecessary headshot, but he gets the job done. 2 kills out of this for Nexa. Rain's double kill magnetized FaZe, got them thinking they had this retake, but all it was a booby trap as Nexa posts all 3.
Damn. Okay, nicely done, Nexa. Perfect delay. That inspires confidence in the team right now. They won that 1v3. Things almost went south. Of course, Rain got 2 fortunate kills, but yeah, they probably thought the round was over before this happened. Fresh smoke down on Moto, 3 on site, but a nice mid-round out of HooXi to get them to the A site. He sort of said that Nexa's been figuring it out, but he's been a very good source of energy. Second timeout for FaZe.
Now, that pregame interview where HooXi was talking about, kind of energy, was, I think, kind of condemning of JKS in a little bit of a way, in the sense that HooXi was alone in terms of the hype and the the hooting and the hollering.
Well, there are other players on the team, but yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's very true. I thought, it's like, why wouldn't you look to them then? If that's what you need, get it from Hunter, get it from Nico, get it from Monacy. Like, why did it? I don't know.
Kind of said basically that there was one, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, it just kind of said that there was just like, that's just one of a few things, or one of other things that are the reason they made the change, I guess. But it's a lot of conjecture on our part, of course, about exactly what is meant there. But
nobody knows.
Certainly feels like it.
All that matters really is that everyone's going to be hollering when games go this well. This is looking like a 6-1 versus just Deagles here and Frozen Solo top Banana. But we saw yesterday, Nexa's
favorite Brazilian player.
Nexa's big entry frags back on Vertigo in their opening game against MOUZ. I mean, it wasn't just like outside of the server that kind of got them going. It was some of the aggressive decisions from Nexa. Just there was a certain electricity to G2 in the server, even with the struggles of the Kovac. Oof. Just brought a certain tempo and a pace because Nexa can go first, and decided to on his own accord, right? He had killer instinct in a lot of those rounds, and it was just a nice look for G2.
2 things I'll say definitely about Nexa that are good. One, he's probably always been at his best, not as a caller somehow, even though he called for G2 for a long time and everything like that. He was thrown into calling. I don't think ever really liked it, but just did because he had to, and then probably learned a lot from it. The other thing, apart from just being a player that maybe should have never been a caller in the first place, is that when he was a caller, his best rounds were the fast rounds, right? I've always said Nexa's half buys and fast strats are his best plays. And that maybe speaks to what he feels like he's good at. Getting in there on rushes, being very aggressive. And when we saw those Vertigo entries, I think it really spoke to that.
Got good examples of it early on in his new G2 run. And sure enough, Deagles aren't enough to stop this G2 pain train. 6-1 up, 7 rounds into this T side. Back to business because they know guns come up next.
No shame losing to a G2 T side on Inferno. CS2, of course, it's all up in the air, but they were such a threat. Like they were 13-2ing halves on CSGO.
Yeah.
Now you have even less chances to play on T side, so you got to be like good right from the jump. And so far, it does look like the regular good HooXi defaults into crushing the opposition. Really good thorough mid rounds, and HooXi is on a P90, baby. P90.
Wow. Well, you know what that has in store. It's aggression up Banana through the fire and the flames, and he will bring Rain with him. All right, gets 3 bullets out of that P90. 3's enough when you knock him upside the head. Rops has his back turned to Hunter.
Oh, he lets. There's a huge timing because they played 3B, so Hunter walks arch.
Kerrigan.
And it's with that fat smoke. Oh,
didn't even have a gun out.
That's the perfect call.
Yep. Hunter just sliding past, and now Rob, he has the same element of surprise. It goes both ways, them crossing silently, and MOUZ will, however, hit the trade frag, puts Brokey into a tough spot. You've got 1 up in apps, 2 lying ahead. First shot's clean, could just keep swinging with the op, and as that pressure comes in from the top rope, man, gets away from him. Looked like an accidental jump.
It looked like he crouched and then jumped.
It looked like he crapped his pants.
He just definitely farted, at least. Something came out. But, all right.
Dives.
I think it was like he thought he was falling back a bit into Hall, so he went to do a crouch jump just to like get a no-scope off.
Yeah, I don't
He thought he was going to die, I think, essentially. So he wanted to try something.
Couldn't handle the pressure and just had a little spasm there. It happens. But let's watch Frozen try to piece together a clutch. We got Nico backside, neither player giving much to pull on. And then he spotted, but okay. For a second, you gave Frozen a chance to fire back. Nexa keeps it sharp, closes 2 rounds from the same spot towards Pit, and keeps G2's winning ways rolling.
The winning move for FaZe to get back into this round was Rops switching places with with Hunter to get over. He just wanted to yell at somebody. So, G2 read it's 3B. Arch is open. Hunter takes it. Rops switches with him. But if Rops didn't re-peek into lane, if he went around to the site, that could have been something. But equally good that MOUZ waited just in case that happened. And it was also a pretty hard shot for MOUZ. I think those are the shots it feels like the Operas are missing these days.
Sure. Oh, MP9 ready to push right through that. Oh, Hunter's going to catch Rops trying. So the SMGs and pistols trying to get into an early fight, but all it does is give away 5v4. Nice grenade. Frozen had Nico softened up. But Hooksy returns the frag, and Nexa just late lurk in the apartments, making sure not too much map control can go too far, and that's Kerrigan now 0 and 8.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to take all of JKS's positions. Well, he is taking some of them. He said he has to learn brand new roles on some maps. So far, so good here on T side.
He's seeming very malleable and performing well.
Yeah, I mean, even when the only position, I think, when he was Vertigo B anchor, he was getting a lot of support with Hooksy, I think, to break him in, basically. As to, like, here's what we do, here's what JKS would do. That's where I think he'd look the most uncomfortable overall, but that's it.
CTs are coming right through that fire, and MOUZ sits 1 down.
Hey, Brokey.
Grab the op.
That's a win.
But T's deep on the site with the plant. Nexa coming through into this series is the 3rd highest rated player for G2 after their opening game against MOUZ. It's obviously MOUZ leaps and bounds above the rest, followed by Hooksy and closely Nexa right behind him.
And Nexa again, eh? Oh, Nexa's 3rd.
Yeah.
I had a brain fart.
Because I said next? Maybe.
Oh, maybe that's
what it was, yeah. I understand you. But now today, with Nico having some more kills and with Hunter being 8 and 4, Nexa's still up at the top of the pack. So picking up the slack that Hooksy is leaving this evening, and that's fine. How the hell are you going to complain about anybody's performance when you're up 8-1?
So everything's there for G2 today.
The win
Switch the combo
conditions.
back to FaZe. What worked for them was Frozen actually had a fantastic day. Kerrigan had a great day as Nigel entering. He was playing hard angles and making them... Well, he made them look very easy, like some of the fights he was taking.
But I will say, you know, in hindsight, we go back to that FaZe match, right? We'll get there as this game does unfold over time, but their opening match on Overpass looked flawless. It was the perfect debut, right?
No doubt.
13-3 or something like that versus Heroic.
T-side Ancient was also great.
Yes, and then there was that weird comeback that Heroic were able to post. It put a little uncertainty in our minds, like, well, why can't FaZe close this? You know, it's supposed to be the perfect plug-and-play with Frozen, and the rest of the series was indicating just immediate success. You're down 8-1 right now versus a G2 that's been struggling in this version of the game that also have a new player. So, hold your horses, all you negative Nazis. But an early warning sign in a match that's very important to just immediately qualify for semifinals here in Abu Dhabi. And obviously G2, returning champions.
That was an insane win last year here at the World Final for
out of nowhere.
For G2. Yeah, that was definitely something special, and it was actually the start of a crazy first 6 months of the year for G2. First
Sign of things to come.
4 months.
Leading them to a Cato and Cologne trophy hoist.
It's pretty good.
Here comes the pop out from Valk. Nice kill from Kerrigan. There we go. The in-game leader's on the board with the double kill from inside sight. That exec's not going to have any effect on Kerrigan. Triple kill from him. Flashes off the mark. And a round from G2, finally, that falls flat.
One thing that's definitely changed about the way people are playing A site. People aren't playing Big Pit as much because the smoke can get blown open. So they're playing in Mini all the time. And that means maybe they're playing Pit less in general. Pit used to be the most important spot on maybe the whole map of the CT side in terms of one player with the amount of utility you had could stop an arch wrap, bicycle peak, play in Mini, post plants, everything, right? And so if it's fallen out a little bit, then maybe you end up in less setups in general that have Pit involved. But here is where it's supposed to be. Here's where you're supposed to have a Pit player versus a Halls pop versus a lane take. But I think it's weird because T-side was getting very strong at the end of CSGO. But at the same time, Pit's lane side takes for as one thing T's could do was always way too CC favored. It was so hard to get up lane. So not sure if that works out better in this game in terms of map balance. And we'll have to see if FaZe can find a way to exploit that on their T side.
Frozen better keep his head down. Oh, Nico doesn't want this to slide away for free. Into the corner he goes. Blind as a bat. Oh, Rain just spraying through and catching him. Now Frozen can comfortably hold on to this corner. The deep B setup that comes with it. And G2 trying to claw back for man advantage.
Those are all of Kerrigan's first kills, weren't they?
Last round, yes.
And they went ahead and won it. And Brokey's here too.
Dropping out of the apps has been heard. Rops on high alert. Now we go into a moment of smooth sailing for FaZe back-to-back rounds. But Hunter and Monacy, 40 seconds to the clock. Monacy could get a free one right here. Ooh. Looking for the save now. They'll call this quits, pull the plug, let FaZe get a third on the board, but it's 4 rounds, best case scenario for this CT side.
Yeah, it's already dire somewhat for FaZe here on Inferno, but not out of question if they make some kind of recovery. So they'll take this with money into the last round of the half. G2 have a lot to be proud of. I think they would be disappointed if they didn't close out with an even steeper scoreline based on how good the rounds have gone for sure, but it won't be for free. FaZe have the tools and the confidence to close this out strong. I think the biggest upward injection of potential from getting Frozen instead of Twist is not necessarily that he's a better player or the stats are really good from MOUZ, so he's probably going to be even stronger than Twist. It's the fact that Frozen hasn't won everything, you know? I think if anything, we saw the conversations around FaZe losing motivation at the beginning of the year meant that, okay, they won the major, then they got all of these different trophies that they were really looking for. They're collecting every kind of accolade that you could look for. And Frozen just hasn't been there. So, you know, I think that's something that I feel like it's an intangible, but it is a real boon.
And God knows he's waited for his chance to be on a winning team so long that, I mean, he was definitely elevating MOUZ to their trophy. But now he has nothing but world-class players all around him. And, you know, Kerrigan has said it multiple times at this event already, right? You don't put on the FaZe jersey to compete at the top. You put on the FaZe jersey to lift trophies. Mm-hmm. And that is the expectation for any player that puts on those colors. Frozen, we talk about great player, solid results. Well, now nothing shy of a trophy hoist should be his expectation. Every event, each and every time. And that's a tall order for somebody who provably hasn't yet done that. So I can understand Maniac's hesitations in the face of Pimp's rose-tinted glasses. Roki's going to lay down a little util here as the commit comes in. It's a bit delayed though, so 2 players do indeed get past it. AK shots from Frozen looking good, but nothing more than 2. Luckily for him, Rain's got the same position under wraps, and this one comes to a grinding halt for FaZe's 4th. An uptick in performance to taper off the half.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds,
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
and the pageantry.
Nah.
Where?
Long.
In library or something.
Yeah. Let's go, Alexa. Clutch.
1 HP. Right.
Saving.
He's saving. Nice!
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 Sick!
Yeah, everybody's pumped off the Nexa 1v3. It's the only...
Oh, now everyone gets hyped?
Now everybody gets hyped. It's the only clutch of this series thus far, and it's a clean one at that. Nexa's little 1v3 adding a round to the 8 that G2 post on this T side, but it's a T side on Inferno that became notorious back in CSGO because G2 didn't have a defense to lean on. Their offense was just that world class. So with an 8-4 score, with letting FaZe back into the race ever so slightly, 2 rounds can make a world of difference. It's MR12, boys. You can't finish cold. And by letting FaZe get those 2, they doubled their round count, and a pistol here could be critical to a potential comeback. We'll see. Kerrigan's got nades, Broki's got nades, and FaZe have some ground to make if they're going to catch up to G2.
Another CS2 thing that might favor G2 is they were insanely good at pistols, like the best, probably best pistoling team of the year. Not like Vitality maybe in 2023. Their setups just all in fantastic, and Again, the most interesting thing about that is that Hunter apparently calls him. Don't know if it's CT as well, but it looks like another good setup here. So they're ready with 4 on the A site, but it's going to go into a B split, isn't it?
It's feeling like that. And Hunter inside of the smoke just gave away the position. That next T smoke
is awkward because it goes...
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh, Frozen, bad jump. Hunter recovers what looked like a slip by from FaZe and Hooksy. Well, good thing he's got 30 bullets. Rattles off rounds, catches another, and this could be 5 players up for G2. And excuse me, it wasn't 2 rounds at the end of the half. It was 3. The last 3 rounds all the way of FaZe and into a pistol loss. MOUZ just took a bullet for his in-game leader.
They really prepped so well on pistol rounds. Like, I don't know. They're just...
Roki's got to go die, and Hooksy's going to run from him, but he's going to...
They can stop it.
Can they? Yeah. He won't get anything else. No bomb plant, no additional kill. Just the one.
Just the one. They'll clean that up, get to 9. And there is tons of pressure on FaZe to make up for that now. 2 pistols lost in this game. Interesting play from Hunter. I really... There was clearly a chance that he could have died because of that smoke on the corner of it when he walked through originally. Get 5 rounds as CT. Smiley face. What the hell?
It's all the instruction he needs. That one came right from Taz.
Perfect coach. Exactly what they need to hear.
Well, if all they need is 5 rounds, 4 to go. And coincidentally, that's the win. Not even a flashbang here for the top mid pop, so talk about desperate.
They spent all their money on Frozen.
Funny guy. Modesty stuck in Moto. Very committed to the spot. Nexa's got flashes, though. He brought flashbangs. T-side didn't. Hunter mows him down. Hey, you didn't see him. I saw the hip. I saw it. I saw that loin.
Okay. Whoa. Hunter is looking for a better day today, too. What's the stat, Connor?
Hunter is looking for a better day because both him and Nico were in the bottom 5 rated players of the event coming into this second match today.
And that is?
Bad.
A statistical anomaly.
Right. And it's being changed right in front of us very quickly with rounds like this. Hunter just mows him down.
Yeah, maybe Nico's playstyle is a little slower, but Hunter's playstyle is not.
14 and 6 off of those eco farms.
Hunter's playstyle is very quick, very slippery.
You know, they've played a couple online events coming into this event. They just needed one best of 3 yesterday to get the gunk out of their eyes, shake off the online, get back into the groove of things, which they are doing versus a very hot prospect in FaZe Clan.
1 health here for Frozen.
They say 1 is all you need.
This was Tarkov, he'd be like,
Scavs. Roki chucking the nades up and over. Modesty sees that as a chance to press out, but he saw nothing in Boiler. Yeah, that bomb site feels too safe to really leave. Trying to set up the arch player with the flash. That gets Hunter out. Works out wonderfully. Modesty opts not to hold the angle, but instead set up his teammate, and Hunter hits hard. Nexa's looking for a fight within all of the smoke, and as long as you play in mini, as you've been alluding to, T's got to drop down on you. And all the while, Hunter just continues to tear them apart. Hunter gets another in the bomb site. Wow. Hunter and Nexa hold the line.
Full house.
And it's a total stuffing of the FaZe clan.
Maybe Modesty got 1 in there. At least 2 per. The 2 guys on your screen. That's nicely done. Abuse the fact they had all the smoke still up. And they lock it down on the A site. First starts off with banana dominance. All the nades coming down. Got Frozen down to 1 HP. They finally melted him with that molly by Nexa as soon as he came up lane. And the flash transition as well. MOUZ falls off the angle, but turns it into a flash perfectly for Hunter. If it comes in any later than that, it's useless. And there, of course.
Just shooting smoke.
Yeah, just shooting smoke. I mean, they were there. They did win Arch.
Nice controlled bursts. Here comes Nico, top banana. It's just Tech9's Nico. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Get in there. Remember who you are. Remember what you've done. Think about what you can be.
Kato, Cologne. Kato, Cologne.
Most successful rifler of all time. Well,
best.
Highest rated. Yeah, best. Yeah.
There is a difference.
Devil's in the details. Actually, Devil is Hunter at the moment. 17 frags. And it's another one that FaZe are just getting stuffed out of. This is going to be a 12-4.
It's a paddling. Twist wouldn't let this happen. That's all I'm going to say.
Matter of time. Once that smoke fades, FaZe got nothing else other than a chance and a swing at this B site. 2 defenders within it. Hunter, though, is working his way over. And that's another set of eyes. And knowing the way he was spamming those smokes, well, now there's not even a smoke in his way. So clean duels ahead. And speaking ahead, HooXi pops one. Time's going to fizzle out. Don't die after time here. Yeah, they got to push in. And sure enough, a guaranteed 12th, 8 map points.
Yeah, they almost want to call it, obviously. Like, this is G2 showing they're ready for Inferno today. Hunter's having a better day. Everyone else looks fine. MOUZ still fragging. Hunter, stand out, man.
Do you still think MOUZ is the best opper in CS2?
No, I mean, ZywOo is, but MOUZ...
ZywOo's not an opper. He's a ZywOo.
Yeah, he only ops sometimes, actually.
You know.
For who ops the most, it's probably it's between Brokey and MOUZ. I would say MOUZ doesn't have a problem as much with the easy shots. I think he's cracked the code a little bit with, for some reason, all these other top oppers are doing very well, but he's the one missing the least for some reason. I would say he looks the most comfortable, honestly.
Okay. Well, comfort is king.
Do you have any blind spots there? Just, yeah. It's just that this World Final, Sydney, are like the last 2 for lands that we're seeing them play in, so very small sample size for G2.
They've at least gotten the brackets control. It's one step closer, but they don't want to force the issue by the looks of things. Good, good, good. FaZe, they've gotten the CTs to stack the A sites, and it's going to be HooXi versus the world soon. CT's still wary of the bracket control. They could scramble back as HooXi just put the smoke down front banana, but a smoke won't hold them all back. Hunter is sprinting back into position. It does delay FaZe a little while longer. And with the util now coming over the top, HooXi's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Kerrigan's in the pit. The support comes through. Good job by Kerrigan to keep his head down. HooXi wanted that fight, but a little delayed to it. Robs turns back towards Banana to catch Hunter. 5v3 post-plant comfortably for FaZe. A little pressure on brackets gets G2 out of position. And keeps FaZe alive for now.
Getting 4 flash was nice, but there's something funny about HooXi wide swinging and then walking up. He should have just probably peeled back through the smoke or run at his first fight, then left. Or just watch the smoke for them to come through.
It's like a sprinting war cry.
Oh, maybe he can miss shots.
Nah, they're exits. They don't count. Poof. Nico's going to shave one off the round, so it's 3 up for G2. Another chance for MOUZ here.
Okay.
What were you saying?
You said there were only exits.
Oh, right.
You can only play badly when it doesn't matter. It's the best way to be.
He's like Gym Pad. Just can't play against noobs.
Exactly.
Nice peek here from Frozen.
One in pool and nothing else through.
Gotcha. So this is looking like Frozen's first map loss in a FaZe jersey.
Had to happen eventually, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it didn't take long. But it ain't over yet. Kerrigan chasing through will be denied. We got in-game leader on in-game leader violence.
Oh man, they want to hunt this back so badly.
CT's stuck here. Oh,
they got the nades to do. How's that molly looking?
He's hanging on. Nico's hanging on, and the flash is off the mark.
Nico gonna be the savior now?
He'll throw another smoke. And he can get out of here. It's an open invitation to leave. You can walk away.
You can walk away, but then you don't have banana, so we'll see if he wants to. It's 4v4.
He's alive. Alive in a 4v4. Honestly, again coming back towards brackets, but this time with Nexa as an escort. Mid-peak could get Rain off the play.
Rops' timing gives a shot here. Rops is a little bit slow to this. Now he's trying to beat the offer back, but of course Monacy is not going to make that mistake.
Rops doesn't make a peep though, so his position still unbeknownst to Nexa down beneath him. He can go for the late boiler peak. Rops may not expect 2 players here, but at least Rops has 2 players stuck in. And even then, he deals with Nexa in the corner.
Whoa.
Nico
just opened on him?
He just pinned it against the wall with his shoulder and it popped.
Oh my god.
What? What is that? Can we do that? We can do that?
Oh, he's gonna
just off the mark.
So much damage, but well, actually only 4-2. It looked like a lot of bullets hit.
Coffin absorbs all the damage.
Okay, so Monacy's now he's just missing every round, huh?
Yep.
That's what we want to do after I just say
you hyped him up, man. You talked all them yams, man. Been flapping them gums, Mo. Oh, man. That's you.
Thought I was on something.
No, I don't think you're wrong.
But that shot makes a difference.
Yep.
Doesn't get it. Rob stays alive. B-site gets taken. It's an awkward defense.
I want to see that smoke again, dude.
It
got stuck between the wall and his body.
It definitely could have been him incidentally there with it getting caught on something to make it a high smoke on purpose. That we haven't seen, but it did look like it just popped on his shoulder.
This is getting past the op shot, spotting the
And
second player
kill,
because
yeah.
he went so deep.
Next is like, I trusted you, man.
And broke it from the top rope, easy peasy. You know what I want, production.
Overtime.
Yeah, that's it. We're going to need to analyze that one when we have a tech issue. Put it on the back burner. That's where FaZe are currently cooking up this comeback.
Yeah, FaZe got to be telling themselves, okay, they made a couple mistakes, missed a couple of shots. Let's look alive. 6 rounds to go. They've made the most comebacks in CS2. It's a big feature of FaZe these days. Now they've just got to do it with a new guy.
Yeah, it's a feature, not a flaw. The never-ending comeback tale. Kerrigan, there we go, getting one. As Hunter's popped off arch side, Rops takes some space on short, and Nexa, ooh, he's gonna see him, but he jumps the gun on the shot.
Yeah.
Barrel makes for great cover, Rops peels away, Nico gets out of the corner as well here, so it ain't too bad, but Nexa dying towards pit, it's far too much for Nico to deal with. He's gonna have to cut his losses, and he knows it. A 3-man save set up as FaZe keep the comeback rolling.
Nice. That was a clean one. That was like a new fight. You know, when Nexa was looking down at the truck through those barrels, he didn't really know how to deal with that. They look extremely spammable, but he wasn't really on point with it. I think he needed to take a step forward.
It's one of those weird angles you don't get much practice on.
Yeah. It's like the same exact fight, but there's new things there, so you freak out.
Ooh, nice shot, Kerrigan. Okay.
Yeah.
Having a little round as he secures 4th and 5th frags, but then falls at the hands of the Nico op. You love a Nico op.
Yeah, what if Nico op is actually somehow, ironically, it's the answer?
Got himself 2. Hooksy hanging on for dear life. Ooh, they run him down, clearing the board of G2 as they sit pretty on a 12th round win.
They make it expensive, and now G2 have some stuff to talk about. They're looking for 1 round, but since they all died, they're all broke. They're going to have some kind of basic idea into this round, but It'll basically be about saving.
We've got the smoke grenade, guys, to analyze. So watch this. It lands between him and the wall,
and it
gets
actually,
caught.
Wow, it actually does.
We can catch things.
You can catch smokes.
I don't advise catching frags, though.
Because that means that you could set your own teammate up and throw a smoke on their shoulder with a lineup. Don't know when you would ever need to do this, but just the fact that you can.
I'm not saying it's useful. I'm just saying it's an option. And the more options, the better. Oh! What?
Okay.
What did you shoot him through?
It's going to end on this round?
It can't. It can't.
On that scout shot?
No way. A third from Hunter's pistol. Rain pops up, goes down, and sure enough, off of the pause, G2 go flying down mid with the scout shot from MOUZ. It's disgusting.
That scout shot.
Kerrigan, I'm sorry, man.
Completely past the wall.
He just had his best round in the map. And now he's going to need a 1v3 versus a hot-handed MOUZ.
So they were fully saving here.
And a much improved Nico. CTs can just lean back. It's such a FaZe way to win a game, but instead they're the victims of this buy. And we're not even going to get to see the MOUZ scout in the replay until post-match. You all are going to have to wait. You're going to have to listen to Pimpin' Maniac talk about it instead of us, and I want to be here for it. Kerrigan, I wish you the best of luck. But down to 30 seconds, and Nico a hyper-passive angle. It's going to be very difficult for Kerrigan to predict this exact fight, and it doesn't feel like Nico is missing this evening. So with that shot, they close it. Tail the Tape is another wonderful T-side coming out of G2 on a map they made a name for themselves towards the tail end of CSGO. It's a stark improvement from what we saw yesterday. It looked clean, and it featured the stars that you expect to shine. FaZe Clan, down bad at the end of Inferno.
G2 beat FaZe on Inferno at their own game. A very FaZe-esque way to finish this first map. Full-on aggression with the scout shot, with the 5-7 right in your face. It is a little bit poetic, isn't it, to beat FaZe like that at the very end?
It is. You know, the way the game ended, you see it right here again. MOUZ bringing out the scout, the rest of the team, pistols, no armor. That shot right there is just dirty on towards Brokey. And then everything falls apart. I like what G2 is doing. They're pushing the envelope right here. They're realizing we have a shot at making this very uncomfortable for FaZe Clan. Rob's trying to make amends for it. Rain trying to make amends for it. One would argue that maybe they should have peaked at the same time. That could have been a better outcome. Correct. But apart from that, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play by G2. We were standing next to them right here, and we spoke about the communication coming in from Nexa. He spotted Kerrigan on towards long, told Nico exactly what to do, and then Nico executed. And let's speak about Nico a little bit, shall we? He was having a good game for the first time in a while. G2 was having a good game for the first time in a while. There's so much, you know, unpredictable performance coming in right here for G2, where we're all thinking like, okay, we have no expectations. They were struggling online. They were struggling in Sydney. Roster changes. Next are coming in, just like we spoke about a couple of days ago. Whenever you have no expectations for G2, that seems to be when they're thriving. And that was a beautiful performance coming out from G2 and Nico.
Yeah, you can never really count them out. I think that's a fact. I also believe this last round is very symptomatic of what we have seen on that map of Inferno and ever since the start of CS2, which is it's very hard to win a routine round on the CD side of Inferno. It gets hella complicated. That's just a matter of the fact. You look at G2, we're talking about, of course, a Hunter that flies high, but it's off the back of a strong start on the T side. Yeah. Put money in the bank, have the rhythm to the game. We're going to have a couple of highlights coming out of Hunter here, and you can see how he catches a couple of rotations off guard as well. Very trademark from G2, timing towards A-long, whether it's Nexa, whether it's Hunter, a couple of these players sneaking in there as well. But this is complicated for the CTs to handle this map currently.
Yeah, but that's what G2 is doing so well. Look at how many of these highlights where Hunter is getting a flash from a teammate. MOUZ, Nexa for that matter as well. I think Huxi did it a couple of times as well. It's beautiful to see G2 play Inferno this way. People seem to forget that a year ago, maybe half a year ago, they're the best team in the world on Inferno, right? They were so clinical on that map. I think Corner said it in the cast as well, that T side were phenomenal. The CT side were all right, but they had the highest win percentage on T side Inferno that we've probably ever seen a team have. So it's a map that is in the DNA of this lineup. It's a map they love to play. It's just been a while since we've seen them being able to perform at such a high level.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them being creative as well, not just waiting for the rounds, but you're talking about it. Hot flashes, a lot of team play, Hunter being aggressive. It wasn't only the Hunter show. I think Nexa is obviously someone that we've put a whole lot of scrutiny on. And I'm not going to say he's being phenomenal because I'm careful with my words, but I would say compared to the expectations and a kind of picture we've painted, he's stepping up maybe even more so than we expected. That's a key 1v3, by the way, here in a situation where FaZe could come back into the game at 1-4 scoreline. He pulls out a 1v3, a couple of good timings out of apps. This is very decent out of Nexa. We have to be real.
Yeah, we do. We have to praise it when we see it. We saw it against, I believe it was MOUZ and Vertigo yesterday as well. Some of the entries that he was coming up with. He's not afraid to fight. He's not afraid to make the right play. And we know Nexa to be a smart guy. Maybe individually speaking, not on the same level as JKS, but he's well aware what the right and the wrong decision is in a game like this. So the more he's playing to his strength, the better it looks on the server. And this was another great performance from Nexa.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. I'm trying to think, again, whether or not this current G2 rather relies a little bit too much on momentum, or if there's just a strong book. I don't want to say honeymoon, but it is sort of a strange situation to put on, because where we usually use that term honeymoon where a lineup is being put together, I don't think this was the common sentiment, how we have received this roster. Because most people, myself included, said, yeah, this is a cool sort of intermediary stop. I do wonder what's the next chapter. This was the initial reaction. This was the initial reaction that I had. Turns out it's getting better than what I thought we would see from G2 so far.
To me, it's the fashion they win in, Matthew, right? You'd argue that if G2 were going into a honeymoon period, it'd be based on m0NESY playing fantastic Counter-Strike, Nico carrying the show, being Nico himself. But that hasn't been the case. It's been all the players stepping up. We speak about Nexa having a great game. We spoke about Huxi perhaps being the most influential player in the game yesterday. We're speaking about a team, a unit. We're showcasing clips. We're showcasing highlights where there's a lot of team play going on within G2. So to me, the most surprising factor right here is the way they're winning in. Of course, we knew G2 had it in, and we know they are a strong caliber team on land, but to win without Nico playing well, to win without m0NESY popping off, I didn't see that coming.
I mean, I don't know if you saw these golden notes from m0NESY. He just said the strategy is get 5 rounds of CT and win. I think he nailed it right there. He's completely nailed it.
That's the words of Swanee at us.
I also saw there was a piece of paper with something that said go kill. I'm like, oh, that's how they do it. Yeah. That's how they do it. Let's flip the conversation just a little bit. We're hyping up G2. That was a good map from them coming out. FaZe Clan, is there any sources, any reason for concern? Or do we just sweep that one under the rug? That's all right. They've lost Inferno to G2. Or do you see signs of alarm already now?
Depends on how they respond to this. I will argue the CT side to me was a little bit disappointing. It looks better than it was by them winning the last 3 rounds. That was a very important thing, obviously, for them to stay alive in the game. But the lack of reaction on that CT side in the first 8 rounds to me was not cool. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit more initiative on the map, be a bit more proactive. As you said, in CS2, it feels like CT side Inferno. You can't just sit back and wait for the game.
It's complicated.
To come to you. It's complicated, right? You got to be the one swinging out sometimes. You got to be the one creating the scenarios on the server. FaZe didn't do that. G2 responded well. So whether or not it's a sign of an alarm, let's see after the next map, and then we can discuss that again.
Okay, Jacob is not ready quite yet to ring the alarms. I'm going to be a little bit patient too. In fact, I'm going to get myself a big glass of water, take a few minutes break, and when we come back, we dive into Nuke, map number 2 of this series versus FaZe versus G2 rather. It's a qualification game for the playoffs, and we're waiting for you right after this break. with a solid Inferno victory, G2 are now in a very realistic way looking at a potential 2-0, because I'm just going to put it out there immediately straight off the bat. They're clients on Nuke. We're not talking about a punish. We're not talking about that they have put on the side, that FaZe is coming unexpected. G2 can play Nuke.
They can. They've shown us that before. I think they have a great understanding of how to play it. Obviously, we've seen Nico time and time again dominate that yard area, and he gets to start on that CT side, right? That's another issue I see here for FaZe. You're coming in after a rough performance on Inferno. Now you got to start on that T side on Nuke that can sometimes be a bit rough, and you're going up against what used to be the best yard player in the world. Now, Nico is a point of conversation for me, because coming into this game, he's been under a bit of a scrutiny for not playing well in CS2, and I think that's justified. I think the critique is justified. You see it right here. In CSGO, obviously, the best rifler of all time. He's been at the top of his game for so many years. His stats were always impeccable. He was always showing up to the tournaments, and you always knew what you got with Nico. Now, in CS2, given the small sample size, we saw him in Sydney not doing too well. We've seen him online struggle, and even yesterday in his first game, he was struggling. However, on Inferno, that was the best we've seen from Nico in CS2. And heading into Nuke in his favorite position on Yard, that's going to be interesting to follow.
No, I agree with you. And you said something prior to map 1, which is like, we know the quality of Nico, and we have to believe, we have to give him the credit that he's going to adjust to whatever is necessary. And there is a conversation to be had, right? I mean, he has a play style that was very, very unique and singular. Now he was breaking down angles, the one taps, the crosser placement. And Hooksy said that little nugget in the interview as well. CS2 isn't exactly too nice for people of that play style. That's why you see a whole lot of players with the wide swing, the frog pig into straight, spray into your knees, and that works out. It's not even a joke. Like, the game is very favorable for the wide swings now. So you need to be able to adjust just a little bit, and you have to deal with a certain kind of frustration. Imagine you're one of the very best at doing something, and someone comes and say, "Hi, you see that game you like to do? I'm just going to change it now." There has to be a degree of frustration to that.
I would be mad if I were Nico, to be completely honest, right?
That's a fact.
The crosshair placement he had was undoubtedly the best in the world, and that's something he's done by practicing and practicing and practicing. I used to always meet Nico on the deathmatch servers back in the days. He was probably the one, guy out playing everyone. It was not fun. He was always headshotting you, but his crosshair placement was so clinical. I would argue in today's Counter-Strike in CS2 with the wide swings and the peekers advantage, it's more noob friendly. All these noobs running around with bad crosshair placements, they can almost, make up for it, because they get that half a second or that millisecond extra to adjust their crosshair. Nico was so efficient, so clinical, because he had the best crosshair placement in the world. I think that's less important in CS2 as it is right now, and that's where he has to adjust.
All right, then now let's translate this waffling talk, theoretical, into Nuke, into a very practical situation. He's going to play outside yard. G2 is going to start on the CT side. You taught it as a win condition. With the conversation we just had, does that mean you expect Nico to play differently? We're going to see a different kind of Nico, taking different kind of angles, being a bit more aggressive? Or do you just expect him to kind of repeat what he was used to do, known to do outside on Nuke?
I hope he will repeat it, but I'm afraid that he's playing with a bit less confidence right now. I think we're seeing it in certain situations on Banana as well in the Inferno game. Sometimes he would always just swing out, and you believe in the duel, believe in the crosshair placement, believe in the individual ability he had. I don't think it's the same Nico we're seeing right now, so I would argue he's probably going to play the same positions on Nuke, but with a little bit more, less risk in a sense, a little bit more careful in that regard. But I hope that he's just going to go out there and wide swing it all and just show the world that he's still one of the greatest aimers in the world, because he is. It's just a question of time before he figures it out. But what I saw in Inferno, that was a step in the right direction, and that makes me happy, because watching Nico play Counter-Strike when he's on it's the most beautiful, aesthetically pleasing thing you can watch in CS.
Yeah, I can't complain. I think it's a pretty good show as well. If we're looking for individuals and win conditions, people who were decrying the next JKS trade, one of the main arguments would have been, hey, mechanically speaking, what the hell? JKS is much stronger. He's a much more solid player individually. This might be a map where Nexa gets to show us what he can do. I assume we're going to do position for position, having him as that ramp holder. And nowadays, in today's Counter-Strike, you need to have anchors being capable of putting that stuff, the Impact, the Robs of the world in these positions. This is very solid. Do you think he's up to the task currently going up against FaZe right now?
I think Nexa is smart enough to play ramp position in a way that doesn't expose him. He's not going to fight as much as JKS would have done. I think he's smart enough to know when not to fight, when to fall back, and when to play the team game. And I think that's one of the things that Nexa have to realize, and which he's already realizing, that gotta play to your own strengths. You know JKS, m0NESY for that matter, Nico. You're not going to go for the same amount of fights or the same amount of aim duels. So I actually have trust in Nexa being on ramp, doing the right thing. Whether or not he's going to have an output from those positions, though, and whether or not he's going to be able to lock down the lower bomb side or lock down ramp when needed, well, that's a question to be seen in the game.
Well, we're going to have to keep our eyes on it. At the very beginning of this event, I said I always predict G2 wrongly. Whenever I show up at an event with the idea of a definite direction, they surprised me. It looked bleak at the beginning of Abu Dhabi, and now they're one map from making it straight to the semi-final. So Connor, Mohan, are we looking at a 2-0?
Are we getting a 2-0? It's a very fair question. I think we could get a 2-0, but it may bank on, as we've alluded to, this Nico performance outside. I do think that he could have his hands full because we are getting the highest rated player from MOUZ in an outside lurker. Give me Nico versus Frozen outside in the critical mid-round moments, and we could be talking. We could be cooking up some fireworks here on Nuke, but it also does bank on, yes, Nexa filling the shoes of JKS over towards the ramp. Adaptation from Nexa needed, and a repeat performance from the Kovac boys in order to keep FaZe at bay on their map pick. Let's get it on.
Yeah, it was a great map for Frozen, and it could be a 1-for-1 swap for Nexa. We'll see. We start on the CT side here for G2. Up a map, questions about their nuke. Haven't played it that much. And a first kill goes down. That's Rain. Somebody else we didn't talk about who's amazing outside is Rain.
Yeah, but he was pretty quiet back on the first map of the series. And Rops, well, he'll be finding his versus Hooksy. So 5 players up for FaZe looking to take over Heaven. I mean, hell, Rops on nuke. You know, it feels like there's enough players we can allude to within this head-to-head on this map specifically that could definitely give us a show. Kerrigan sizing up the downstairs, and at the moment, nothing lies ahead of him. m0NESY deep in the sight with Nexa. Nade usage has been heard by Frozen, so he's on high alert. The waiting game begins.
Well, our downstairs rotates are here. We've just got Hunter just waiting to see if he needs to call for help to come up, but they're hoping it's downstairs.
Yeah. They're right. Bomb is downstairs indeed. Last player catches the bomb, jumping in. Ooh.
Okay. They tried.
No kills at all.
But they tried. I mean, they showed up.
They did it.
They clocked in.
They tried.
They brought guns.
That's literally the bare minimum.
Those guns were loaded. I mean.
Nice tap from Rain here to kick it off. That just sent, that really sent a message to how clean this pistol was going to come out from FaZe. Another blast right here. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. And FaZe kicking off the T side with the pistol win. Let's go. It is USPs in response. So G2, no ego in the second. Nothing to work with. And Rain right back to the action with a wall of smokes to cross secret. No contest.
What they want to do. They just want to let Frozen work. Again, the way that Kerrigan calls with new teammates is to always let them sort of be the best self. I think one exception to that was when they used JKS as an entry fragger. Remember that Katowice was like a stand-in? That was extremely random that he was, suddenly able to do that, but that worked out pretty well. So 2 kills in this round for G2, but maybe that'll be it. I mean, we do have the Hooksy P2K that comes out. Crazy skin. They're watching him, and they take him down.
I'm keeping track of the Frozen Nico head-to-head outside.
Yeah, Frozen. Yeah, it's more. Yeah, it's gonna be Frozen Nico or Rain Nico, because Rain is more the exact copy of Nico outside in normal spots. When we talk about CT and T side, but we already see that they'll both be out there sometimes.
Current score, Frozen 1, Nico 0.
Nico 0.
Hooksy's got a noob tube. Feels like we've kind of gotten a little bit further away from the auto-shotty meta that was really dominating CS2 at the start. Still viable, but I don't know. Felt like when everybody discovered it, it started getting spammed.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we can leave that mostly behind us. It is a very fair position for Hooksy to place that bad boy. Tucked in hut. Second volley of utility comes outside, and FaZe happy to just creep behind it. They've gone ahead and secured themselves secret with really no resistance. Ooh, damn, Kerrigan thinking he could push up into garage, but Nico's going to stuff him on the approach.
It's a 2-part split, though. Rain gets into secret.
And we've got ramp room completely open. For free, FaZe slide through.
Wow, Nexa rotated early?
Bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I was wondering if he got pushed out or not early, but
just gave it up.
He's comfy. They're coming in for the ramp retake. Rops is in a spot where he'll get exposed from both sides, but he could get away with a kill. Hooksy, long range.
No chance.
Auto shotgun, baby. 81 damage.
That's crazy. Needed a second shell, though.
Okay, Nexa just simply has not moved.
No. Bomb's going to be tucked in
front
safely.
sight, right? Oh, no, okay.
Because Rain doesn't swing the door open, it's an easy clearing of the bomb site. You know, Rain, there was a world where Rain walks up control, catches Nexa committed to his position, but Rain going towards decon never came to clear it, and Nexa's early evacuation of ramp doesn't cost G2. First guns round, and they've won it.
There's a few things about that round. First of all, I'm not sure why Nexa rotated down early, but I was going to say coming into this game, Nexa literally could just stay alive, and that might be the easiest thing for his team. And ramp player is like 70% they stay alive, 30% get one kill and stay alive, you know? And at all costs avoid just dying, because that just ruins the map. So if Nexa wants to rotate down early, honestly, fine. If they're ready for that, if Monacy's ready in hell, if they are covering the heaven flank, then okay, it's all good. Even if it's not the ideal situation, it might be better than him overcommitting and dying if he's uncomfortable right now. But he should know what to do with ramp, so... This is where the auto shotty shines, Connor. Okay, we got the pistols crossing outside.
Well, they're not getting anywhere near Hooksy now, are they? In fact, they've managed to get down secret. Majority.
Don't give Nico early kills outside, okay? Don't let him get powered up.
Roki took the scenic route. Costs him money to be made here from Hooksy. Auto shotty blasts Kerrigan away. And Nexa again already downstairs, but this time it's because Monacy's got the op on ramp. Giving away the possibility of the plant, however, as he lets that bomb jump to the back site. Rops, it's an AK challenge that gets traded out instantly. Rain's P250 taking a victim with him, but all is good. Plant and 3 standing for G2.
Because he didn't hear it. Up to defuse. Simple protocols here for G2. As they clean up another anti-eco, and we wait to see what FaZe's full buy is going to look like. Frozen said he joined the team. He looks to his right, he looks to his left. 2 old buddies. No better feeling.
2 old farts.
Robs.
Beyond his years. Ooh, Monacy. Oh, just unscoped, but that gets spotted. He's hoping Frozen gives him a second shot at it. Nah, he's got to give away the initial setup with no opening kill.
Elevator down the vent. No one's dropped here. No pressure on Squeaky here from the T side. They're really chilling right now. Very few nades been used.
Honestly, coming back at it from a different angle. Looking for a piece of it. We do have 2 behind red. Getting closer.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with his comms right now because there's 2 Ts ready to take outside and they'll finally start throwing late nades. So you'd be worried about Mini in this instance. This is to actually distract.
Yep. Trying to set up the secret peek, which does work. Just as the fire fades, Monacy clips Rain, Frozen tags softly, and Hooksy's still waiting for that potential hut hit.
I kind of just need to double down upstairs.
A little off the mark, not quite ready, as he had just thrown the nade out, but the trade frag's there from Hunter. He'll catch the headshot as well, looking clean. It's a good response back from Kerrigan, but a deep angle out of Nico denied. 1v1 between Nexa and Frozen falls as Nexa swings out heaven.
God damn, that was crazy close. Now, the difference is obviously Hunter getting 2. Everybody showed up right there in that round, going back and forth, but Hunter grabbed 2 hard frags after Robs got his first entry. Nico as well looks crispy outside. That was comfortable. He wasn't even playing overly aggressive, holding angles that we thought maybe he wouldn't be able to do. Definitely looked a lot better. And Monacy's search also was sharp. Like, he could have got 1 kill and died. He could have missed and died. But instead he got 1 kill, got away, and got his nades out.
Back to the drawing board with Desert Eagles and a scout. Whoa. Nico tagged down. It's a hard hit. Kerrigan, dude, look at him go. Kerrigan just...
Run through the desert.
Just running with the scout.
It's a Moab 240 out there.
Just Viking crying his way across. I'm on FaZe!
Okay, somehow he got there.
I want to give a shout out quickly in this pistol round to live cinematic angles like that. We got J-Raz now fully unleashed here at Blast. Between J-Raz on live cinematics and Chev on the standard observing, the Chev-Raz combo here at Blast, observing at an all-time high. We've given the boys the tools they need to paint a beautiful picture. And sure enough, Rops slips through. No resistance down beneath. Of course, the bomb's still back towards lobby, so... Oh, hey. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
And who's next? It would be MOUZat deep towards hell. Nico, gonna catch him off guard, though. Second player in the ramp room, unexpected. Tenderizing his meat
started blasting.
Is Hooksy. And it'll be an assist for the Hunter finish. Frozen dead to rights. Melon smashed, and G2 just keep winning.
It is a little louder, right? CS2, it's loud.
It's either CS2 or our settings here.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a loud gun. It's scary when you know it's right there. So, very scary scenes here for FaZe. G2 look extremely comfortable for the moment. Everybody that we were worried about looks pretty good. Nexa, of course, playing ramps in all kinds of different ways as well that they've... You know, they were used to playing against JKS, so that's something. But I like what he's been doing so far. He's just been like... He's been tucking, he's been rotating a little early, he's been staying alive very long into the round. We haven't seen a mistake where he dies at a minute 20 because they decide to try to peek ramp and then they fall back. Nothing like that. And that just keeps the map really healthy for the rest of his teammates.
Very quick one from MOUZat getting back to Secret. Oh, peels rain off the round. Nico catching Frozen. Nothing outside going well here for FaZe Clan.
Oh, here it comes to Nexa now. Oh, he actually left, so...
He's actually up in heaven.
Yeah, they've got the lower rotation because of MOUZat, however.
Okay.
Covered.
No emergency. But...
Yeah, I mean...
A little pressure. He's going to nade the door open. And clips Kerrigan. Are you
serious?
Beautiful shot out of the kid. And Brokey's position revealed as he tries to drop down MOUZat. Wonderful round on the op.
Got so much more in him, too. You know it. Damn.
That to him is nothing.
With his own nade smoke, you could barely see. I could see him on X-ray, could barely see.
Laughing his way to a nice collection of CT rounds already here on Nuke. Man, that outer play just got swamped.
They keep trying it, but we saw... I mean, FaZe have played so much CS2 Nuke. They played a lot of CS2 Nuke. You could still use the nades outside, but, I mean, cross smokes are just not as strong as they used to be. Almost everyone's exclusively throwing the mini to big garage cross smokes just to make it two if they're nice and plump, but they can get blown open. Nico's happy to peek it right now. He is out there, and MOUZat has started Secret 2 rounds in a row, which I don't think they anticipated. But boy, has it been the right call.
Nice little snapshot. Right back to it with Brokey's push. Sit him down. Set him up. Back to the pistols for FaZe. Everything coming together here for G2. Now on fire in response to the 2-0 FaZe start. This wall of smokes has caused for a consistent threat outside, but finally there's not much behind it. Kerrigan creeping through with just the pistol.
Spacing out those nades.
Yeah, doing a good job of trying to keep eyes on. Hunter under pressure here. Hooksy also burned off Hut. Tech9s could be a real problem. Hunter can't manage a second frag. That's 3 pistol kills coming through from Rops and Brokey. Just an explosion onto the A site, but they won't get away for free. Nexa, great timing, off heaven.
Yeah.
And that's the last 2 Ts corralled back through Hut into lobby.
It's also backside clean.
Deep angle, of course, for Nico to be had.
He's waiting for this rotation because Nexa already peeked out of heaven. So right underneath it and maybe opposite vent is what Nexa has to clear for him.
Smoke into the back site. Nexa also has a smoke of his own. Deep peek into lobby. That's going to turn Frozen back towards Hut. It's starting to tick real quick, real desperate. Nexa gets the kill. The Tech-9's off the mark. The AK sprays wild, and they get the retake by the skin of their teeth, surviving a classic FaZe clash.
Yeah, that was perfect. They had the extra smoke, as you pointed out, to make sure to lock that down. And Nexa has the emergence rotation, gets one clip off, gets info upstairs. No one tries to trade him out. So that helps them slow down the retake, actually, and make sure to play it all properly. Nice entries out of FaZe to kick things off, but it wasn't a round they were supposed to win.
Fucking safe, guys. That's what we fucking like. Nice.
Now you've got G2 fired up. Now they're winning retakes in sticky situations. They're holding back FaZe Clan's rush. It's nice to sprinkle in a recovery in your streak of 6 rounds. Ooh.
I noticed you stopped counting the head-to-head.
Yeah, it was... ADHD, man. I counted it once.
Oh, there you go. Well, I think no matter what, you can just say he looks perfectly comfortable so far this half outside.
Thriving.
Could be 2 good maps in a row, which would be the best of CS2 here for Nico.
Well, there was a conversation back at Fall Finals with, ZywOo not being in the top 10 players yet, statistically. It was true, and he turned it around at that vent. Same thing could be said about Nico here for World Finals, as he is 1 event behind everybody else. And it could also be the case that it is his time to shine now. 9 rounds deep, 12 frags to his name. Man advantage. And a waning amount of rounds for FaZe to try and put forth. Just missed that timing. Brokey just off the mark as Hunter slips against the wall. Movement in the pack.
Dude, look how he's holding that angle, too. He's ready to flank.
He hears this. He hears the rumblings by Squeaky.
God,
perfectly timed by Hunter.
No right now.
Perfect as they get stuck on the door. Hunter can't get all 3, but he can take the life out of FaZe. Hooksy's going to end it, and Hunter, that's so clean.
It was perfect. He knew exactly what he was going to do. 2 steps ahead. Playing chess and playing fast. It was like a rook on an open foul right there. And just more action from Nico outside. He's controlling the yard. Again, he's able to multiply his presence. That's always been his biggest, strongest trait. And Rain can do the exact same thing, but there's just more of a focus on Nico because we haven't seen that performance to inspire us in CS2. Well, might be witnessing it live today.
Trying to smoke Nico out of his position on Garage again. God, I love the new nades. Just makes outer play so much more dynamic. Nico has been making a point of it to continue pressuring the potential cross. It's been a while since we've actually seen a dedicated group of FaZe get down towards Secret. Rain's crawling over. Fast entry. Kerrigan slips the net and slams Nico back a bit, but then it's Hunter again, coming out of the vent, nailing the double kill. Now they still lose A, as Frozen and Rain combine back into the site, pushing Nexa to a clutch.
Frozen, waiting for him.
Holds the angle with 100 health, and Nexa, the timing is perfection.
Hold on, Rain, does he follow up walking right into Hut? He totally could. It makes perfect sense. But Nexa, does he find the timing? The adjustment is right, and another 1v2.
Nexa simply cannot lose, and G2 take another.
2 clutches of the night. They've both gone the way of Nexa. And it's G2 didn't even need this round. They were already up so good.
G2 almost didn't have this round. Kerrigan getting in through main and as Nico just took a step back.
3v5, then Hunter.
Check this out. Oh, Rops Just didn't quite see him. He gets away with the first one. Snapshot adjustment out of Nexa, 1v2. And we were watching Frozen holding that hut flank the whole time. The moment he steps off the angle. The second he leaves, and FaZe fall prey to Nexa.
Chemistry was fine yesterday, but this is a harder challenge. FaZe on a second timeout, but their half is almost over, and maybe their series too. It's funny how they can be so happy one day, so sad another day.
The duality.
Ride the highs when they come, though. You know.
Yeah.
It'll be the same thing with FaZe yesterday. It's just
enjoy it while you're up.
There will be bad days. There will be bad days,
because it always comes with downs.
Just make sure good days are great. I love how Nico's starting same way every round almost, because it's already so dynamic because of the way that you can just consistently build the smokes open. You don't even have to overthink it. So they throw the late smoke on the cross. The Molly's timed pretty well, but because right now Rain had to run, he has to be worried that Big Garage hurt him. He does take a touch of damage.
You know, I would like to see just a classic ramp hold attempt from Nexa. We've seen him. Oh, he still took one.
That's okay. So that's like
took one.
That's like the worst situation he's had so far, and that's pretty damn good. He gets a kill, he dies. You still would probably rather stay alive, but that's going to happen sometimes. And ramp is really just about like you get a glimpse of someone, you get the kill,
get out,
duck. Yeah.
Well, it's the one time we've seen him not actually get back to the B site. Bomb will go down. And Rain, beautiful timing from the secret stairs push. m0NESY to pop a door open again. Both his teammates still stranded upstairs and cautious on the approach. It's going to be some pretty critical time shaved off by the Molotov, and that's enough by the looks of it for G2 to call it quits.
They're coming down the vent, though. I mean, it's 3v3.
Late to the party, but better late than never. Taking a glance, seeing close walls clear. It's this tuck in on the close ramp from Frozen that could spell disaster. We're in the final 10 seconds here. Bomb is definitely going to pop.
I don't think they really believe they were going to win, but they just wanted. They know that FaZe are with one and saving, so
let them challenge.
They get majority dead. That keeps it a little bit scary for FaZe, and maybe sets up a last round where G2 can have an economic advantage. So, but yeah, I don't think they thought they would win that easily or anything.
A round where Nexa gets one and dies. We don't know if he... I assume he would have fallen off had he gotten a chance, but really fast trade frag from Rob.
Sitting on the railing, duck, move back 2 inches, fall off. And for FaZe, they just have to trade him in that exact moment.
Yep.
So they're very quick with it, too.
It's a sharp shot out of Rops. The third added to the tally. The dry spell comes to an end. 8 consecutive CT round wins from G2 on FaZe's map pick, while map up.
Wow, that did damage.
Deep silo peek. Nico down to 16 HP.
Oh, can't get that kill.
Ooh, and m0NESY, he's picked up the frag to Rops. In the meanwhile, Rain, he's going to try to flex through Garage. Credit card wraparound gets caught by Frozen. He finishes what he started. Rain's position revealed as he fires off to one of the site players, and they'll scramble on top of the hut.
It's the best start outside.
Kerrigan versus Hooksy wins it with the Galil. Man advantage for FaZe to try and rack up a second at the end of this half, but another peek. Hunter comes through. Oh, and Kerrigan just sees the glimpse. Prepared for the commitment, but now Main's under pressure. m0NESY's in a pinch, and Frozen will clear him from one end. It's Nexa out from heaven yet again, getting the first kill, gunning down a second, but burning to a crisp towards the tail end of the half. It's a couple of rounds from FaZe. It's a chance as their CT side set to begin.
Hey, I'm Kerrigan, and welcome to Kerrigan's tier list. So we are doing a tier list about maps. Damn, Nuke, S-Tire. Yeah, I like it. I think it's up and down sounds, a lot about communication and rotation, so I think it's very challenging on both sides. Vertical, I still think it's like a C-Tire map. Pretty fun to play on CT side, short rotations, you always there in time. But on T side, I feel like can't do so many cool things. A lot of spray through smokes, that's great. Then we have Anubi's A-tier map. This is the first map where Valve really hit the nail in beginning. You haven't seen big updates. Inferno has always been an S-tier map for me, but with the new update in CS2, I still need to have the feeling of the map. It's still very strange, and it's gonna be bumped up to S tier if the small updates are coming. I think Mirage B-tier, I'll put as an S-tier. I love the map as a player, but as a caller and a leader, I think it's a harder map to play. Then Ancient, for me that's an A-tier map as well. For it to be S-tier, I think they should remove those shadows on A. I think it destroys a lot of tactics. Overpass, I'll put that on a B. It's very hard on T-side and Overpass, so yeah. For sure, Counter-Strike 1.6, S-tier, banging game, the game I grew up with. Source, that's a D-tier, trying to make the game better. Complete Source, no chance. Condition 0, you know, I'll bomb it C-tier just because it's better than Source. Everything else is better than Source. We have a Counter-Strike 2, I'll put that on a B-tier, and then I'll put CSGO on an A-tier. CSGO was a D-tier when it started out. It got really good with updates, went to an A-tier. And I know CS2 is gonna be a A-tier at some point. Ever gonna touch Counter-Strike? No chance.
Put the outdoor.
Main door!
Main dead.
Nice!
Hot one.
Hot one, and we don't know about last. Main and hot. Okay, give me sound. Low.
There's the guy from hot. Last was main.
Nice! Go!
Bro.
The highs and lows of the human experience. From heartbreaking flanks into tantalizing clutches. Nexa has definitely stamped his name across the CT side of this new calf, and it is G2 stepping forth with Nico in form. That is a stark contrast to what we got yesterday. Look how much more fun he's having.
That was a full-strength map out of Nico. That was a perfect display of what he can do outside.
All is good again.
Every round he owned. He played almost the same way to start, and then branched off in a few different decisions. All of them worked out wonderfully. Put up over 180 our last map. Looking to do that again. Honestly, right beside him. Nexa right beside him. And Hunter even had a couple of rounds here where he was nuts on Inferno.
Of course. Half the job done and half still set to go, but Nexa kicks it off with a pistol headshot. Oh, Ross. Nice peek. Slams Hooksy back and tucks into the corner. That could bring Frozen into the hut flank as they're going to push into Trophy, but they don't clear him. Oh, no. It ain't pretty, but it's something. Hunter starts to split up. Frozen gets killed off the flank, but it's the damage.
They have 1 health each, the Kovac.
Oh, my God.
With the RTSR setup. 2 health between them in a 2v2 versus Rain and Kerrigan.
2 brothers. 2 HP. 1 dream. We have never seen a 2-person 1 HP clutch. Ever.
Ruin this by saying we don't know that, but...
Oh, just operate under the assumption it's that much more epic. Missed shots, Rain's feeling the pressure.
Just need 1 bullet. 1 bullet.
Single HP. from either of the Kovac. Flanks coming out from lobby, down to the 20 seconds. They're gonna dive.
Oh, they got away.
Oh, they slipped the net. And Kerrigan was already deep into the lobby, so Hunter's gonna stick around and vent.
They have to go for the long rotate all the way around through ramp. They're holding into the vent.
No.
Nico can try to jump across or stay. He doesn't know where they're going to peek from.
This would be the Kovac clutch, but Rain stuffs the frag deep inside the vent. Nico back sight, ready for the peek, and Rain's just gonna ruin everything. So, FaZe, congratulations.
I feel good for him, though, because he was really tilted in that first half.
Yes,
and
it's gotta be.
FaZe really needed this.
Great chance to recover. It's the Berettas that make the difference. They had 2 health, but he had 2 guns.
Yes.
And he'll finish it with 2 kills.
Yeah.
That's both pistols on map 2 belonging to FaZe.
There are also no whiffs. He instantly got those kills. On top of that first one outside. And Rops. This is hilarious. He fell back completely. And now this game is officially doable for FaZe, okay? It's doable.
Ooh, they force.
They got the plant.
Okay. Let's see it. MP7 for Hunter. Ooh, well-timed nade. Perfection. They break open the smoke, and they are gifted a double kill on Hooksy and Nico.
And this will be Rain's turn to be Nico on this side of outside.
Ooh, Hunter, I like this. Makes some sound, wraps around, but he doesn't do the full flank, so Frozen puts the FAMAS to the back of his head, and this one falls flat. Your force buy is all for naught.
Gave it a try. Tried to go fast. Literally tried to beat that nade timing outside. Beautiful spray control. Just like that, we're within 2.
Nico Deagle top silo.
That was close.
Could watch this every day. All right, first mag was full of blanks. This next shot, though.
This is a pure vanity fight out of Rain. He's like, I just need to kill him right here.
Yeah. Maybe there's somebody else. And indeed, Monacy's still just tucked behind red.
Hey, there you got it. You saw him smile, too. You knew Rain was going to come back for it.
Can't not peek.
Nah. If you're going to be the outside player, you have to have a certain amount of bravado about you.
Some swagger in
your step. You're going to be by yourself a lot.
And Rops cleans up shop with Brokey towards the ramp. So, within 1.
Within 1.
There was never any doubt that the FaZe Clan CT side was going to definitely put up something. All right, G2?
Yeah, it's been great all CS2.
Yeah, this has been the consistency of them. So, even with Frozen looking to just plug and play in the FaZe system, you'd be a fool to think G2 had this in the bag. And we don't mess with fools.
Or custards.
5 is the best number.
55.
Molly outside ahead of the pack. My God. Nade City. Ooh, and Rops, he just presses all the way through. No way.
Get mad. Get mad.
He just runs him down. Lobby hit. FaZe smashing G2 in the interior. Nico's coming back with 2 headshots, and he just saw Brokey get behind the vent.
He did, which means upstairs is really dangerous right now for the CT side, but the Hunter, it's almost good. Brokey gets away with it. Rops helps him out.
Yeah, fast flank up through the rooftops.
And now the most dangerous man alive. Nico, 17 and 9. 1 on 3 with a minute up.
Doesn't have his bomb, though.
No, doesn't have the bomb. It's in an interesting spot. They can't exactly camp it, but they can just avoid this fight.
You see the way
he's waiting, though. He's waiting.
See the reflection off the floor, man? It's just, what a beautiful game. No one can take that from us. But unfortunately for Nico, what he's waiting for will not arrive. There's nobody heaven. There's nobody hell. There's nobody ramp. They have triangulated the bomb's position. They will sit here in anticipation of the Nico play, which not even a save is guaranteed at the moment.
Oh my god.
Give him a chance, but Rops will make sure to shut it down. 3 up for FaZe, and that's just Rops in the sea of utility being thrown towards Squeaky and Hut.
He also smoked ramp and then ran through it.
What a guy.
They might have been naded with the smoke, so you can running throw the smoke, then throw a nade into it, and then push while also seeing everything. But that is extra aggro from Rops, and I think that's one thing great about Rops from 22 to 23 is just the ability to go full speed sometimes. He's not just a lurker these days. Much improved from 22. Amazing at CS2.
Yep.
8-8.
Rops leans back, all's good. Ooh, sits him down. 4 frags from Rops. Just like that, the ramp is held. And that's why versus top 20 opposition in the last 6 months, Rops has a 1.35 rating on CT side of Nuke. He is the immovable object for FaZe and their defense. And farming eco kills will keep those numbers nice and high. And an ace.
And an ace. Very clean. Slapped him up. And cracks a smile. 22 and 10. Count him up. 123 ADR. And see, positions like this are very good to play, but he's somebody who can be very comfortable to get more than 2 every time. We didn't see Nexa even try to play positions like that, which I actually appreciate. I think he played in a way to be able to rotate freely, to make sure to stay alive, but Rops is just so much better, first of all, at this position, and just as a solo player in general, that he can play more committed spots, and you still know he's going to get his frags. That's a very good angle for CTs. It's only drop back, so you can't fall back.
But when you hit that hard, you don't need to. Why is Rob's going to fall back?
Indeed.
Dispatches of G2's pistols in an instant. Sends him back to the drawing board. In what is currently a T-side without round wins. Fast Molly, top hut.
Even just seeing Brokey there will alarm them about someone who could be up close, but clearing Frozen is a whole task within itself. Doing it from the top of silo puts you in jeopardy to anyone back big garage. Doing it from up close, there's shadow advantage for Frozen, so it's a great spot for CTs to get to. And Brokey rotates to a better way to watch this safely while keeping him alive. Now, this op can't fight, though, from Secret if they want to try to clear him, but yeah, very, very possible they forget. We'll see.
Yeah, man, guard's down for Nico right now. He's going to get the first.
He's good at this. Oh, he's good at this, man. He caught Kerrigan. Oh my god, I thought someone else picked him off first.
He made it look like he was about to fall victim to it.
That is why we talk about Nico and Nuke on both sides.
Okay. Like, Frozen's kind of frozen in the moment just because he thinks that peak's about to come around haphazardly. Instead, Nico just slams it on his head. Double entry from Nico.
That's the
maybe
difference.
Get G2 there first. Maybe. We've got players in the pocket on the A site between Rops and Brokey. There is still a defense to get past. Both offers
hit each other. Oh my god.
They hit their shots. Flash to the deep vent. It's a peek out of Rops. It's a back exposed. A pack of players almost giving him a multi-frag moment, but now falling on Rain, and Rain alone. He has slipped the net between the hut push, charges down the bomb and stops it. 10 seconds, but Hunter responds with the frag. Nico sets him up, and G2 knock him down.
What a sick round. Between trading op shots there between m0NESY and Brokey, or those first 2 kills out of Nico. And you see he's thinking about everything else first, but then slowly whittling it down to this one position that he comes to clear Frozen on. Takes out Kerrigan, very careful, and then boom. And this was because Brokey got spotted when he was holding silo from the red push. Once he had to fall back, once he goes to Secret, it's the second best position because he can't help actually trade versus Frozen's position. He can only watch top silo for him. So Frozen had to hold his nerve. He knew a hard fight was coming. But That's going to be a signature round out of Nico at a position where FaZe were just taking the lead. And that would really be a bow on this series for G2 when it comes to the conversation about Nico and his form at this event so far.
Ooh, nice angle. Brokey deep enough through Hut to peel Hooksy off the play. And just like that, he's out with man advantage. Smokes to prevent Nico's approach. But silently, he crosses yard. Now what?
Yeah, and they're playing for the mini lurk here with Rops. The cover's a very good option, but they're limited on view outside. As we can see, the CTs are all around Squeaky and the vents at the moment. It's perfectly quiet. And even though this is 4v5, it does get a little bit tenuous here for FaZe. There's timings available.
Nico could rip a headshot here towards Decon. It's frozen to receive. Brokey behind him with the op, 25 to the clock, time ticking. And Frozen, every once in a while, pops that head up. Nico's coming for him and takes it.
My God.
Now Brokey's still towards Decon, and he gets pressured from both ends. Nico, what a jumping headshot! Time is of the essence still. 2v2, and Nico's looking to give the cover. Rob's picked up the anti-eco ace, but Nico's on for one of his own, as he's going to need another double kill to end this round.
This should be impossible.
Should be. Kerrigan taps bomb. He has no choice. He has to start to run. It's a 10-second stick.
You're kidding.
Kerrigan on top, comes off, swap to the op. Nico peeks, and he's desperate to find it. But eventually, he's going to hear that defuse come through again.
It's 10 seconds.
And the op is desperate for the shot. Nico's off it. Kerrigan forces his hand.
Oh my God.
And that close. Still, it's a FaZe round win.
He literally just had to tuck the shots through the door. Kerrigan was so nervous. He had to reload in the smoke. He was so close to it. Nico showed what he could do right there.
Graced by the jumping headshot.
That was so ridiculous. But with these first two frags, he almost earned it. Like, literally missed jumping into that, but everything's just going
this is so
so well for him. It's like crazy. Jesus Christ. That is that's a spooky round.
Yeah, but Kerrigan got him to bite.
Kind of, yeah. I guess
Kerrigan
so.
caused panic,
You
man.
can call it that. He definitely had the smoke. I don't even think he tapped the bomb. I think he was...
Who, Kerrigan?
Yeah, after because he reloaded after. I think it just...
Why do I pick up the fucking up? I didn't hear the smoke.
Didn't hear the smoke.
Yeah, it's sometimes you don't know. You know, you don't know if someone's defusing. So, anyways, that's 10-9 now for FaZe. Still horrifying situation avoided. FaZe's money still looks pretty good though, even though they won with that only one alive.
Yeah, well,
it's actually more important for G2 here. At this juncture.
That's what happens when you win 5 in a row. Here comes the pop out. Hooksy looking for the entry. Kerrigan off of Hut, shuts it down, but Nico's got the answer. Kerrigan hanging on for dear life as the double heaven peak sets Rops up wonderfully. Nexa 1v4, far too much to ask, and FaZe just destroy them in this one.
Oh, that one's quick, but it's not a small round. Like, this is the money gone for G2. FaZe win it. They get to 11 off that 1v1. And are G2 hopeless now? You can kind of see it. They know how much went into that round. It was a fast play. There was no chance to ramp and talk about how important the circumstances were, but there was a lot that went into this, and they got decimated. Fast rotations upstairs.
Backside.
It's a big first half for G2, but the win was never promised. And a third timeout now. They might get like an eclectic collection of SMGs and pistols. I don't know what kind of rifles they can buy. No bomb plant there.
Man. That Molotov just kept both Monacy and Nico on full display for the Rops AUG peek out of heaven.
They're playing for overtime.
Taking both of them out with no contest, no rebound. But yes, OT on the horizon with a half buy in this one.
This would be the kind of round that I think Nexa would actually be really good at calling. He's extremely good, in my opinion, at calling half buys.
Into the A site goes the util, but no follow through.
No follow.
They keep just enough for the second volley.
CT's down to one Molotov.
Yep. But opening kill, Kerrigan responded right back.
The only mollies in ramp, or outside, I should say.
Frozen stuck deep. Hunter let his guard down. Nico won't do the same. Here comes the AUG swing again. This time it's not an easy double kill. Nico's tearing him up with the deagle again. He hits the headshot. Disgusting round from Nico.
All right.
So much impact, but still not enough.
It's insane how much impact. I mean, we were expecting like, okay, hopefully Nico can be above average because he's really good at Counter-Strike, but like in CS2 he's been struggling. This is like his best game of CSGO coming into CS2. Insane. So close to winning these rounds. His teammates got a little extra. All his teammates dying in battles, he picks them off one at a time.
Look at this. Bomb.
Every single time you see a CT kill on the feed, his is between it.
If he had a chance to get around that silo, he'd be good to go. But out of pauses is G2. Out of rounds is G2. 3 map points for FaZe to push us to Anubis. As this lights out performance from Nico, his best performance in CS2. Welcome back, King. Secret occupied by Rain at the moment. He has countered Nico enough outside. Another chance, but Nico takes the headshot in an instant, and he is feeling it as he flies downstairs, doubling up onto Frozen like it's nothing, like it's nobody's business, and then Hooksy gets his 5th of the map, pressuring the ramp and confirming Brokey's position. Kerrigan can do his own as he flanks behind Nexa. That's at least 2 kills in response here from FaZe. At least. Do they chance the retake? Their own money in question. They've got a bit of extra in the coffers, and Kerrigan's so close to sight that maybe he does take a chance here. It's Hunter towards control to go down first. Nico's now going to feel pressured, but he quietly sneaks behind Brokey. It all falls on Monacy to try and close it all. Kerrigan forcing his hand to get ever closer. Kerrigan confirming that he is indeed right there. And as he goes for the second serving, Monacy shuts him down.
Oh my God. So finally a round where Nico does everything, dies, and his teammate saves the day.
They close.
That's a close on a full buy. They saved for this round. They nearly won the rounds where they were saving. And we are witnessing like literally a masterclass at the moment. Whether or not they win this game, it doesn't matter. This is a demo worth watching for Nico. An absolute show, honestly. And a 3rd timeout for FaZe because this game is very much not done. Those first 2 entries, ridiculous.
I mean, and you're dropping Rain and Frozen like it's nothing.
He's an immutable presence. Every single round, something new, crazy is happening.
Something new, but always Nico.
Always Nico. That's the killer instinct. 30 and 15 with 132 ADR at the end of the game. This is not CSGO, folks. He has 30 kills.
22 rounds deep.
22 rounds deep.
Nice!
So many of his frags have been in vain, but not this time. And now it's FaZe without a sail. They have not a single rifle to work with as they save for next round.
It's the same spot for FaZe that G2 found themselves in just 2 rounds ago. But don't sleep on FaZe's deagles.
I think Nico drank Hooksy's blood because he's taken all of his power.
Giga chat. It's a vampiric presence. Slowly draining FaZe as well. 1 2 gonna let Nico work outside. Now he's constantly faced Rain and Garage down towards Secret. Not the case this time. Rain super passive, back towards CT spawn. Even Rops' position down in Secret is just giving a lot of space to Nico. Let him have some room. Maybe he'll trip over his own shoes. Kerrigan's SMG opens up. Hooksy down with nothing. Nexa, it's a necessary trade, but the pressure that comes in through lobby, that's going to find a player not ready, throwing nades. Rain's Deke from the back has hit another, and man advantage FaZe. Not like this. They drop down, and Hunter luckily gets that gun back up in time.
Oh, and they can molly the vent. Hunter is by himself for the moment, okay? They have to communicate through telepathy now.
That's fine. Bomb plant guaranteed. Oh, Rain, another! And there it is! FaZe with Deagles. Send G2 packing. It's Anubis needed between these teams, and the CT side stands tall. Nico, round after round, piecing him up outside, taking Rain down a peg, and yet it is not enough. FaZe hang on, as they always do. CS2 is their game, but G2 very much the challenger, and Anubis in the wings for map 3.
I'm not going to lie, I think everybody's a little bit stunned by how this map just came to an end. It felt like we were gearing up towards round 24, FaZe with that very light buy, an MP9 here, a couple of Deagles, and then the time just runs out. G2 is allowing FaZe to put pressure on them. Maybe we just have another look at it, because nobody expected this ending in the last 15 seconds.
Nobody. As you said, it was set up for the perfect ending to the map. Had to play all 24 rounds, but gotta give it to FaZe Clan right here. They're playing it really, really well. Brokey not being afraid of pushing in hot, getting a kill, and they were just trading their way out of the problem. And then you gotta give it up for Rain. We haven't spoken much about him in this segment at all, or in this matchup at all, but the 2 Deagle kills he found was absolutely stellar. This one right here on Hunter, unfortunately, puts a lot of pressure on towards Nico. You see it right there, taking him out of the server, and that's it. Done and dusted. And as you said, anticlimactic, right? Nico putting up one of the greatest performances I've seen in CS2 so far after having struggled, and yet it didn't lead to anything. That is a bit of a shame, and you know, as you said, a sour, sweet feeling to
a little bit
to the end of a fantastic map.
Almost feel like we were entitled that round 24, but this is not how Counter-Strike is about. You mentioned Nico. The reason why this game got so close is off the back of an immense defense from G2 as well. 8 rounds in a row from 0-2 down to an 8-2 scenario, mainly thanks to Nico as well. FaZe can really try to challenge Nico outside. They try and challenge Hunter on that mini position, and the defense from G2 was extremely strong, and Nico gave us one of the, probably the best CS2 map I've seen from him in the game.
Yeah, without a doubt. Not even close. You know, that T-side on Nuke right here, I agree with you. His CT side presence was great, but the T-side impact he found with, you know, all these highlights. Look at how many entry kills. Look at how many duels he's winning. Look at how poised he is, how zoned in he is. Where was this Nico the first couple of games? Maybe he was just warming into it, but what you saw right here, as I said, was one of the greatest CS2 performances we've seen in the game at all right now, and that came from Nico, a guy who struggled coming into the
And it's crazy to think that this wasn't enough to get him off the finish line. We can have a look at round 19, a beautiful round from Nico as well. 9-9 scoreline, a 4K from Nico with absolute clearance here. It's frozen back-to-back with Brokey behind him. Double entry, third shot, straight to jail, by the way. Straight to jail. Not even a court, not even a trial, just straight to jail. And then a 2 versus 2 towards the very end with, once again, Nico being very active, moving around in the clutch, leaving his former position, finding Rubs. And then here he doesn't hear the smoke. And we heard him say in the cams, he said, I did not hear the smoke. That's the one reason why he picks up the AWP. It looks foolish. You would think, why the hell would you pick up an AWP after smoke bloomed? He didn't hear it. That's the only bad decision he made in that clutch. What could otherwise have been a full ace, 1v2 to put G2 on 10-9. That hurts, man. Counter-Strike can be cruel.
Yeah, it can be cruel, you know. A small mistake, you know, a small misunderstanding of the situation, but take nothing away from Nico posting 131 ADR in our MR12 game against FaZe at such a pivotal moment on LAN in this studio. It's fantastic to see. And as I said, coming into the game, aesthetically, there's no one who does it like Nico does, right? Just watching these rounds unfold, it made me happy to watch the game.
I like that you set it up like this, because you time it up perfectly. There's one player who's stylistically could be as clean as Nico, and it's Robs. And he was there in this series as well, which is why I feel like this map is already up there in some of the best spectacle we've had had in the game because Robs answered the call on that map. And if we were praising Nexa for the work he did on the CT side, Londers had a couple of comments about how Nexa stayed alive, played clever with the rotations. Robs just showed him, listen, this is how you go from being good at the position to being great, to being exceptional at the position, because this was a trademark Rob's performance on the CT side with radio multi-kills, with full-on stop aces here. Well, that's a little bit against Pistol. I'm not going to give that against him. He had moments with the AK being on the aggression right there. Trademark, signature Robs.
I'm pretty sure if you ask G2, right, how it is to feel against, how it feels to play against Robs, they'd say that he's freaking annoying to play against.
That's a fair point.
This highlight package, right, as you said, it was on ramp, it was in radio, it was in lobby for that matter as well. He's so good at finding space. He's so good at reading at what point he can push a little bit more aggressive than you initially would want to. Robs were a masterclass as well, and I love to see it, right, because honestly, we spoke about him being arguably, you know, the maybe most informed CS2 player, at least off to an early start, but yeah, then it died down a little bit. At the fall finals, he was doing all right. It was not like he was playing bad Counter-Strike, but it wasn't the same high level. That was a return to the form that we saw Robs playing the first couple of months, and I like that.
Yeah, now we've talked about the positive. Let's temper a little bit.
Okay.
I think both teams showed a relatively lighter, skimmer game plan on the T side.
Okay.
Mostly with G2. Picture this. Nico doesn't have the incredible entries that we found. This could have been a very dire and discreet G2 on the T side. Huge reliance, once again, on individuals. It's just a matter of fact. I think we just have to accept it. Neither of these teams have had long enough to build what it is they're trying to build. You can argue maybe that Frozen has an easier task. I don't even think the case actually has a leg. I think both teams have still a bit of a way to get to that full game plan, but the stat don't lie. T-side was very complicated.
Yeah, T-side didn't look too good, you know. Without the pistol coming in from FaZe, their T-side was also pretty abysmal, I'm not gonna lie. There's one thing that annoys me a little bit, though. With
tell me, I'll try to help you out.
Yeah.
What annoys you?
Yesterday, we saw HooXi play great. We saw him play some fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw him have impact on the server, called great Counter-Strike. Today, he go into Nuke, you put up, I think, 5 kills and 21 death, and you do that while Nico is now starting to pop off, and that's been my issue. That is my issue, goddammit. We can't have the players play well at the same time for some weird-ass reason. And it's not like they're overlapping in role. It's not like they're close to each other. Nico did that single-handedly, going out yard, just destroying everyone single-handedly. So there's no excuse as to, HooXi was running in first, he was sacrificing for Nico, he was trading off. No. There's no overlap at all, so there's no reason why HooXi couldn't play well the same time Nico did. Now, I hate singling out a player, but when you go 5 and 21 or whatever it was, while your mate is on a tear playing the best map of Counter-Strike you possibly can imagine, and you still lose, you gotta take responsibility for that, HooXi.
You know, I think Jacob needs a break. I think he's way too heated. We're gonna take a cooler. We're gonna put some ice cubes on that might of his right there. 3 minutes. When we come back, we dive into the last map of this banger of a series, FaZe versus G2. Thank you for being with us. We'll be right back after this. both these teams pushing, not ready to give up, and we end up on Anubis, map number 3 between FaZe and G2, the winner of which sends straight to the semi-finals here at the Blast World Final in Abu Dhabi. And the way we should open this segment would be prior to that Frozen to Twist change, Anubis was an extremely strong map for FaZe. We're talking about a 6-map win streak, twice played in fall final in Copenhagen, twice won in fall final Copenhagen. Do we imagine that this roster change levels the playing field just a little bit, or are we still giving an advantage to FaZe?
I think it levels the playing field a little bit, and I want to dive in a little deeper into that, because I agree with you. FaZe on Anubis, especially at the fall finals, was looking great. But if you remember, I think you and I were doing the same game together.
I remember the game.
We saw Twist pick up the secondary op on that CT side that fought FaZe back into the game. I think he did it twice on Anubis, where Twist was the one coming in clutch at the later stages of the game with the secondary op. If there's something Frozen can't do, or at least something I haven't seen Frozen do, it's picking up that secondary op role. So if there was one, difference between Twist and Frozen in that regard, that you lose the ability to pick up the secondary op and have, impact in that regard. So maybe I'm a little more worried for FaZe based on just that.
Okay, the secondary AWP on Twist, definitely not going to happen. I agree with you, Frozen not exactly yielding the big sniper. Some of the things that FaZe were really good at on this map in Copenhagen as well was being aggressive on the CT side. Yeah. It has to be one of the biggest issue, the biggest problematic right now on Anubis is figuring out how the hell to put yourself in a 5v4 situation on the CT side. How do you not just get executed on with 30 seconds left, 2 smoke, 3 molotovs, 2 flashes, they basically throwing everything but the kitchen sink to you? You have to find a way to get yourself into an advantageous position. Do you think that FaZe is already armed to do it right now, in spite of the roster change?
Well, knowing that, right, you're looking at 2 players I want to highlight in that position. One being Brokey with the AWP. He needs to roam around. He needs to find something on that CT side, as you said, because you can't just sit, wait, and back. It's sort of like Inferno. It's very complicated. You're fish in a barrel. It's just a very compact map in that regard. And then Rain, because Rain was doing exactly what you want right here, and he was doing it to a very high level in Copenhagen, where he was aggressive in towards connect area, towards middle. So if Brokey and Rain are successful on the CT side, that means FaZe are playing well. That means FaZe are winning rounds. However, if they're not, I think that could be a troublesome thing, because the secondary op that Twist was pulling out on the CT side that helped them so much in the later stages of their CT halves, it's just not going to be around anymore.
Right, so if you're G2, you're getting ready for that aggression. You're getting ready for Rain, coming out of the smoke in cave, fighting you down in the water position. You're ready for carrying and maybe crossing the smoke towards middle, doing that with multiple players. The flip side of that coin, if I take the other argument, is that the T side of G2, aside from Inferno, from a tactical / technical side point, hasn't really convinced me. Inferno was beautiful. Nothing against that. Great executes, great reads, great mid rounds. And again on Nuke, if it isn't the Nico show, I don't think there is much punching power to that T side. So now we're going on to Anubis. Do we think that they already are standing in a place where the game plan, the playbook is deep enough to punish if FaZe is not able to find the kills?
I think it's a bit different, for the T side of G2, because you're right, it wasn't inspiring on Nuke at all. But I think on maps...
A Nico fan is pretty cool.
Exactly, but I do think that on maps where you get to control the pace on the T side, which is Anubis, which is Inferno, that's when G2 are doing great. That's when G2 are controlling the pace on the T side. They decide whether or not the game is being played fast or slow. So sure, we often watch these knife rounds and we say that it doesn't matter, but on a map like Anubis, I would argue it's the most T-sided map and one of the most one-sided maps in the pool right now. I'm pretty sure that the guys behind me want to win this knife.
And if you're on the Twitch chat right now, you are not crazy. Jacob and I are not going to cast this game. We were just giving you a sneak peek at the knife round, which decides
you could even hear
the half of the third map.
They were happy to win.
Of course they would be happy to win, and no doubt at all. I could just imagine the Twitch chat be like, no, it's going to be Maniac and Pip casting game. No worry, guys. It's all good. It's all good. We're going to go back to our casters eventually. We're just here to waffle about the game.
You reckon they rather want to hear Connor and Londus cast?
Definitely. I would rather hear them than myself cast a game. I have absolutely no doubt.
Okay.
You got to know your place. You got to know what you're good at.
Different priorities, I don't necessarily like them a lot, but that's fair enough.
Why are they catching some shit split? I don't understand. G2 winning the knife round on Anubis, starting T-side. Fair to say that you would imagine.
Yes, listen, as I said, I think when they get to control the pace on the T side, which you can on a map like Inferno, and you definitely can do it on a map like Anubis, it's Hooksy right now calling whether or not it's going to be a fast T side or a slow T side.
Okay.
And if FaZe want to come out there and try to be proactive, try to be aggressive, take away space from their map, then there's a world where G2 is just sitting back waiting for it and then punishing whatever they can. Now, do they have the ability to do that? Do they have the team play, the synergy, and can they act on it? Even if they were to find the first kill, can they convert the 5v4s? I think what I've seen from G2, historically speaking, on a map like Anubis, it gives me confidence. I think we're heading into a game right now that what we've seen so far, I'd say 50-50.
Oh, you're ready to take risks, aren't we? We're sitting on
There we
fences
go.
today.
Listen,
It's a good old 50-50.
Let's try again then. I think G2 is going to win.
Okay, we have the G2 again up there. Listen, I think they've already proven that with momentum and with a 2 to 3-0 start on the T side, HooXi knows how to play the fast-paced Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
He knows how to play the advantage, both in terms of rhythm and in terms of weaponry, knowing how or when he can get away with a couple of very aggressive peaks. He's done that on multiple different maps. It has been complicated when G2 finally face a fully armed, fledged CT side that's got weapon. And it is going to be the name of the game here. Do G2 have the profound playbook to deal with the defense of FaZe Clan? I think the stage is set. We have a beautiful series going in front of us. And Connor and Mohan are ready for map number 3. Gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand over the mic to you. And let's have a good time.
Yeah, thank you, Maniac. Give it to me. Give it. Mine. All ours, because we've got G2 and FaZe, and I just want to get back into the server. Screw the knife rounds, get it out of the way. Love your guys' analyst segment. I want to get NiKo back online. I want to see if he can take that form that he showed us on Nuke and apply it here to Anubis, because we can sit back on Nuke and talk about how dominant of an outer player he is on T and CT side, because it's true.
But he needs teammates.
And on Anubis, that drop-off statistically is real, all right? This is not his wheelhouse. NiKo, I'm sure he puts Anubis somewhere down there with vertigo.
He takes a couple years to learn the angles, and then he never forgets them.
That's the
Anubis
thing.
hasn't been out long enough.
Needs a little longer.
Yeah.
So we'll see what NiKo can put forth. It was a masterclass back on Nuke, the best map of his CS2 career.
And one of the best maps we've seen, period.
Holy moly.
But also for Rops. Rops had a nearly identical kill score, okay, for what it's worth. Not the same sort of impact with like how insane he was, but it was putting up so many frags. And we saw some nice one-taps and things in there.
Sure.
And he's a really good Anubis player.
Not sure who the T's are and who the CTs are at this point. It's been an around-the-world adventure from G2, and they've managed to somehow get into this A site with man advantage and a plant.
They're not ready for Rain being right here.
No.
That's
perfection. 2 taps, 2 frags, and a pistol in FaZe's back pocket.
Why are they so obsessed with him being in that one rotation point? He's always the man in canals. You know he's going to be coming from dark. He could be on the flank at any time.
I suppose because they just killed the long player. I don't know.
It took a long time to get that sight.
You see, that's the problem when you're G2 and you run from bridge to top mid to CT spawn to wrapping into... You've lost the plot. You've got no idea what to expect. And so they let their guard down.
Exactly. So watch everything.
Well, you've only got 2 eyes.
Yeah, so that's 4 in total.
Yeah, sure.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What do they call a quarter pounder in Europe?
A McRoyale.
Royale with cheese.
With cheese. Sorry. I gotta watch more movies.
We watched that movie together.
I know, but... I know.
It was a while ago.
I'll rewatch it again.
We'll be back in London again. We did a Tarantino marathon. Watched every single Tarantino movie in 1 week. It was a good week.
I have to say, watching movies with Maui Snake is a good time.
Yeah, that was very fun.
All right? He's got a lot to say.
And there will be blood on this map too. A ton.
Creepy crawl here from G2 top middle and Frozen. We get to see Frozen on FaZe in Anubis. It's a new set of circumstances. Calculate some data on the new kid on the block, but the camera player falls back only to give them that false sense of confidence. Rops then swings wide, kills Hunter, takes down NiKo's brother in arms.
Yeah, left open a big timing.
Really assumed he wouldn't get swung.
Yeah, yeah, and probably should have just been worried about that. It was a smart play from Rops, though. So, A site, well, they could still walk in. We've got one man here on the site behind default, waiting with an MP9. Player above and Rops, but also only on an MP9. A nice kill, however.
Yeah.
Rops goes down.
Happy to take that one. NiKo gets blasted by Brokey. 6 seconds on the clock. He could just charge down the bomb, but m0NESY will come up with gun in hand, sees the barrel on bricks. Doesn't know where the second's at. Maybe caught off by the push. Up close. Brokey makes sure that he gets that edge and nabs another for FaZe. But at what cost here? 4 down versus the CTs. He'll be the only survivor.
Yeah, this is a scary map for G2 because like FaZe love Anubis. FaZe have a better A player. FaZe have a lot more, I think, definitely confidence out they survived Nuke, where it definitely could have just ended.
You see, the thing is, I mean, FaZe love Anubis. They'll play some Anubis, but FaZe more often than not are playing close maps on Anubis. They gave up 10 rounds to Complexity, 11 rounds to ENCE, and it went 19-15 versus Cloud9 in a back and forth at the fall finals.
Those are all good Anubis teams.
True. That's fair.
No bums in there.
No bums. However, I think Pimp raises a very good point in that they have lost something with the ability of Twists to play dark with the secondary op.
Second op is massive, and it wasn't even a meme. Like, he picked up the second op, we're like, oh, that's really cute. I wonder how many kills he's gonna get, and he won map basically with it. Yes. So
real impact that Twist brought forth. You know, it was an extra page in the playbook. Nico, he gets blindsided by Rops, who just peeks out through smoke. This is a gun round that falls completely flat, and Rain's auto shotty is inviting Nexa to try and push out from this smoke.
And it was a completely dominant nuke, but Rain is Nico's counterpart. On Anubis, he'll be playing in dark, and on T side, he's who I would definitely watch for how to approach dark safely, how to really be a pain in the ass when it comes to taking this part of the map. And it's such a key part of the map. You need the right amount of experience and aim to be able to grab it. And
what?
He's just so comfortable around those angles.
Didn't even look like he peeked around the corner.
Yeah, he wasn't finished yet. But this could actually be a cakewalk for FaZe. They start CT. They're very excited about it.
Yep.
And they're coming off the map win.
m0NESY just looking for contact with a wide swing on long. There was 3 players in that bomb site. He saw the 2 Temple guys kind of jumping back, so when he went for the swing, he thought he had it. Yeah. And it's a professional game, so you can't say what you're thinking in all chat. Nico would love to rip into him. Pistol's able to get across bridge, but it's Brokey content to give them some space here, leaning back on the AWP. Auto Shotty has a real chance to make some money in this round. Oh man, they're coming at it too. Oh, it's gonna be deflating. He gets one. Kerrigan here, M4 ready, and headshots. Very nice. 3 of them from Kerrigan into the Tech9 tap off, but Nico brings him down. That's 2 deaths for FaZe Clan to deal with on the anti-eco.
Pretty good start. Pretty good start, and it can be very deflating to win or try to win rounds on, or not win rounds on T side, I should say, because this is where your advantages can be, right? Sometimes the splits they go so well, it just is impossible to hold. It feels like on CT, you need an extra player sometimes, but FaZe have a very solid CT side. I think it's a good boon for them. I think a lot of that, again, is Rops, and especially in the form he's showing from Nuke to now. Like, he might not have been the full 360 compared to Nico last map, but he was hitting shots.
There's opening pick G2 by way of m0NESY bridge post. Look at this frag.
He's being waited for, though.
Yeah,
well, maybe not. Nexa, I don't think he was reloaded if he was...
Oh, he's up there, though.
What's going to happen in this situation?
Hey. Oh
my god, he actually thought maybe someone's here. Killed Oxy first.
No way.
Nexa was just a snack.
Dude, Rops is an animal. Specifically an ass. 2 kills from the top of that barrel is just rude.
Not enough CT and Chris of Engels. Fight on it.
He makes
Rob
him
said,
up.
Well, make one. All right.
Adapt or die. Nico playing in the smoke, emerges. Nice clean headshot to Rops. That's an A-site clear for the taking. T's don't know it. Nico's got him a little tempered. A second headshot. No third frag as Kerrigan's AUG trades back. 2v2. But with the Molotov on camera, it denies the possibility of the A hit. They're going to put a smoke down in order to press their luck. And sure enough, they find it open for the taking. Fast flank from Rain. Like you said, heard by m0NESY from top middle. But that's still going to give Rain a great chance to get back behind Hunter. Heaven Peak coming through from Kerrigan. That one gets culled, and they know about Rain's approach. Smoke in front of him. He tries to find the right angle, and m0NESY takes the headshot. Beautiful round out of the T side. Nice recovery thanks to Nico.
Thanks to Nico. And you know, they've got to improve on Anubis. Absolutely. He's got to love the map. Listen, he hates Vertigo, and he's right.
Can't hate
Vertigo.
Anubis.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But you can hate on Anubis, doesn't mean you're right. All right? Anubis, good map. So this could be a very fun end of the series. Rops versus Nico. Whether it's indirect, right? Again, Nico's direct competitor on almost every map is Rain. They play the same spots. They go up against each other outside. But Rops' form right now, he could be taking 2 out on one side of the map. Nico could be taking another 2 out every single round. It's going to be great for some more interesting end round situations.
Damn, Blast TV votes got FaZe as favorites. Remember, that's the only place that you can watch in 4K as well.
I heard your propaganda.
I speak only the truth. Violence reigns true. Fall back from Brokey. Ooh, Robs, you gonna take this chance as a player in the corner? Robs takes his head off. Fire on Nexa's feet, drops him down to a quarter. Not a comfortable spot now for Nexa. Nade nearly kills him. He'll be left on 2 HP. But the utility nearly non-existent now for FaZe. Molly on Rain towards Dark. 45 seconds to the clock. Mid-control comfortably for G2, but they have to find a way to get past Brokey, and if they give him too many individual angles, watch him get the multi-frag they need. Oh, Odyssey! He peeks into it.
Walked into it.
Smashes him. Frozen, a chance to shine. A whole pack of players coming at him. Nothing as Nico rips the headshot. Man advantage G2, and FaZe may very well cut their losses.
I would have called him dead every single time. Brokey had the perfect angle. He wasn't holding too wide. He was ready for the walkout. m0NESY didn't do any jiggle. There was no flash.
No funny business. Just a nasty peek.
Wow. That's something that pretty much only m0NESY can do right now, I think. That's, well, that won the round. Well, I was thinking, hey, FaZe, like you said, low on utility, but they have the op in a very good spot. Like, it's the perfect position to lock off mid. They can't maybe come and retake it because they don't have utility, but they don't need to necessarily do that. This is a nice find out of Rain. Take that off and leave. So G2 grab an extra round. FaZe still up to 4. But that was an inspiring one. Oh, he just had real good angle dominance there, but obviously that slowed down. I wonder if there's something there, because, you know, we're on LAN, right? So I wonder if maybe there's just more, maybe there's more angle dominance in CS2. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure how that would be possible, the geometry of things, but we also saw that at like half speed, so that looked like a perfectly good angle for Brokey to hold to nail that shot easily. Now,
he didn't even get a
that
shot
being said,
out.
in CSGO, I've seen m0NESY do that to CSGO players as well.
Sure,
Remember that head-to-head versus Simple, that game that was, someone clipped it from both perspectives? Yeah, m0NESY could do that in CSGO too, but something interesting for sure.
Well, now the door's open for G2, because it wasn't just m0NESY getting the better of Brokey, but also another instant headshot from Nico onto Frozen, right? And that's just maybe a testament of things to come. Between m0NESY and Nico, 6 kills each at the moment. Nice deagle out of... Oh, that's a USP.
Okay.
Dude, it's just... Okay, never mind. Just hits him with a drive-by. Was he dinged? I mean, he must have... Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Rain flying for the ace. No, sir. Oh, what is...
Jesus Christ. Dude, if you're Brokey, this game is getting nailed.
No?
What is happening right now?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hit the op. We said Frozen can't op like twists. Well, he can save one at least. Oh, mind you, actually, there's a...
Here's the audition, right? He has the op. You know, there's no one to give it to. Brokey's dead. Brokey can't even click his mouse fast enough in these last 2 rounds. So Frozen. Okay.
Also toast.
Jesus Christ.
Nico's coming into his own right now, hitting the
form
headshots.
is crazy this game for a few players. Like, That's something you can't always expect.
Yeah.
Like, all these guys are so good. Their average form is great, but like Nico right now, Rops right now, Rain.
You know, the thing is, we got that horrible performance from Nico yesterday. We were out with Chev, one of Nico's friends, someone he plays Counter-Strike with regularly, and he sent Chev a message. He said, bro, where you at? We need to get some we got to get fragging. I need to play more Counter-Strike. I suck at this game. Like, his thought process after yesterday's loss, or win, but lack of performance, was just get me back in the server pronto. Ooh. And today, well, we're seeing that. Dedicated to the game and a stark improvement in performance. Nico's headshots left, right, and center.
That was a perfect position for m0NESY to dodge both flashes. Didn't have to move a muscle.
It nets them a comfortable 5v3. But Rops sees this as an invitation. Tries to get a glance into the bomb site as HooXi crawls quietly into the corner of Plat. Brokey is looking to push ahead of Rops. This is a two-man temple push, but it's a back offered up to HooXi. Easy third frag here for G2. Now we're talking tied game 4 apiece. And a streak of convincing rounds with highlight reel individual mechanic moments.
Yeah, that aren't just for vanity's sake. They are resulting in conversions.
G2 online from top to bottom.
5 up and 2 last players getting hunted slowly, but running out of space on the map. We will see if they can be found or not. And it looks like someone's going to come over top of Rops right now. Let's see if Hunter clears this. Oh, yeah, he does.
Frozen just looking to save back-to-back rounds. G2 an early 4th. Man, this isn't even a guarantee. They need it. Oh, 3 survive for G2. Perfect spot for them. Look at the extra cash they've got. That's like 3 players with 8 point some odd K. And FaZe won't even have a gun to work with in this next round.
So it evens up. I'd say that G2 need at least a 1-2 round lead on this map to be able to win. But dude, a start like this is so perfect. It's just a perfect setup for those exact flashes that we saw. They were waiting for that play to come out for Rain to try to take mid that way. They got it. Rewarded. Got Neo talking. This is Neo versus Taz, but Taz isn't back there right yet.
Oh, he's not in just yet. He's around, though.
At the event, yeah.
He's been helping them with prep, I'm assuming, and getting up to speed with the inner workings of the G2 camp.
And Swanee will continue to be around for G2, just not as a coach.
Yeah.
So they basically have the same impact outside of the tech pauses, I should say. All right, so the half buys in for FaZe. Which means G2 should be offered up a small lead in this game, which makes it the most interesting outcome possible.
Retaining dart control for the time being. They've been getting a lot of value out of mid-control, G2. So they will send some troops at it yet again. Nico and Hunter.
Yeah, I think that the setups for FaZe actually haven't been towards Frozen inside of mid. He's been playing it solo. They've been waiting, thinking about extremities.
And on the rare occasion, we get FaZe throwing Rops on long A, but feels like there's been this general trend of G2 getting through, getting to the site itself. But Brokey's got other ideas here in round 9. We hear the Deagle ring out. Oh! The MP9 up close.
Uh-oh.
No way.
This was just a freebie for G2 after doing the hard work.
All of a sudden, the fun is spoiled. Trying to pull one off the bomb site down to 25 seconds. They don't even have the bomb.
They have to go get the bomb.
It's done.
Yeah, Kerrigan's watching their fallback as well. They just got to really chill, pretend they're going for it, basically. They're even risk of losing this. How the hell did that happen?
They got slammed by the Brokey Desert Eagle. 2 Deagle kills and Rops up. And we've been seeing buys like this similarly. I mean, once on Overpass, right, this jumping Rops into short B setup, it's a solo MP9. You know, sometimes we talk about the hero AK. Well, right now with FaZe, there is this buy they have where it's Rops on an MP9 and then a couple upgraded pistols. So you make good use of it.
You're saying the hero MP9.
Hero MP9, it's a new thing thanks to FaZe.
Thanks to Rops, best MP9 player in CS2.
Hey, Boomich would like a word.
Boomich in CS2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I also didn't qualify that by saying sandbags on Inferno.
Another one.
That's some revenge for Brokey, who's lived a nightmare in these last few rounds.
Hooksy can't believe his eyes. All my hard work.
I thought this was Hooksy's world.
Well, does get the economy evened out. And it denies G2 what felt like a guaranteed lead. On the brink of stringing 5 in a row. Get their bubble burst, and Hooksy now tasked with the entry role in mid. This has been Nico and Hunter's realm. He's gonna pick up some of the slack, but Brokey posted with the op. Just
what are they looking for there? They've tried that a couple of times, and it's like, yeah, Brokey's still there.
And again. And again, and if you don't have long control on A site, like what else is Brokey supposed to be looking at?
And what do you gain by fighting him with that rifle? But
forward facing here, not hiding on the platform, but just inside sight. Would have heard that nade hit Monacy. Missed shot from Monacy.
That looked good, but okay.
Down to a measly 10 health. Kerrigan's gonna track him down. Nexa and Nico versus 5. And Brokey has switched bomb sites in with another op kill. Nico concerned about the flank, which is indeed inbound. Bomb is outside of A on Monacy's dead body, with Kerrigan not far off it. They could have lined up. Brokey's going to slam him with the no-scope.
Yeah,
beautiful 3K from Brokey. He's everywhere that round.
Yeah, he's a little pissed off, and I think for good reason, but he's ready to take the swinging into his own hands. He's no longer waiting for fights to come to him. Everybody's been getting that memo lately. And yeah, that's Hooksy's looking for... You know, Hooksy was just kind of there in a dark alley, basically alone, and got jumped. Not surprised. That was a position that FaZe have expected after seeing them take mid-control over and over again. So, yeah, the defense is calcified. So worry about that region of the map. They're going to be ready.
I think that if they, again, want to bank in on that mid-control, the camera peek, it would be fine if, again, you just had a little long A presence to go alongside it. So this round, they're going to open up with it, putting Nexa to the front of the hit.
They're probably scared of Rops, right?
Should be. Honestly, he's giving you reason to be.
Yeah.
Especially if you assume that Brokey's just one layer back behind him. The op is, in fact, towards B this round. Monacy's got bomb passively set up behind sight.
The staging of this round looks like making it feel similar to the last, except Kerrigan has full eyes on mid. Now that he'll fall back slightly on the same timing, it looks like they're trying to now make it into a B split without giving anything away.
Molly's ahead of this, 40 seconds.
You could tell by which side Kerrigan sticks to, which one they're worried about. So maybe there's a chance.
Mac 10 drive-by. A wrench in the works of this defense. Brokey feeling pressured from the Molotovs that come over top. Kerrigan's got plat control. No utility here for the CTs. Blind spray nets them nothing. Nexa, it's a team kill. It's the only thing that goes FaZe's way, so they can stomach it, G2.
Okay. Don't know if FaZe can fight their way back into this round. There's one round left, so they can still buy next round.
They're out.
I need to think this is a round where you need to save. They all can buy. Your opponents will all buy as well. But I'll say this. It's very hard to condition from behind. And I think Hooksy is actually one of the callers that can do that. Like this round staging was very tricky. And I think that he tricked Kerrigan into stacking towards the A side again. Having... Oh, okay. Yeah, they're running in just for a second. Kerrigan he did trick Kerrigan essentially into overstacking towards the A site on a half buy, and then getting into the front of a connector without giving anything away. And I think that it's very easy to condition when you're up because you can get people to believe anything. It's like tricking a team that only has pistols, same mentally. But tricking a team when you're down, well, that's hard. And G2 are down, so this is a very nice round called by Hooksy.
Nice pathing here from Nico, making sure every corner's clear. Not only staging it well, but also shout out Hooksy with the Mac 10 opening kill. And the just opened the floodgates, right, for this all-in hit.
Big Mac.
The big smack. Right upside the head. In French, we say in claque à gueule.
Claque à gueule.
There we go. Hit him upside the mouth. One more time.
Claque à gueule.
There we go. You nailed it. All right. Well, it does indeed afford them everything they could hope for, including Brokey's ops and grenades in abundance. But it does feel like G2 wanted more out of this T side. Still, strong start for FaZe. We can't forget where this one began.
We're off behind the smoke on A side. It's like a fog gate for a boss, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Except he comes out sometimes.
Yeah. As long as we don't walk through, it can't hurt us.
Yeah. When do we want to take this boss fight? Should we do it now? Should we wait for it to go? We get ready?
I need more health pots. Ooh, that nade. Could have been way worse. Pack of players chases. Ooh, that's damage. And Brokey's not going to miss his shot, his chance to strike him down. Sticks around, starts to burn, loses his support. So suddenly Brokey's on his own here. We've got a bridge peak that was looking to catch Rain as he was out of dark, but then he did slip back. Doesn't want to be the risk that reopens the other half of the map. Close utility usage tells Nico all he needs to know, but Kerrigan, perfect peek out from Temple, catches him off guard. He was so concerned about the camera peek that he's opened the door again for FaZe, and Rain just tucks into cover. But does this timing end up working out for Hunter and Monacy instead? Rain's leaning back.
Dark. I think he does catch Hunter. Oh, what a clear.
He doesn't. Hunter on edge with Monacy behind him, going deep and taking heads off. 3 frags coming out of Hunter, 8 and 6 on the half. Had a chance for Brokey to flex that op. As he rotates in late, we do get the evacuation from G2. Kit in play. Has yet to pick it up. Didn't pick it up. He didn't pick up the kit. This is problematic. He's going to have to go out for the frags. And Hunter's tucked in deep on low HP. No chance here. It's G2 to tie it up as Hunter comes in big. The last round, G2's for the taking. FaZe doing what they do and sprinkling in a couple clutches throughout that first half. They had the 4-0 start to the map. They end with 6 rounds. And of course, Hunter, take a bow, reopening that opposite side of the map and getting G2 to the tied scoreline.
Yeah,
we'll be taking to the CT side of the third map of this series. It's semifinals on the line for the winner, quarters for whoever falls here. But for G2 to rebound from some very disappointing online results with a best-of-3 win over this version of FaZe, would be an excellent chance for them to rewrite their history early in CS2.
That half, was very hard to boil down to one certain thing. Like lots went down both ways, and it's reflected in the 6-6 scoreline. Now, Exuf playing up top on A, shot through the smoke. That's a good start. 5v4 with the site being taken. He's not done peeking. Oh my god.
I mean, Rob's just watching the smoke instead of the potential push above. Brokey, hold on. He's got a teammate elsewhere on the map, but he falters. And Frozen is nowhere to be found here. This is an easy defuse with Modesty on the kit. Round 7, G2s, as they take themselves a pistol.
Imagine they are able to beat FaZe, not only in the series, but ending on Anubis. Well, wouldn't that be special?
And with what could have been a 2-0 as well, a little asterisk on the side here. But nice to see in a game so close that these teams are going to split the pistols.
That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see.
This kid's still using the unsilenced USP.
Thinks he's simple.
What the hell is happening? Maybe I'm out of touch, but I just don't get it.
Doesn't really have... I haven't looked at the CS2 comparison of the stats. I just know that in CSGO it actually had almost no advantages besides jumping accuracy over the USP. And you certainly don't have the added benefit of the silence itself, which is really strong in CS2.
Ooh, good nade? No. Potentially good nade, but it just doesn't go far enough. Smoke grenade to block off the long peak, so no split coming through from the force out of FaZe. Bomb deterred.
See that G2 did an admirable job of taking over mid control a lot of times. They just didn't really know how to follow through. They used it.
They got the camera and died to Brokey.
Committed for no reason to walk in. Instead of ever smoking camera or just causing doubt in mid, they decided to overcommit and died a lot. But seeing FaZe not use it that much was sort of interesting. Okay. More material gets traded down, and we're into a 1v2 on this side of the map, at least.
It's going to be a winnable one, though, because FaZe... It's just Hunter on a very passive angle and smokes to cover the cross. So bomb plant at the very least. Still got a kit on Modesty plus a smoke grenade. They'll have to choose their positions wisely or else they could just get canceled out. And they decide to split. Kerrigan plays the risk of pushing through to platform. How deep can he go? If he gets Temple, if only a second sooner and he could have been huge.
Oh, Hunter's going crazy right now. 4 frags. Oof. Up to 13, 14, and 6. Yeah, he is owning, and that's mirroring his Inferno performance. He can come in for maps 1 and 3 since they survived this long. That's a big day for both Nico, when we saw from Nuke and Inferno and Hunter as well, who, again, 2 of the bottom 5 players of this tournament coming out of yesterday into, well, you can see it for yourself. 2 of the best.
His first 2 kills as he was able to hold off the initial hits, leans all the way back, and makes sure Kerrigan can't get into any wild antics.
Nice! Let's go!
Now, I do think that FaZe, they know what they're doing here on T side. I don't think that they're going to be making as many mistakes if they get into favorable positions like G2 did, so.
It's a half buy in store for the B hit. May catch him off timing-wise. Hooksy takes the aggressive peek. He's got a teammate with him. And it's Hunter, who is indeed sharp. Rain makes it up from dark as Modesty lets this slip and slide, missing shots. All of a sudden, man advantage in for FaZe. They just swarm the site. Rain makes the difference.
We see how aggressive they tried to be with that attack.
Oh,
It can be so scary to try to flash through it. I mean, is there even a chance? I mean, Nico's got a great gun. There's still Tech9 up here inside of dark.
What was Modesty watching? Hunter had just pushed long, Broky's going to make sure that this retake just seemingly can't happen. Smoking to Kit? Maybe. But nobody's going to give him anything to tug on. Rain starts to come out, clears the bomb site. Smoke, indeed, to keep them close. Not ideal. He's going to go down with this, if not for Rops, who kills him ahead of time. It is a Rain Tech9 push up through Dark that doesn't get checked.
Yeah, that's two areas in which FaZe will be better. They'll be better with mid control at not making mistakes, and they'll also be better, Rain specifically, at taking Dark and fighting into the B site inside of canals. He is so good on that approach. So these are going to be the two strengths for FaZe. It might be too hard to overcome. We'll see. G2 clearly disappointed because that was their best chance to get a free round to start this half off. 7-8 game now, and they have no money.
Nope. Sends them back to pistols. They force, and this is all they get.
And Rain's looking for a comeback in this half because he did not have a great first.
Hell of a round, though. He just headbutts his way through the site. We didn't get his perspective, but the question remains, how does m0NESY miss 2 op shots? How does Rain cross the pillar unchecked? He just found that golden opportunity to crush. Pistol's still a very real threat. This is a similar buy to what FaZe closed out Nuke with. Flash over the doorway, we'll see nothing is close from FaZe. Very well-placed frag grenade for Rain. That's half of his HP gone. As Hunter looks again to be the one-man army inside this bomb site. He's got a little room to work with as they do indeed press out. They've taken over jail. They'll soon to take Dark.
Yeah.
And they figure out where he's at. Nico drops down. Deagle gets away from him. 2 easy pickups. And that is a tied game again.
You can't sit back default anymore because everyone takes the site. They jump out to pizza, and then they put the span down back default. It's too easy. I mean, you can stand back there, but you have to be into dying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta like the abuse.
Right, so.
Which?
G2, yeah.
Each their own.
That was cool. An easy one for FaZe. 5. Stay alive as they got one step closer to making this scary for G2. Who, you know, at the end of the last game, it looked like the form Nico was in, it was like his game to lose. But FaZe still had like a 2-round lead at the end where they won. And they ended up also winning with only a half buy. So there's still some proving to do for G2.
He is in the building.
Can only imagine how emphatic Taz is going to look when they're standing actually behind them at like land and stuff like that. Yeah. He's literally said in the past when he was playing that he had to decide how much energy he was going to use yelling because it would take away from how much fragging he could do. And he had to balance that because he believed they were both as important as each other.
Oh man, resource management, huh?
Yeah.
Ooh. Rain will get the second. Just pushing away these pesky USPs as G2 recollect their cash. FaZe racking up round wins. Rain trying to come through with impact on the T side. Like you said, very quiet in the first half.
Yeah.
Was not really able to hold on to Dark all too much. He almost died to the nade through the window. Hunter still swinging with just the USP, still finding ways to get kills, but it's Rain to keep him back, and it's FaZe to extend that lead.
Rain's like the tormentor here. He goes into canals. He stands in front of nades. He spams back when you try to push Dark. He cuts you off from getting vision inside mid. It's an already unfun position to play, even if you don't know who's out there. When you know it's Rain, there's a few spots that he ends in. It's still so difficult to actually dislodge him.
Yep.
And this is, you know, when it comes to Nuke, I give that to Nico. When it comes to Anubis, Rain all day.
You can't move him, man. Obelisk the Tormentor. Nico. Molly in response. That's a double molly out of the T side, so
he was nice.
Lots of util usage. No fight outside of A main, as they had Brokey posted for it. Rain's going to take a chance, jump through smoke, sees no pressure out. But that's a lot of utility out of both teams early on.
Just wait this nade out. They got the task force on him. Get Rain. Hurt him.
Just get your hands on him somehow, some way. Thing is, Rain can handle heat.
See, he's setting up this split sort of by himself and drawing out their utility as well. They have to respect it.
Ooh, looking like they want to get aggressive.
They also don't have a Rops who pushes all the time.
Smoke fades. Nexa has the angle. Nico's with him for support, and Rops just passive enough to catch the first with some damage, but Nexa wins the duel. Faster on the headshot.
It's a big win.
Kerrigan's going to try to get the answer going towards the other side of the map. This is a B split set up. Rain coming out of dark, 3 from long. Temple player's been spotted and they lose one half of the attack. Now it's going to start to get desperate. They pop smoke open, they catch the kills, and the CTs, enough's enough.
Wow.
They do not allow them to enter.
Okay, they survived it all. That was great. They took out Rain, they took out, and there was Nexa grabbing 2 frags, both sides of the map, including Rops and Rain, which are the threats. You know what I mean? Like, this is the hard part. So, credit to him. He gets his score nearly to 12-12. Round looks like it's about over as Frozen uses the last bit of ammo that he's got. And G2 survive another round. And you can see Nico's getting amped because that is huge. They had a default victory versus a classical round out of FaZe where they're in their comfort zone and they get almost everything they're looking for before the attack comes in. We all know how hard it is to kill Rops on both sides, T and CT side, at the baskets.
The double peek behind that smoke grenade as well. Obscuring the execute. Nexa hit headshots. That's what makes the difference. Hunter hyper aggressive for a second. And that's going to put Monacy still in there on the angle. It's a good line of sight here for G2 to try and work with. We saw Rain just jump around this corner. Missed shot. Monacy slowly cooling off. Was not missing a single bullet yesterday.
Yeah, and earlier today, about halfway through, 3/4 of the way through Nuke, I don't know.
Hell, man, go back to that round earlier on B site when he lets Rain cross with the Tech 9.
Yeah.
That's 2 more missed chances.
I honestly didn't see it, so I don't know what happened. But I heard it, and I didn't see anything kill feed, so put it together.
Rops eats the flashbang.
Oh, this will be a really difficult to deal with. Fake if he gets a kill. Okay, but they get vision with the frag, and Monacy, a layup.
Yes, sir. Easy. As Kerrigan just gives him the shoulder to peek into. And another. Right back. Cuts Frozen off the attack. And suddenly, it is only FaZe coming in through dark, or G2 take the lead. 2v5 demanded of them. And they could get the kill to Hunter, maybe? Sliding upwards, easy headshot. Bomb plant off the back of this. Now, Monacy's got a great angle, but another missed chance. Rain can't manage the third. Hooksy, hot on his heels. Brokey's op doesn't miss the chance to strike.
Sight of him.
2 players, one of which he knows is in dark. Up close, and Hooksy hits the headshot, making the difference as G2 take 10.
That's Hooksy. 5 kills on Nuke, okay. It was a really bad map out of him, and here he brings it back. He literally saves Monacy's life right there in that situation after Monacy gets his first 2. Not just to be a good friend, also to save the round entirely. That was suddenly a winnable position for FaZe, but it doesn't go their way in the end, and it probably shouldn't have. A great setup and staging to the round for the CT side for G2. They've got a lot to be proud of now, finding early kills.
Ooh, sick. Second shot from Monacy picks up some slack.
Nice! Let's go!
Yeah, you can feel it. Okay. Right.
You can smash it after the map, brother.
Warrior energy right now. Okay.
3 rounds.
Full buy. 10-9 here for G2. Things are getting lively, and the Nexa is being aggressive.
Really? Into the kill!
Oh my god, he took Rops out. He can very easily run from that, and Rain is down to 24 health.
Look at Hunter as well. Hunter's down in the river. G2 come out swinging in round 20.
They're bringing it.
Tapping into Nexa's potential, not shackled by the chains of in-game leadership. He's positive on the series, and even here in map 3. Questionable roster move.
Oh man, the late bridge. Finally, sort of like FaZe have not been coming here a lot. So how are they going to be ready for this position? Oh, they take Hooksy out for free.
No way. What a clean shot from Kerrigan, but Nico's in the pocket. Pops up and nothing. Kerrigan, what a time to get the double. Mow down from Nexa. Goes back for more. What? And that's 4 frags out of Nexa on his own. Rain will answer. Beautiful headshot. It's enough to at least maybe go and get the bomb, but they engulf it in flames. He tries to go deep. The nades chipping further away. 6 health, all he has to work with. And he grabs that bomb, looking to dive into the site with the cover of the cake, but he doesn't know where the CTs are at, and they creep quietly in, catching him off, taking G2 to 11.
Oh, man. Okay, hats off, Nexa. I can't lie. They had no idea that he'd be able to play this well in a debut. He has been schooling everybody so far. He was great yesterday as well. You know, if there's one consistent feature across both days, you got to say it's been all about this guy, and he's been thrown into some spots that he doesn't have a lot of practice in, some that he hasn't played in many years, as he said.
Nice! Let's go! Nexa. Sing!
Nexa, you're a fucking god.
And they've got a lot to be happy about. And that's one thing that can define map stats here, is that they've got a new player to come in to see if there's some chemistry, of course. We're looking at honeymoons for both Frozen, if possible, and Nexa. These two teams both having a new addition come in just for here for the World Final. And now G2, 2 rounds up, 2 rounds away from closing this series out. It's been a movie so far.
Again! Oh, Hooksy double softens him up, but an answer back from Frozen's sidearm. 7 health's all he's left with. Modesty not gonna let them get in for free this time. Repeak with a sliver of vision on Brokey. He knows he's pinned in. Smoke will take that line of sight right back, and as he tries to press out, we do get a player in it. Rops is inside of the smoke with the Desert Eagle.
Yeah, looking for the lurk.
And Nico's not far off from Monacy. Brokey is still stuck to the right side. Monacy knows he has him here, but nobody's looking. And they may lose track of this. Rops, what a miraculous moment he has found. Deagle shot off the mark, and Nexa comes through to save it.
Oh.
Just when he thought he had 2 lined up, it's G2 in with another.
Oh, and they throw in the really aggressive push to kick things off. They meet in the exact same spot. That previous round was a full-on B hit, and yet this time, G2 come out ahead. There's no rain coming in from dark. There's no shots here missed from Monacy. There's no flub on the eco. The trades are good enough. And even though Frozen brings 2 back, that's not going to seal it.
Nice! Sick boys! Nice! Sikilia! It was so good. It was so good.
It was good. It was beautiful. The entire attack, blind as a bat. Hooksy swinging for the fences, and 2 rounds in a row that G2 take the initiative. G2 sending a message to FaZe as they have them against the ropes with 3 match points for semi-finals in Abu Dhabi.
I cannot believe the audacity of Nexa last round to push out baskets the way he did.
Unreal.
Shoot someone in the back and then see the second peek and take Rops out in one of his key spots, his most comfortable angles. He's playing with confidence. Rops is slowing down time on Nuke.
No mid presence at all, though. Nico has to go back to try and hold camera on his own. Now, at least this does support Monacy to just stay fixated in, and this op has never been here. It has been constant B presence from Monacy. They go again into the fight. Nico picks up his. Monacy didn't get the long trade, but he will get the close range shot. Another player through the fire. Bomb picked back up by Rain. They've gotten into the site, at the very least. But Frozen, he falls off. Hunter comes through, denied by Frozen. And it leaves them both low health. What a round for Hooksy to pick up a single bullet to each of these players, and Hooksy stands in victory lane alongside G2's new lineup.
They take a risk and expand.
Frozen has this angle locked in though. Not done yet. FaZe stand tall, double digits secured.
Oh, absolutely critical from Frozen that he has that cover. Otherwise, the round's done. That's it. His teammate planting, low HP. He was the only one with that resource to spare. And he covers clutch. Monacy nearly hits that 90-degree shot to someone inside of the molly after he hits this first one. This is so ridiculous, but Rain luckily gets it and gets out alive.
Will say, though, we don't see it in the replays. Missed shot from m0NESY again on the initial kill towards Nexa. When Nexa died and m0NESY took a shot, he didn't get the immediate trade.
They might have been shooting at the same person that Nexa got the kill on.
Maybe.
There was
okay,
two
fair.
other baskets, but
Sure. Fair.
yeah, that's what I thought happened, but I didn't see it either. Either way, it's G2 now with
Back
nothing.
to pistols. Just like that 24-round game. Classic FaZe fashion. And Rain finds a perfect chance to peel HooXi off the bomb site.
Rain has really recovered.
Yes, immensely.
That's 10 kills, I think, in this half so far.
Oof. Brokey, bridge is closed. Just Nico left in this one.
All the way to round 24, baby.
Wouldn't have it any other
Yes,
way.
that's what you love to see.
Last event of the year, semifinals on the line. Returning champions in Abu Dhabi with a fresh roster, one that's criticized. And yet Nexa has seemingly hit the ground running. On LAN, that is, right? These online results having us question just how far G2 had fallen back. And Rain will put an end to it all. Rain now breaking even after a horrendous first half.
Yeah, big comeback here. T-side. That's what he's all about. And now one last, potentially final good setup. And something you pointed out was that G2 have had a lot of variety here on CT side. They've tried lots of different modes of aggression. Nexa has pushed by himself with the same level of bravado and confidence that Robs has. That's already been surprising. I don't think that that FaZe could be ready for that. They don't know how he was going to play. And then over on the other side of the map, they flash pushed A twice. It was versus the anti-ecos. One time it went south, one time it didn't. But both times they were reading the money correctly. And I think you do that just to posture, just to show that you will push it sometimes, but you don't really want to rest important rounds on that push because it can be completely random to hold it. And then beyond that, last round where m0NESY was holding with 3 players leaned towards A site, that was good for holding for lurks in middle as well as defending A splits, and that split was coming. So it could have ended right there and then. So what's the final call? What's the final setup here for G2? And likewise for FaZe, because OT is now suddenly incredibly possible.
Rain looking to keeping the ball rolling. Kerrigan, careful. We've seen repositioning out of m0NESY here again. From A now to mid. Looking to tether off of Nico.
Man, if they do a late bridge push, I would not be surprised. Because, again, FaZe have not used this nearly as much as they have.
m0NESY's got the angle now.
Man, that's
Post
the
it
thing. You
up.
throw a whole nade kit and you don't show anybody there. That can count against you. This is big information for G2 now found.
Great nade on Rain as well, softening up one half of the approach. Rops, it's a late A play. He will eventually join Rain. They're going to go 5 guys into B, and the CTs have positioned appropriately. They still have an incendiary on HooXi. m0NESY's op comes over. A frag as well for HooXi. If he wants to pop open this smoke, the time has passed. They've already gotten into their corners. They're holding the bomb site. Frozen, making the most of a pop smoke on his own. HooXi's spam is good. Flash finds its mark. And Frozen just still tucks in on the jail. But now the vision secured. And a deeper position from Hunter as well.
Back default cleaned.
No kit currently on any of these CTs. Time is of the essence, and Rain, minimal cover. That Hunter position is all for naught. Rain has picked up another double, and a deep position deep on A. Nexa can't handle it inside of Dark. Nico can, and as he doubles back to sight, he kills them all, but no kit, baby. FaZe Clan, push us to OT.
Oh my God, there's no kit to find. We have to end this in extra time, and I am so excited for that. My God, what a crazy situation. That's Rain getting the kills that he absolutely needed to. He was the guy who was outside of safe cover for himself. He had to take the first contact and hope his teammates traded him out, and he did just that. And again, the guy to, I think, now go positive within the second half.
Rain.
Yeah. Wow.
Unreal. From the pillar as well, under pressure from both sides.
It all
just
came
had
down to
Brokey
what you
pulled
said.
off.
It all came down to what you said initially, which was they blew the smoke open too late. Frozen crossed behind to the default, and Frozen was able to take out m0NESY rotating in. He didn't even get a chance to shoot. They thought they were early to the timing. They missed it by just a second, and it cost them the whole round. Let's see if it cost them the whole game.
Damn, dude, a barrage of utility out of the bridge. Nico's not afraid to try and tango. Does he press this? Oh, Kerrigan spamming through, and Nico just peeks out before the vision was gone.
It's Hooksy's flash in the back. He set up for Nico. So they were nading it, drawing them forward, and then flashing, shooting to make them look forward.
Again?
Oh my god, okay.
Kerrigan,
we're taking our shirts off now.
Yeah.
Everyone's unbuttoning.
Beast mode. Oh, Kerrigan, let's go! Right. 3 kills, all on his own in middle. He hasn't had a teammate to work with this entire time. That's a one-man 3-piece from Kerrigan. m0NESY looking to hold back the B hit. He's just running around the site like it's nothing.
Completely blind pathing the entire time, throwing all this utility. And going back to spawn, is there any chance in the world that he finds Kerrigan inside of spawn and doesn't die?
He's worried about it.
Yeah.
Kerrigan? Oh, he gets his fourth.
Oh, no shot hit. Kerrigan.
On his own.
Kerrigan with a C.
No potential for a trade there. No flashbangs to help him. Just dancing around G2's util like it's nothing. Hell of a time to pick up the impact.
They went in for sloppy joes that one. They pushed bridge early. And I think it's sort of a surprise that FaZe are at the top of bridge early. It's just as surprising that G2 fight outside the door this early because they haven't done that much. Apart from that last round where m0NESY was posted up with his op, they really have both sort of shaken hands and said, okay, you can take this part of the map early, you can't get past it.
Fucking go!
All right, Kerrigan now fired up. Everyone knows you call better when you frag.
Oh, it's calls that made a comeback. The calls came first, the frags now second. Nobody able to post anything as an answer. I mean, in the replay, right? That push through the doorway, just freebies for Kerrigan.
Looks silly.
Right?
Yeah. But that's it. Overtime is where the prep ends. You reset. You try to catch him off guard. And sometimes you look foolish, but you got to go out swinging.
Well. Right now, in contrast to Kerrigan, Hooksy looking like dead weight. 0.57 rating on the match as he comes into the third map. And this one won't be adding positively to the tally. Nade on Rops, just countered out by util. Poor guy hasn't had a thing to shoot at, and he's 6 on 6 HP.
Yeah, they've countered him pretty damn well.
m0NESY back to the B site, right? We'd seen him moved around towards the tail end of regulation. Nico and Nexa again.
Right into it.
Brokey, passive as ever on the angle. Flash into frag. Remember, Rops is almost dead, but he is now the third player closest to this A main exit.
Nexa's staged in front of the molly. They haven't really cleaned this out, so he has a free push after this, actually.
m0NESY hears it coming. Kerrigan picks up one in the back line, and then Kerrigan doubles down, just entering in on his own, making the most of his entry frag towards Temple, clearing m0NESY, and it's another multi-kill round from Kerrigan in OT. It's a 3-piece as he just pushes back Hooksy like it's nothing.
And there's nothing for Nexa to do now. That's FaZe winning 2 straight off of this.
7 out of the 9 kills in overtime are Kerrigan.
God damn. God damn. 23 and 17 here for Kerrigan.
What is that?
He was just not having it in the first map, but that was years ago at this point. Wow.
Mechanics on point. And it feels like Nexa's time is limited. Rops lurking to the end of eternity. Nexa, sorry, bud, you're done. 14 for FaZe, 2 of the 3 in overtime secured. And at this point, they've just got to stop Kerrigan.
Seriously, wow. It's not even a first or second half, it's an overtime. An overtime takeover here from Kerrigan.
Now, nice flashbang from Rain to set that one up. Can't give all the credit to Kerrigan.
Got to have your support players.
Yes, sir.
Got to support greatness.
Well, between Rain and Kerrigan, it's been the key of this OT. And a huge comeback from the Norwegian as well. CT struggles could lie ahead, but if they can pick up all 3 here on the offense, it's smooth sailing FaZe Clan. Dire straits, G2. 4 players collecting themselves outside of A. Brokey's looking for the entry pack. We're going to get a Brokey versus m0NESY duel, perhaps.
Hand off the mouse for a second.
He'll
right
win it.
Into his angle.
Second challenge incoming. He's got support on the close pillar in Nexa. Mid as well. Held on to for the time being. So this time FaZe not looking so good at first. m0NESY burning to a crisp. 8 HP. Nice attempt from Rain, but they end it then and there, and G2 will take 1.
Yeah, without that round, game's done. Okay, so they get that 1 CT round. That's nice. They can focus up on T side. They got to, wipe away this memory of Kerrigan running into their sights both rounds and just cleaning the clocks as a new problem, as if they didn't have enough problems already. But the game is still very real. If they can make some magic happen here on T side, I think when we look back on the first half, I would say compared to FaZe, FaZe made less mistakes, but G2 had lots of chances, lots of good defaults. They just didn't close rounds properly, but they staged them very well.
Rops double off. We were talking about the lack of twists for a second sniper. Rops has picked it up in his place.
Yeah, but yeah, he's gonna be on the on the A side.
Yep. And
okay.
Frozen dead in an instant. Nice flash for Kerrigan to work with. No way.
They
Kerrigan,
can't kill him.
Another multi-frag in overtime.
They can't kill this man.
In the fire with the AUG, 3 players facing, and he topples 2. Nothing from Rops' AWP. Nexa cracks the A site open. G2 have legs. And as they take over the site, Brokey's there to answer. A chance! And a second shot that's sick. m0NESY to the clutch. Hot and cold throughout this match, but at least he grabs the bomb back. His counterpart alive in heaven, and he doesn't prioritize plant, but he exposes himself to Rain, who secures 15 for FaZe.
Oh yeah, now touching it. 1 step away from 60, and Kerrigan another 2 kills here in overtime as we switch sides.
How does he pull this? Oh, he's blind.
Yeah, everyone's blind, but he takes so long to get the kill. The flash assist not on the kill feed. And Brokey puts on a show right here. 2 and 2 between them. That's a solid defense. And this is the first time G2 tried to go fast from the split in the mid all the way into the A site. But it doesn't work out either way.
You said it, the staging was good. The close wasn't there, and Rops right back to winning ways.
Oh, he's getting his revenge now.
Duffs them on the approach. 5 versus 3. Frozen can immediately start leaning back. Doesn't have to try to press the issue versus Nico. And as smoke fades, Nico sees nothing here. CTs can lean back, relax. And just 3 frags out from semifinals. A fresh-faced FaZe featuring Frozen. And they hit the ground running in Abu Dhabi. Kerrigan leading the charge in overtime. And G2 desperate to try and creep out. The flash is good again. Frozen setting up Kerrigan the same way Rain did. No multi-kill this time.
But I think his job is done.
Feels that way.
2 on 4 with 50 seconds. Both players known.
Molotov to the camera, 40 seconds to the clock. Rain coming out deep to get eyes on bridge, but Hunter has managed to get past that before Rain posts his angle. And Hunter has that bomb. Hunter versus Brokey could decide the outcome, and he sees him. He taps away for the headshot fast enough.
And they can clasp hands now. They've got a way to each other.
But Rain is also in the middle of it all. Rain, if he can stop him on the cross, it could have been massive. Now, bomb is not planted for m0NESY. He puts out the temple fire. Bomb doesn't go down. Rain, with clinical precision, shuts out G2. It's a hell of a challenge. It's Nico on fire on Nuke, but it's FaZe Clan in classic fashion, going the distance into OT to take themselves to semifinals. Just like Vitality on the other side of the bracket, they could be setting up something wonderful in Abu Dhabi.
What a bender.
No matter with Twist or Frozen, FaZe remain so excellent in these last few rounds. So many clutches that we could dive into, talking about games of millimeters, milliseconds, whichever you want. This was on a knife's edge, a very high-level game of Counter-Strike, and FaZe in semi-final.
Yeah, spectacle between the two teams. You know, Nuke was one thing with Nico popping off. We got robbed of the overtime on Nuke. We felt we deserved more. Coming into Anubis, we got every single thing we could have hoped for. Kerrigan popping off all of a sudden. His overtime performance, his second half performance, his individual output and the calls coming out from Kerrigan, beautiful. I want to take nothing away from G2 either, because I think they played a beautiful game of Counter-Strike. They were able to push FaZe on all the different buttons. They were able to push them all the way into overtime, where you sat with a feeling that G2 were favorites to win, where they were up 12-9, obviously on Anubis. So honestly, both teams deserve a lot of credit for this one, and it was a great game to watch. FaZe slightly better in overtime, but that's about it.
Yeah, sometimes it's complicated. It's a hard job for us to stand here and trying to explain, describe these micro differences, because you're right on the money. G2 were not far away from the truth. No. There were situations, the last round, a 4 versus 3, a whole lot of communications going on, waiting for the timing to blow up in the smoke. It's a fact that Londers put out there. I was listening to the comm, and you know, it's half a second. It's the story of half a second, maybe. A smoke that blows up in a little bit quicker. Suddenly you have the trade, even in the last few rounds as well. I think maybe the game got a little bit ahead of themselves. The communication was a little bit too quick. Maybe they missed a couple of information out there, and this is where the moments FaZe shine. This is where they're unplayable in moments where it's just a matter of half a second. The bro key double kill as well on Hooksy and Nico. We can play the hindsight is 2020 and say, yeah, Hooksy could have waited half a second more for Nico to come. But this is where Counter-Strike is at. When you get to these last few rounds, it's half a second difference. That's a win or a loss.
I mean, losing sucks no matter what. You know, if you're G2 right now, it's a sucky feeling, but they lost on their own terms. They never stopped playing Counter-Strike. They were being proactive. They were being aggressive. They're trying to do all the right things. And as you said, we're standing here listening to the communication. There was a lot of stuff going on within the game. So there's a different feeling to losing a game where you're just sitting back and you can just feel the game slipping out of your hands. Not what happened right here. G2 were active, proactive. They were doing a great job. Monacy had a couple of beautiful rounds with the 8 that kept them in the game as well. There was so much positive to say for G2 despite losing right here that I think they're almost, you know, half a winner in the game. If anything, they proved to us that they're here to play, and with that performance right there, who can tell me that G2 can't win this tournament, right? It was so close.
And they definitely had a strong opponents, of course. FaZe beautifully handling these high-pressure situations. We talked about it. We have Kerrigan on camera. Of course, he's going to be the hero of that overtime. There is no debate right there, but a man that also had a few impactful moments, Rain saving them in a couple of multi-kills here or there. He's actually talking to James after this absolute barn burner of a game.
FaZe find themselves straight to the semi-finals, but again, wasn't easy. This time another overtime, so you just really wanted to make sure Frozen gets understanding how all of his games are going to be.
Yeah, it's a warm welcome to FaZe, right? Right back into it, and fun games to play for sure.
Now, I want to start by looking at this Inferno. We haven't actually seen you guys play it since Sydney, so it had been a while. You would have expected it from G2, but was it a bit of rust coming in?
Yeah, it was a little bit of rust, and then we switched on position as well in CT, so we still got some time or some things to work on and figure out, and G2 had a good game plan, and we can really adapt fast enough.
And then it was looking like at one point that we might see it go 2-0. It was looking like we would need to see some magic come out, and it certainly did when it came to Nuke. But were you starting to worry at all or feel nervous at any point then?
No, I think me and David had some ideas we gave to Finn on T side. We managed to get some rounds out, and then I knew that once we got to CT side, we have a really strong CT side. We've shown it in practice with David as well, even though he's playing door right now. But I think our CT side has been really strong.
So we're learning a lot about what FaZe is wanting to do, where you're wanting to play. You guys are learning as you go as well. But are you feeling there's still a good amount of synergy here?
Yeah, for sure. David came into the team and just fit like a glove, you know. It's awesome dude and such a nice guy to have in the team.
And when it comes to, I know in terms of getting practice here, it's not so great, right? Yeah. But you'll get an extra day. Is this where you go over some more of like the theory and how you want to get things done to potentially go all the way here?
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think our team likes to, the theory we do, we like to practice it first in a way. Okay. I think it's going to be hard to find new theory. We have some still stuff saved up, and hopefully we just hit headshots, you know, and semis.
Do what you guys do best, right? And thank you very much.
Thank you.
FaZe indeed straight to the semi-finals, and we just have to give them a couple of words as well. We've been talking all about G2 and how good Counter-Strike they've been playing. We're talking about a team that saw twist, go towards Liquid, had to pick up Frozen out of MOUZ, and then immediately hasn't skipped a beat. Right straight to playoff, good quality Counter-Strike, and he's saying he's fitting like a glove. It's what we're getting. It's the impression we're getting from the outside.
You know what's fun, right? Often when they make a roster change, the community, even us, would be like, yeah, give them 2-3 months before we can expect the final product. Maybe even 6 months if it's 2 players you're changing on in-game leader. But we keep FaZe up to a different standard. We expected them coming into this tournament being one of the favorites to win, despite just bringing in Frozen to this lineup. So don't take anything away in that regard. You know, it's impressive. It's amazing. I think Frozen is fantastic for just stepping in towards FaZe Clan and feeling comfortable. And I think FaZe Clan is such a well-synergized team that they can take pretty much any player, put them into a position, and they would still feel comfortable, still perform. So it's a testament to how great they are.
We're going to have to test what they're made of in the playoffs. Of course, this is going to be a story for the later days of this week. We can round up quite quickly. Group B, we have the overview right there. That is FaZe going straight to the semifinal booth with that victory 2-1 over G2 Esports. And today as well, we said goodbye to Heroic, and we saw MOUZ staying alive, earning the right to play on that game of Friday. And now here, Group A, Jacob as well. Vitality up there, and ENCE unfortunately out.
It was a close game between ENCE and NAVI, though. They did put up a great fight despite all the stuff that's going around in the ENCE camp. That's going to be a new roster, most likely heading into 24. As for Vitality, I think they've been solid so far in this tournament. 2-2-0s and looking hot to trot. So Vitality facing each side of the bracket right now, as you can see right here. Not too shabby when you look at that potential grand final coming.
Listen, I'm really happy to close out the year on a bracket such as this. NAVI versus G2, MOUZ versus Cloud9, 2 real candidates when it comes to series, and you're going to have FaZe and Vitality, one of the greatest rivalry that we've had probably in 2023, and now it goes on, or it will arguably go on in CS2, but who says nice rivalries says nice games, and we have the little bit of a CS money play of the day as well. Let's check it out. I'll send it over to you. That's the best part of the job. I can just send it to Jacob.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lovely highlights we could have picked from today, but we're starting off with a bit of an NK action right here from Perfecto. This clutch 1v4 is absolutely beautiful. The first 2 kills are all right. The third one is good, and the fourth one is just filthy from Perfecto.
Crosser placement, absolutely on point for that fourth one. We have MOUZ coming up. He's had a few crazy moments in this series, and that one on Nuke is no different. With the AWP starting from the secret position, down to Lab here by the window, opening up the door. Nice flick a la MOUZ. Beautiful play from him, and even closes it with that nice little peek onto Brokey.
No CS Money player of the day without player of the day in Nico. He was lights out today, returning into CS2 in his best shape. And what you're seeing right here, unfortunately for Nico, is not him winning the round, but getting as close to it as possible. A nice double entry right here. The third one is just illegal, you know, straight to jail, as you said. Getting the 4th kill right here, and he got very close getting the 5th one as well and winning the round. Unfortunately for Nico, all that great work was a bit wasted.
I don't know who picks these plays, right? But I almost feel like it's a little bit cruel towards Nico. It's like, hey man, what we're gonna do, we're gonna show you the one clip that could have sent you straight to semi-final. This was an awesome round, but you kind of
at least they didn't show him picking up the AWP and then.
Correct, we stopped before that.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right, that could have been worse. Well, you mentioned Nico. When we say Nico, obviously we talk about MVP. He's the candidates up there. He's got a couple of these trophies, but I do wonder if he's in the list that our little Christmas James Banks got.
Well, we're certainly about to find out, Maniac, because it is time for that Maersk MVP check-in. Now, let's see who's on this board right now. We've got a bit of Rops in there, Spinks, Zyro, and Yimfat at the same time. Nico not making it happen, dropping off a little bit too early in the tournament might have been a bit of a problem. But look who is in the top spot right now. It is MOUZ, and he was an absolute beast. He was a British monster to deal with when it came to all of the Cloud9 roster. He was getting a lot of kills through smoke. He was looking very good from start to finish. I think Messi is putting up one hell of a performance, better than we expected, especially considering at the full finals, it was a little bit worrisome for this guy, but he did good here. Can he keep it up? We'll wait and see.
Oh man, I really appreciate James having him up, but let's not lie to ourselves. You're the only British monster I know, James. Let's take it easy out there. MOUZ definitely delivering. We're gonna have to see if he keeps up with that quality when it comes to the playoffs. That's changed the whole narrative when it comes to Vitality. This is now the schedule for day 3. We're starting the day, of course, with Cloud9 versus MOUZ, and then on top of that, we're going to have G2 versus NAVI. And then I'm gonna do something a little bit different today. Jacob, I'm gonna let you send us to bed.
You're gonna let me send us to bed?
Yeah, send us to bed.
Okay, you're throwing around at the bus just like that. Listen, we had a great day. Great day of Counter-Strike, and we have great games coming up tomorrow. This guy is not worth the money that we're paying him, so I will send us to bed. It's been an absolute pleasure presenting Counter-Strike for you today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. That guy is out.